From the icy tundra through the Twin City skyline, our top 8 teams face off here in Minnesota to see who will become the #1 team in North America and stamp their ticket to the Icon Global Championship Series. Welcome to the 2022 Wild Rift North American Series Championship. My name is Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and I'll be your host this weekend as we find out and crown our first ever North American champion. But I won't be doing it alone. Joining me is a fantastic desk of guests, and joining first off is the Beard, Steve Kangas. Down the line we have Dimitri Alk-Battery Toledo, and the man with the mind that teaches everybody, it's Michael Udall. Kangas, we're back in Minnesota.
We're here. We're at the Mall of America. We got rides live behind us. You can see everybody on them having fun. It feels so good to be back in my home state. I got my coffee I'm used to. I got the weather I'm used to. Seeing all the trees and the snow, I miss it, man.
Alk, how about you, man? It's been such a long journey to get to this point in North American Wild Rift.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. Not only just, the broadcast team has been online, but also finally bringing all of the players that have been playing throughout the WNS in North America. I think seeing the faces, seeing all the players hang out together has been really exciting, and I think we have a really great weekend.
Yeah, I'm so excited about it. Super grateful to be here, used to play, so excited to be on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And we got some hype Wild Rift action coming. I'm super hyped up for this patch. I feel like we're going to have some sick plays this weekend, and I'm just happy to be here with all of you and hopefully impart some knowledge.
Aww.
Yeah, lots of things on the line here today. Starting off with the prize pool. Again, the first year of Wild Rift Esports, and we've got a lot of money up for grabs for these players that have dedicated the past several months of their life to becoming the best in North America and hopefully the best in the world. You can see the total prize pool, $80,000 with $30,000 going to the first place squad and $17,500 to the second place squad, with both of them qualifying to the global championship as the North American representatives. And here are our 8 teams. As we've got a lot of
not all logos.
A lot of logos here, Kangas.
I think the bottom right one's my favorite, personally. Yes. No bias, obviously. Could not have been myself that drew that one for the team since I did not have one. But you'll see a lot of orgs that you might recognize from many other esports titles. They've been mainstays in the Wild Rift throughout the last year, but also cool to see some new representation too.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And when we take a look at some of those teams, Udall, I'm going to pass this to you. We've got to take a look at the top, at Immortals, at Sentinels. They qualified in our very first major when we had 3 majors in the circuit. So they've been kind of sitting back a little bit, watching the other teams play and prepare.
Yeah, but I mean, Immortals is definitely the top dog. If you've been following the WNS, if you've been following the North American Wild Rift scene, I mean, they won the last couple of majors. They're looking pretty dominant. But Sentinels, my homeboys, they, in the last major, got reverse swept, right? They were able to take Immortals down 2-0, so it'll be kind of curious to see the bit of a grudge match going there, but, Horizon Cup, the North American representative of Tribe, is someone that a lot of people have been speaking very highly of going into this. Is Tribe going to be able to reclaim the throne? That's what I'm worrying or curious about. And so, lots of good teams.
Bias there,
wait. Dude, I used to play for Sentinels. Of course I'm a little bit biased.
We already have Digon here. We don't need any more Tribe bias, please.
All right.
We're surrounded by them.
Yeah, I guess.
That's right. Lots of Tribe fans out there in the world. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things shake up. And so that we could fit all of the action here, we've had some of the matches play already, including on the bottom side of the bracket. On the winner's side, it was Tribe defeating Saint. So Tribe has moved on in this double elimination bracket as Saint drops to the lower side of the bracket. Only 1 loss left for them before they get knocked out. But it gets us to our first match of the day. Suzaku and Cloud9, that's going to be a big one. Immortals and Ailish, that's, again, 1 versus 8. You got 4 versus 5 there. Sentinels versus Enemy, that's 2 versus 7, but that's like a close one here, King.
Don't let the 1 versus 8 fool you. I actually have a lot of faith in Ailish. I'm an Ailish fan, and again, not because I drew their logo, but because I actually think that they're criminally underrated here. So I'm actually looking at that one as one of my most excited round 1 matches that we have.
That's exciting. Yeah, I think, Kangas, you're wrong, but that's okay. Everybody gets one.
What matchup makes you the most excited in this first round then, Alk, if you're feeling so strong?
I'm not going to lie. I really want to see how the enemy boys are looking. Obviously, that one's going to be a little bit off stream, but it is against Sentinels, and I think with the kind of trials and tribulations they've gone throughout all of this year, this is the final moment to like that last hurdle for a lot of these guys to make it to international and prove themselves in North America.
Enemy were doing so well in the first two
Yes.
majors, and then all the roster issues started coming in. I've heard word that they've had been, difficulty scheduling scrim blocks, and they're one of the least practiced teams coming in, just in terms of like hours scrimmed against other teams. So I think a lot of eyes will be on Enemy. Do they still live up to the expectations that we've kind of started to weigh on them?
I think it's a hard situation, right, with the roster troubles. But, talking about matches, Cloud9 Suzaku is one I'm really interested in. That 4-5, both of, really, if there is an upset that's going to happen, I mean, for me, it's Suzaku taking down Cloud9 in this first round. I mean, we'll see if it ends up happening.
I mean, did you see Major 2?
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. That'll be our first matchup of the day. As I said, we had a couple matches play on out already. We had Tribe versus Saint. We have a couple of highlights from those matches that were played earlier. And in the mid lane, your eyes don't deceive you. That's an Aurelia in the mid lane, starting, pulling it out, and showing off here.
It's also a Yumi.
Yeah.
Yumi got through in game 1 of the tournament. What's up with that?
That one was a little bit surprising. All of us, we were watching this, we were like, oh, Yumi got through. Okay, that's going to be kind of the big thing this tournament, right? Is whether or not Yumi's going to get through. This champion's actually just disgusting. And I think this is kind of the one mistake we'll see throughout the broadcast. Like, oh, Yumi got through. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and when we take a look at Saint, a lot of their success came from IZY in the mid lane, as well as Crown Prince on the Baron side of the map, but they really weren't able to get anything going in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, starting for me in both these games against Saints was looking top tier. Degon, that's your man. And I feel like he has been putting in the work in solo queue, known to be a grinder on the rank scene, and it's showing here. I mean, Aurelia and Zed, two very difficult champions to perform on, and that's something that, is that going to continue to progress against some of these, better, higher-end teams?
Yeah, to be fair, just to clarify, everyone, Tribe, everyone on Tribe is my man. All right? Out there. Here at Wild Rift, where I'm not afraid to show the bias. All of us here, coming from Sentinels beforehand, we've got the drawer of one of the logos.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So we'll be having a lot of fun throughout the weekend long. So again, I kind of want to just reset the table here. These teams have been playing since January, since we had Horizon Cup back in November, where Tribe were the representatives. And since then, we've had some ups and downs. So as we look forward to some of these matches, who is your dark horse candidate to possibly pull off an upset? We heard yours already, Udall, but I want to go with Kangas first.
Okay, so dark horse. I mean, honestly, if you're saying that Suzaku are an upset or a dark horse,
you hopping on the bandwagon?
I gotta go with that one because I think that's the highest likelihood to happen. But the one that my heart is telling me, I actually think Team Ailish could bring it to Immortals. I know Immortals are #1 seed. I know that they look scary in the first two majors, but it's been a while since we've seen them. It's been like a month and a half since they've actually played on the competitive stage. And Ailish, they came in hot. They had the Cinderella story in the last chance qualifier to make that miracle run from the lower bracket. Momentum, baby. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, okay, so if we're going to go with that, I think I'll join Kangas in here. I really have a lot of faith in Saints. Not Ailish. Thankfully not. We're not going all the way to 8th seed. I'll take 6th. We were talking about it, me and Sam, we were doing a podcast, and I really love how Saints play the game. I think their top laner, Crown Prince, is awesome. And if they're my dark horse, I feel very confident that they could go very far.
All right, and then Udall, obviously, you can hash it out one more time for us.
I
Get
mean,
in there.
Suzaku, definitely someone I'm looking at that I feel like they could, upset some of these, I feel like there's a top 4, bottom 4, right? You got Immortals, Cloud9, Tribe, and Sentinels, and, anyone upsetting those top 4, I feel like Suzaku is the best poised to do it.
And again, if we look at recent matches against each other in that third major, Suzaku actually did win the 2-0 against Cloud9 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, lots to set up there. I want to look towards a team that we did touch on a little bit, had some issues scheduling scrims, but early on in the Wild Rift North American scene, we're lighting teams up, and it was No More Ego. And they did that off the back of their support, Yikes, who was just roaming around, showing up in multiple different lanes. The former Immortals man, who is the from Immortals, the #1 team in North America, moved over to No More Ego, and it's found high levels of success, and we named them the Giant Slayers after the first circuit, but then they started falling off a little bit. Do you feel like this kind of tournament where they've had nothing but dedicated practice time could be a recipe for them pulling off some upsets here?
I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of people rooting for No More Ego, as they were kind of that initial Cinderella run story team that we had. But without Truth on the team, like they just don't look the exact same anymore. And yes, Tybe is still fantastic in the jungle. Yikes. Also, roll swapped from jungle into support, and that's kind of like a cool story on top of that one there. But I still just, this iteration of the roster has much less time practicing together. So obviously we're going to expect a different look from them.
Exactly. They obviously lost a Louis. They picked up Luan DJ from their 6-man roster, and then they had 9 and Gum playing throughout some of the last qualifiers, through last chance qualifier.
And they still did win the last chance qualifier.
They did win, but obviously the fact that, you know, they have a lot of IRL stuff going on. They've got school, jobs, and so they really haven't been able to practice all that much. And so this team really needs to find that 6th gear and kick it in if they want to do some major damage here.
Yeah, but they got a lot of synergy that they got to make up for.
Exactly.
And, you know, one of their former players, Jackie, a former teammate of mine, hit rank 1 in Challenger this season. Like, you know, Gum has got some big shoes to fill on the ADC role. But yeah, I mean, I think No More Ego, we've seen it before. We've seen them show up and make upsets. Yeah. So by no means am I going to, you know, count them out. But definitely they've got a tall mountain, a tall hill to climb.
And again, the perennially unsigned team. Like this roster still doesn't have org backing. And like we've been shouting this from the rooftops for like a whole year now. It's like, why are these players not signed by an org? They're so good so consistently. And that's why it's like going into this event, we might see them at a low point, but they still can't pull off those upsets. Like you can never count enemy out fully.
Right, and they're going to have to do that against one of the best teams and backed teams in Sentinels. As we take a look at the Sentinels roster, this is a squad with just talent all over the place, Mike.
They even got the music.
And they're looking clean. Look at them. Stylish. Look at their hair. I love it. They got the long hair, Rest, Beg. I mean, lots of storied mobile esports pros here. We got Rest, Beg, MTS, all have competed on the world stage before in a previous mobile MOBA. But really, I mean, Mally, their new mid laner, has been the deciding factor, in my opinion. A lot of teams we've talked to, they mentioned how this Mally edition has been just a boon for the team, and he's someone that really I'm looking at as maybe one of the best players in North America, not just in mid lane, just period.
And it's not just you that has that opinion. We talked to like every pro at this event, and everyone's got Molly on their mind. This kid is absolutely cracked. And I think was kind of the big one that everybody wanted to pick up. And Sentinels, I mean, you were on this team, and I remember you had this story about like sitting down with your general manager, like, look, you need to get Molly.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of Season 0, right? Sentinels, we got 8th, and that was not the expectation. That's not the dream that we sold Sentinels. And, you know, I didn't feel like I was performing up to snuff. I didn't, you know, due to hand injury, but also other things. And I played against Mally. I got completely outclassed. And like 2 hours after we lost, I sat down with the team, told them, you know, I want to take a step back and basically expressed that I think Mally is, you know, the next phenom in North America. And I really pushed, you know, Zydo, the general manager over at Sentinels, as well as the players to pick him up. And they've been doing so well with him ever since. And it makes me so happy, right? Like, of course, there's a part of it that's like, I wish I could be out there playing. But really, those are my friends. And I'm so happy to see them succeeding. And I hope that they go to Icon. But more than anything, I want Great Wild Rift.
No higher praise. No higher praise than
former
that.
mid laner.
Yeah, the former mid laner saying,
me.
I'm happy with my replacement.
You could see how much it means to Michael and how much it means to everyone here in North America to see the talent level rise in North American esports within Wild Rift. So very exciting stuff. One last name that you guys, I can't believe you went over. It's the best name in the whole tournament. MTS, it's Matthew Taylor Stover, everybody, in the Baron lane. He is a dominant force along with Mally, along with Beginnings, along with Shees, along with everyone on that roster.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, MTS has probably the deepest experience of a lot of the pro players that are going to be here at this event. He went over and played in probably the most exclusive, like, esports league, I have it here somewhere in my notes, but he played over in China, and he talked about the rigid schedule that was over there. It's eat, sleep, play the game.
That's all they do.
Exactly. And even just, you know, playing over there, he talked about how awesome that experience was and how much it meant for them to actually, like, be here. He brings such a wealth to this roster.
Yeah. But we take a look at the #1 team. Obviously, Sentinels #2, but #1, it's Immortals. And if we're talking about superstar mid laners, let's take a look at the man right here. Crossed arms, esports pose all the way. It's Whom.
Yeah.
Give me the point.
Hey.
Show me the thumbs up.
Do
it's
it.
coming. Yeah! There it is. That's Hoon, no problems at all. What do we think of this mid laner, y'all, who is leading the #1 team in North America?
So if Molly's the kind of up-and-coming mid laner that everyone's excited about, Hoon's got to be the one that has some experience under his belt and has the consistency to back that performance. I mean, like, this guy is also right up there at the top of the argument. Everyone that we ask in the mid lane is like, hey, who do you respect? Who are you afraid of in the mid lane role? And everyone's like, Molly and Hoon. Those are the two that everyone's looking at. And then Starting's also kind of in that group.
Come on. Where's my disrespect?
But Molly and Hoon were usually the first two names mentioned.
Yeah, and Hoon, I mean, someone I've been gapped playing against. You know, like, and one champion that I in particular want to talk about in Hoon's interview after Major 2, he was talking about Yasuo and how that's a champion that you just feel so much pressure and weight on your shoulders. And when they were backs up against the wall, down 2 games to Sentinels, he played that twice and performed at like such a high level. And so that just shows like, the gusto and the confidence that Hoon has. And so that's something I'll expect to see. If we do see Immortals with the backup against the wall, Hoon is going to be the player, in my opinion, to step up and carry.
I think somebody behind heard you talking about Hoon because they screamed like,
yeah. Hey, so friends at home, you're saying, oh yeah, this is fake? This is not.
We were literally on those rides.
This is not fake. We are literally here at the Mall of America within the amusement park. So, no, there'll be some live audio action and some flying around right here on this coaster. It'll go through Kangus's head, down on the
Hey, look, there's one going now.
Whoa, there it is.
We're also live in the mall. So if anybody in the mall wants to
Kangus's
get on
head.
broadcast, this is how you do it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Get on the ride.
Yeah,
I don't remember what that one's called.
This is one of the coolest venues and coolest setups I've ever
It has
worked
to
in.
be.
Yeah, only in Mall of America. But let's just take a look at this. Champion win rate.
Ooh.
Dude.
Is that real?
That must be real.
I remember.
That's real,
I actually don't remember if it was the first or the second major, but the finals had 100% Yasuo presence rate. It like became the meta in that one major that this team was playing in. And I believe that was the first one against Enemy because Enemy was drafting first, and then Immortals were like, no, we actually play it better. So if you leave it up, we're gonna blue one Yasuo. Like they were that confident in this pick.
That was a dark period of
It
time.
was pretty.
I tried to
Obviously,
forget
that
about
was major 1. We've kind of grown since then, so we'll see exactly what happens here. All right, y'all. So we've gone over a lot of names, a lot of stars, and so we got a little game that we want to play for you friends at home.
Oh, okay, it's this
so
one.
go ahead. We've got ourselves a deck of cards, you know, maybe thinking a little bit of like star player
Put a
cards.
lot of time into
so if
this.
you ever played card games, you know, you've got that one trump card that you know will turn the tide here. And so all of us here have our decks. And so I will go ahead and go first and figure out which card I'm going to play.
Wait, no, you can't look at the card ahead
Why
of
not?
time. You got to just draw.
All right,
it.
fine. I'll shuffle. We're
All right,
shuffling.
all right, there we
Scryer's
go.
blue.
There we go.
He's got
I'm
Scryer's
shuffling.
blue.
He's got
on.
Scryer's blue.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
can see.
all right, sure.
All right, here we go. The card that I will play is the card I want to play. It is the mid laner for Tribe Gaming. It's Starting. You see how much HP he has, the damage that he does. Starting, there's a reason why he's everyone's favorite streamer, and still is better than almost everyone else in North America. He's got nothing. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mall of America for the WNS Season 1 Championship. And, you know, one of the beautiful things of a live broadcast, live esports, live here in Mall of America, and live playing such powerful cards is sometimes it takes all the energy from the room and you get a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming back. So we're going to recap it one more time as you see me holding up, starting the #1 streamer in Wild Rift North American Esports for Tribe Gaming, the mid laner here. We're playing a game where we are calling out who is the strongest couple of cards that we could play.
Place it down gently. Place it down
I will
gently
place
this
it down
time.
gently this time. Just make sure, one more time, you take a look at it. You can see the KDA and the damage is 939 damage average per minute, so that's a lot of
Notice how he
damage.
didn't say
I'll
the
place it
KDA.
down
Yeah.
safely this time, okay? All right.
All right.
Still there?
Listen,
All right.
listen. Those are some
All
good
right.
stats. All right, I got a lot of love for starting, but we're talking about streamers. We're talking about one of the best mobile MOBA mid laners just the last, couple of years. We're talking about Hoon, the
Okay.
man, the myth, the legend, the Yasuo champion that we were talking about earlier. This is my ace in the hole. This is my man who is going to be, maybe crowning himself as the MVP of the finals. That's what I'm playing down. I did some power. Hopefully we don't take the show out, but
Yeah, that's too much power. Also,
Mid
that's
lane.
not where your board is. Your board's here.
all right, well, I
Mid
wanted to
lane.
destroy Alex
All right.
board.
Mid
you
lane,
know?
why pick the mid lane, Michael, when you can take the jungler, all right? Because I'm going to shuffle up here. I trust Heart of the Cards. My grandpa's deck doesn't have any weak cards, baby.
Oh.
Lamont,
Your grandpa's
this is
deck.
your guy, okay? You want to look at damage on mid laners? Look at damage on a jungler. 885. That is absolutely insane. And also still 5.9 KDA. This is your guy.
That's less than
this is the ace.
939. I'm just
This
letting,
is, yeah,
letting
that's
you
a
know.
mid laner.
All right.
That's a mid laner.
Hello?
I will take that.
There we go.
Guys.
That's it. That's
All
the
right,
winner
Alex.
right
We're
there.
talking about a bunch of
See,
one
it's on
tricks.
top
They're a
of yours.
duo.
It's
That's
on
why I
top.
put them over there.
That's how you
you
know
know,
it's
like
better.
Ledmont, Hoon, they're built together.
Guys, we got a bunch of one tricks. Like starting's an Ari one trick. You've got like Hoon, who's like an Oriana. He's basically like Michael
He's
Udall
pretty good at
2.0.
Ori.
I've got meals. Okay, this guy does it all. I'm covering up the KDA because who needs KDA when you're playing Lulu? When you're playing Singed, you're running at them. You can do whatever. DPM still pretty good. I mean, come on, guys. Well,
I mean,
what are we
he
doing?
did play Soraka.
Exactly.
And he's still rocking an 840 DPM. That's not bad.
I will say, though, I like Starting's damage because he plays for the team. He's not a
Dude.
KDA player, y'all.
Yo.
He'll dish out the damage so that everyone else can clean up on that roster.
Dude, come on.
Okay,
I've got
get out of
19.
here. Get out of here.
I've got
Grandpa's
19
cards.
unique champions on meals. Everybody else is like 7, 6, maybe 9 if you're feeling
Y'all
good.
saw the Yasuo win rate. Y'all saw the 89% on Hoon. Like, what else is
That's
there to
pretty
say?
impressive. That's pretty impressive.
I mean,
All right.
all I'll say is that we did kind of cop out and take the first seed players. So, I don't know if we actually
I'm
have
sorry,
any-
I want to win. I'm sorry my card's broken.
Well, Alk is a great support here because he's setting us up for our first match of the day, Cloud9 versus Suzaku Gaming. You heard us talk about it a little bit earlier at the top of the broadcast, but these are two squads that are familiar with each other here, Kangas.
Yeah,
A little
so
bit.
they've matched up a couple of times in previous majors. There were 3 majors leading into this event. In the second major, Cloud9 took the win in the lower bracket, but in the third major, Suzaku actually took that win. So at major tournaments, they're technically tied at a 2-2 head-to-head record. So that's why, Michael, when you're saying this is a dark horse match, Suzaku's the higher seed, man. Like, they actually could take this, even though a lot of people are saying Cloud9, they got the brand behind them, right? Like, that's a big story, and also recency bias. They have been looking really strong.
Yeah, well, org support's big, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Being able to be paid allows you to put more hours, more effort into the game, and that's something that definitely I think is in Cloud9's favor. But Suzaku, they have been looking very, very strong. They did have, a roster change in the mid lane, But from the conversation with the players, it sounds like they are really happy with how the team's been playing, and they're feeling pretty confident, pretty good going into this match.
Oh, look at the players. Look at Zello. Look at Tarzan. He's looking up for himself. He's like, yeah, I'm on screen. Talking about Suzaku, before Major 3, they were having a ton of substitutes in mid lane. They were trying out like Premonition. Finally, they landed on Jotu, and they were really happy on this guy. And he's been playing in Wild Rift for a ton of time in North America. I'm excited to see if this roster's got some unique firepower.
And very different styles from the different mid laners, too. Jotu is the newest addition in, but known for more like assassin-style gameplay, likes those assassins, whereas, like you're saying for Meals, plays everything. So it's like, who actually comes ahead there? That's not necessarily the biggest matchup, though, because jungle is actually the one that I want to highlight. The jungle matchup is going to be pivotal for these two teams.
That's right. It's Demon King and Tarzan going head-to-head here. As you can see here, SuzakuGG squad and their fresh jerseys that are available for you that you can purchase as well at home if you're a brand new SuzakuGG fan. And there's our man right there, Demon King with the green hair. That's the marquee matchup that we'll be looking at.
That's not the face of mercy right there.
No.
Demon King was feeling really confident, right? When we talked to him, he was continually talking about how he feels like he is one of the best, if not the best jungler in North America, and that everyone's learning from him. You know, they're all coming to his cooking stew, and they're taking some of his recipes. Like, Demon King was very, very confident, and I want to see if he can deliver. I think confidence is such an important component of being a professional player, but sometimes if you're overconfident, it can lead to a little bit of disaster.
And part of that reason for his confidence, he referenced the fact that he's been playing League of Legends PC for like 11 years. He really understands the game at a high level from like a macro standpoint. I've only been doing it for like 5, so whatever. But he's up against Tarzan, who has also been playing on League PC for years. So it's not necessarily like one of them has an experience advantage that they're pulling from here.
I did want to say that, you know, we're talking about Demon King having his experience. Tarzan has, like you were saying, been a major proponent in North American like League of Legends PC jungling. He's been trying to get onto all these pro teams, and talking with him yesterday, he said that this opportunity on the Wild Rift team feels like a second win for him, that, you know, it's giving him the taste of the pro light that he's always wanted to have.
Yeah, he's always had the talent and the ability, and now getting to live that out is going to be a big one. And Demon King, someone whose confidence is not short of Tarzan's at all. And to prove it, we've got ourselves a little bit of a video to set this one up. Let's take a look.
Suzaku, they're pretty good, but I do think that if we are better than them, if we just play a consistent game, because I think we do, player-wise, we are still better.
I've been playing League for 10 years on PC, so a lot of these players come from like different mobile games, so I do have that advantage against them. I do think I'm the best jungler here, just because of my League PC experience, but I think other junglers aren't as bad. They're, you know, a couple steps behind.
Tarzan doesn't play Wild Rift. He only plays PC, and he's not getting ready to go to Madrid. He's getting ready to go to Korea.
I don't think Cloud9 is as strong as people think.
Incoming, oh my god, wait, this could be it!
5
TJ,
seconds.
Suzaku, last time they faced Cloud9, it was a Cloud9 2-0 victory, but Suzaku will upset Cloud9!
I don't know, I just think people aren't respecting our team. We don't have an org, and we're beating teams with the org, so I don't think, we are not nervous playing this game. Cloud9 is the team with an org. They have multiple coaches, multiple staff. We have nothing. We're not being paid to play. They have all this weight on their shoulders to win, and if we lose, we'll make a lower bracket run. But if we win, that's all on Cloud9. They're an org, and they're losing to a team with no funding.
All right, I don't know about y'all. I'm feeling a little jacked up after seeing Tarzan flex all the muscles out there, just like he's going to try to do in the jungle here, Kangas.
I mean, we're talking about Demon King's flex. He's like, he's not going to Spain. He's going to Korea after this one. He's going to have a quick trip over there. Go play some solo queue instead. But an important note was said there. Suzaku is the highest seeded unsigned org, or unsigned team. They don't have an org backing them, where a lot of these other teams, like Cloud9, do. That's a name brand in esports. Everybody knows who Cloud9 is. So the pressure is on Cloud9 because of that. And again, the lower seeded team, Suzaku, they're in a less pressure-filled situation. They are in a higher seeded position. I feel like this is kind of set up for them to succeed.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Cloud9, why we have so much pressure on them, is that they have been inconsistent throughout the year. Even last year, in year 0, this team was unable to really break into top 3. They had some performance issues. Even this year, first major, going out 7th, 8th. coming back here, it really needs to show. We need to see something from them that kind of puts some faith for the crowds.
Yeah, and that is one of the beautiful things about Wild Rift Esports here in its first year. It is so Wild West. You'll have a lot of these ties and a lot of these stories that you just don't get to see in a lot of established esports already. So the unsigned squad, SuzakuGG against the perennial powerhouse organization Cloud9, that'll be our first matchup. We'll get to that after we take a short break. You're watching the WNS Season 1 Championship.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Season 1 Championship. Digon here with Kangas Albattery and Michael Udall, and we are ready to get into our first match of the day, Cloud9 versus SuzakuGG. It's the 5 versus the 4. That's right, I said it right. SuzakuGG, the high seed against Cloud9 here. And
people keep forgetting. People keep forgetting because they see Cloud9, they just assume.
I know. Is it the upset if Cloud9 wins, or is it? All right,
what do you say, Michael?
The answer is yes. The answer answer is yes.
All right, so you can see here in the Huntington Bank Rotunda, our players are on stage, the live audience is there. 4 levels of fans looking down upon all 10 players as they begin the draft. Our first step towards crowning our first ever WNS champion. And it's SuzakuGG with the first ban on the blue side.
Also important to note, again, live audience. A lot of
Yes.
these players, it's their first time in this environment, so I'm going to be keeping track of consistency of performance. Who's got stage nerves, if any?
Yeah, and having experience playing at LAN is definitely a big advantage, and so there are some players that have done it. But looking at the ban phase right away, C9 is getting rid of immediately Yuumi, Karma, and Camille. I think we are going to see these 3 champions in the ban phase a lot this weekend.
Especially on red side, right? Like
Yes.
talking about red side, they have been wanting to just, you're stuck with Yuumi basically. Yuumi and red side, those are 2 pairs. C9, if you haven't been watching either the fight nights or if you haven't been watching just some of their other performances, they've been doing double hull breakers. So watch for whatever solo laners they get. We're going to be looking at massive melee AD focused champions.
Yeah, I'm so happy you brought up Hull Breaker Alk Battery because I feel like that is one of the items of this
It's so
patch.
broken.
It's ridiculous.
Well, and what I like about it is it allows Wild Rift players and teams to play a different style. In the mid game, you can play way more heavy to side lanes. It's not just let's 5v5 brawl over every single dragon. There's a lot more macro. There's a lot more split pushing involved.
But the thing about Cloud9 is that they play many different styles. When we talked to Tarzan at the last interview we had with him at one of those fight nights, he said at the beginning of the split we were inconsistent because we tried too much, and now we're trying to sharpen that blade, try less things but get really good at it, and it doesn't necessarily look like they're opting for that immediate style right now.
The Gragas is interesting to me. This looks a little bit like what we're seeing out of Korea, where they're putting a lot of focus in supports in the Dragon lane. The Ziggs may still go into the mid lane. Michael, I like what you talked about, the Hull Breaker, because this is a fantastic clash of styles. Demon King was telling us, it doesn't matter if you're down 10,000 gold at like 13 minutes. If I show up for Rift Herald and I take that, we're going to win. I do not care.
They called it the Suzaku Special.
There you go.
It doesn't matter. You just need that one team fight and you can take the game.
Okay, but talking about specialty, we've got Tarzan picking his signature
Nice.
Graves. I feel like the best North American Graves player consistently gets a lead, consistently takes down so many towers, so many turrets, constantly at objectives. I love this pick.
This could be for Meals. We have seen Meals recently pick up the Graves mid lane. Exactly. It's really weird. I'm not going to lie. I'm with you. I want to see Tarzan on it, but we were all looped in.
So what you're telling me is Cloud9 has picked 3 champions that can all flex in 3 different, or 4 different positions, so we don't know what's happening.
We don't know what's happening with Cloud9, but I would be willing to bet that they are still opting for the Hull Breaker push if they see advantageous position to do so. Because if you put the Ziggs Dragon with Gragas support, Graves jungle, that's a good setup for the double Hull Breaker. I actually like those 3 as the other positions, and they're just kind of waiting till the very end. So Suzaku, let's see if they try to ban out some of those other Hull Break champions.
So Michael, from here, for old school, we already see that there's 2 different bans going on to Istraboa, right? We have the Kaisa and the Vayne. I think we may see Lucian. Lucian has been really popular over in Korea, and it's not that. I think an Ashe here would be really good to help out with the Rengar.
Yeah, potentially. I also think Ziggs, I mean, a champion that we've seen consistently flexed into the bot lane. Ziggs, Graves, very powerful together. And with the Vayne Kaisa being banned away, it kind of makes me lean towards they want to secure Meals a last pick.
Exactly.
A flex pick in the mid. We've constantly talked about, you did Alk, how large of a champion pool Meals had. So for me, if I'm C9, I'm assuming, let's give Meals the person with the largest champion pool last pick so we can get some sort of counter.
I honestly, I think it could be Olaf Baron lane.
No.
I think it could be Hull Breaker, Olaf Baron lane. Come on.
I'm in so much pain if it's the Olaf Baron lane. I want to see something.
I'm just saying there's a chance.
Exactly. And they already knew that Garen was here, so we're seeing whether or not Joju's going to be the one picking it up, if Suki's going to be there. But whatever this is, I think you were talking about it potentially counterpick for Meals. I think Zelo's got something in his back pocket. Maybe a Jax, maybe a Fiora.
Akali getting locked in here for Suzaku. We spent a lot of time talking about all the flexibility of Cloud9's draft, but this Akali locking on in, how do we feel about how Suzaku has put things together so far?
I mean, it's pretty solid. Into the Graves, into the Akali, a lot of burst, but that is a lot of beef for C9. They got quite the front line. And into the Akali, you don't like playing against these champions with really high health bars. So, I like that Shen last pick as the counter. Really what I'm going to be curious of is who's playing Shen. Is it going to go into that Baron lawn, or is it going to be something slotted in to the support?
Yeah, it has to be Zelo, I think. Zelo, I think, was made for Shen with how they like to play weak side top lane, play away from Zelo. It's basically his like champion from birth is amazing for him. And also, Ignite did get buffed on this patch.
Yeah.
So level 1 versus Akali, we may see a Shen solo kill, which a lot of people are maybe like, huh?
All right, so we've made our predictions. We'll get those flew up after game number 1. To get us into the action, we'll send it back on over to the Huntington Bank Rotunda with our casters for the call. It's TJ and Pastry Time, y'all. Take it away.
Hello and welcome everyone. It is awfully exciting to be here for Wild Rift. My name is Pastry Time. Left of me is TJ, and we have a Season 1 WNS champion to start crowning.
I am so excited to finally be here on the first ever LAN final for WNS, the first ever season of the WNS, as we start to sort out who the best team in North America is.
Well, it's good that you're excited because it's time for game number 1.
Hey, Julian.
So it should be a fun one, yes, sir.
I don't think it's time for game number 1
It's
yet.
gonna be time soon. How dare you?
For someone named Pastry Time, I thought it would be a little bit better.
It's not like, wait, because my last name's Time?
Yeah.
Well, the second part of my name is, no. It's just when it's time for pastries, which is all the time for everyone wondering at home.
Sure.
But breakfast is maybe optimal, if you want to think about it that way.
Sure. I'm going to change the subject and we're going to talk
Sure.
about the draft. I think.
Do you like it or not?
I was complaining to you.
Yes,
as
you
the
do that
draft
a
was
lot.
ongoing. I do. Because the desk is like, well, you know, Cloud9, I think they're coming out ahead here. I'm feeling pretty opposite as we do finally get into game.
Hey, see?
I'm feeling
Wasn't
like
that far away.
it's pretty opposite on that draft, and it's going to be almost all Suzaku all the way. The way that they set up their draft to have early game power, and then they look over at the Cloud9 draft halfway through, and they go, wait a second. Cloud9 are relying on their Ziggs to come online. They're relying on their Graves to come online. That's going to take actual minutes, Julian.
We don't have that time in Wild Rift. It's a very fast game.
So they go, okay, well, they're not going to punish our Lulu. There's nothing in their kit that's going to have access to the Lulu early, and the Lucian and the Rengar can just run the map for the first 10 minutes of that game until Graves come online. Unless something goes very disastrously wrong in those opening moments, I think Suzaku run this map. I think Suzaku have this game won.
Right, and I feel like, you know, we've talked a lot about Suzaku and how we think they're going to play. A lot of their games are Demon King really stepping up and often enabling someone else. Isaboa is a player we'll definitely look at in this game, given the composition. But Cloud9 are kind of the opposite. They are a team of, I mean, they've played, as we heard from them, just about every single style. So now that they're looking to refine things coming into this championship, what do we think of the style for this game for them?
Well, you know my thoughts on Cloud9. I think everyone does if you've been watching the entire season. They've got one of the best carries in the entire league playing in their Dragon lane. And when I see Old School put onto something like Ziggs, there's a little part of me that dies on the inside, and it's my heart, Julian. Because I want to see some really good AD carry play, and we're just not getting that this season. It's been a team that really prioritizes how strong their jungle and their top side can be, which is true. Cloud9 have good players there, but they look so much better when they leverage their AD carry, when they leverage Old School, and that doesn't seem to be the plan.
And to be fair, like, it's not just Cloud9 that are thinking that way, right? Lots of carries in the bottom side of the map in this region have played that way, right? A ton of mages, Ziggs and Morgana, a ton of utility picks. That's something that Sentinels really, you know, brought to the forefront when they were being successful this season. So, I agree with you. Like, Old School's got the chops, got the credentials to play a hard carry, but very few teams play that way right now.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a really good comparison for this game because Istroboa plays a similar weak side style.
Right.
Where oftentimes you won't see Istroboa get a ton of the early game resources over on Suzaku. But the flip side of that is when Istroboa comes online in late game, he's normally playing like hard scaling picks. This actually, Lucian is a little bit out of sorts, but they have the insurance policy of Lulu with Lucian, so they'll be able to use him as that hard scaling late game carry. And when they rely on Istroboa, you see Istroboa supported in those late game team fights where he needs to be a carry, and that's absent for Old School. We don't see the team playing to him, which makes me always feel like they're losing out on one of their greatest weapons.
Yep, so just a quick update. We do have a delay, of course, as you can all probably tell. We are getting ourselves back into the game ASAP. Looks like the game may have been No, that's just a draft, so we can reference it there as well. I'm curious, I guess, to kind of how things all shake out.
That's good.
Yeah, it is
if you
good.
were incurious.
I mean, we already saw Yuumi. I mean, we didn't see it. We saw it. People at home may didn't see it.
Well, there was a little replay package.
It was a little replay package. It was lovely. Loved that. I'd love to see that there. Definitely a champion that will be at the forefront of people's minds, mostly in the ban column, because it shouldn't get let through, perhaps?
Well,
it was already very good, and then a patch drifted on by about a week ago and made her even stronger.
I mean, if I can be a little toxic, I saw that draft and I walked out of the room we were watching the game. I went to go get some tea.
Oh boy.
Because it was Yuumi, it was Garen, and it was Aurelia.
Which are all very good together.
That's my tier list. If I'm publishing a tier list YouTube video and getting thumbnail clicks, that's the clickbait thumbnail.
Except it's not clickbait, you just believe that.
I think clickbait can be true. And
fair.
The Aurelia is all the rage in Southeast Asia, all the rage in Asia in general. We're seeing a lot of Aurelia jungle.
Yep.
And it's actually been one of my big criticisms of the WNS team so far, is we haven't seen enough. So to see Tribe immediately pull out the Yuumi, immediately pull out the Garen, who I think is very good, immediately pull out the Aurelia, and just smash that game is a very good sign for them, very good sign for the regional meta. Very bad if you're happening to play into it.
And then, of course, we have had new champions released since kind of the last time. Although, if you've been watching recent qualifiers and majors, you will have seen these around. Obviously, Karma's banned this game, not a champion that I think many teams want to let through. But Shen is definitely one that's on the table as like, yeah, you can pick this. I don't think we've learned how good Shen is in Wild Rift yet.
No, we don't have the empirical data yet. We are seeing, he's been seeing some play. The SEA Icons qualifier is happening simultaneous to this. If you're staying up till 1 a.m. to watch the...
Which he is. He's a DJ.
Leave me alone. I'm getting some sleep in the other hours. But if you're staying up till 1 a.m. to watch those games, same. And you get to see what Shen and Karma are doing so far. And the consensus seems to be that Shen's pretty powerful in the right hands, but he's weirdly powerful as a single target damage dealer. And whereas if you're coming to this from League of Legends PC, or if you're just looking at Shen's kit, that teleport that takes him across the map to back up an ally, we'll see that this game is very powerful, but it's not as powerful as a single ally aid spell. The big thing you're doing is you're arriving in the lane to back your buddy up. Your defense through offense. You arrive in lane, you throw some hands, and your buddy is safe because of that, not because you're giving them shielding.
All right, so we're almost there. But we kind of talked about what Suzaki want to do. You love their drive. I think it has a very smooth, very obvious way of kind of navigating through this game. Cloud9 got a lot of beef, to Udal's point. If they're going to make it work here in game number 1, what's it going to be?
Well, here's my problem. Yes, they have a lot of beef. I don't think they have enough beef to get through Garen in a front-to-back team fight.
Okay.
So my criticism of their team is they do not have early game HP. The Shen is going to be the tankiest member of the early game, and until his ultimate comes online, he's on the opposite side of the map. He's going to have to send you his presence in team fights by May. So, and let me tell you, UPS running a little slow these days. So Cloud9, in those early moments, are going to have to play so safe, hope that Demon King doesn't invade, which
tough ask
is what he does. And I think that's going to kind of spell disaster for them if Demon King invades, puts them behind early. They need to wait so long for that Graves to come online. He's already a champion that takes 10 minutes sometimes to really be doing damage. And if you're behind in jungle, if you're having camps stolen away from you, that's maybe a 15-minute champion.
Which is a long time in Wild Rift. Yeah. Again, like, games sometimes go long if you're familiar with League PC. 40, 45 minutes is relatively standard. 20 minutes is like, we're in the ultra late game, baby. There aren't very many Wild Rift games that go super late.
Yeah, and if we see a 20-minute game here, Cloud9 have the better draft. Right?
Okay.
The Lucian is going to fall off, even with the boost that Lulu gives you in the late game. Lulu's very good in the late game team fights. Will kind of bring the Lucian back in for a period. But if we go past 20 minutes, there's no doubting it. Graves, that's just going to shred the enemy team. I just don't see a world where we get there, because we know how aggressive Demon King is. We know what he's been saying in the interviews the entire time we've been talking to him. He's been saying he's going to smash Tarzan in this game. If we see him sit in his own jungle on Rengar and not invade, I don't know. I'll just leave.
Look, whether it's correct or not, I think the one thing we can be assured of for these two teams is that they are going to fight, and we'll get to watch it right now. It's time, finally, for game number 1.
I'm so happy for you, Juliet. If that had gone wrong for a second time.
Hey, I was always going to be right eventually.
True. We could have just kept doing it.
all I need, TJ.
We could have just kept doing it until
I would have kept doing it. Look, yeah. I'll be here all day. There'll be a game.
This is, of course, our very first game in the WNS Championship.
It is! Welcome!
Feels as though it merits some ceremony. Early on, we're seeing that this... Oh, this is Graves being pulled out in the mid lane, and it's going to be Jungle Olaf.
Does that change your thoughts about the jungle matchup at all?
I don't know what mid Graves is going to do. I suspect that's going to be a kind of rude matchup for the Akali in the opening moments of this.
Early levels suck.
Yeah. but I also don't know if that's going to give the Graves enough scale to be that damage dealer again. I was very worried. If Meals gets ganked here, gets put behind, this is really scary for him. Olaf does have more early game presence.
We took the fruit at Zello! Wow! Zello, what are you doing in the top lane? We'll check in on that, but that should not be happening.
A little bit gross. Meals leveraging his advantage. And I did warn you, Shen can throw some hands. Shen can fight right now. And I don't know what happened, but Garen disrespected that.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have Ignite, both of them have Flash. Now they have neither. Summoner Spell, all four missing there on the top side of the map, but Zello making it work. That is a big individual gold lead there to kick things off. They're already with the Cinder, and like Shen builds tank, but he's still going to be doing that damage if he's ahead in lane.
You can tell there's a little bit of tilt because those Garen spins happening on the mini back.
That's an indicator, you know. There's the little things you look for in game. Here's mid lane. Tarzan zooming on him, but Meals just going to get the wave prio.
Early presence in mid is good for Cloud9 because, again, once level 4 is hit by Johto, he's going to start being able to have the kit to fight properly against this mid lane Graves. So you need to be backing him up. You need to be making sure that the Graves doesn't get punished. Watch for Demon King's first rotation. His first gank is going to very likely be the most important part of Suzaku's game plan here.
Johto not 6. This is a tough one to try and wiggle out of. Does have barrier as well. Versus the exhaust, so not a whole lot of kill potential. Sorry.
And the early pressure in that mid lane is all about Johto. Once he's completed this level 4, he'll get his ultimate level 5, and he'll start being able to properly fight aggressively into Meals. Once the smoke veil's up, I think that's actually a pretty bad matchup for Meals.
Yeah, definitely Carly can get some leverage. Once she unlocks all of her abilities, can actually be an assassin rather than just someone that throws shurikens in lane and kind of hopes it goes all right. Also of note, execution is falling very early for Demon King, so understanding that he's got to try and again, if he's going to battle this Olaf, which is going to be happening at some point, has to make sure he can cut some of the healing.
And I want to shout out what I said was going to happen in the bottom lane. That Ziggs on old school. He's hiding behind his turret. The turret's already taken damage. It's an impressive amount of damage with the early protection buff that it has. And that's just Istrabo playing Lucian, running that lane.
Lulu Lucian. It's a good one in League PC. It's not bad here in Wild Rift either.
They're giving him extra farm.
Oh, I love this.
And they're going to rotate him into this matchup to see if they can catch anyone off guard. They put Johto down at the bottom lane.
Level 5 jumps on in, old school the target. But now back on we go. The polymorph is good. Selmo is going to go down. It's Lucian claiming a kill for Suzaku.
And Cloud9. Unfortunate for them is they've just lost one of their big roaming potentials in the early game. You rely on the Gragas to be one of the tanks of this team, and he's behind. Tank HP, tank scaling is really important in a game like this, where you're lacking people to stand up front and take Lucian autos.
You've seen it before. One of the great moves of the early 2000s, lost in rotation. Might be getting that one slightly mixed up, but
wow.
Definitely a very nice pick there for Demon King Suzaku, capitalizing on their movement with a very nice move of the duo to mid lane. And they're staying there. They're going to start to smash some plates here, if they can.
Yeah, they're going to use that Lulu Lucian lane in the middle to rotate very quickly to these first objectives. We have the first Rift Herald, the first Dragon coming up.
Dominor's already done as well. Isabeau, fight ready for sure. But 3 for C9 here in the mid, just chilling. Again, you have to hold on to priority here, but Tarzan does not want to be here in the mid lane just clearing minions.
Look at the amount of poke that Istrabo can do, dancing forward and just shredding the HP of anyone in range. And that's the real problem with this team over on Cloud9 during the early game. They're doing well at holding out so far, trading even on the map so far, very good for Cloud9. But Suzaku are coming into their power spike here, and after the 5-minute mark, it's going to be on them to end this game. They have the tools to win, and they need to make the plays happen.
Yeah, time to trade is the Mountain Drake for the first Rift Tower, the very common one. Tarzan makes sure to scoop that one up. They're going to try and go topside and grab some gold, but instead selects the recall first of all.
Yeah, and this is partly compositional. Like, how do you start a fight there under the turret for Cloud9? They just don't have the tools during the early game again. But that will go away. Eventually, you'll see those Gragas casts opening fights, the ranged poke from the Ziggs coming online. The only issue is it will take a while.
Still, we are just chilling as Meals. Our first appearance, but certainly not our last. Good old boat breaker, TJ.
Yeah, this is very popular in Asia right now. Double hull breaker first item in this game. One for Suki, one for Meals.
Hey.
Indicating which of those champions want to just sit in the side lanes and be threats.
Look, I wasn't going to fault Zello if he wanted to build it as well. Has gone Sunfire instead, but you know what? I put it in the back of my mind as a note for later, just in case Zello was feeling it off the back of his first blood gold, by the way, which he's still feeling pretty good about. But things have evened out in that lane, so it is just a lot of posturing here while they navigate this middle section of the rift. As Tarzan onto Jotu, he's going to have to dash away into the Shroud we go. No kill to be had. Going to get aggressive with it though, but has ulti 2 to pop away and we'll be fine.
Yeah, I was waiting for a sick ult to come out there. Meals to find something. Here's the full rotate. Suzaku trying to get some revenge on that bottom side of the map.
Again, Demon King though, once the jungler picking credit, Meal's gonna get out of the way. Here's a bow with the wraparound though, you don't see that every day. And now Meal's getting poked down. He's not gonna win this 1v1. They're under the tower. Meal's gonna have to run. Tarzan already managed to get the recall off.
Midwave is being pushed in by Cloud9 during this time. Meal's trying to clear the wave.
Demon King, no, he goes in, gets exhausted. Wild Growth popped up and they're not synced, but Jotu sweeps on in to pick it up.
Excellent dive by Jotu. First turret break does go to Cloud9. They shred the mid turret in a very good rotation. Oh, Jotu.
Someone in trouble. No, it's the other side. It's Jotu absolutely dead to the Gragas thanks to the assist from the Ziggs ulti.
One turret did go to Suki, leveraging that Hull Breaker to shred the top lane. So Hull Breaker's finding value early. Gold game staying even though. Cloud9 only 1,000 gold behind, again with a composition that's very weak right now. So this is good for Cloud9 despite the big numbers at the top of your screen.
Yeah, always fun to rack up kills, but Suzaku do need to pressure a little bit more as those objectives respawn. They've got one Drake. They'll look to try and stack them here, so watch this dive again.
Yeah, watch how much the Lulu safety is just afforded here. And Demon King can really go in, take too aggressive of a fight and still be backed up. Jotu unfortunately gets caught on the wrong side of the turret. There's only one cannon minion left, so he can't get back across.
Sad days.
Real rough.
A nice trade kill there.
Yeah, and a really good job by Meals to go ahead and burn that wave so that could happen. It happens because instead of targeting champions, Meals gets rid of the minion wave, makes sure there's no passport for Jotu once he hard commits.
Yep, again, if you're going to go down, might as well make the best of the situation. And Suzaku once again pressuring towards this bottom half of the rift.
Yeah, Drake coming up in about, what, 50 seconds? That seemed fact? He's giving me a sure sign.
I'll believe you as far as math goes. Definitely not my strong suit, despite, again, having time in my name. That is a Rift Tower pop. Wonder where that one went, but it was still in Tarzan's back pocket, so we'll go ahead and try and get this into the bottom side tower. The damage is not enough, and the tower will be collected. Cloud9 continuing to keep up their gold income. Very important here in this game again. We talk about it. When we hit 20 minutes, Cloud9 are feeling pretty good, but Selmore, looking for the big play, going to force the flash out of Isaboa.
And now we're in problem territory, Julian, because this is even gold approaching 10 minutes. And the fact that Suzaku haven't managed to press their compositional advantage is now starting to be a real problem for them.
Alrighty, Suki also getting some leverage here again. We talk about Garen's individual power, has the Hull Breaker ready to go. So Meals has just kind of been catching waves. Suki is getting some pressure, but again, Suzaku need to do more than this as they kind of get over to the 10-15 minute mark. That's when this game really should open up for them.
Objectives coming up now, two of them, the Cloud Drake and the Rift Herald. This Rift Herald fight up top will very likely be game deciding for Cloud9. If they can just trade these objectives even, stay steady, they're doing fine, and it looks like they're going to get that Cloud Drake. Over on Suzaku's side, they're settling for the Cloud Drake and not getting Rift Herald, not getting any control of the map. This means they're going to have to fight at disadvantage for the rest of this game. As Ziggs comes online, as Graves comes online, as the HP scaling comes online for both Shen and Gragas. This is going to be very difficult for Suzaku from now on. A lot of it comes down to Jotu and Istraboa. They're going to need to be hard carries.
Yeah, interesting trade we consider the timers that we've kind of put on this game. Rift Herald obviously giving you that gold means Cloud9 can keep their income up and steady, which is good, given that they're trying to float this game to a bit later in it. But now the fight is going to break out. Selmore in trouble there. The Wild Growth Rengar combo is nice, and Demon King is going to take one down, but the status may not save the rest of them for long. The Suki spinning around, but Cloud9 are just ripping through the enemy jungle. Demon King is going to go down, but Jotu lining up a big AoE ulti, a clutch exhaust. It's going to stop that Akali in her track, but Suzaku keep on fighting as Old School's got bombs for days, and Suzaku going to have to turn tail.
And it's Old School all the way that saves that fight for Cloud9, sitting in the very back, dumping out damage and bringing their team forward in this game.
Very exciting one there. So you're going to take a look at that one again, this time in a Coca-Cola pop-off moment.
Watch the positioning here, as at the very back of this fight, it is a whole lot of pressure in, and the Cloud9 line does not break. Exactly what we're asking for. Demon King starts this off in the front line. Him and Istraboa not playing bad at all, using that culling, but the cast knocks them out of combo. And when Suki tries to go in, Meals plays defense. Meals and Old School just hold that backline, jump out damage. Doesn't matter if you're in smoke veil. There are so many bombs going in. There's no way Jotsu or anyone else takes those hits.
It's one of the reasons we're so excited about Old School as a player. Yes, it's not on a more traditional marksman, let's say, but he still knows what to do. The job is the same, even on a mage. It is stay safe and dish out damage for as long as he possibly can. So Cloud9 holding on very nicely here through the first 11 minutes or so. Rifko going to get popped off as well. It is trouble in paradise here for Suki in the top half of the Rift. And that is going to be a kill. No, the Wild going to save the day, but not for long enough as Meals managed to get one. But they are going to get one back, and Isabella's popping off. He's going to get two. Misses the last bullet barely onto Selmore, but he's going to flash in. Knows what he wants, and Meals now going to be the next one he's trying to feed on, but Meals dashing away. Has the bow breaker ready to go as Isabella is still chasing Lulu. He's going to take no prisoners with the Shen ulti. He's going to save the Cloud9 mid laner.
And here comes the Roam. Demon King joining in the action. They know they have low HP targets here. At the very least, Suzaku want to press this wave and see if they can get anything off their map control. They'll steal away some camps that'll have to be in. Oh, Zello, what is this?
Face checking, gets the ward down. Demon King is just going to be let go. Zello not going to take any risks.
Looks in the bush, says, I don't know if I want that.
All right, well, again, looking good for Cloud9. This is a tough kill to try and get with the Lulu roaming up, but they did manage to get one, but Suzaku made them pay.
Yeah, diving Garrett under turret, even with the Rift Herald. Very difficult proposition. Cloud9 do get the kill, as you say, but it leaves Istroboa in prime position. And he gets a little bit more gold. You can see Istroboa kind of the secondary carry. I warned you, this might come down to a battle of our two AD carries, and it does appear to be Old School and Istroboa leading the way for their respective teams.
All right, well, Cloud9 looking for a scrap here in the river. Selmore missed the engage. Bomb goes a little wide there for Old School.
We're about a minute away from this Infernal Drake. This will be game deciding in teamfight form if we get a decisive win. The Infernal Drake so important to these two teams, and if they teamfight over it, the winner gets the Baron as well.
Also of note, Jotu is just maximizing burst damage at this point. Literally, like every component and a Rabadon's just trying to kill a key squishy target if possible before, you know, Akali has to kind of leave the fight or just dies in the play. It's 3v1. Great barrel there out of the Gragas there to set up onto Suki, but it's a 2vx. This Demon King is going to fight his way out with Suki, and Stone roams on up to get the save. Selmore's going to die as the Wildcard pops on two. Demon King tries to restart the brush, and Tarzan's dead as well.
He gets out, Suki
no,
finds the angle.
There's more. Old School going to get the exhaust down. That might be enough to save him. The culling is going to have to be juked there. Old School doing what he can, fighting his way out of the pit, but there is nothing here. It's a rampage there for Isabella's.
And that keeps Suzaku in this game, Julian. They're going to be able to turn it down, but Jotu in the meantime at the bottom side now.
See you. It's okay. Had ulti 2, I think, may have used it already, but Meals is going to live. The only one on Cloud9 to do so, by the way.
Yeah, the only player still on the map for Cloud9, as they took a very dangerous fight in the top side. You can never rely on a Garen to be someone you can gank in the side lanes, and we see exactly why there. I asked at the beginning of the game, how are you going to get through Suki? How are you going to burn through that Garen HP with this composition? The answer is they're not. Not yet. Not until Graves is doing more damage than that. And this early game continues. Suzaku kind of buy more time on their composition with that team fight win, turning it into the Infernal Drake. They don't have enough to immediately pick up the Baron, but they'll take those wins. They'll take that gold in their bank account.
Yeah, you said it could be a game-deciding objective for the pickup. Infernal Drake is so powerful. So Suzaku definitely feeling good. Won the team fight, I might add. One on the opposite side of the map, which is not what I expected for that dragon, but it's all the same for Suzaku here, as they're up about 4-5k. They've got those critical 3 Drakes, including the Infernal, and again, Cloud9 is just trying to buy time, but Suzaku are going to try and make that window as narrow as they possibly can. Demon King leaping in onto the mid lane, Selmore in trouble. Old School already flashed out of the way, and he's going to keep on going. The exhausts are running rampant. Stone is going to get run down by Tarzan, but I think Isabella can live through it. Tarzan keeps on going, and he gets a critical kill. Cloud9 has somehow found a fight that works here.
And Suzaku just get overconfident, force a fight without full information, and end up in a 3v4 in the middle of the map. It's disastrous for them. Tarzan able to chase down Istrobo as he kites. And this will give Cloud9 the Baron.
Jotu is going in, he's going to try and kill Tarzan! Can't get the kill just yet, gets it! But I don't think he could do anything else. They're going to get the Baron after. Jotu is so on damage! Oh my god! He saved the day! Jotu! What was that?
Absolutely incredible from Joju, and Suki's going for the end.
We've got a TP, old school recall back in. He's coming back to the base, but I think Suki's got it. Demon King's already slapping his teammates. They know the game is done. A dramatic finish, but game one goes to Suzaku.
Welcome to the WNS, Julian. It is our grand finals, and you could not wish for a better start.
Grand finals for the region.
Tournament.
Grand finals is on Sunday. That was our first bloody game, TJ.
You could not wish for a better start to our regional finals.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Suzaku knew that timer was ticking. They knew if that game keeps going, it gets dangerous. They knew that if that Baron got taken, it was over. And instead, we get Jotu delivering.
They're popping off, by the way, like they just won the series. It's a best of 3, everyone. There are still 1 or 2 more games to play, but Suzaku came to play in the WNS.
And Jotu's a new part of this team. They're playing with premonition. He's brand new here on the stage, and he's able to do that.
That Baron play was absolutely disgusting. Like, okay, I was like, I get the jungler. That's the right play. You know, you got to try and remove the smite, you know, make them scared to get up to Baron. Maybe you can threaten a steal, and at least you kind of reset. You got your 1 kill that you needed to get, and they don't get the Baron. You reset the map. That's not what happened.
No.
Suki was splitting. Joju got a triple kill, and then the game ended.
And all it took was the Garen taking all those side lane fights where you just can't kill the Garen. That buys time. And remember, Cloud9 didn't have the tools to make anything happen during the early game. That entire game, they never got proper control because they're just waiting for the mythical time where they're going to be able to run the map. Graves never comes online. Their late game never comes online, but when it's about to, you get the hero play from one of the few characters that is scaling, that Akali.
All right, with that, that is game number 1, so I'd love to hear what our lovely analyst Tess has to say about it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here to Popeye's Point, and what a way to kick off the WNS. SuzakuGG taking that one away, almost like a steal, like a Baron steal without taking the Baron, but stealing the game there. Jotu, the substitute mid laner for SuzakuGG with the pop-off play of the tournament so far. That's going to be a tough one to beat here, Kangas.
Going into the day, my question was Jotu the right pick? Is he going to actually be up to snuff with the rest of the team and, you know, have the level of play that they need to make a deep run in this tournament? And he triple kills the enemy team at Baron and saves the game. I mean, obviously, this was the correct choice for Suzaku.
Yeah, I mean, but we also have to talk about Suki on the Garen. Got solo killed. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
It was so long ago.
I forgot.
But like 1 minute, 30 seconds into the game, gets solo killed, and then down that gold, once he gets the Hullbreaker, is able to get the counter solo kill. And at the end there, we saw the Hullbreaker kills the Graves, gets the inhib. Jotu made a sick play on Baron, but Suki is what allowed them to end the game there, the split push pressure from the Hullbreaker from the Garen.
I think a lot of what when we were talking to Suzaku yesterday was not only just Demon King, but the entire team's game sense has been really heightened. And I think right there we get to see you have Suki splitting on the side lane, like you were saying, and then Jotu, just the trust from his team to go, I'm just going to go in. I'm going to be able to find 3 kills and completely rip apart Cloud9. That fight, I mean, right before that, they lost a huge fight right in the mid lane at 14 minutes, and it looked a little scary there for Suzaku. But Cloud9, they get caught out, and immediately the game just ends.
Yeah, right now we're really excited. We had so many things happen. I want to give props to all of you guys for setting us up properly on this Hullbreaker meta, right?
Sure.
Where we're going to have 2 split pushers with the Hullbreakers on the opposite sides, different lanes, but they end up matching each other to see who would have the better strength when they're alone in a lane against an opponent. And then after that, you have this massive pop-off play by Jotu. It looked like a battle for Cloud9 where it's like, how long can we scale? How long can we wait for the Ziggs to come online? They fought around the blue buff a little bit too early, then find the fight that they want against Suzaku, but then Jotu makes the saving play here as our star player of the game.
Yeah, something that TJ brought up on the broadcast was that they didn't have a lot of access to this bottom lane, right? It was the Gragas, how are you going to get to the Lucian? How are you going to get to the Lulu? But it's also, you know, we can spread that across. How do you get onto Akali? How do you stop her when she's in stealth? She is completely untargetable at that point, and we saw time and time again, he took advantage of the mid lane against Meals, which is something that we've seen time and time again. His laning phase has not always been up to snuff, and this is where someone like Jotu, who's kind of been in the roster for a little bit ever since LCQ and the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah.
This is exciting stuff. I'm super now pumped to see what else is here for him.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how favorable of a matchup that is for Meals, right? Like,
exactly.
Graves into the Akali, pretty difficult. And when you have a Tarzan on your team, I feel like putting Graves in the hands of Tarzan is always a good thing to look at. But yeah, what a way to start off the day. That's what I'm feeling. I'm like, what a banger of a series. I hope the rest of the games are like that.
Are we ready to put Akali on the tier list?
All right, so behind us.
If we're building the tier list?
Yeah, behind us we got the tier list here. We're talking about a lot of champions and a lot of players with those champions, but we're doing the best champions, the tier list of champions here. So Kangas, take it away.
I'm struggling with the tape
Dude,
right now.
it's masking tape. How bad can it be?
I'm in a high-pressure situation.
You're
okay?
a bodybuilder,
there
you
go.
can't figure out tape. All right.
I'm an athletic arm wrestler, all right? I'm not a bodybuilder.
All right, how are we setting this up, boys? So how are we using the whiteboard
okay,
here?
so the whiteboard is, it's subjective. After that game, I was kind of ready to put it a little bit lower. Boom.
Boom.
Here, draw your tier list.
Super S tier.
All right. Let's actually draw this out. And Michael, you're also going to hop in here.
Yeah.
So we build out the tier list as we go for the champions that have been picked so far throughout the event. Based on that performance, we're putting Akali up there. We'll see if it changes.
You can move
Want
this
to
if you
know,
want.
Akali?
Exactly. You can. You get one move. You can either move this down,
Only one?
or you can.
Where's the Ori card?
Ori was not in this game. You can't do that.
Later.
You
But
gotta pick one.
I feel like for me, Ziggs, even though Old School and C9 lost that game,
he was
right?
really
He was
good.
playing really well on the Ziggs and is a champion that we've seen consistently in the meta since Season 0. And on the global stage, Korea loves this champion, Southeast Asia loves this champion, China loves this champion, and I feel like Ziggs has to go into that S tier. Just such a powerful meta pick and allows you to defend towers so well. Oftentimes, you'll see if it is run in the bot lane, it'll just rotate to mid and it'll defend your mid tower for the next 8 to 10 minutes of the game.
Michael, do you want them to be homies, like sitting next to each other? I dropped it. Do you want them to be homies, or do you want them to be far apart?
If I'm a Ziggs, I don't want to be anywhere near Akali, so I think we put it kind of far away.
Boom. We're gonna put it right next to Kangas's nice shiny bald head.
See, this is why they pay me to draw. This is what I do on the desk.
Oh, yeah.
It's the ink is kind of struggling, so we're just gonna keep
it's fine. It's fine.
It'll work.
You have a general idea. Give us a champion that was not S tier on this, so that not everyone are homies at the top.
Sure.
Shen.
Shen. I like Shen.
I mean, it got the first blood.
Kangas, you can pick one.
All right.
We'll
Here. I'm gonna take the Shen. I'm gonna take the Shen.
Okay.
And I'm not going to put it in the S tier. I'm going to put it in the B tier. I think it's a solid B tier pick. It can be drafted. It can work. And like we saw, if you disrespect it, it gets first blood. But I do think it was a disrespect from Tsuki. I don't think the Garen should die in that situation.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't put it higher up. I know you might be like, hey, you got first blood.
Yeah.
They got the solo kill.
Come on.
I still think solid B tier. You can draft around it.
All right, give me one more
Where's
pick
Lulu
here.
going?
Where's the
Where's
Lulu
Lulu?
go?
Okay. I don't know how you feel.
TJ's going to be really upset based on your answer.
All right, Udall, it's on you.
Udall, come on, brother.
All right, I'm putting Lulu. I can do it myself.
Yeah,
I'll put
there you go.
Lulu into the A tier. We'll put it all
right.
the way over here. I think
That's
Lulu
solid.
is a pretty strong champion. I mean, in the top side, remember when Garen was down to just a sliver of health? Rengar was waiting in the wings, able to, get a couple of kills onto C9, and I think the Lulu was part of what enabled that. Really someone that pairs so well with the Rengar, with the Olaf, with these kind of hyper-carry champions. So I think Lulu is good, but, it really depends on the composition you build around it. That's why I put it in the A tier and not the S.
I can't wait to move one of these down later. I'm so ready for that.
All right, chat, let us know what you think here. I'm seeing a Lulu Resident Sleeper.
Agreed.
What else are we seeing? S tier Lulu? Okay,
Depends on
Lulu
what
is
you pair
actually
with.
a little...
Depends on what you pair with, of course. I think A is respectable.
Sure.
For the Lulu. Unfortunately, we didn't have the Garen one, so I might have to draw that one myself
I'm not
later.
looking forward to that one.
Yeah,
I'll be
I might need a
100%
better
off
marker
of
for
you.
that. Yeah.
All right, well, we've got ourselves an update on the bracket as we take a look at it. Obviously, SuzakuGG taking the Game 1 victory, but we take a look at the bottom side of the bracket. Sentinels, the number 2 squad coming into the tournament, take care of business against the Giant Slayers. No more ego, sending no more ego to the bottom side of the bracket against Saint. And then here in our, I guess what would be a semifinal upper bracket battle, it's Sentinels, it's Tribe, it's the battle of the red. And you can't see it right now, but Michael Udall's smile just went from ear to ear.
I'm gritted. Well, okay, yeah, I'm happy Sentinels won. But Sentinels versus Tribe, that matchup is going to be so exciting to watch. We're going to be seeing some explosive games. I know I'm a former Sentinels player. I know I love them. But at the end of the day, I'm here to watch amazing Wild Rift. I'm here to watch the best of our region because really, this is the foray to the upcoming World Championship. Yep. I want North America to go out there and prove that we are the best Western region. You hear that, EU?
Oh.
You hear that, LATAM?
Oh, yeah.
We're coming for you. But yeah, and Sentinels, I think definitely that Sentinels Tribe matchup for me is going to be a big one. Who's going to face Immortals
Molly
in the
starting,
finals?
baby.
It's the darlings of the North American scene, right? It's Molly versus starting. I think that's just beautiful. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, we saw a couple of people in the chat asking, when's Rick's playing? Rick's a great team. Wrong region here. We're here in North America at the Mall of America. What better way to celebrate the North American champion at the mall named after the region that we're playing in right now? I somehow got myself out of that one.
By the way, you can play Wild Rift anywhere, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're at the mall, if you're hanging out and watching the show, check it out. Download it on your phone. You can maybe start playing with some of the players after they're done with their games.
We definitely tried to play it on the roller coaster at one point or another.
They got mad at us. You're not
difficult.
don't bring your phones out on the roller coasters, kids.
Yeah.
It can fall out of your hands. Your parents will be mad at you, and you might drop it on someone.
We tried, but we stopped for safety.
Yes.
Yeah, that. You're not supposed to do that. We would never break the rules. Let's focus back in on this matchup here. Cloud9 and Suzaku. Suzaku taking the early first match victory, and Cloud9, their plan was clear. It was to scale, get to the late game fight, and win those team fights. They didn't get to that point. What do you want to see different here, Kangas?
Well, first, I just want to remind everybody the context that these teams have never gone to the full 3 games. It's always a 2-0 one way or the other. So that's bad news for Cloud9 right there. But I want to see Cloud9 actually go for the hole breaker strategy. They played with it with Meals on the Graves, and he went that one hole breaker, but they didn't actually go for the early double hole breakers with both their solo laners and try and split the map, just kind of trade objectives and just hard commit for the gold from the turrets. I think that Cloud9, they showed that they can do that. They have actually succeeded with that strategy in the past. That's what I'd like to see them do. Try to lean into it more.
And speaking of showing some strategy, Udall, it seems like you've got a replay lined up for us to break it down.
It's my time, baby. Let's go. Give me some replays. And we got that solo kill from Zello. Gets the ignite, gets the flash forward. But remember, Suki did get a solo of their own a bit later on, but this really was a turning moment. You see the Garen, it's going to fall solo. There's why I put Lulu into the A tier. Yes, the Garen dies, but it sets up the bait, and this is what set Izurboa up for success. Was able to get 2 kills here, a lot of gold into their pocket. And, this is just Suzaku having great map plays, reading where Cloud9 wants to be, forcing the Shen'el out a very long cooldown. But you guys are about to see another Garen bait. Suki over and over, pulling the resources of Cloud9 with the flash out, the redemption, the slam dunk onto Zello.
Oh, man.
And is able to get out of the sliver of HP. And this is really where I felt like the game completely turned around. You see a beautiful mechanical play there from Demon King going into the bush, flashing on over to Gragas, Selmoth securing the kill, and then Izurboa coming and cleaning up. But we're going to have one more. We're going to have the highlight moment.
Oh,
it's coming in a minute.
Can't wait.
It's going to be
Here it
Joe
is.
2 doing it to him. The 1v4 on the Baron takes down the Olaf. A beautiful Zhonya's timing, stopping a lot of the damage, and look at that ultimate, able to get 3. And during all of this, you see Suki on the bot side, splish pushing, getting the inhibitor, getting the solo bolo.
Look at Saint. They're just hanging out. They're watching the replay
Looking
with
like
us.
cuties, there's a Sami, there's a whole squad.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I just love that. And we were talking about Garen. This is similar to the style that they beat Cloud9 in Major 3. You have not the Vayne, but a typical marksman in the bot lane, and you're enabling your mid laners to be playing assassins, especially with the Rengar for Demon King.
Yeah, and I know that we didn't really hype up Izurboa as much so far on the day, but when we were talking with TJ ahead of the match, he was also saying bot lane's going to be really pivotal and who's able to take this, and Izurboa had a fantastic game number 1. Not to say that Old School wasn't able to have a strong performance on the six. He was controlling those choke points, he was still doing his damage, but Izurboa had those pop-off moments where the Lucian was going forward and getting those kills.
Yeah, and that was a major difference in this game. TJ did a good job calling out the times where Old School was still able to pump out damage, even though the front line was breaking, and part of me wonders, maybe the meta is Hole Breaker, and that is what they should do. But this team feels so built upon team fighting and outplaying that way, having Old School just sit in the back line and pump out damage. When I think Cloud9, I think of that. I think of Tarzan getting a lead, leading the charge, finding the engage, and then the rest of the team following up. But if you have one person that's split pushing with Hole Breaker like Meals, then some of these fights and these normal engages that you've had over the last 3 months before this recent patch aren't the right play, and we got to see that around the blue buff. So this Cloud9 roster, you wonder how practiced are they on this specific meta, on this specific style.
Yeah, and speaking of the Hullbreaker matchup, I mean, Meals on the Graves did build Hullbreaker, but had to match up against the Garen. I mean, that really, from a macro perspective, made it so difficult for C9. Shen wants the split push. He wants to be playing on the sideline, but he can't play up against the Garen 1v1 because he's going to get solo killed. And so you're put in this situation where you have Shen on the sideline, but Graves also has to be matching the Garen, which allowed Suzaku to win a lot of these rotates. And when they kept trying to gank Garen, it led to, okay, Garen almost dies or does die, but Azure Boa on the Lucian comes and cleans up.
Yeah, a 1-3-1 setup was possible, but something that we don't see as often in Wild Rift as we do in PC. So maybe something Cloud9 will be able to figure out, but they've got to figure it out real quick as we see the players on the stage. They're ready to go. They have their pep talk, just getting little finger warm up there, little snaps
warm
right
up
there.
the thumbs, right?
For Meals.
I will also say, we highlighted it before, Johto is an assassin player, and I think Cloud9 was just reminded of that. We might see Akali bans, or at least just more respect given to Johto around those objectives, because let's not get like over eager here. Johto did save that game. If Cloud9 get that Baron, very different rest of that game, and that was the big key moment. So we can talk about draft, we can talk about all these other like points that happened earlier in the game, but it came down to that moment. Johto delivering in that moment.
I'm loving just seeing Demon King just having the time of his life.
He's out there.
He talked the smack and backed it up. Now, we didn't get to it before our first game, but I promise they have not changed. It's prediction time, y'all.
I asked them to change mine. Let's see if they
No, you can't flip now.
Let's
go
put our predictions in before draft.
Wait, what was it before? Tell us now before it comes
before I had Cloud9. They didn't change it. They didn't change it. Man, I was thinking about it.
All right, let's start all the way down there. Udall, what do you see here in Cloud9? What made you pick that? And are you regretting it now after the game number 1?
Listen, no regrets. We live and we learn. I thought Cloud9, speaking to Nano, speaking to the team, they prepped a lot. And, it's not an over series. They lost game 1, but they were in it, right? Johto made a 4v1, outplay on Baron. That very easily could have gone Cloud9's way. If they secure the Baron there, all of a sudden, that's their game to lose. They probably still lose an inhibitor, but what can they get in return? So, I think Suzaku really showed up, but by no means is this series over.
Exactly. I think when I was taking all the predictions, it was all a bunch of 2-1s. And I know that betting in Suzaku, my heart was saying Suzaku. Everybody's brain is telling them Cloud9. I kind of took a bet, and I'm really glad that it came through, because this is exactly the style that I want to see Suzaku play through. Yes, they got it was a little bit dicey. We had a bit of a closer game towards the middle of it, but I'm really excited now. I think this is a very real possibility.
Again, I just want it to be known, it's not that big of a bet.
Sure.
They're 4th and 5th seed, man.
Apparently not with the predictions.
True. Fair. We did have more predictions leaning Cloud9's way. Part of that is just, again, the recency of the meta read. They had a lot of experience practicing that Hullbreaker meta with the double Hullbreakers, and I was hoping they'd bring it out. They didn't. So you know what? I'm going to double down. It is Cloud9. They're going to take the series. I'm with you, Michael. Let's go.
Did you just pull a double flip here?
I changed, and then I'm happy production didn't change
He was on the Suzaka bandwagon with me, but for some reason we both voted Cloud9.
I don't know why we did that.
Yeah, I think here with Cloud9, again, this is a team that has underperformed, and we're ramping up. This is a worrying trend. I did give it 2-1 to Cloud9, but this is a worrying trend that they lost the first game. This is the punch in the mouth that happened in Major number 1, where Cloud9 did not know what to do and bombed out without winning a single series. So maybe this is a different Cloud9 here. You'd assume this is a different Cloud9, but also this is a very talented SuzakuGG squad who is now becoming the Cinderella story, the unsigned squad that is stepping up and willing to take down some of these big teams here. Okay, final thoughts before we throw it back to the Rotunda.
I was going to say, I think that there were some Cloud9 fans on the ride right back there. If the mic picked up that screaming, they're feeling a little nervous.
They're making new Suzaku fans out there, so
they are.
Be on the lookout. Maybe Asmo, their coach, brought some extra jerseys for us. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I would love one.
Udall, final thoughts?
Put Tarzan on the Graves, man. Give me some more Hullbreaker, okay? Split push action.
There's a couple of the jerseys there.
There it is. Bat Vanguard.
there's some of the strategy here. Obviously, early in the afternoon here, we'll be here all evening long as the fans will continue to pour in to the Rotunda at the multiple different levels that we have here at Mall of America. 4 levels of fans that will be watching throughout, not only today, but Saturday and Sunday as we crown our North American champion, and also 2 seeds that North America gets. So the lower bracket finals will be just as important. So even if you get knocked down early on in the tournament, you'll still have something very, very huge to play for to the Icons Global Championship.
And no matter what major Cloud9 has been in, they always go through the lower bracket anyway. So even if they drop this series here, it doesn't really matter for them. Like, they're used to this, right? They usually take one warm-up series.
That's where we've got a lot of our greatest teams, right? Like Enemy rising through the bottom half of the bracket. Immortals last year in the grand finals made it through pushing Enemy all the way to 5 games. So anything's possible in lower bracket. I think that's where some of the best in North America have come from.
All right, here we go. The band's coming fast and furious here. It's Lulu, Nami, and Jax taken away by Cloud9. On the opposite side, it's Yumi, Karma, and Rengar removed by SuzakuGG. Then we slow things down as we get into Cloud9's first pick as they flip sides to go to the blue side.
Camille is left up, and there it's going to be Zello. Made a name for themselves in Season 0. And honestly, the entire Wild Rift Esports team that they've been here as one of the best Camille players in North America. So I think this is already looking, from a draft standpoint, off to a good start for C9.
He was the player they built this entire roster around. This was the first signed player before any of the coaching staff came in. He was the first person on the roster, on the website, and he basically got to take his pick of the litter. So awesome to see him here, and he had a lot of responsibility coming from last year. He had a lot of personal doubts that he thought maybe he was the weakest link on this team. And so coming in now, you gotta show up, right? It's the only tournament. I think it's one of the only tournaments that matter. Oh, we get Tarzan's Evelyn.
Okay.
Kangas.
Evelyn locked in. We've seen this in the last majors that they played in. Was a terror on this pick. And again, just a Tarzan special. It seems like whether you're a fan of the LCS team or the Wild Rift team,
you're going to get Evelyn.
Cloud9's going to pick Evelyn.
Yeah, pretty early in the draft though, right? So Suzaku, I mean, they've played against Cloud9, they've watched the qualifiers. I'm sure they have been prepping, and this is something that they have 3 picks to now pick counters for. Do select the Ziggs, but a champion I want to talk about is the Jace that has been selected by Suzaku. In the earlier series of Tribe versus Saints, Jace was consistently banned in the first 3 and is able to make it through. I mean, we saw last game, it also was banned in the first 3, so I think a very powerful champion in the meta right now.
Can I play devil's advocate with you, Mike?
Yeah, okay, hit me with it.
Okay, now Jace, I agree, pretty strong.
Okay.
Now, did they ban it because Jace is strong, or because you have Tribe starting in the other team?
I mean, true, but you know, we'll let the champion board of tier lists after this game decide, depending on how you know, Johto, I assume, is going to be the one playing it, performs on the Jace.
Exactly. It's a melee champion. It's someone that he has a lot of expertise on. I think in North America, especially, we have a ton of melee assassin players. I think of Molly's Riven, especially, as one of those things. So excited to see as we get to the second half of the bans, Nunu and Lee Sin taken away from Demon King. Alongside that Rengar, I wonder if he's going to pull out the Xin Zhao.
I'm wondering what Suzaku's going to round out their draft with, because they have the double poke with the Jace and the Ziggs, but you usually want to pair that with frontline. Braum fits that bill here, something that helps keep the Ziggs safe, especially against the likes of the Camille and the Evelyn that want to dive in.
Speaking of Braum, I'm wondering when we're getting a Kangas Braum cosplay, man.
That's already happened.
It has happened, and it's also only going to happen again if we don't make it out of groups at Icons, because then I'll shave the beard.
But it will happen in the future, because that sounds beautiful. Ah! We're getting a Tristana! I've been one tricky this champion, and solo queue literally tried to get into Challenger. I love the Tristana, and it looks like it's going to be Meals probably playing it in the mid lane.
Yes.
Dude, okay.
You want to play Hullbreaker? Here's a perfect champion for that.
The Stormrazor buff is so strong on this champion. Oftentimes, you'll see a Stormrazor into an IE, and that 2-item power spike on Tristana is terrifying. Jace, Ziggs, they're gonna have to watch out, because if Tristana's sitting in a bush and gets the jump on them, they're gonna evaporate.
That's one strat. I'm actually with Alec. I like the Hullbreaker for it. She can just shred through those turrets.
It depends. Cloud9 have already shown that, you know, Hullbreaker first sometimes is cool. They didn't do it on Zello with going with the Sunfire here. For Cloud9, they have a really deadly jungle 2v2 with the Tristana and the Evelyn. You just have to be able to survive, because if Vi ever finds anything, if you have Demon King with his insane game sense, he will find the angles, and he will knock up your backline carries, and you're gone. you're done for.
Also important to notice the Vilock, kind of an unconventional jungler. We haven't been seeing as much of her.
Only from
lately.
Tribe, really. T-Tigers.
Yeah, he was kind of the big vibe player. So Demon King saying, I mean, we knew the confidence that he had. Imagine being an Evelyn and you run into a Vi from Arcane in the jungle. It's kind of scary.
I like the Evelyn. I mean, C9 is telling me that they want to play split push. They're telling me, you know, Kangas, you mentioned the Hull Breaker, and I actually think we probably will see the Hull Breaker on the Tristana, which means C9 is going to be trying to pull people around the map. They're going to be trying to look for these, you know, skirmishes. They don't want just straight up 5v5s. They want to use their Galio global pressure, you know, Evelyn's ability to go through vision, and they're going to be looking to fight from that.
All right, y'all, we've got ourselves game number 2. Will it be decisive for SuzakuGG, or can Cloud9 battle back? Let's find out with Pastry and TJ on the tablet. Tablet J.
Yeah, hi, Digon.
Hi, TJ.
I just have a request for production. Could you fly our predictions real quick?
Ooh.
I'm this huge fan of Digon, and
Hey, look at that!
I just noticed that something he said on the desk was that Cloud9 were the expected favorites. Anyway, let's get into game number 2.
Yeah. That's all we wanted to say. Just a little note to our friends over at the analyst desk. Doing a great job, by the way. Love your work.
I mean, but you know, Cloud9.
The whiteboard's wonderful. Everything else, we'll talk about it later. Game 2, though, is upon us. Suzaku up in a very dramatic finish to the first affair. And as we've heard from Odessa, there have been a lot of 2-0s. These teams have played each other a lot in Best of 3s in Wild Rift. But it is usually one-sided as far as the scoreline goes.
Yeah, and getting into this game, Cloud9 are doing what they always do, taking some big swings to say charitably with the draft. But that is charity from me, Julian, because I do not like this draft very much. I didn't like the draft last game. This game, it is all about burst. And make no mistake, if Cloud9 get a lead, that's really scary. They're going to be able to output more damage than basically any other team composition you could build. But if they don't get a lead, I do not know how Cloud9 team fight. If they do not find gold on their solo laners in lanes, in ganks, they are not going to be able to front-to-back team fight against a team that has Set, that has Braum, building that pocket of safety for Jason Ziggs to sit behind and dump out damage.
Yep, the all burst, no breaks comp out of C9.
Sure.
See if they can get it done, because definitely in a prolonged, protracted affair, it's going to be tricky. Don't lose the crab. Did it happen? Selmo, how good are you? Oh! Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Selmo getting active nice and early here. Meals with the prio, as you would expect. Out of the twist, love it's actually against the Jace, because Jace is a menace in lane, and Meals feels very prepared with another marksman here in this matchup.
Yeah, and this early training is going to be relatively even. Unlike last game, neither team has a massive early game advantage. There is pressure on Cloud9 though. They need to find a lead, so here it is.
Yep, gonna have to try and dive. Oh, Suki just dinged 5. It's gonna be a tough one here, but the time's coming on in. They're gonna try and lock them down.
Beautiful.
And that is first blood for Cloud9.
Watch this CC chains there. The big danger is that Suki gets his Haymaker off, giving them all that shielding. They wait on the charm from the Evelyn until the other stuns wear off, so that they can land the charm, stop him from being able to Haymaker, be that sustaining top laner who's so difficult to gank.
I mean, Suki died with flash and ulti up. Look at this play.
Yeah. Watch how long he is stunned for. This is peak I don't get to press any buttons gameplay happening to him right now. Taunted, wait on the charm, there it is.
Beautiful.
Right as the taunt is about to end.
And that's what Cloud9 need to do, right? This is why Tarzan is picking non-meta champions. This is why Evelyn got banned in game number 1 of all things. This is not something that is being played a lot in, you know, the competitive level of Wild Rift, but Tarzan knows the champions he's comfortable, knows the things that fit his style, and make it work on that first dive. And they need to keep this going.
Okay, but can I be honest?
Sure.
Evelyn got buffed recently.
Ooh.
I think there's a reason we don't see her, though. I think Evelyn takes a little bit too long to come online. I think that's the same for Tristana. Very good champion, takes a little bit too long to come online. Cloud9, again, showing this bias towards characters that work really well if you're gold.
Look at this Lich Bane, they're already done. Yeah, for Tarzan. So again, if you take a while to get online, one way to mitigate that is to get a lot of gold early on, which does require you to set up ganks well and get kills. That is quite the stun onto Meals, but he's just going to hop away and be okay. We've had another quick swap here from these sides as Meals is going to be sitting in the top lane.
Oh, he's going.
He's going! Oh, good flash back towards the tower. He's going to be okay. Suki's got nothing left.
He's cutting the way.
All right, fine. You know what? I couldn't kill you. I'll kill your minions.
Suki realizes he's not in an... What are you doing? Ooh. What is this?
Okay.
Okay. I thought he was going to take the wolves. Very good call on the recall because Tarzan is prowling. You can see him over there on the Rift Herald. So
we're going to make this trade again. Suzaku definitely prioritizing Dragons, and Infernal's a nice one to get. You only get one in Wild Rift.
Yeah, even regions where they put a lot of emphasis on Rift Herald, you find for Infernal. So, good early trade from Suzaku, and indicative of the fact that Cloud9, again, don't really feel like they can teamfight with this composition. It's hard for them to take front to back. They only really have the Galio to be that frontline tank.
Looking for a play.
Estrabella says, no thank you.
Yeah, flashes out of there. Important to note though, Des was kind of thinking about it, and it is indeed Hullbreaker first there for Meals. This is an item that we're going to see a lot of this weekend, so get used to it. Good old Boat Breaker. As Rifto's going to get popped, they're looking for the play. Vi going to dunk on in onto the enemy support. Comboed in with Isabella's ulti, and that's going to be one. Can Demon King find the second? No, Tarzan.
What
going to
is
get
that?
another, but Stove picks up the second kill for Suzaku.
Never turn your back on a brawl.
Yeah.
Excellent play by Stove as the support, finding the Winter's Bite at very long range. Finishing out that fight as a positive trade. The Rift Herald playing not going as well for Cloud9 as they would have wanted. You see Demon King with that patented aggression saying, this Galio is actually a key member of your team. If he's knocked down, every time the Galio dies, you lose the only member of your team that can tank frontline hits. So the gold on him, very important.
Ooh, this is a nice little one, but Solomon going to save the day. Meals now going back into the play. Oh my goodness, what a flash! After the Justice Punch gives Meals the kill as well.
And we have some gamers here on stage. Hands warmed up for Selmore. Deploying some very good tech, flashing into close range with the Justice Punch taunt. And that'll close the distance very quickly indeed.
Aggression though continuing. Demon King, of course, loves every angle he can find. The taunt already buffered though. CC doesn't stop the Galio, and now Cloud9 are going to move on in, but Demon King is just punching his way out.
And you can't team fight like this. Cloud9 don't have the kill.
One more stun. That's a kill. There's another for Suzaku.
And Suzaku are doing it now. The second game of this series, their win game, and they have a massive early game lead. There's no way for Cloud9 to take team fights now, as all of this even trading means that Suzaku are going to get to this mid game with the tools necessary to team fight. Cloud9 don't have the damage to scare them back, don't have the damage to get through set and brawl.
Even with the good start there for Cloud9, with Tarzan having those 2 kills, Ziggs guarantees the turret after that play. Suzaku even the goal back up. They already have the Infernal plays are going to be made here under Zello. Meals is going to get a kill, but Suki does not live to win his 1v1. As Jace on the other side, all the way in the bottom of the rift, is going to get another kill for Suzaku. Meals stayed too long, and now mid lane, Solmo's diving onto Isabella, but he finds the alley-oop on the other side of the tower still. Old School's got the damage to get the kill.
What a good play by Selmo. Old School barely survives.
Tarzan finds a pick.
And that's not very good for Suzaku, as I was moments ago saying Cloud9 didn't have the gold on their key carries. There's some cash handed out. Lots of gold onto Tarzan, who is going to be a big damage dealer in the late game, and yes, a little collected by Old School.
Very satisfying kill for Tarzan as well. We talked about the jungle matchup. Demon King's the player that Tarzan wants to try and take down, but Jotu zooming on down. Tarzan cannot get away from that. Just point and click with the Q for Jotu.
And sometimes as Evelyn, you're just in those positions.
Yep.
You don't have ult and you get spotted, you're just standing there.
Cloud9, see what they can do here with this Triss. They do want to split. They do want to use their power of the Camille and the Hullbreaker on this Tristana as well. Suki currently scoring up in the 1v1, but Set's pretty good at absorbing pressure.
We do have an objective coming up. We have both the Rift Herald and the Cloud Drake here. Rift Herald should be higher priority for these teams. That's why Suzaku so far have their attention up towards it. Oh no, they're abandoning it.
They're a Drake team. They just want to stack these, it looks like.
This also, if they burn Drake fast enough, they might be able to get in with both, which would obviously be a huge coup for Suzaku.
If you have control of the top side of the map, which they've given up because they want to make sure everyone is here for the playing place. Cloud9 wanted to contest, but as we expect, based on game number 1, they just want to trade.
Good movement from Cloud9. They snack the mid turret there. That gold all goes on to Old School. Here comes Suzaku, rolling up for the fight.
Oh, Cloud9 though, start to play nice and early. Selmo's going to get a kill there on the top side of the map. Meals is going to get the tower as well. That is big for Cloud9, but there's Zello in the bottom side. Yeah. Also getting work done.
Cloud9 running the map right now. Zello pushes into the side lane, takes away some HP on the turret, shoves in the wave.
This is the split push you want to look out for. Joji trying to make the play happen. 1v1ing Zello. There's the Ziggs ulti down as well. Making it nice and easy for Suzaku.
A 3-pointer for Mr. Boa.
Nice and easy when Camille ulti sets you up. very effortlessly, as blue buff's going to be donated over as well. It is death cap done now for Tarzan, I will note. Does have a death, but is very strong in these early stages still.
Even despite that death, though, very good sequence for Cloud9. They get the kill up in the top lane, they threaten the turret down bottom, they take the turret up top. That's the kind of play that Cloud9 needs to put together with a team composition like this, because they do not succeed at front-to-back 5v5 team fights. If you see them all grouped 10 players in the same place, it's really scary for them. They can't control those fights, they don't have the front line. So when instead they get plays like that, where they run the map, they dictate where the fights happen in small skirmishes, that's a win condition for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a kitchen sink comp, TJ. Just throw it all at them and hope somebody dies so you can have the fight go your way. Silmo getting chased down. Suzaku gonna force a flash and still staying mobile because there's another fight on the other side. Tarzan is going to get one, but he is in a very precarious position. Silmo going to move back down. Demon King going to get some revenge. Sag grabs himself a double kill, and this is what you're saying. They just can't team fight TJ. Suzaku front to back 5v5 are just too strong.
At Cloud9, they find a good opportunity. Istraboa wanders too far forward, gets picked off, but then there's nothing left. There's no gas in the tank, and Suzaku managed to clean up the team fight.
Looking real good there for Suzaku in that team fight. So we'll have a replay of what just happened in our Coca-Cola pop-off moment.
You're darn right it's a pop-off. Check this out. Istraboa caught out early. Tarzan makes the right play, but now he's done. There's nothing left. He spent ultimate. He's suplexed into the rest of the team. That is the fight. That might be the game. Suzaku managed to convert massive gold swings on all their carries, even casually picking up old school at the end of that.
Just barely missing out on the ace. Zelos Camille is going to zip away with the hook shot. And this is the plan. I mean, look, we saw what happened in the 5v5.
Yeah.
That's not it for C9. This is it. Just get your solo landers in the side lanes, get the hull breaker, smack in the turret, and hope Suzaku don't run the map and kill you while that's trying to happen. You have to play very, very precise 1-3-1 here.
And for Cloud9, this is so scary now because the only way they control this map is if they are spread out across it. That's going to be impossible during objectives. When these major objectives come up, Suzaku are going to have the tools to force fights, and of course if Cloud9 fall behind and they start being forced back out of their own jungle, that's just the game. Cloud9 will not be able to operate the second Suzaku is able to take control of the map. So Cloud9 are really only one bad team fight away from this becoming a devastating snowball.
And of course, if they can find a little bit of gold, find some picks, they've got the burst to do so. They've got the champion for the side lane. Tarzan shadowing his Baron laner, looking nice here into Jotu, but they just brought him out of there. Now Demon King is zooming back through. Tarzan's got the ulti out of the way, but Demon King just wants to go. They get the kill. Zella's going to have to get out of there. Selmore is now absolutely loose in the front of the enemy, and Suki in the top side's getting it done as well. Meals is going to get out of there, I think. But Selmore maybe not so lucky. It is going to be a kill. Brom's going to guarantee it. Suzaku now dominating.
And right on the schedule, you do have Istraboa.
Hello, how'd this happen?
He's fine, he's chilling, it's all right. Very good play on the bottom side of the map by Suzaku. They spot the opportunity, they spot the Protobelt specifically out of Tarzan. That's one of two dashes that he has. He spends the second one, gets to his more than that. Demon King, Julian.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not, that's usually not the answer to that question.
Spends the ult, goes in, follows up with the dash, even at flash if he needed it, and he's able to just accelerate through that fight. There's nothing left for the backside of it. Tarzan just dead in the water.
And Suzaku looking at that Drake again, should be able to pick that up. Rift Herald is wandering down the bottom half of the
Rift Herald. Can we...
Feels bad, man.
Can we get a camera on that Rift Herald?
Gonna meet Zello very late for this coffee meetup. There's Baron up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Shelly, it's okay. It's a long walk to the tier 2.
Yeah, I feel my feet are kind of hurting, but walking around the Mall of America.
It's like day though, so gotta get the workout in for Shelly. That's the Rift Herald for everyone wondering. And Zello is going to meet it, so we'll see if they can do something there. Selma going to find 2 with a taunt, but Demon King at the ready. Stasis there for Old School. I don't think it's going to be enough. It is indeed not for Isabeau, who's going to get picked up by Tarzan. Jotu wants blood. Demon King flashes in with the Q, and Suzaku just jumps up at Tarzan. Makes a big old play, gets himself the double. I think it was the triple, but Jotu is going to make it just as good for him.
What a play from Tarzan. Josu has the responsibility of that team fight. He survives the burst, and if you are still standing after the burst, it is over. Cloud9.
This is what they want to do, though. Meals, solo time, tying up them. They get the inhib. They do not respawn in Wild Rift. That is constant pressure now for Cloud9 on the map.
Exactly what Cloud9 needed to do. They lose the team fights in the mid lane, but they know they can find pressure elsewhere. Tristana absolutely melting turrets, and Meal's cleaning up every single dollar he can find on the floor on that entire side of the map.
That's the worst turret to lose as well, I think, for Suzaku, because now the walk to Baron is so long with all the supers pressuring up to the top lane. And we talked about a Cloud9, they have to play the map, they have to spread out. Objectives is usually where you would group up and be forced to 5v5. Now Cloud9 have a Valve to open up the game while not giving up the Baron.
I really like that analogy, the Valve kind of releasing pressure, forcing Suzaku to attend to the super minion pushing top lane, and therefore they can't contest 5v5 for these upcoming major objectives.
Demon King at it again, of course, always has an angle, but just the tower for Joe2 instead. They're trying to push these supers back.
Mid lane pressure from Cloud9 as a response. They're trying to shove on the opposite side of the map, trying to answer Cloud9.
Going for a fight against Suzaku. Whoa, two-man Baron attempt, but going to be shut off early. Where is the split pushes? I can see Zello in the top side. C9 getting chased. They need to buy time as much as they can. Bottom side as well, Meal's also splitting. Selmon maybe going to be given up here. It's the death ball. Demon King goes in with the ulti. Selmon's going to also try and save the day. It's not enough. Jotu's legendary. Back-to-back games going off here, but Tarzan found a pick onto the Baron later. 2 for 1.
And Zello's still going. He draws focus here. Zello on the top side.
They're just buying time.
Will be responded to by Jotu. Good fight by Suzaku, they win it, but Cloud9, you can see their pressure on the top side, forcing Suzaku to back off to reset, and that'll continue to be the case.
And it's one of those things, it's a great magic tip for Cloud9. I feel like, again, I always want to focus on what's happening on the screen. Suzaku want to find fights, but where this game will be won for Cloud9 is what is happening off screen. How deep are they in the side lanes? How close to they are cracking another inhib? How much pressure across this map can Cloud9 deliver? Because if you just death ball 4v4 or 5v5 against Suzaku, you cannot win this game.
Yeah, Cloud9 need to play around the sides. As we get late, the team fight becomes more possible just because the raw damage of this composition will be incredible. That's post 20 minutes probably, but when this Tristana is full build, they can absolutely do enough damage to win the team fight.
That's a good point. Baron back up, or still up I should say. Zello in trouble, Demon King running on down, but Suzaku for once show a touch of restraint.
And Cloud9 backing away gives a window. Suzaku, I believe, are going to see what they can bait out by tapping on this Baron here, knocking on the door.
Suki can't do anything there as Jotu's maybe going to cut him off here. They tap the Baron, but C9 see what's happening. Suzaku don't want to commit.
Anyone here? Yeah, Cloud9 are there. They're late.
And they're home. We're leaving.
And during this time, a second kind of pressure valve has appeared on the map. This will be the Elder Dragon at the bottom side of the map, and the side of the map that Cloud9 currently control because they sent Meals to hard shove that bottom lane all the way up to the inhibitor. So Suzaku have got to manage the pressure in from Zello, the pressure in on the bottom lane, and both major objectives. They've got to keep their eyes on all of that while still trying to concentrate enough forces to get a 5v5 team fight.
I'm looking again, so TP's
very
actually
dangerous.
Interesting here, despite all the pressure. In fact, only Suki's one with it, but Suki's just gonna, he's busy. Like he's full-time babysitting the rampaging Camille with the inhibitor down. In fact, he might be losing the 1v1, but here instead, it is Tarzan that finds the pick. Cloud9 maybe going to start themselves a 5v3 or 4v3 as they keep on going. Meals now starting to rip out the damage. Stove, though, very tanky in the front side as Jotu is trying to find some traction, but Old School is going to make it happen. The aptly named Killer Instinct is going to give Cloud9 a team fight win.
Huge from Old School, parking himself in the back line, following up on the opportunity that Tarzan found, and it wasn't just Tarzan.
Selmore caught by Suki, but taunts. Keeps himself safe. Suki flashes in, he wants to kill, he's committing for it, but topside is the problem. Demon King has to battle the whole team. TP's everywhere in. Cloud9 going to try and end the game. Suki here as well though, but Suki just too low. Demon King goes himself back in, and Suzaku, I don't think you can defend this Nexus. Oh no, the wave.
4 seconds on Istroboa.
There it is though, but they're not going to go for it.
Istroboa will respawn, that will cancel the play. Can Cloud9 get anything on the map? I don't think so, their HPs are too low. Suki is going to chase, see if there's anything out his door. Opens it, nobody's there.
Deep breaths, everyone.
So, really good play by Cloud9, because not only are they executing on the opportunity they found, Istroboa like wandered too far forward, Tarzan found that pick again, but also they knew at that moment that they had control on the opposite side of the map because of Zello. They saw Zello engage.
Forced to fight here, it's the first rule. Have to make the play here around the Elder Dragon. Cloud9 might be at a point where they can fight. It's almost 20 minutes. Demon King, oh, the stasis is beautiful. They're going to move on back through. I think Cloud9 are maybe navigating, but Suzaku have so much pressure in the 5v5. Meals diving on back, trying to make it happen. They've already got it down old school, but Cloud9, they have it up. Meals is going off. Tarzan is here. Suki is late. And Cloud9, they've won a team fight.
It's beautiful from Cloud9. Meals is perfect. Tarzan is in the back line. Istramoa doesn't get anything done. And here they go to pull back this series, to drive us to a Game 3 in our very first match of the WNS Season 1 Finals.
We are going to be going the distance. Suki is going to be the final nail in Suzaku's coffin in this game. The ace is done, and the next is going to fall shortly after a Cloud9 battle back with this composition to keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
They needed to last so long after that early game went sideways, and Cloud9 did exactly that. And then it felt like Suzaku got a little nervous. They flubbed that team fight, and Cloud9 pounced. You see, it's Istramoa left alone for the second time in as many minutes, and Tarzan springs the traps, leaping into the backline, guaranteeing there is no Ziggs damage for the duration of the team fight, and ending the game.
And you know, Old School did get killed in that last fight there. But C9, and brought back up. Meals, just full-on actual factual AD carry. He started Hullbreaker. You're supposed to not teamfight as an AD when you have that item, but it just doesn't matter when it's that, when Meals has that much gold.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana scales so hard. I think the thought process is you don't really need specific stat items on late game Tristana. So build a Hullbreaker, have an extra tool early, and then when you're going to the late game, you have the damage kind of no matter what.
Yeah, you have a ton of steroids, you need levels, you need gold, but you get that, right? If the game's gonna go, that was almost 20 minutes. I think Cloud9 may have ended the game around that, but we'll get a little bit more insight, TJ, on what happened here as they are gonna push the game through in this series. Let's hear from our desk.
All right, Cloud9 battle back against SuzakuGG. They battle against the nerves of losing that first game, and it looked a little dicey in the early to mid game, especially with that call where TJ said, I think this is the end of the game, pastry. And it was actually not, as Cloud9 were able to battle back, but it wasn't easy at all here, Kangas.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Cloud9, especially Tarzan on the Evelyn. Actually still got that first blood early on, and like the very start was looking decent for Cloud9, but the side they went for was the split pushing Tristana, like we had said. I mean, yeah, you can go for the crit build, but you can also just go for this Hullbreaker and then the Blade of the Rune King, all that auto attack speed, and just focus on the side lane turrets, and then getting that inhib really opened up the game for Cloud9.
We talked about like the mid jungle 2v2, and obviously Meals on the side lane was finding kills, but something that we were talking about was that, like, as soon as you create these super long lanes, Evelyn goes hunting. She's looking for gamers. She's just like, oh, you're in an extended side lane? I'm going to lock you up with Camille Ultimate, and now you can't go anywhere. And now we have a bunch of kills, and Tarzan really kind of turned on the pressure for his team there.
Yeah, in so many of these team fights, Tarzan able to getting on, the key damage dealers for Suzaku, able to take down the Ziggs. And really, it was, Meal said, no thanks, I don't hit champions, I hit buildings. And Tarzan said, I don't hit jungle creeps, I don't hit buildings, I hit champions. And I like the stylistic difference for them, right? We said they are very good with this split push, with these Hullbreakers, and we saw it in that game. The question is, what can Suzaku do to, like, counter that?
Yeah, what can they do to counter, but also doubling down on Cloud9, trying a different style. You had asked me after the last game, what do you want to see different? And Michael had actually said, get Tarzan back in the farming junglers. Getting back on the Evelyn was a big part of that, but also focusing on these split pushing lanes instead. I think that this kind of pivot from Cloud9 is really breathing life into them in this series.
Right, well, perfect pivot into our star player of the game. It is the man in the jungle, Tarzan. You got all the nicknames in the chat there, Twitch chat. We saw you putting them in there. He took over this game and was the guy that I'm used to seeing hitting the go button, finding the angles, and creating the opening for Old School, for Selma to follow up, dish out the damage, and win these fights. Again, this team looks like they're still only going to get better because they're used to team fight compositions. They kept calling it on the broadcast, they keep losing team fights. They're not supposed to team fight. They're supposed to get picks and split them up and then fight. But eventually they got there and got to the late game point, even past what a Ziggs could dish out damage.
Yeah, that's actually what Nano was talking about when we had talked. Me and Smacks got to have a one-on-one with Nano a couple weeks ago, and it's not that they can't necessarily team fight. It's just the strongest strategy that they have found that brings them the most amount of wins is just playing for these long lanes, playing on sites, playing for splits. And so we get to see a little bit of that team fight prowess. I love that, TJ's like, please, I want to see more of Old School and Tarzan do this. It's just not like, I don't know. The magic's missing a little bit.
Yeah,
for me.
but they keep opting into these fights in the mid game that set them behind. It's not like it's always Suzaku fully like coming out. It's Tarzan saying, "Hey, I'm this strong. Let's fight now." And it's like, well, actually, you're not quite there. You're almost there yet. And then all of a sudden their gold lead turns into a gold tie, which is not good for their composition that doesn't scale as well as Suzaku. So that was kind of the battle that Cloud9 has had. One thing we want to go back to here, the champs. We had a couple of champs pop on up here. The Tristana specifically was one of the new ones here. We got to see that in the hand of Meals. How did we feel the Tristana did in our brand new power tier list here?
All right, Alec, I'll give you this one. You're the AD carry main.
Yeah.
Michael, you can chime in as the mid lane main.
Yeah, so obviously Michael probably has a little bit more experience with Tristana.
Triss is my most played this season, baby.
Exactly, okay.
What happened to Oriana? Your darling.
Tristana, for the longest time, I think, has actually been criminally underrated, especially with the move away from certain mages. So I'm going to we're going to put more Yordles closer to the top of the board.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Stream can't see it, but they will when we come back.
You get one move. You can move that. You can move it down, or you can put another champion that we have here.
I get one move. I mean, as a Tristana lover, I'll leave it in S tier. Do I believe Tristana's S tier? I don't know.
All right, a whole lot of didn't ask then. Okay, so let's get another champion on the board.
I'm going to throw the Camille up into the S tier. I feel like Zello in the side lane was balling out.
Yeah, we have like 4 S tier champs now.
Yes, we can.
I don't think they understand what S tier means.
All I'm going to say is...
Well, I mean, I'll do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Camille is S tier. I said Triss is, in my opinion,
S doesn't mean accessible tier. Everyone can do it.
Yes, it is.
S doesn't mean just won the last game.
Yes,
okay?
this is why we're in charge of the board and not Twitch chat, okay? We can make this however we want.
Twitch chat, help me. My analysts are just putting everyone in S tier.
I'll even us out. I don't care about Kaisa.
What?
I actually think Kaisa's not that great right now.
Okay, he's
I'm dropping it down into D tier. We have to balance it out. Hey, you get one move, Alec. Do you want to move it? Do you want to move it up? Put a new one on?
I do.
All right, okay.
All right, we have a first move.
I'll put
B tier.
All right, we'll put Kaisa in B tier. We'll come back to the rest of the champs in a little bit. Michael Udall has the breakdown of our last matchup. Let's take a look at it one more time.
Yeah, we're getting into it. The last game, C9 is taking us to game number 3. As you are going to see here, they execute a great early game dive, securing themselves the first blood. And that is, really where the snowball started. But here, Jotu with the exhaust. I mean, gonna flash out, but here comes Selma chasing in a beautiful flash body slam, able to take down that kill. And in this mid lane, I mean, it looked a bit scary for the side of C9, but you see Tarzan getting onto the Ziggs, able to take them down. Jotu proto-building forward, gonna be trying to come around, but everyone, look in the top side, look at the mini-map. Where's Meals? Yeah, Tarzan just got a triple, but what's the Tristana doing? Getting a tier 2 and about to get the inhib as well as I believe, yep, there we see the Tristana.
Look at how many cannon minions there are.
Yep, and they're empowered.
Breaker, baby.
This was the turning point in the game, really, for C9. They get 3 kills onto Tarzan, and they open up the inhibitor turret. So great positioning from Meals.
And look at this. The stasis immediately used. Look at how many ults were just thrown in on somebody in Azonius.
Yeah, definitely. And on the backside, you see Tristana jumping in, as well as Tarzan. They're always getting onto Isherboa. They are hard diving the Ziggs. They don't want to allow them to live, and this is where C9 secured themselves that game number 2 victory and took us the distance.
It's when you give Ziggs space is when we see this champion tear open teams. But the minute you jump in on him, you see you get like the Vi, you get everything on that. Ziggs goes boom.
That's the thing. When I'm looking at Suzaku in that moment, I like the idea of like, all right, start up the Elder, force them to come to us, and then we hard engage on them with the Vi, try and just isolate, or maybe not isolate, but engage on a one target and blow them up. But if they're in stasis, you gotta click stop. Don't throw everything at the person that's literally not gonna take damage right
Inferno
now.
Bomb, please come back.
Yeah, play.
That was a good play. That was just a good play, though, Kangas. You got to give the props where it deserves. I do think Suzaku need to have a clear plan in terms of the micro within the macro plan, right? Because they did get to Elder Dragon first. They did set that up.
Yeah.
But the excitement of knocking out Cloud9, doing it in front of everyone here at the Mall of America, I think it got to them. They pulled the trigger finger real quickly, lost it there on a whim as we are getting ourselves ready for the draft. Udall, last point.
Well, it's just, being the team that's playing up against the stylistic difference of C9, right? They like the split push. They've practiced that way more than the side of Suzaku, right? So it's taking them off of their comfort zone. And that's something, I mean, looking at the bans here, the Evelyn in the first three, they said, Tarzan, no thanks, we don't want any more of that. and they do get the Rengar again for Demon King. Very powerful pick.
Camille is open.
Oh, do we see it? There it is.
All right, Zello on his comfort champ. He did have, I guess, the amount of success that he wanted. But you see a couple smiles here from Suzaku. Maybe this is something they planned for.
They're getting ready for it. It's Mr. Boa. This guy's a memer by default. He didn't bring the whiteboard this time around, but yeah, exciting stuff. I like the Rengar priority that we're seeing, actually, just because it was, they obviously had a fantastic game 1. It got banned in game 2, and now targeting like Tarzan's champion pool, does he go back to the Olaf, or are we going to see something a little more aggressive?
I still think Tarzan does best when it's on a champion that can scale up a little into the game. Even if it's like a team fighter like the Nunu that can just, get tankier as the game goes on.
Oh.
Okay, so this is the point I was going to make. Look at all the Enchanter bans from Cloud9.
Yes.
When we talked to Suzaku, Stove specifically said, you cannot ban out my Enchanter pool. I play every Enchanter at a professional level, and they're going for it. It's Boa on the Vayne, a champion he's known for as well, paired with that Sona.
Yeah, especially now with, the heals that the Sona is going to be able to provide is really important. But what I'm looking at here for us is how do Cloud9 kind of address the issue of the dragon stacking, right? Because that's where Suzaku has found so much success. Cloud9, they've been hammering away at Rift Heralds. They're like 0-6 at this point for Dragon. Dragon is not a real objective for Cloud9, whereas Suzaku, they're getting dragons, but at what cost? Last game especially, losing the inhibitor super early on. After that, it's really problematic.
Well, it looks like Suzaku is giving themselves one of the best late game carries. I mean, the Vayne we saw in the WCK in Korea, we saw Luna in particular on this Vayne
Grand
ball
Finals.
out in the Grand Finals. And speaking to Boa, in the player interviews, he mentioned Luna is a player that he really looks up to, and so that's something. This was exactly the lane that they had, the Sona, the Vayne. So I know Stove and Boa have been watching that, and I think that is really going to be my lane to watch going into this one.
But I think it's easily punishable if you're Cloud9. The thing about the Sona that she doesn't do, which like Lulu, Yumi, Karma does, is have kind of that anti-dive potential, like things like the polymorph, things like all the shields. Yeah, exactly. Sona can't really do much to prevent you from just dying. So yes, you scale incredibly well, but if Cloud9 just double down on more dive champions, just really focus that bot lane, punish them heavily, that could be an avenue for Cloud9.
Yeah, with the Ziggs, they can kind of play a different kind of flex, although now with Graves coming in, this almost assuredly is for Meals, unless Meals is going to pick up the set and we have some funky stuff going on there. They still have like some ideas of like what they could go for, right? They could pick up the Ziggs, pick some poke.
They're so flexible because, of course, they could put the set into the support role. Not necessarily the biggest fan of that, but okay, Shen locked in. I had it on the B tier, which now Kaisa is as well, but Suzaku, this is something that can keep that Vayne alive. If you get to level 5 quickly, or just, once you are level 5, you can deter some of those dives.
Oh my god.
Okay. We got an assassin for Johto here.
It's Fizz as well, which Fizz hasn't been getting a lot of love on the patch notes, to be fair. This champion is getting dinged left and right. So we're talking about assassin players in North America. Well, Johto, let's see how far down that champion pool goes, brother.
We got a fish, baby. We got a jump in the water.
But we got Aurelia.
Wait, is this Aurelia jungle?
Yeah, I think it's Graves jungle.
It could be
I
Graves
imagine
jungle,
Graves jungle, Aurelia mid with the set in the support.
I'll get real excited. Again, Meals, Tarzan, they've got pretty wide champion pools, almost like oceans, and we know the power of Hullbreaker. Who would use Hullbreaker better here?
Graves Camille, in my opinion.
Graves Camille,
I mean, you might see it on the Shen, but really I think we'll probably see... I mean, C9 does have a good team fighting composition, though, so I don't know if we're going to see as much split pushing from them, and we do see Tarzan back up against the wall. This is game number 3. This is, your chance to win in this first game, and I love Tarzan going to that comfort of the Graves.
This is exactly what we talked about, right? When they're in down and clutch situations, Cloud9 has lacked that final oomph to push them over the edge and get further into tournaments. It's that lack of consistency that we've seen all throughout 2022. And now here, if they want to keep their dreams in the upper bracket alive, they need to win this one.
And they're looking over at Sentinels, they're looking at Tribe, saying, hey, they beat their non-org teams in the first round.
Yeah.
Pressure there as well. This is Cloud9, the brand, the big name against Suzaku, the higher seeded team, the highest non-signed seed that we have in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about it, the David Goliath in terms of the support behind the squads, but SuzakuGG found success for the first time on blue side. Cloud9 battle it back on blue side. Will blue side win this one again, or can Cloud9 claw their way back in it? We're just moments away for closing out our first series, and it's a great series, especially if all the series in the tournament are going to be like that. And so to get to the action, look at that smile from Pastry. It's TJ. Hey, TJ,
all right.
How you feeling now, man?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I've just seen that draft, and I think Suzaku have the answer to the series in their bottom line.
And I feel like we got the game going, so let's check it out. Game 3, going all the way as old school. We've had a scuffle in the bottom side, TJ, very early on.
And this is the asterisk. I hate to back up on something literally as soon as I call it, but everything that matters for Suzaku is down in this bottom lane, and specifically, it's down in this bottom lane in the late game, Julia. This game revolves around Sona Vayne, this composition that doesn't do anything early, lasting until the Sona makes that Vayne unkillable, and the Vayne does so much damage there's no way to turn the game back around.
We've opened up the entire Spice Cabinet, though, for this last game here between these two teams. Jotu playing Fizz, I almost never see that champion. Meals on Aurelia, which is a champion that we wanted to see more of, but don't see that often in North America, might be changing here with Meals busting out.
I mean, the theme of this entire game is everything here scales.
Yes.
Suzaku got tired of losing in the late game to Cloud9, so buckle up, folks. We're going to be here for a bit.
Yeah, we've had most games go pretty close to the 20-minute mark. You might have a rare one going over as a big squad is roaming down here, trying to dive these two. That's beautiful setup from Selmore. And there's one, and there's two. Cloud9 with the dive.
See if Josu can get some cleanup, but it's not going to happen.
Nope.
And yeah, Suzaku, vulnerable in the early game. Cloud9 realized this and execute exactly what they needed to in the first 5 minutes of this game. They start putting that terrifying bottom lane behind while they still can.
Yeah, and again, both these teams have good scaling that they'll be leaning on, but that doesn't mean you just want to sit around and wait to 15 or 20 in the early game. Very nice, proactive, well-coordinated dive for Cloud9.
Yeah, really good look for Cloud9, who sometimes have looked a little uncoordinated in these team fights. It's a very good sign for them.
Selmore is just sending it. Oh, that stun hit. My goodness. Facebreaker is quite the range.
It was condemned from Istraboa to deny that combo.
Nice.
Keep his support alive.
Isaboa, definitely very good, very confident Vayne player, but is going to need to get the items on board. And right now it's just chilling mid. Maybe it's a bit safer to farm here, so Selmore's going to be babysitting Meals for a bit. We've seen this swap a lot from Suzaku, and it makes a lot of sense here.
Another visit here. Again, this lane is so important to shut down, and that's why Tarzan...
Oh, the ulti though.
Back for another swing.
It's going to have to flash. Ziggs bomb even does a bit of extra. Tarzan going to try and make it happen. And Tarzan just going for it. Looks for Stove, gets the bounce. The Shen shit right at the very moment. As Condemn is going to turn it around. And Isaboa gets the kill onto Tarzan.
Excellent play by Demon King, managing everything so perfectly. And buying Stove just enough time for Istraboa to swing all the way around and finish that fight. Suzaku getting much needed gold onto their hard carry.
And it doesn't mean I don't like the attempt from Cloud9, right? You have to be trying to punish this duo. They are so vulnerable in the early stages of the game. Sona especially has trash base stats because of how good she is at amplifying her teammates, especially if she gets items on board and team fights start to happen. So Suzaku, a big windfall in the early game to get some kills there.
We've crossed some important watermarks though, especially with regards to the Sona. The Sona, of course, now has her ultimate, very important stun in teamfights online. Also, we have the Shen ulti online that will keep Istraboa and Stove alive in hectic teamfights. And we're getting objectives. This Infernal Drake spawning at the bottom south map, Rift Herald already being taken by Cloud9.
Critical 4-minute mark, and as expected, it is Suzaku on the Dragon and Cloud9 on the Rift Herald. Oh, Meals! Gonna try and have a go over here. Beautiful stun there, and he is gonna get one, but not two. Jotu finds the counter kill.
But that's jungler. There's nobody here now that Demon King's dead, despite this Infernal Drake. And so Cloud9 get the Rift Herald, and they're gonna get to 50-50 the Infernal Drake once Demon King comes back for another pass.
Nicely done there for Meals. A worthy sacrifice to take the smite off the table for a bit there for Suzaku. And now Suzaku, you know what the plan is. Suki's ult's not quite back up yet, but should be a few moments away.
We'll need to wait on the full resets here, but here comes Tarzan working his way through the jungle towards that Infernal Drake.
Suzaku done as well. A couple items in general being picked up here, so going to be a scrap here at the early levels. The only ones missing from their first completion are both Isaboa and Old School, so not going to add as much in a potential team fight here, but teams are not rushing to this Dragon. They're trying to set up for it.
And let's talk about that bottom lane matchup, because it is more important than ever. Old School popped off last game, created the necessary opportunities for Cloud9 to turn that game back in their favor. Here he is now against Istroboa, and Istroboa's favorite champion, the Vayne, late game scaling, coming in.
Yeah, definitely favored for a reason. Awfully good at it, as they're going to try and find the fight here. Selmore gets in early, stun barely latches there, as Tarzan's going to be the target, but Jotu is going to be exhausted and not quite killed. Shen a little late here for Suki, but I don't think the ult was available, but still, the Dragon is all they want here. Tarzan not in the area, Suki finds the taunt, now the Dragon is ready. Demon King gets it, but what's the cost there as Selmore finds the face breaker? Everybody's going through, but Jotu found a beautiful ulti, and Isaboa is still loose in the team fight. Tarzan's going to get safe, and Cloud9 are going to get away.
Solid fight for both teams. I think everyone's happy with the result there. Cloud9 obviously getting a little bit more gold, but Suzaku get the Infernal Drake, which is going to be so important in a late game where this game is going to go at this rate. Then Infernal Drake gives you a percentage of your damage buff, which means, of course, it is more powerful once the game gets later and later.
Hard on the table here as well. Suzaku even that up. Still down in gold, 2k up or so here for Cloud9.
Yep.
But again, gold is going to lie to you a lot in this game because both these teams are looking towards the later stages.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are doing a very good job playing more aggressively this time round. Previously, they've kind of been trading even, staying safe during the early games, as Suzaku did have early game threats. This time round, Suzaku don't have the tools to force this game to end early, and Cloud9 realize that, and they feel more comfortable playing aggressive. They're starting to take swings at Suzaku to see if they can knock Istroboa specifically out of the game early.
Meal's also starting to scale, looking good there in the 1v1. Jotu, not really much he can do. As, oh, that's a beautiful face breaker out of Selma. How did he find the angle? And the four-man stun's too late. They're going to dive on Stone perhaps here as Demon King is ready to counter-engage, but there's nothing here but defense.
Yeah, this play's not going to happen. Stove is too low. Those Ziggs bombs are so scary. That's another turret over to Cloud9. A very good play in the middle of the map from Selmore, who has run this map so far.
And again, the timing is great. Meals, though, is going to try and duel Jotu, and Jotu's winning with Tarzan. Is going to make it happen. Fizz gets the kill. Can Jotu get out there? It's in a 1v2. The stun lands. Selmore's been so good this game.
Walking up to the minion wave, knowing he gets a stun for free. Demon King.
Oh, 1v3, my mans. Exhausted runs away. He's going to be okay. Cleanses it off there with the empowered W, but got to be careful. Demon King is a very aggressive player.
Yeah, he does go in there just to see if he can find the catch out on Old School. Istroboa, I think, we're getting less and less control of this game as we go on here. He's trying to get some gold back in the mid lane. That's why he's playing so aggressively. But you see, the majority of the gold over here on Suzaku has been gone over to Jotu, our assassin player, pulling out the Fizz. And that's not going to do as well as the gold going on to Aurelia on the opposite side. Even if he is getting more, Fizz just isn't as powerful. Still will give some decent single target damage, but who do you target?
Yeah, I mean, the Fizz is definitely a curious pick here in this draft. But if anyone can make it work after the Akali heroics in Game 1, I will have faith in Jotu for the pick.
Well, I mean, the big thing with both Demon King and Jotu playing Assassins is that Old School shouldn't get to participate in teamfights. Like, there should never be a time where that Ziggs is doing damage to enemy champions. And ideally, if you can take out both Old School and Tarzan with those Assassins, the only real carry threat you need to deal with is Meals. But every team fight so far, the Assassin dive has been interrupted by Selmore's excellent positioning, or the Assassin dive has never gotten a chance to happen because Selmore's scooping a carry.
Yeah, definitely excellent support play there. As Cloud9 gonna do battle here for this Herald. Suzaku deciding they want this one.
I think Demon King was just seeing if he could get it for free. He was at the hotel lobby seeing if the breakfast was free. And you do have to charge it to your room. Cloud9 show up, Suzaku will back away.
Suki, taunt, lands in onto Zella, who's also quietly taking control of some of these side lanes again. Camille is such a nuisance in a protracted 1v1. I'm sure Suki's probably not going to die, but Zella has been mounting pressure in these side lanes, is still a threat that Cloud9 can lean on, especially through this mid game to try and get some side lane pressure.
Yeah, reset here is kind of interesting from Suzaku. They are not on the map. If Cloud9 realize this, they will be able to turn immediately onto this Rift Herald. And that's what's happening.
Dragon up as well. We know that's where Suzaku want to try and grab it. This time they're going towards the top half. Tarzan, they does so much damage. Graves is not short on damage items right now. Demon King, though, looking for the play. Someone's a good target, but Zed is so tanky. The stun barely connects on the end, and they will get the kill.
Suki, in the meantime, forced down to this bottom lane. That is a good start for Suzaku, and they need to convert it into Dragon for that to be an even trade. Here they go.
Going to Dragon they will. Should be able to get it. Suki going to have to back away. No TP, no ulti for the Shen. But I don't think a solo Camille can do much here. Suzaku will get the Dragon.
Watch the pressure here from Cloud9. They're shoving top mid right now, trying to take advantage of the fact they know where Suzaku are.
Do you have an angle here? Has to flash Meals. Maybe he's found it. No, Joju shuts that down. Tarzan, good aim. Gets the counter kill.
That's an excellent shot from Tarzan's over the wall blind. And he'll be able to walk away from that with a 1-for-1 trade in the side lanes. Not the advantage they were hoping for.
Zello getting 200 under the tower. That's one of the big dangers. Walking up to there's a melee champion versus the Shen. But Suki holding on again. Suki's not about trying to battle 1v1. It's just trying to keep in the side lane as long as possible and then teleport away to a bigger play for Suzaku. Doesn't have the ulti though. That cooldown's really long.
Cloud9 doing a very good job this game of pressing aggressive, getting rid of these towers early, forcing Suzaku to play defense, and stopping the very scary teamfights that are still upcoming. We have, however, seen Archangel's staff complete, and that means Sona's coming online. That means these teamfights are coming online for Suzaku. We are headed to the late game, where this game is going to come down to proper 5v5s.
All right, well, next Dragon not on board for a little bit, so we'll chill out. Zello's still getting work done in the top lane. Didn't think it'd be quite that good, but he's putting in overtime here for game 3.
Suki focused down as well here, bottom side. Full rotate coming in, Selmore kiting in the rest of Suzaku.
Oh, this is what they want. Demon King, he's going to get pulled back in. Selmore again, he's looking for the angle.
Selmore!
4 people with the stun, but the counter crescendo is wonderful as Meal. He's just going to dance through the enemy team, but Isaboa is going to live. That stasis, though, is going to be beautiful here. And now Isaboa, he somehow, what? How did you do that?
Stats United!
They're going in again. Suki looking for the play, finds the taunt on the very end and gets the kill. Isaboa somehow balleted his way out of the bottom side play, and Suzaku turned that fight around.
What a team fight from Suzaku. Yet again, Selmore finds a team fight winning play. This time, though, Suzaku can still claw back even trading.
Coca-Cola pop off, and it's a good one.
Look at this play from Selmore. That should have been the team fight, but somehow in the midst of all that, you have the presence of mind from Stope to stunt the entire team. That gets Straboa out, and then he plays this perfectly, kiting back even under the exhaust, baiting Selmore, finishing that, and then managing his damage, keeping himself alive until the Stands United comes in, and he's got an ally to keep this game going.
So well done, and I think your color for exhaust here is a great one. I feel like 80 carries, but when you get exhausted, and there's a ton of exhaust running around right now, it just feels miserable. But Isaboa doesn't panic, doesn't completely back out of the fight, knows that reinforcements are on the way with Suki, plays it out perfectly to keep Suzaku in this game. They're still 5,000 gold down, which is going to be okay for a bit. But again, both these teams, they have eyes on that 20+ minute mark. They know where this game is going.
Let's talk about where that gold is, though, for C9. It's over on the top side of the map, and specifically it's on Tarzan. For the first time this series, Tarzan is running the show. His Evelyn was good, but it was about picks. This jungle pick on the Graves is going to be the team fights. That's going to be so much of the damage in these upcoming skirmishes over the next Dragon and over the Baron, which has now spawned.
And it was Jotu with the big gold there for Suzaku, but some catching up has been done for Isaboa off the back of that last play, building in towards, I'm assuming that's Triforce coming in hard.
That's really important to see Isaboa coming back online, because again, the dream for Suzaku is using Sona and Vayne as this combined unkillable monstrosity in the late game team fights, and that will out-tank, that will out-drain tank. Okay, that will out-drain tank anything that Tarzan is bringing to the field.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about Yuumi a lot. We're not expecting to see a whole lot of her on stream, but you know, Stove said, we heard it from Alk, I can play all the enchanters. Pushed all the way down to Sona for this specific comp, and so far so good.
They're going Baron. Suzaku are turning immediately onto the Baron.
Like, we're out of here.
Get the call, and they hang up their phones. They're headed here.
Yeah, I mean, ring, you got to do something here as Zello is in the area, but Demon King's going to find him out. Isaboa, 3 items ready to go. Crescendo is going to reach the peak of the team fight, but still is the done. Sona, low there as Selma sets it up once again, and Isaboa just doesn't have the life to live through this fight.
Stasis!
Tarzan is making the play.
Demon King!
Forced to move away, and Demon King finds the cleanup. Suzaku get 4 kills.
What a team fight from Suzaku, played perfectly. On the back half of that pressure, Istroboa right around the corner, jumping out damage. Excellent play from Demon King on 1 HP, leaping to safety and getting killed to boot. They're going to try for this Baron. I don't know if Demon King has that HP.
Isabeau certainly has the DPS, but watch this one again. I thought Isabeau was doomed here despite getting the first kill.
I think Demon King might die. I'm watching the picture-in-picture. I think it's very close.
It's fine, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Demon King's Gucci, we got the Baron, baby. Suzaku cut it up perfectly as Jozu rising to the occasion. Solo kills Meals.
Joju finds a solo kill, and it's a TP Sona. It keeps Demon King alive inside the pit. The Sona teleporting in, that stove giving the healing immediately upon arrival. We do have also the Drake that Cloud9 had to abandon instantly, and Suzaku now for the first time this game are properly within striking distance. They will be able to dominate these team fights if they can get their pieces in order. Cloud9 have to play defense.
Look how late this outer tower is going down. Demon King found an angle crescendo, flushing
He's
on
gone!
in. That's a kill onto Selmore.
They're taking the turret. They're going to keep pushing here.
Zello is trying to make it happen, but it's a 1v1. Sugi's got the ulti as well.
Baron
This could
wave.
be disastrous
Baron
here for
wave.
Cloud9. Zello, you have to help in the defense. Suzaku might be pushing in for the game.
You call it here, you back up, you take the dragon, you've broken an inhibitor. We've seen in the very last game in this series how deadly that is. Cloud9 for the rest of this game are going to be pushed back through their mid lane. And Suzaku get a dragon, get everything they need. They might be about to knock Cloud9 to the lower bracket, being the first unsigned team to advance in our upper bracket. And yes, putting Cloud9 one game away, one match away from elimination.
On the biggest stage they've ever seen, they do show some discretion, and now the aggression is back in play. Josu finds the pick, Demon King's on board. The Rand is unleashed, and it's 5v3. Right into the Nexus. Oh no, Zello, you have to get out of there. Instead, Suzaku catch the wave. They're going to do more damage.
They have no wave, so they can't end right now, but I think that is the goal they need because Tarzan old school, they're down for 30 seconds. They're not going to be able to defend any of these turrets.
There's a door open to the next stage of the upper bracket here on the bottom side of the rift for Suzaku.
25 on the respawns. Here comes Suzaku.
3v5, the death ball's here. The Sona's ready to go. And Zello gonna try and make one final play at Selmore. Dives on in, but they've got nothing left. Cloud9 are gonna be wiped off the rift. And don't call it upset, baby. It's the highest seed Suzaku taking down Cloud9.
What a first match here on the stage at the WNS Finals. As Suzaku come out on top, knocking Cloud9 to the lower bracket. And Demon King looks rightly happy after that one.
Like I said, he was popping off after game one like they just won the whole tournament. This is a team that gets pumped, DJ.
And that is a much-needed win for them, getting Suzaku started on the right foot. It's also a very worrying sign for Cloud9, who come into this tournament plagued by inconsistency, and they started off, as Degon put it, with a punch in the face.
Yes, big ol' roundhouse out of Suzaku, taking a tight series 2-1. They said they were here to play. They specifically had quite a few choice words for Cloud9, but they do deliver. And they may meet again, which is the fun thing to think about. Cloud9 not out of the tournament, important to remember.
No.
There is a lower bracket.
So Cloud9 will be playing elimination games today. We have a very long broadcast day. They're going to have to reset after this one and sort everything out. And we're going to keep going with the upper bracket, where Suzaku, I think, have played their easiest game of the day. No shade to Cloud9, but it only gets harder from here. Suzaku, so far, are delivering at the level we expected. They're a very consistent team. This is what they've done so far. They've won games versus teams like Cloud9 that are in the middle of the pack. Cool. Here, now, they get to play against teams that have been placing above them the entire season, and we're going to need to see more from Demon King. We're going to need to see more from everyone.
Yep, your reward for winning this close 2-1 series is you get to play Immortals in a series time. You get a little break with Sentinels going to battle against Tribe. But yeah, again, seeding matters a lot. We talked about it a ton when we were setting things up. Getting to this point in the WNS, getting to the qualifier. Oh my goodness, that is my favorite sign I've ever seen.
And I don't know if you saw it, but they walked down off the stage and ticked that final checkbox immediately after the game.
Wonderful, wonderful. I love that. Well, it seems like we may be ready on stage because I see two people ready to talk about what just happened. We'll throw it down the stage where Sierra is standing by with Demon King.
Thank you so much. I am here with Demon King. First off, congratulations. That's a huge win to start off the day. And not to be punny here, but you and the team, the morale must be pretty high. You must be on cloud 9 right now, right?
Well, the thing is, we're not even really that surprised because so far of all the teams here, I think we have one of the best work ethics. We put in the most scrim hours, we do our due diligence, and we research the enemy teams. So nothing that happened today was unknown or foreign to us. We had a plan, we executed it, and everything that happened, that should have happened, did happen. That's why we came out with the win today.
I love that. Love that confidence. Yeah, let's get some noise here. So you say everything you know according to plan. You practice, you talked about things, but then that second game, was there nerves a little rattled after that, or do you knew that game 3 was going to be a different story?
No, so far in all the tournaments that we've played together as a team, there has never been any issues when we've been behind, and we have won games with significant goal deficits. We're always cool, we're always playing for the win, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the stage wins.
That's amazing. And then for yourself and the team too, what does it mean to be able to come out here, play on stage, play against these signed teams, and take these wins?
Well, it's a fun opportunity for us, but I don't know, we're just here to win it all. So it's not done yet. We have more to do.
Well, I cannot wait to see what you and the rest of the team is going to do. But also on things to do, we're at Mall of America. Have you and the team gotten a chance to explore, gotten a chance to do anything fun?
Well, actually, our schedule's been booked. Like I said earlier, we've been practicing. Some days we've practiced for 8 hours while we've been here. So by the time we're done practicing, the mall's closed. So, I mean, we'd rather have the win.
I love that, the great work ethic.
No, we actually discussed this before, that we would rather party in Madrid than party in Minnesota, so.
I mean, with this work ethic and what you are all able to show out on the Rift, I can't wait to see that in Madrid, that is for sure. Before I let you go, any quick parting words to the fans out there?
Well, I don't think we have too many fans right now, so if you're watching, we would like you to be our fans, as well as we have merch available to purchase online if you want a jersey.
All right, well, after this, I'm sure there is going to be some fans, that's for sure. Of course, though, there is so much happening in those games, too, that I do want to talk to the analyst desk. I want to break that down a little bit more. Thanks again so much for talking to me, but it's time to head back over to you guys. Have fun.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
We got
right
3
here.
fans. We got 3 fans.
No. You did not predict. You did not predict. You two. Me.
TJ and Pastry. TJ and Pastry are the
but they're down
two.
there.
Alec, you need to stop preventing new fans from joining.
Yeah.
Be welcoming.
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Demon King. Really, Demon King kind of sharing the thoughts and insights, and as much as he doesn't want to make it a party here in Minnesota and would rather party in Madrid for the global icon spot, that last game was a party, and it was a celebration of SuzakuGG's resolve and ability to battle back from the largest gold lead in the series, was able to come back and find victory. That was huge there for this young squad.
Suzaku special, baby. I mean, they said that in the interview. It's like, we've won games where we're 10K behind, because it doesn't matter about the gold differential. Gold doesn't take down the Nexus. You have to click your buttons, and you have to win the team fight, and this is a team that will always bring it to those team fights, and we saw it at the end there. I mean, it wasn't the last team fight, but that big one where Isdraboa just pops off on the Vayne, condemns Meals away as he's about to just one-shot him and saves his own life, and they can reposition. Shen holds in, and they almost wipe it after that. So it did really come down to the team fights.
Yeah, and the thing about Wild Rift is, at the end of the day, 14, 15 minutes, whoever gets the Baron, whoever gets that Elder Dragon can win the game. Like, you know, in our player interview, they said 20 gold, 30 gold. It doesn't matter how much gold you're down. As long as you're able to get those last 2 objectives, you can win the game.
When they took that middle inhib and then peeled back for the Dragon, they were still like 3,000 gold behind. I was like, am I reading that right? They're up in kills. They got the Baron. They got the inhib. Like, how are they behind?
But it got brought up. A lot of the gold was on the Shen on the top side of the map compared to Isdraboa's like amazing play down on the bottom side. It was a huge turnaround there. Sorry, it was most of the gold on the Camille, and the Shen again, doesn't need as much gold if you've got the vein going, and that big play down at Tier 2 was massive for Isherbo and the rest of Suzaku.
But also, we got to talk about Johto on the Fizz. Pulling out the Fizz and balling out with it. I mean, we talked about this is a player that was, they were kind of subbing in, trying to decide who their mid laner was going to be, and Johto showed up and performed. He had that Akali play in the first game, the 4v1 on the Baron, and in that last game, picks out, a champion that we don't see very often and absolutely dominated with it.
All right, so with that, SuzakuGG find the victory in our first series broadcasted today as we take a look at the bracket of the WNS Season 1 Championship. And yes, upset, kind of an upset, not upset. You saw how much it meant to Demon King. They move on in the upper bracket as Cloud9 drop to the lower bracket right now. Immortals and Ailish doing battle next, but it's Suzaku, Sentinels, and Tribe all in the upper bracket semifinals.
I'm telling you, Cloud9, they always do this. They drop the first in the upper, and then make the run through the lower bracket. If you're a Cloud9 fan, this is the
comfort
zone.
Script.
Yeah, this is comfort zone. You wanted this to happen. If you win, that's not the script.
I don't know if you wanted them to lose, but you definitely it's happened more often than you think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Again, this is a squad that has had their troubles in the double elimination bracket format of the WNS circuit, but we've seen them be able to battle it back. I think it was in, was it Circuit 2? They lost to Saint early on, were able to battle back against Saint.
Yeah.
But then that is it. That's the same tournament that they lost to Suzaku. So I believe that is something
it was
that
Major 3 that they lost to Suzaku. They actually were able to take on Suzaku in the
they had knocked
major.
Suzaku.
There was a
Major
lot
2.
of games that
exactly.
happened.
We've had a lot of Wild Rift go out throughout the WNS. We have Immortals versus Ailish, which is still playing, which I hope we get like a series update for that, because if they're 1-1,
still playing is good.
Yeah,
That's good
I mean,
news
they don't know. Maybe
for
it's
the
a long
Ailish
2-0. Maybe it's a
believers.
very long 2-0. But
Yeah.
I mean, that was really good. And obviously for Cloud9, it sucks for them that they have to go down in the lower bracket. They've played a ton down there, but they still are having some of the consistency issues that we've seen plague them for the last 8-9 months.
Sure.
Yeah, true, Cloud9's been having some issues, but let's talk about Suzaku, who just won. I mean, they will have to play this good or better going up against, we'll see what happens with Immortals or Ailish, but Immortals has won the last couple of majors. They are the favorite going into this. So Suzaku, they've got to have a couple more tricks in their back pocket if they want to take that team down, and that really is going to be a series that I'm looking at as the true test for Suzaku.
Final point, Kangas.
I wanted to bring up something that I've referenced before.
God.
Last year at Horizon Cup, I bet my beard that North America would make it out of groups, and they did not. So I had to shave it live on broadcast. So we put together this, me and some of the production crew, as to my beard meter for icons, how confident I am in the team. So as
I just see lines. So what do the lines mean?
So this is good.
Okay.
This is bad.
All right.
So for Suzaku, we're gonna move them up. This is how confident I am that my beard is gonna survive if we send this team to icons. I'm sitting solid center right now.
Okay.
Based on Suzaku's performance, I don't think that they're going to they didn't really convince me against Cloud9 right there. A stomp definitely would have helped, but also they played Vi, which automatically means that you're going to probably not do well at international competition based on our sample size so far. So we're at like a 3 out of 5 for confidence in Suzaku.
And so where would they be if they beat Immortals? Would it go up to 5? Would it be a 4?
Well, I'd have to see the series.
All right, okay. So we've got Ailish and Immortals currently doing battle. We'll get you updated as we look at the bracket one more time so that we can set the stage for our next match. It is the upper bracket semifinals between Sentinels and Tribe Gaming. Again, you win this one, you are one spot away from making it to the Global Championship. It is a massive, massive step here. And this is a battle that these two squads, they are so familiar with each other. They're perennial powerhouses. You got to live that matchup.
This is must-watch TV for Wild Rift Esports fans. This is as good as it gets in North America. This is gonna, like you said, one match away from the finals. This is going to be, in my opinion, probably the best series of the day. I mean, that last one was pretty good, but Tribe and Sentinels, they're gonna hit different.
If somehow you've dodged all Wild Rift this year, first of all, welcome back. But last year, you're like, okay, Tribe versus Sentinels, that should be a free Tribe win.
Okay.
But this year, it's obviously much different.
No shade to the player that was on it before, but honestly, based on recent performance and form coming into the tournament, this might be my finals preview for like a grand finals between these two teams. So I agree. This is definitely the must-watch match.
All right, we're going to take a short break as everything goes on cooldown. We'll get the team set up back at the Rotunda. But you got a lot of the sights and sounds here of Mall of America to take you away for this short break. When we come back, more Wild Rift North American Series Championship action. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Season 1 Championship. And we had the higher seed take care of business earlier as SuzakuGG defeated Cloud9 2-1. And we've got ourselves a banger of a next match. There it is. I'd used it early. There it is.
Everyone gets one.
There it is. Everyone gets one. Everyone uses it way too much. I'm going to use it once. Steve got here with Kangasok Battery and Michael Udall. Yeah, Udall, the man in the chat. You can see some of you guys right there chatting with him right there. You guys got something to chat about right now. One of the most hype matchups left in the tournament. It is Sentinels. It is Tribe. A tale as old as time here in North America. We set it up a little bit there with Udall. I want to get your thoughts here, though, Kangas, on this specific matchup.
Third seed versus second seed. I said it earlier. This is my finals preview already. I do have these two teams as the top coming in. Tribe for the consistency. Sentinels for the insane high highs that they can hit. And we get probably the hypest mid lane matchup of the entire tournament between Stardy and Molly. Hoon's also in that conversation, but that's opposite side of bracket. It's going to be a while till we see that one. But for right now, that's where my eyes are immediately going to go, is which mid laner is going to win here.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Obviously, last year, the big storyline for Tribe was starting. This guy was smashing all of North America. He looked good while doing it. And then at International, he was one of the few shining stars for Tribe. Him and Max Green, I think, really showed their stuff when it came down to those bouts with other teams. Now, here in 2022, it's everybody hyping up Molly. It's not just mid laners either. Some of the junglers of the tournament are like, Molly is really good in jungle, too.
Notable. Mike, can you confirm or deny? Have you run into them on the ladder? Because I hear that
the Molly Lee Sin?
Molly jungles for starting to climb, starting up the ladder.
Yeah, you know, starting does get carried a little bit by the Molly Lee Sin. I'll be honest about it. But anyone that's got the Molly Lee Sin on their team is going to get a carry. But I want to talk about my man's MTS in the top lane.
Yeah.
We were asking all the players, okay, who do you respect? Who else do you think is good? There was one name. MTS was a little reluctant to say anyone, but he said Chuck, but with an asterisk. On Darius. So is that going to be a pick that we see taken away from MTS? Is that going to see something that they ban? Because it sounds like, you know, MTS is only, you know, maybe afraid of Chuck on that Darius.
Right, and MTS made his name as a carry player on the top side of the map, initiating pressure when all we've talked about are the mid laners. We've seen Sheesh pop off as well for this Sentinel squad. And again, we haven't seen the Sentinel squad in a competitive match that leads towards the global circuit since the first major, because they qualified so early on. So same kind of question that we had at the top of the show about Immortals. This is a squad that hasn't had as many stage games as Tribe that had to go out and prove it and really face the haters head on.
Yeah, and that's a competitive advantage, right? Not only has Tribe not been able to watch Sentinels play, they haven't scrimmed for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So this is really going to be a clash of metas as you see the whole Sentinel squad up, and they look good. Look at the long hair. They're looking stylish in those jerseys. I love to see it.
Long hair bias down.
Of course, of course.
Actually, though.
I hate to say it, but I mean, like, visually, you would fit in a little bit better with this roster. But obviously, Molly.
But gameplay-wise, not as good
it's 100% Molly. MTS,
not the soft flame like on the test right now.
I agree. We've been doing it all the time, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but these two rosters have some of the most experience in mobile esports. A bunch of former pros, people who have made internationals, people who have won world championships in other games. Now here in Wild Rift, trying to do the same, representing North America, while bringing a lot of fresh faces, I think, along with them.
Yeah, and also we got to talk about the jungle as we went through there. We did see Sheesh on the side of Sentinels. In my opinion, Lamont, that was my star card in my deck that I had at the top of the show. I'm a big fan of Lamont in the jungle. I think kind of heads and shoulders above the other junglers in North America right now. And Lamont said, when we asked him, who do you respect as jungler? Sheesh was the only name that he stated. And it's tough to get Lamont to talk. I mean, he's like the silent killer.
Doesn't say much.
So when he says somebody's name, you trust him.
Yeah. Well, a team that had to make everyone say their name yet again, because we said it a lot over at Horizon Cup, fell off a little bit, found their way here in the WNS, Tribe Gaming. And if there is another jungler that might put some fear in someone, it might be someone a little terrifying. That's right, it's Terrifying Tigers. That's what the first T stands for there for Tribe, along with Chuck starting, Dienzio, and Max Green.
The only player to be new onto this roster is Dienzio, who was brought over from No More Ego last year. And I think this team, despite the struggles they had early on, they were trying to find their footing, trying to find a lot of that synergy. They've been through a ton of tribulation internally. Coming here, it has to culminate into success for them. They're so hungry to try and make international again. It's kind of obviously a big weight on their shoulders. They've had a target, but I actually think they've been scaling really, really well in terms of building the team.
Everybody that we ask, all the other teams, when we reference Tribe, they say their baseline is so high. They don't fluctuate too much, but they're always consistently good, and that's the greatest strength of this team. But I do have to bring up the fact that they didn't have all their players here as early as some of the other teams. So Dienzio and T-Tigers actually showed up a couple days later, so they didn't have as much scrim time here at the mall. I don't know how much that's going to factor in, but recent practice, maybe that could be a factor.
Yeah, definitely something we'll be looking into. But when we talk to the players, I mean, a specific question I asked Tribe was, coming out of Horizon Cup, I mean, last year Tribe was the king of North America. What happened? Did you guys get worse? Did the rest of the region get better?
Right.
And something that they said was, especially with Sentinels and Immortals, they had 2 roster pickups. They picked up Lebmont for Immortals. They picked up Mali for Sentinels. And that's part of why the region has gotten a lot better is, you know, these other teams, it's not that Tribe's playing worse, it's that the whole region is leveling up. And that's something I love to see for North America.
I like this here by Chosen One in the chat saying, Chuck, top 3 top laner. That's great. You're going up against number 2 here, which might be the number 1 top laner.
Yeah,
so you got to bring
yeah.
your A game here. So, chat, keep it coming. And someone else said, wow, getting flashback vibe seeing Tribe on stage, because again, if this team looks familiar, this is another roster of players that have been together through multiple different esports titles and have competed for world championships before on the global stage. Couple of changes now, but again, did it at Horizon Cup. Can they at least take that first step to global competition here today?
And just for context, that last year they were undefeated in tournaments. They just they wiped everybody in the best of series. They took every single tournament they attended, and it was a big deal in like what, November, December, and the Rift Masters when they finally dropped a series. Was it Immortals or
It
Enemy
was
that took them
Immortals.
first?
It was Immortals.
Immortals took the first series off of Tribe, and we were all like, is this it? Is this finally like the end of the dynasty?
Maybe you were. I definitely was just like, okay, they just came back from World. Like, we're just going to wipe that under. It's cool. Don't worry about it.
It kind of was. That's the
It
thing.
was.
Because that was the change.
Well, the lanes that we have to focus on to see if Tribe will be able to get back to their former glory and Sentinels are worthy of that spot is the mid lane matchup that we set up earlier. Molly and everyone's favorite streamer starting. These two guys have the power within their hands, their red jerseys, to change the tide for both their teams.
And this is a, rivalry, but it's a rivalry of love. These two duo together. They are close friends, so they very intimately know how the other one likes to play. I'm sure they're theory crafting what kind of champions they think are good, how you should rotate around the map. So I think that this mid lane especially will have, multi-layers of meta that, we may not understand. And part of that is from them being such close friends and duoing so consistently.
It's the brothers in arms.
Yeah.
Now time to duke it out.
They even got matching jerseys, essentially.
Yeah, and one thing here to note about Tribe after Worlds, not only did everyone get better in the region, right? And we're seeing it here with Suzaku finding their way on up.
Yeah.
No more ego. Again, another Unside squad full of talent. But it was a change from tablet to phone.
Yeah.
And so that was something that Tribe had practiced a lot, had to get adjusted to over at Horizon Cup in the last international tournament. And now here at the WNS, everyone playing on a Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, which is designed for exceptional mobile gaming and performance. And it keeps it even playing field throughout the tournament.
And that was the big thing about Tribe, is that they had to learn how to play on phones. Now the entire region is on the phone.
Yes.
Because we realized once we go international, you have to be able to play that. I just want to give just one quick shout out to, again, the mid laners. The final point I'll have on them, they're both kind of the silent killers of their teams. Molly especially. So when we kept asking him, how do you practice? Why are you so good? Like, why does everybody want to sign you? He just said, look, man, I just want to play the game. I just want to play Wild.
Every
That's all I want to
answer.
do.
It didn't matter. We were like,
answer.
do you like pulp or no pulp? And he was like, I just want to play.
Wild.
All right, okay.
But just context for that, we're asking players if they like pulp or no pulp in their orange juice. I don't know.
In Twitch chat, maybe we can get a poll going in there as well. Orange juice, do you have pulp or no pulp? But when we ask starting, how have you been preparing? He said he's playing 12 plus hours a day the week leading up to this event. This guy is straight grinding through the scrims, through solo queue. You can check his hours put in, and he's definitely taken this event seriously, starting once to get back to that international stage.
Well, and in their first series, I felt like that showed. We had the Aurelia triple kill we all saw on the replay package. We saw the stellar Zed play from, starting, and that's something is up against the Mali. How is that going to go? Mali really known to be such a dominant laner, someone that's so difficult to get those incremental early game leads from, and if starting is able to start that snowball, I think it'll be a very good sign for Tribe.
All right, we are waiting for these players to get into the draft. We're very close to see them all lined up and ready to go. And I mean, again, I feel like whoever wins this one has such a leg up and so close to qualifying, as North America will be sending 2 representatives to the Global Championship. So now it's time. Prediction time, y'all. Let's go ahead and pull them up. And you know what? I'll just get this out right here.
Do it.
Everyone's favorite streamer starting, baby. I'm the only Tribe Gaming player. Get me in here, baby.
All right,
If
let's go.
they're going to do it.
Let's go.
It's going to
The correct
be through
choices.
starting.
No.
Right
The
here. Look
correct
at that
choices
face.
are
Isn't that
his.
face? Look, it's so confident. It's not cocky. It's not scared. He's seeing through you, through the screen right now. Don't
It
you
is
feel seen
piercing.
through?
It is a little piercing. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little like, ugh.
I feel slightly uncomfortable. I mean, too much eye contact started right now. We don't have a Molly card though. I feel bad about that.
You know, what are you feeling here as you can speak for all of the Sentinel voters here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a little bit biased, used to play for this
Sure.
team, but listen, look at the last major. They were able to take down, when we talk about the king of North America all last year, it was Tribe, and the crown was handed off to Immortals, right? They've won pretty much every tournament since they were able to take them down, and the question is for Sentinels, can they solidify themselves as the new dynasty, as the new royalty in North America? And I think they've got it. They have been the only team to consistently be able to take down Immortals.
Whoever takes this series, I'm calling it now, they're making that run for the upper bracket finals, for the grand finals. I think that that's how confident I am in both of these two teams.
All right, Kangas. Well, we take the first step here with the picks and bans. The bans go fast and furious. Corky, Camille, Rengar taken away by Tribe Gaming. On the opposite side, no Cat, so there goes Yumi, Karma, and Olaf removed. And first pick, it's going to be the set here for Tribe Gaming on the blue side.
A lot of those must bans coming out here. We're finally seeing the Rengar, Yumi, and Karma all at the same time in the ban phase.
I feel like we're going to have to do some ban corner next time, because Karma and Yumi, I feel like if we see them go through the draft, it's going to be a rare sight. So often they are getting banned off from the red side, and that's kind of a disadvantage when you are playing from the red side.
Exactly.
2 of your bans have to go to those champions. I'll be curious to see later on if we see a team potentially go for the swap, right? Where basically, we'll trade Karma for Yumi or vice versa, but we get the Riven for Sentinels. They can run this in the jungle, they can run this in the Baron, they can run this in the mid lane. Really, I feel like Riven, when I think of a team, it is Sentinels.
Exactly, especially for Molly, who I think had such breakout performance this year on this champion. He was just throwing everybody in lane. It was like, okay, well, let's try and find someone who can go even with him. And for MTS, I love this Garen. He kind of made a joke earlier on about like, oh, my champion pool is going to be 3 champions, and we're just going to kind of work around that. But last year, he had a really hard time carrying because he felt like, okay, I'm getting advantages in my leads in my lane. We show up to Dragon at 3 minutes. Oh God, my team is down like 3,000 gold. This is not
too
great.
far behind.
Exactly, and he's felt really confident, and I think much more trustworthy of his team now. Oh,
What did we say?
We got
what did
Darius on
MTS
Chuck.
say?
Oh, God.
He respects a Baron laner
God.
on a champion. Care to remind me, Michael?
I think MTS is shivering in his boots right now. He's kind of scared. We got Chuck out of Darius. This man is cracked on this champion. So often we'll see him proto-belting forward, getting these engages. But with the Diana pickup for Mally, I mean, very oftentimes you're going to see the Diana being going in the mid lane. So that feels like a Sheesh, Riven, and Garen going into the Baron lane, unless we see Beginnings flex onto one of those champions as a support.
And now we actually have really cool bottom lanes, because we've been talking about Dragon lane throughout the tournament so far. This time around, we didn't get to talk about it really early on into the desk, but Dienzio has been such a versatile player for his team, being able to play some of the mages, play some of the traditional AD carries. And you look at Rest, role swapping from support from another game. He's playing everything and anything under the sun. Twisted Fate AD carry. He's definitely on the train to play more of the mages. So I wonder, how much practice has he gotten on things like the Vayne, the Lucian, and the Kai'Sa?
Talking about mages, for Tribe, I feel like they need some sort of a mage. They have so much AD damage right now with the Jace in the mid lane. So, we may see a battle of mages on the bot side. Orianna, my main girl is still up. Which team is going to pick it? I feel like this is probably going to be...
Okay, the Lux locked in instead.
We've been seeing this. I can't remember where. I'm pretty sure it's Korea where they're playing Lux bottom lane. It's really fun. I obviously, we're all learning together. We're doing a little bit of learning.
Yeah.
But definitely within their wheelhouse, and still a flexible pick, right? Like, you could play this in support, I think, but waiting for what exactly the bottom lane matchup is.
Dienzio piloting the Senna, one of the earlier adopters of the Senna when she came out here in North America. And there we go, the Lee Sin for T-Tiger is something he's definitely known for.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the composition for Tribe, though, no magic damage. So as the mid to late game, we are scaling into there. The side of Sentinels, I'm sure, I've played with Pierce J, their coach. You see him in the suit, you see him with the flower shirt. He is screaming at his team. He says, you are building ninja tabbies this game.
And that's an Alistair. He can just full stack armor. Garen can full stack armor. Diana can even get some armor in her build, too.
Exactly.
This is actually looking really rough for Tribe.
Yeah, so we got to think about what early game these teams can do. It is Tribe. They need to smash the early game. And if there's anybody to do it, it's T-Tigers on the Lee Sin. This guy is a massive voice, the vehicle for their early games. He's shot calling his team to victory. If they're not able to come out swinging with a massive win, it's going to be pretty bad as the game gets longer.
Ooh, I'm so excited to watch my Sentinel boys on the stage! Woo!
All right, Sentinels and Tribe, they've put down their best picks forward here. The best of 3 begins at Mall of America here in Minnesota. They're lined up over at the Rotunda. If you are in the area, come swing on by. The seats are available. It'll get more and more crowded as the day gets going. But man, this one is going to be an absolute slugfest here, and I cannot wait to see how it plays out and the adjustments that will be made throughout the series. Superstar mid laner, superstar experience across the board. This one, 2-3 in the winners upper bracket semifinals. Winners will move on to the winners finals. It'll be one step away from global competition. Who will it be? We'll find out very shortly as the players are loading on in. Let's send it on over to our casters on the ground, TJ and Pastry Time.
Thank you very much for that soliloquy there, Digon. I loved it. But we do have a very, very exciting matchup. I mean, as far as seeding goes, this is about the closest one you can get. I mean, we had 4-5, now we have 2 and 3, but these are teams that have a ton of experience in these kind of environments. Sentinels looked great in all last year, and I believe we have some predictions. I don't think we're against the grain this time, though. We were right, though, for what it's worth, last series. That was important. That's important to me.
Yeah, I mean, love to dunk on the analyst desk as we did last series. And I love to start this with the predictions we're expected to make. Yep. Sentinels are my boys as well, and I'm excited to see them here on the stage.
Yeah, let's get on the rift here for our first game between 2 absolute powerhouses of North America.
And we have a little bit of, I'm going to be honest, bias out of me, because of course I cast the previous iteration of Sentinels, this roster, when it was a powerhouse super team assembled from multiple different versions of teams that were very strong in other mobile esports. And this super team came in representing my history, representing that game. Didn't do so hot first season. They made some changes as they were talking about on the desk. Rest now being, I was going to say an AD carry player, but he is playing Lux this game in that Dragon Lane role. And Sentinels bringing in both Sheesh and Molly. And I think this draft really speaks to the way this team is different from everybody else. Sentinels are playing through the top side of the map. Their AD carry led is a double support lane. Rest was one of the best supports in that game, and so was Beginnings. So they're going to take advantage of that and try and use this Lux to have some extra utility in team fights, to have an extra threat that can set up for the real carries who are across the rest of the map.
Rest is out of there, though. Did not like that level 1 trade, so...
It had, let me tell you, it had spectacularly bad vibes.
You get a trade, yeah, that's not it.
Showed up and lane, just instantly get slapped for half your HP. You'd maybe say, I'm gonna reset.
Right, and again, there's so much to highlight for both these teams. Obviously, we look at Tribe and what they've done so early on in Wild Rift, but Marley is a player that we're talking about, and you wouldn't maybe expect a player this mechanically gifted to, beyond something like Diana, but Sentinels, Marley himself is happy to play more of this role.
Yeah, he's oftentimes willing to take kind of the loss for the team and play a more utility-focused character and be a carry on it. Diana gives your team defensive options and is an offensive threat. And we made a comparison earlier to Starting, who's on the opposite side of that mid lane and only likes to play carries.
Yeah, Starting has big carry energy, that's for sure. T-Tiger's looking down the bottom side, but doesn't think the dive angle's looking good enough there.
A lot of pressure on Tribe Gaming here as we start this game. This is all about T-Tigers finding the opening angle. When you draft a Lee Sin, these first 5 minutes are your strongest point. Lee Sin gets so much power in his kit by default.
Kind of on the other side, I mean, she's also very flexible, but an absolutely brutal carry player. I've seen him go absolutely off on Kha'Zix in a number of games. But Riven, even though Marley's an excellent Riven player, Sheesh has those hands as well.
Yeah, expect Sheesh to be a devastating teamfight carry. But this time code is when you're expecting to see T-Tigers run the map and Sheesh to be trying to farm. So the fact that...
It's okay for now. Ish, Exhaust is down. Great Facebreaker to kick it up there for Max Green, who is one of the best supports in the region. Very aggressive as well.
Good to see from Max Green, but also very good for Sentinels that trade is sucked, because this is a squishy lane for Sentinels. It's all about playing this weak side. They're not trying to win. They're not trying to crush the Enzio. They're just saying, we can trade this even, and our attention can be elsewhere.
Yep, and Max Green, of course, is picking up the early farm, so the puzzle pieces are popping out of the minions as the center souls for this skin. So D'Angelo is going to be playing support for a bit, but they'll swap over and center will farm later as the game goes on. It always throws me, so I have to mention it.
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning, of course, that D'Angelo, one of the best AD carry players in this region, typically defined by very aggressive play. He's on the center, is going to be a little bit less effective as a hard carry this game.
Definitely something to look for. Again, as teams have migrated more to majors, more to utility. We've seen Rest Ash is one of the big ones that we're not seeing this game. Lux definitely a departure from some of that, but you get the idea here for Sentinels, and in general, these utility marksman or utility dragon laners have just become, you know, the meta in North America at least.
Yeah, and all throughout even Season 0, when we saw that meta kind of shaping up, Sentinels were the only team that could take wins off of Tribe Gaming. Sentinels, despite their lower placing in Season 0, were a team that obviously was good, obviously had the macro to take wins off Tribe Gaming, and yet could never put together a consistent run to be a top team in the region, despite having the talent. Here in Season 1, they've looked much better. This has been a Sentinels that can contend for the top of the roster, and a Tribe Gaming that has been undermined by the rising tide in the rest of North America. They can't win off of individual mechanics anymore, so Tribe Gaming had to go to school, and this is their redemption arc.
Ooh, stun lance. Max Green pretty tanky, so no follow-up there, but the Rift Herald has been started already, so Tribe are looking to take the Dragon in trade.
Yeah, we were talking about that more macro-focused team. Sentinels show it off.
Oh, starting! How did he get there? Does get picked up there, but I think Beginnings is going to be doomed, but Alstar's living for so long! Beginnings, my man, just keep on going, and Rest finds the snipe for the second.
And this could be really good for Sentinels. They've already summoned the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Sheesh is going to let it collide, and they forced Tribe Gaming. Yes, it took some body blows off of that Dragon. First turn of the game.
That is
over to
huge.
Sentinels.
This early in the game, as Rest is also getting pressured, but a root lands there on the other
What
side,
a chance!
and they get another pick. Rest Lux is playing the utility role so well as Beginnings. Wrapped up there again. The root comes through and Beginnings is fine, and maybe they have another push.
What is
But
this?
they do. Rest gonna get the kill this time.
I think Lux might be broken, Julian. Every time he's landing these light bindings, he's setting up for such a long CC chain with this composition. You saw it there. Light binding lands, followed by Beginnings going in. You get the full Alistair combo after the Lux light binding. And that means Sentinels can hold the front line still for so very long.
Yeah, early 2v2 looked horrible, but hey, lane's not supposed to be all that good with Alstar especially. Definitely looking good now they're roaming around.
Well, the early 2v2 looked horrible, but they were playing into Senna, so they're not going to hard lose that lane. They're going to survive it, which was always the mission for Sentinels. And now they've got a decent gold lead. That mid-turret cracked open. And of course, the Drake's still on the map, up for grabs.
Yeah, big point actually. I did miss through all the action, but Sentinels are going to get both objectives here off the back of that play. She's already put the Herald to good use in mid lane. They'll get this first Dragon. It's only a cloud, but you know, can't spawn the others without taking this first one. So Sentinels are more than happy to get both those first 4-minute objectives.
They're hitting the button. Give me another Dragon.
And the wheel spins, and it's Ocean Dragon.
Sure. Pressure in here.
Well, Molly just out of there. Doesn't want anything to do with starting in the whole break and Jace.
Rotate coming around from Sheesh, and so much of this comes down to the 1v1. In that bottom lane that we're currently seeing, the 1v1 between our two all-star mid laners, Starting and Molly, two of the best mid laners in North America, and Starting after a kind of disappointing season. He's a prodigy. He looked incredible during our first season of competitive play here in Wild Rift. And this season, he's not been able to get away with playing those hard carries that he likes to pick. So if we're making a comparison, it's that despite equivalent mechanical skill, Molly's here playing Diana, Starting's on the opposite side playing Jace. If Starting does not carry this game, if he doesn't put up numbers, then he is falling short and the chase isn't delivering. If Marley isn't able to get kills, he can still be a utility machine for the team.
Yeah, there's always eyes on starting. Such a flashy player, such a good player, but like you said, you do restrict yourself a little bit when you are always playing carries for your team, or whether that's an individual choice or a team choice, I'm not privy to. But starting certainly is a player that when he goes off, it goes real big.
Yeah, but he has to deliver here because he is on one of the team's carries. He is on the biggest source of damage on this squad. So this game rests on starting. He's got the early gold lead, and he's ready to deliver versus that Diana in the side lane. Sentinels very aware of it. They keep bringing Sheesh down here, kind of looking for an angle, seeing if maybe starting over steps. Walks a little bit too far forward.
And right again, Sen, this team is constructed in a kind of a different way. There's not an obvious carry, but if there is one big carry on the Sentinel side, it has to be Sheesh's Riven.
Yeah, the Riven's going to do huge team fight damage. Oh, beginnings. The bait here.
Ooh, Protobelt gets the headbutt through. Starting gonna have to flash away, but Marley goes back in. They maybe want to dive here. Beginnings gets the stun. Marley's going through. Maybe they can get it done, but Starting lives through the dive and he's going back for more.
Sentinels going fishing. And when that doesn't work, they try spear fishing, really committing here onto Starting. Starting gets on his phone, rings for some aid. Dienzio will rotate down, and Sentinels have to back away.
So no pick there, but I like the attempt from Sen.
And as these Rift Heralds come up and we're about to head into fights, I want to address what you're talking about. Yes, Sentinels don't have a hard carry. That means they're going to be weaker in these side lane skirmishes, 2v2s, etc. They don't have as much damage. You saw it there with the Diana. However, Sentinels are an incredible team-fighting team, and if they can organize front-to-backs, this composition will pay off.
Early kick for Team Tigers. That gives Beginnings the free rein. He wants to start off the fight. Gets one already. Sheesh is starting to go up in these fights. That's gold that they want to grab. And Sheesh a little low, but the root lands the Lux. Just cannot do anything wrong. And it's Sheesh that collects the gold at the end of it all. As Chuck is maybe going to get Zove here as well. Beginnings is going to make it happen for Marley.
And look at the organization there for Sentinels. They form up into the front-to-back team fight. Exactly what they have to do with this composition. Trading out the front line as those HP bars get low. Using hit points as a resource, like mana, in order to maintain the front of their fight. Build time, build space for Marley to come in and clean it up. That gives Sentinels a very good lead very early in this game.
5k up, and Crystal Refractor is already done for Diana. Marley is going to be impossible to displace from these teammates. They heard it from the desk, like, yeah, you got early game, you have champions who know you can pilot well, but there is so much AD on the Tribe side, and you have to cut through a lot of front line here for Sentinels, who are going to have not just that, but the Lux to boot behind them.
And that Lux will start doing damage in the late game.
Oh, yeah.
Delayed. I will also point something out here. Tribe Gaming do have late game power spikes, right? The Jace will come online eventually, despite a somewhat lackluster performance in this early game. And also, you do have Dienzio just scaling up there.
Certainly so. As the Herald gets dropped, Sentinels trying to run a bit of interference, but they do get the second Dragon, keeping complete control of the map in the early stages. And even going to get the charge down. Oh, no, Shelly's busy. Wrong way. Going to have to go ahead and rotate back around, but there we go. Rest gets it pushing in the right direction as Chuck at least going to get some gold back for Tribe in top lane.
Yeah, that Rift Herald on a very slow push will take this turret. You can see that Tribe Gaming know that's going to happen and just back away. And so even gold trading on the towers, and a net game for Sentinels as they, of course, get that turret.
And here's Rest. I mean, Max Green does have a cleaver, right? You do get a bit more gold in support, but yeah, the wave just disappeared.
Where did that wave go?
It's gone. Rest just eat it, and that was it. Well, I get a wave clear as well.
See, I thought you had to spend multiple abilities to clear wave, but I see now that as a support, you can just throw down your E and the game.
The farming Lux. Death cap already at 11 minutes in. Rest is ready to go. 2-0-2, feeling real nice. And again, it looked rough to kick things off, but Sentinels certainly knew what they were doing when they stitched this comp together.
Yeah.
And, they're off to a very comfy lead. They can start, not coasting, but they should have a smooth ride home if things go their way.
The turbulence is clear. It could be a good landing.
Skies.
But landing is also the most difficult part of flying a plane.
True.
This analogy is getting kind of overstretched. Sentinels need to play through the front line, and they need to protect Rest in these upcoming team fights.
Oh, Beginnings as always finds an angle. The Max Green's pretty tanky. He's willing to take it straight to the face, and the damage is not done. Sheesh now can't get in there. Chuck finds the pull back, and Marley is a little late to the fight, but can the counter engage happen? In goes Marley, popping the ulti, not just yet, gets rooted actually going on through. But a dive is good. MTS arrives and grabs that kill. Beginnings, he's fine, totally fine, yeah, it was good.
He's
Never
got
a problem.
HP, Julian. How is that
Never a
fine? FTS rotating into that fight, using the Garen perfectly. One of the most experienced mobile players in the world in MTS, and he delivers there, demonstrating how to front tank for your team. Really good play by T-Tigers in that fight as well. It could have gone much worse for Tribe Gaming. I don't know if you caught it, but Molly swept up to the bottom of that team fight to try and jump in and really destroy the backline. T-Tigers kicks him away. No thank you, visa denied. We're gonna wait another month. By the time Molly's able to weave back around, these do still do damage. They do still get kills. It's a perfectly constructed team fight from Sentinels, but they're not able to lock down the backline. Starting survives.
All right, well, the next dragon is a big one. It's a big old spicy Infernal that Sentinels will have eyes glued to as they try and snowball these objectives.
And this is just classic Sentinels game pace. Like, they're very happy right now.
Very deliberate.
Knocking down turrets, running everything they need to through the choke points where they are so strong. If you're ever trying to fight front to back into Sentinels, you're doing it through Alistair, through Lux's life bindings, through all the AoE output that comes from both Diana and Riven. It's very scary.
How did Sheesh get so much gold? I looked down and like, why is the gap so big between the gold? Sheesh is done with 3 items, it's ready to go. Beginnings gonna kick off the party as Sheesh dives in with the Proto Belt. Gonna trap to play zone over to get the kill, they peel back. Sentinels know they can get a free one there.
That's Baron. That's Sentinels. Everything they need to tie up this game. They're gonna at least tap on the Baron, see if they can bait a response.
That was close. Chuck dodges the incoming light binding.
And you can see Sentinels very wary of making a mistake here. They know they own the game right now, so why would they force a fight?
Love the attempt, but Rest is going to miss the Q. I think maybe predicted a bit of movement, but Marley in the top side of the map is making T-Tigers pay, and Sentinels might just go straight for the dive. Sheesh, though, thinks better of it, doesn't want to dive too deep.
Really good response, really bold response by starting. He's just burrowing through the mid lane. He's got Hullbreaker. He's already taken 1 turret. He's going for the second. He's just melting those mid lane turrets. He gets 2 plates on that sequence.
That's very starting energy. Game's in my hands. All right, I'll carry this one. Straight down we go to the mid lane.
He takes their blue buff. He's walking away with their blue buff,
all
Julian.
Right. Is he going to take the Infernal Dragon? Because that's the next objective. And Starting's low on mana. Beginnings. Going to try and make him play, but Starting has the flash.
A good flash away from Starting. That flash, of course, will be down for this fight, though. And here we go. It is Infernal Drake time. It is do or die time for Tribe. This is where they need to fight.
Starting can't get back. The mana, though, is regenning, and Sentinels are saying, what do you got for us? We have the lead. We are more than happy to take the team fight. Come get us at the Infernal Dragon.
Vision found. This is on Max Green. How do you start the fight if you're Max Green here? They're going to wait. Here we go.
I don't know if there's an angle. There has to be one, though. You can't give up this Dragon. Sentinels just too clean off. Oh! He found the angle to kick the jungler away. Even gets kicked to safety, and Sentinels a squeaky clean take of the Dragon.
I think that's disastrous for Tribe Gaming. They're not going to be within striking distance again this game at this rate. Yeah, you've got late game scaling on Senna, but have you checked the gold numbers? There is no way Dienzio is doing any damage for at least 5 minutes.
I mean, Marley's, again, just such a menace. Gonna have to deal with that. Just can't click on people fast enough on Senna. Not a huge damage output AD carry. Needs the soul, so really scale late. As bottom side is Beginnings, getting it going against Sheesh, so diving in onto Starting. Finally going to punish him for a couple of transgressions. Starting playing aggressive in his own jungle where he shouldn't be, and Sentinels nab that kill.
And Starting gets called out. That's the only hope they had. Starting had the most gold on the team.
And Beginnings is at it again. Rest also going to make Max Green pay, but this tanky set's going to live. The tower, though, is not so lucky. It's 2 towers taken there for Sentinels. This gold lead's getting out of control.
The Sentinels machine grinds on, slowly preventing Tribe from getting any access to their own jungle, any farm that they can capitalize on to get back into this game. It really is all on Senna Souls, because you are not getting any minion farm, you are not getting any jungle camps. There is nothing for anyone else on Tribe Gaming to get for at least 2-3 minutes here.
And Sentinels, they've taken their reset. They'll have eyes towards Baron here. Tribe are trying to get some gold and delay the game. That's really what it's going to be about for the next 5 minutes at least.
They've just seen all of Tribe Gaming show on the bottom side turret, but I think Tribe Gaming did it on purpose. They show on that bottom side, and now they're rotating up. The entire team here to punish Sentinels for starting the Baron.
They'll take a fight. Oh, Sentinels, they know. That's such good awareness. They're going to be spotted. Starting's very smart. Knows they're in the brush.
What a mind game. Both these teams playing chess with each other on the map.
Beginnings, though, again, watch for the angles. Alistar engages have been on point so far. Tribe Gaming need to find something. They're going to be forced to a 5v5 they do not want, but they must take.
And Sentinels are so nervous about this because they don't have a lot of damage. They need a proper 5v5 team fight. They don't want to take one sprawled out around the Baron, where potentially the higher damage numbers are so that champions can lock down 1v1s. You don't want to ever be in a position where Mali, for instance, is 1v1ing starting, because despite the fact that Mali has been dominating this game, starting's champion just does more damage.
Yep.
So, Tribe Gaming want to find those messy fights around things like Baron. Sentinels want to take a clean, organized 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, Sentinels are a team that does not like to make mistakes. And to their credit, they don't make them very often. So again, picking the higher percentage play, not going in there to face tank the Baron and take too much damage. They'll play a little bit more quietly here.
I will say, their gold lead only about 5,000. If we go 20+ minutes, which we're creeping towards.
We're on pace for 20+ minutes.
We're headed that way, Julian. If we go 20+ minutes, Tribe Gaming will start to come back online. The Senna will just start to hit like a truck because they are Senna. And at that point, Dienzio can finally have some agency in this game.
Sentinels, though, just setting things up. MTS curating that top lane wave. They've got the Elder Dragon to play towards as well if they want to try and force a fight here for Tribe. Tribe already had to give away 3 dragons, including that precious Infernal. But Sentinels are just being very patient here.
Yeah, they really want Tribe Gaming to walk into them. And so they're yet again locking down control of the area around Baron. There's that single ward thrown over the wall by T-Tigers. He now knows Baron isn't being started. 30 seconds on the Elder.
Important to note as well, beginning. We'll have to talk about it later, because Dienzio's in trouble. Sheesh is diving on in. There's the stasis, but Marley's going to come on through. There's a good stasis, but it just doesn't matter. Starting, it's going to fall after it. The 3 are already dead. The 2 carries of Tribe are dead, and Sentinels only need 1 fight to end game number 1.
Behind the inhibitor.
Yeah.
Sentinels close game 1 in very clean fashion, Julian.
Clinical and clean. That is the Sentinels way. Already got the staff back on stage for a little celebration.
I don't know what celebration you're seeing.
I'm seeing the coach.
They're here for business as usual, Julian. Heads down, ready to game.
Well, Pierce, coach. Well, Coach Pierce, I should say. Sorry, had the words flipped there. Already chatting to the team, making sure they know what's happening next. I was going to mention, by the way, that Lux also had 3.5 items. So Rest was ready to completely burst the Squishy down if they landed a combo.
Yeah.
It turned out it didn't matter, because Beginnings is really good at Wild Rift.
Beginnings is such an aggressive engager, and for so long in Wild Rift, after he picked up the game, we were missing that. We didn't get to see Beginnings taking those flash dash engages, and there it is. There's the Beginnings that represented his region, North America, on the world stage multiple times. And here is the Sentinels, who are ready to, for the first time, be the top team in North America if they can keep this up.
Well, so far, so good. Sentinels pick up game number 1, but let's hear what the analyst desk has to say.
All right, game 1 in the books there for Sentinels. Dominant performance and very comfortable. I like the restraint that they showed. They took care of all the objectives and allowed Tribe to play into their hand.
Sentinels just came out the gate rolling right there. I mean, they had it took a little bit of time for us to really ramp up into the action, but they got to that point where they just controlled every dragon. They were controlling all the objectives, and there was that cute little mid-game macro play going on there too, where like Tribe did not just give up. They tried their best to get back into that game. It was a tough one to play out, but it just shows why we've been talking up Sentinels so much. Like, I really do think that they're that strong of a team.
Yeah, but talking about that mid-game, it wasn't just cute. It was incredibly played from a macro perspective for Tribe. They lost the game, right? They lost.
Yeah.
But they did a great job at stalling out, at extending, at giving themselves an opportunity. And particular, Digon, your man, starting on the Jace, was able to get that mid-turret, half the turret, kept, forcing Sentinels to respond. But we've got to talk about Sentinels. They got that first pick around the Dragon, opened up the opportunity for Sheesh to get the mid-turret, funnel so much gold onto that Riven, and Riven, in my opinion, is a Sentinels champion. You can run it in 3 lanes, and the best 3 Rivens in North America are all on Sentinels.
And that leads us to our Coca-Cola pop-off moment by Michael Udall as we take a look at one of the biggest plays in the matchup here. As we have that one up, Sentinels just kind of rolled on through here. The winning moment here with the Coca-Cola pop-off.
Yeah, and it's Beg with the pop-off, flashing forward, able to start this engage, and everyone from Sentinels just following up. You see them, they're diving past the tier 3. They don't give a care, and that is them securing securing the first game, and that is them. You know, that was a dominant performance from the squad.
You're trying to take Pastry's job right now. You're showing how to play by play the replays right there. It's so funny. We're talking
Coca-Cola
about
pop-off.
It was the pop-off. Yeah, respect. We're talking about all the macro focus from Tribe trying to slow the game down, let the Senna scale up, and try and play more macro focus. And then Beginnings just says, Protobelt flash engage.
I mean, Beginnings understands his job this game. He is playing Alistar, right? So he has to try and find those engages. And I'm sure Sentinels, they were like, okay, we've given them enough breathing room. Let's choke them out. Let's end this game right now and just put an end to that. So I'm really glad that we got to see that out of both of those teams, especially the early game that we saw from Sentinels. They got every single early objective. They got both Heralds. They got all the first 3 Dragons. The entire map was theirs. And really, the only part that we got to see was, okay, cool, starting. You got turrets, you're forcing Sentinels to respond, but when the rest of the neutrals, you have all the standing gold going over to them, it's a massive weight on his shoulders to say, can I actually solo carry this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, Alk Battery, when we cast it together last time, we always talked about the draft diff. But really, like, I'm not fully calling that because I think Sentinels played excellently. But we talked about it pre-broadcast. No magic damage for the side of Tribe. How do you kill Alistar? Like, it's like impossible unless it's a 1v5, and then you're using so many cooldowns to take down a support. So I really feel like we need to see Tribe pick up. I mean, even though your Senna's scaling, they're stacking armor into that scaling Senna.
Exactly. If maybe there was like not a Garen and an Alistar in the enemy team, I'd be a little more, you know, just like, okay, fine, whatever. But like you were saying, Alistar plus Garen, 2 movable objects. They're done for.
If we're talking about draft.
Yeah, well, we'll get to draft in just a second as we take a look at the replays of that last matchup one more time. And, you know, Chuck had the Darius T-Tigers on the Lee Sin, but I feel like the champions were just played around very well. MTS on the Garen and just constant headbutts away. T-Tigers just had such a difficult time getting into these objectives.
That's exactly what Alistar does, right? Alistar keeps people out of pits. So,
yeah, we saw that at the last Dragon, too. I mean, it's kind of funny. The Lee Sin and the Alistar were both doing it to each other, right?
Yeah.
It's like leapfrog.
It's both pushing them out of the team fight. But this was a big turning moment for Sentinels. I mean, they were pretty much ahead from the first objective, but really just concise, clean play and, you know, understanding their limits, recognizing we can continue to get these kills. But there it is. That's the Coca-Cola pop-off is Beg, Protobelt, Flash. And from there, Dienzio is in such a rough position. You have a Riven breathing down your neck. You have an Alistar, Diana. You have so much dive for the side of Sentinels, but also Rest on the Lux, able to just, you know, from the back line, throw out those bindings, throw out the massive, you know, beam of light and just do so much damage.
Yeah, and Dienzio is one of the better Dragon Lane or dual lane players on immobile champions. Used to seeing him on the Varus, used to seeing him on the Ashe. You do have a little bit of mobility with the Ziggs and the slow there, but Dienzio's comfortable on those types of things. This time on the Senna, though, the range wasn't quite there, especially because the damage wasn't there as they fell behind, and there was only one damage source. So maybe something to look at as we take a look at some of the champions as we go back to our champion power rankings here.
We're talking too much
Popeye's
about
point.
Too much about meta, too much about picks here. Okay, let's get some out of the way, Al.
So we got a ban corner.
This.
This might be a little small. We got ban corner. Let's go ahead, slam that.
Just put it on there.
Yep.
All right,
Karma.
these are the must bans. You have to ban these ones every time. But now we can update the list with other champions that were played in that last one. I want to start off with the Riven pick here because I think that the Riven was pivotal in that last game. I think that not every team plays it. Okay, this one's getting 2 pieces of tape because they're stuck together. Not every team plays the Riven in North America, but if you know how to play the Riven, I think she's absolutely an A-tier champion. And I know that we're all leading high here on the list, but this
just positive analysts here. Everyone's positive.
I might have if we didn't have too many up there already, but I do think that Riven in the hands of a right player can absolutely take over a game.
So you're saying in the hands of a Sentinels player, it can take over the game?
Exactly.
Yes.
Maybe in a Tribe player too. As the only person that voted for Tribe here. All right, give me Senna.
All right, where are we putting Senna?
Where are we putting Senna? This is
you're asking me?
Why did you guys just ask each other? You're my expert.
I already did one.
Degon literally just said, give me Senna. Okay, so we could put a D for Degon.
It can't.
I like this. D for Degon right here.
It takes a while. It takes a long time to scale, and that's why I'm actually not a big fan of the Senna right now in the meta. I kind of echo what TJ
I don't like it
was
just because Degon picked it. I'll be 100% well honest with you.
Oh, well, that's kind of rude. He is the one controlling the desk right now, so... I mean, have at it.
But
I will say, I think that the meta is a little fast right now. And, like, if you can be faster than the enemy team, you can get wins. And we saw some of the weakness of the Senna. But, Mike, I want you to pick one.
Yeah. Get in here.
I'm going to choose the Jace.
Jace.
It's, you know, a champion that we've seen consistently banned, you know, from the blue side. I'm going to throw it into the I want to throw it into the A tier. You know, I feel like in the right hands, but I also want to use my one opportunity to move something down. I love
one?
Tristana. I have the most games on Tristana this season, but move her down to D because Meals did play well in the champion, but by no means is Tristana an S tier.
Wait, where are you moving to? A, B?
Just
okay, I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
Yeah. Right, we'll just let him be down there.
All
you know,
the way
because
to D tier.
seeing a Tristana up in the S, even though I'm a Tristana lover, it can't be that high.
All right, so there's our tier list of champions as it continues to move and go up and down. Again, a lot of things there at the top as we're ready to go here for game number 2. Just a quick note, your star player of the last game was Sheesh, who went off and definitely took over the game. Will he be able to do it again? Let's find out. As there it is. There's Sheesh.
I love Sheesh so much. He's a young kid, especially getting scouted super early on for Sentinels. I think he was their big star building piece from last year. Talking about him, like anytime I talk to Pierce, any of the players, Michael, they're always like, Kevin, Sheesh, this kid is insane.
Talking about Sheesh. Dude, this guy is still in high school, and he's signed to one of the biggest esports organizations in the scene. He's making good money. He's playing Wild Rift. And, you know, next week he's going to be in school. He's got tests. And the thing about Sheesh, like, I scouted this player. I found him in solo queue. I helped put this team together, and I was so impressed. In Season 0 especially, I feel like there were a couple of pop-off moments from Sheesh on Camille on a lot of different champions where really we would play through Sheesh. That was kind of our go-to style just because of the mechanical prowess that he has.
And it goes back to the point I made earlier when we talked to other junglers about who they respect. Lamont, the only name he said was Sheesh, and I actually consider them kind of similar in their playstyle. They're both these junglers that will just do the crazy play that nobody's expecting and just win the game from that moment. Lamont and Sheesh both love invading. They love finding picks. They love diving onto backlines and really being that difference maker in the team.
All right, so we got a lot of Sheesh love, a lot of Sentinels love. As the only picker of Tribe here, what do my boys in red, the other red, have to do to bounce back other than draft a composition with a little bit of magic damage?
Yeah, I think if they focus more on the team fight.
Well, I also think, you know, Riven, something that we have talked about, just so much flexibility for Sentinels. Since, you know, the side of Tribe is most likely going to pick blue side, most teams that do lose will opt. Okay, they actually opt.
Stick on red side.
Yeah, so they stick on red side, but I'll just be curious if that's a ban they maybe look at, or maybe they take it away themselves.
Interesting that Sentinels are the one to ban Yuumi, because we talked about it earlier, but Yuumi is kind of like a mainstay on the red side.
Yeah.
That's one of the advantages of playing on blue. Not only do you get to be first pick, but you also get to not have to deal with the kitty cat.
If you're Sentinels, I think you'd lock in Riven right now. I honestly, just go for it.
It's blindable.
Or set. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Wow. Oh, interesting.
And that was something that was left open banned away last time, left open this time, and so this one available for multiple roles here, probably for Molly in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like Molly is normally the quirky player for Sentinels. Back in the day on Chonk Chortle, Molly made a name for themselves on the quirky, just laying down so much damage, perfect package timings, and really quirky is a champion that as you snowball, as you get ahead, just becomes a menace. And look at the beef that Tribe's gotten. Quirky, one of the better champions with the Gatling gun, armor shred built into the kit, will be pretty good into both of these. So Tribe, I do like the beef. I do like these strong meta champions, but Sentinels already with their first pick have got some sort of a counter set up.
There you go. There's the Riven that we were talking about.
I don't feel very good about this draft.
Yo, Digon, ye of little faith. You gotta be able to believe. We got the Darius here for MTS, so they just straight up swapped the top lane matchup, which I think is really funny to watch. But coming now, I do want to see what Tribe do. We were talking about, they need magic damage. They need a little bit of play for team fight. I do want to actually see what they pick up for Danzio. Is it actually going to be the Ziggs starting this year? I think has had a really good Ziggs performance all year long, so I'm looking forward to that. But I want to see them put a marksman for Danzio. He's one of the best team fighting Dragon laners we have in this league, and so I want to see him empowered in this way.
Definitely. I mean, Ziggs could go either lane, starting also super gut on it. Be curious to see what they do, but looking at the bans here, Tribe taking away Morgana, something that Bag or Rest both could play in the duo lane. And for the opposite side, we've got Sentinels getting rid of the Jax. Okay, they said no more love. We don't want any of that.
But there are engaged supports. I was wondering, do they take away something like the Alistar? Because beginnings, let's be honest, the Alistar engages, the Alistar zoning, that's a big reason why they won game one. Beginnings will have the option to play an engaged champion again.
Yep. I like this so far from Tribe. They have some good frontliners. They obviously just need some damage to follow up on that. They've kind of gone through with this. Again, it's 80 carry pool here for them, and Sentinels gonna have to show their hand from here on out, right? After this pick, Xin Zhao here for T-Tigers. So saving counter pick for either their mid laner or their Star Dragon laner.
And I like this point from Tribe, right? Because right now Sentinels, they're unsure where that Ziggs is going.
Yep.
And so they're picking blind, right? And a great move from them, but it's going to be the Galio picked up for beginnings. I think this is a very powerful support, provides a bit more frontline that Sentinels really needs, but more than anything, provides that CC, that crowd control, the ability to lock down some of these champions and allow, you know, the likes of MTS to come in on the Darius, the likes of Mally on this Diana to come in, or the likes of Sheesh again on this Riven to follow up.
A lot of engage. Now, I was saying I like the peeling options of the Galio. You can try and be primary engage. It's tough, but this Diana is now that massive go button, and then you layer all the additional CC of the Riven. The Galio, even package from Corki going on top. But here we go. Dianzio back to the classic.
Okay, so they've built out the front line. This is something that we saw a lot earlier on in the year, where you have these two big beefy boys with the Garen in the set. They're able to build that front line.
The Unga Bunga brothers.
I don't know if I'm going to use that one. You got Ziggs and Varus who are able to fire off multiple phone screens away, and Xin Zhao should be able to follow up, clean up the rest of the team fight. It's old. It's some very strong standard play from Tribe, I think, from earlier on into the year, and obviously they're going to need it.
But this is the question. Has Tribe evolved their gameplay enough to go with the strategy that's been there for a while against this Sentinel squad, where we're seeing a true passing of the guard, a true ability of possibly knocking Tribe out of missing the international event as one of the top 2 teams here in the WNS?
I like Tribe. I like their composition. I mean, I think this is a pretty even game from a draft standpoint. I feel like the last one definitely favored Sentinels, but I think this one really could go either way.
Oh boy, Dianzio, you got a lot of things trying to dive onto you. I said it at the recap of that last game. Dianzio known for playing these 80 bot laners that do not have a lot of escapes, and it's all about positioning and dishing out damage. He's got a lot on his hands now with the Galio, with the Diana that's going to be there. You have the Xin Zhao that could possibly help you out. You got the Ziggs that'll possibly help you out, but that's most of the time you're using Satchel Charge for yourself as the Zigg. So eyes are on my boy down there in the duo lane. Dianzio, a lot of pressure on your shoulders there as Tribe. They're trying to stave off their elimination of the upper bracket. There is a double elimination bracket in place. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it down to Pastry and TJ.
Thank you very much, friends at the desk. It's been lovely to have you all day long. This is looking like it might be a Sentinel sweep, old TJ. So tell me, how did Tribe stop the train from continuing to roll through the WNS?
Okay, can I be honest with you?
Yes.
As a Sentinels fanboy, professed, I know those boys. I think this is a really good draft for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah.
I think they've built exactly what they need to. It's a very standard front-to-back composition. Most interesting part of it, I think, is that it is Sentinels' normal tactic. They built a very beefy front line. They have long-range damage behind it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely different look in the bot lane as well. We know Rest for his utility. Corki is not that. Corki is definitely all about dishing out the damage.
And that's going to be very important because previously when we've seen Rest play those 80 carries, those traditional damage dealers, we've seen that he is the player who just transitioned from playing support a little over a year ago. And we've seen that in comparison to players who are more bloodthirsty and aggressive, he's going to sit back and just pump out range damage. Corki isn't a character where you can get away with that at this level, and especially not into a Varus played by Dianzio, who is the best Varus player in North America. It's going to need to be more aggressive. You're going to need to be using those Corki packages to access the backline. And if we don't see that from Rest, I think Tribe Gaming walk away with an even series.
Well, we'll see what happens here in the game, because we are into game number 2 here between Sentinels and Tribe. Basically running it back in some ways here for Sentinels, the comp-wise, right? The Rest is the big change. That is a big difference without Deluxe. It is much more of a traditional comp there for Sentinels, but we know roughly how they're going to approach most of their games, even if they have a lot of flexibility in their picks. For Tribe, they changed a little bit, kind of went back to basics, back to what used to work for them when they were the reigning kings of North America at the very start of Wild Rift. That is no longer the case. So at least put up here against Sentinels and give us a third game.
I just want to highlight this cheekiness. Rest and beginning, seeing what they can get, waiting at the very top of the lane.
Oh, speaking of, Max Green already has it going, and again, the level 1 trade is looking good there. I mean, Max Green, a very aggressive support, but as you said in our last game, TJ, Dientio is always there with him for those plays.
Yeah, Dientio is an incredibly good AD carry player, right? We've been talking about Sentinels as, you know, the team that's represented North America internationally in other games. So have Tribe Gaming, only they won that tournament. Tribe Gaming are world champions in their own previous mobile esport.
Oh goodness, Rest is looking a little unlucky. Level 2 is not going to make the difference in the beginning. He finds the home, but it just doesn't matter. That is what we wanted to see from Tribe.
And the game they played in was 3v3. Who were their laners? The two people playing on the front lines? Dienzio and Max Green. And there it is, the most aggressive and dominant lane in North America, firing on all cylinders.
And that is what we have to see here. Starting is taking a bit of a backseat. Not that Ziggs is a bad pick by any means. He can really dish out the damage, but it is the Dienzio Max Green show for the early stages of the game. If you want to attack Sentinels, you basically just have to attack bot lane because everyone else is super stable.
And the other member of that World Championship roster, that's T-Tigers. And T-Tigers also present in this early game on the Xin Zhao, an incredibly strong early game champion who will scale into a solid team fight contributor, a solid tank in the mid to late game.
Had a very quiet game for T-Tigers on the Lee Sin for the most part in game 1, so we'll see if that changes here on Xin in the second. And don't see top lane too much. We have flipped the matchup, as the desk said, but there's a reason for that. Not a lot going on in the 1v1. To be fair, maybe MTS will walk out with the gold lead somehow, but for the most part, they are just waiting for the rest of the game to play out here.
Well, if you want a curious fact, MTS already has a 100 gold lead.
Always seems to find, he just finds extra gold or something. He must have a passive buff I don't know about.
He's done it the entire time he was playing AOD, the entire time he went to Korea to play Honor of Kings. The biggest mobile esport in the world. MTS just quietly finds leads.
Ooh, exhaust down here on the bottom side. That's such a good face breaker, but to do that in the CC. No, they don't. The exhaust comes back through, and T-Tigers moves in at Dienzio for the third and the second there. There's the double for the Varus.
It got a little bit dangerous. Rest makes the right call, commits over the top of Max Green's Haymaker with the Valkyrie. That could have won the fight, except this wasn't a two-man World Championship squad. Here comes the third. T-Tigers sweeps down into the bottom lane, stabilizes it, gets Tribe Gaming a dominant early game lead.
This is what we wanted to see from the last game, so they're coming alive here in the second as we'll watch this exchange again. Love the aggression for Rest here, but again, Max Green is so on point.
And look at the attempt there. I'm really happy to see that from Rest. Like I said, if I had to critique, a little bit less aggressive than AD carry players who were born and bred. And there it is, a little bit of a killer instinct that's been trained over the course of the season.
Unfortunately, the flip side of that play is that Tribe are up, 1,000, 1,200 gold, which isn't that big, but it is significant. But that gold is concentrated onto the Varus. Manamune is already done.
Julian, I feel like I was describing the flip side. The main side of that play is that there's a massive gold lead for Tribe Gaming. And it is going to keep snowballing because, of course, they're going to be able to wield this gold lead in on objectives.
He's good. Q's not quite enough. Beginnings gets in the way, but Piercing Arrow very aptly named there, but Rest does live.
This is why Varus is so powerful. If you play a good Varus...
Flash Q? Never mind.
If you play a good Varus, you can 1v2 in lane, and Dienzio is a good Varus.
And Max Green has been unleashed as a result, already roaming around, has the ulti, of course. There for the set. Flash ready to go onto someone else's. Marley roaming down to pressure Dienzio, but here comes the rest of the squad. Sheesh
on board.
To start his Herald.
Sheesh is on board. Here comes Tribe Gaming. They were going to go down bottom. They turn tail as soon as they see that Rift Herald started. And the vibes are off in that top lane.
Yeah, little bouncy back and forth, but Sheesh just gives up on the Herald. So Tribe, see what happens. No, he's left. No need to do anything, just reset.
Rest and Beginning spot the rotate with the ward they put into the bush. And as soon as that comes out, Sheesh gets the call, get out of there! Turns around, gets to safety. This will open up, of course, the Rift Herald to Tribe Gaming, who are doing it currently.
Sheesh with a very nice angle, but Max Green, little too tanky! Sheesh, flash ulti, Wind Slash is gonna get the execute.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Dive in, will find the kill. That is Rift Herald during the time, picked up by Tribe Gaming. Sentinels for the first time on a solid back foot here in the early game. And I don't even think they're going to be able to contest the Cloud Drake despite finding a kill elsewhere on the map.
We'll play a very small minigame while we're here. MTS has about 300 gold up. That was a beautiful stack ladder starting. It just doesn't matter. Beginning finds the angle.
It's a circle.
360 degrees is the angle, Julian.
Yeah, can't escape from that one. Beginnings obviously has the geometry covered as Max Green looks to interfere, but doesn't make anything happen.
Did you see that little dash that Beginnings just pulled out using the heroic charge to avoid the potential pull face breaker from Max Green? It is such a joy to watch these two support players play into each other. Two of the best in the world.
As Dienzio and the rest of the gang is going to start up this Dragon. Dienzio was like 1v1ing Marley, by the way, when Marley went down there. So instead, Sentinels want to find counterplay on the other side of the rift, but they give up both objectives for that attempt on Chuck's life, which does not connect.
Yeah, they more than Chuck wanted this turret. Chuck just happened to be in the vicinity, and unfortunately, that kind of stops the plan, because Garen just kind of decides what's going down and what's not.
Garen's big vibe champion.
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
Here's the Rift Herald. It'll collide against this mid turret.
Still knock up there under the Herald from Beginnings, I believe, but damage still done. Starting with the W ready to go. Ziggs is so good at sieging. There it is. First turret gold going over, and Tribe is still going. Already got Beginnings there.
And here they've just got enough of a gold lead that Tribe can keep this rolling. Sentinels need to make a big swing in order to have the tools to access the backline, because every team fight from here on is going to be these two questions. How do you get onto starting? How do you get onto Dienzio? And Sentinels, with their current roster, with their current gold distribution, cannot.
Exactly, and if you cannot, you lose the fights from 5 phones away. It is just, you can't see any of the projectiles being hurled at you, you cannot get through the front line, and you cannot win 5v5s or objective fights that way. So Tribe feeling good with this early lead, almost 3,000 gold ahead. Even T-Tiger's getting the damage loaded up as well for his first item completion as they wait to play around this next objective, which on the bottom side is going to be a very tasty looking Infernal Dragon. Ulti though, out of Dienzio again, just lets it go, but Beginnings has found a Max Green with a beautiful angle. Marley though wants the prize on the back half of the fight. Max Green over Marley. He just wanted Dienzio so badly as Beginnings now has to get out of the way. The Justice Punch will buy enough time. Beginnings no flash though, and now Sheesh has to try and fight his way out of this 1v2, but he can't do it. T-Tiger's too strong, Exhaust committed, and now Rest could be in trouble. Starting in there as well, missing his Q, but it doesn't matter. They get 3, they might get 4. Starting got the dunk. That is 4 kills for Tribe.
And Tribe Gaming just roll all the way through. Sentinels make a couple of key mistakes, and Tribe punish them hard.
And we'll watch it again here in the Coca-Cola pop-up. What a play out of Tribe.
It starts with this mistake. Beginnings ulting in over the top of the fight. Yes, you get the kill on Molly onto Dienzio. It's 1-for-1, that's not ideal, but this ult does not save them. It puts Beginnings in danger. They tried to manage this against any other team. They would have gotten their players out. This is not any other team. The knockups land, Rest tries to commit, he's caught out as well, and the ball just keeps rolling downhill.
Yeah, pretty sure starting flash tap for that Q there, which he didn't intend to do, but thankfully, doesn't matter. Hits the nice big ulti at the end and Tribe play it perfectly to sweep up 4 kills for just the Varus. Dienzio will take that L.
We do have a second Rift Herald coming up in just 20 seconds, and that's what all this action on the top side of the map is about. Tribe Gaming would like to solidify their game here.
Top tower looking low. Oh, MTS has found the angle back screen. The target, but again set. So tanky Beginnings does get a brief taunt, but can't get through the front line right now.
No way past those tanky frontliners. That's going to be the story of the game for Sentinels. Tribe Gaming could just build pockets of safety for starting.
Sheesh trying to make a big play here. The package as well for Rest. T-Tigers are popping the ulti. Sheesh can't quite find it. Max being able to get the kill. Chuck spins on for the second, and the exhausters keep on coming. MTS is trying to save this fight, but it just isn't happening just yet. MTS will finally fall down, and Chuck, he grabs the double. There's the final kill. Tribe, they're going to grab the ace.
And what a team fight for Chuck, what a team fight for Dienzio, who just sits in the back lines, plinking away. And Sentinels don't have the damage, don't have the ways to get past this team. You see Rest with a good attempt here, but there's no follow-up, there's no possible follow-up. He hard commits and then realizes he needs to get out while his team gets caught in the choke point. And look at Dienzio the entire time, just kiting away, just throwing damage back into the team fight. Not a care in the world.
2 different exhausts, I believe, got burnt in that section as well. Yep, Dienzio inciting both have them. They know what the game plan is for Sentinels, and both Sheesh and MTS were put to bed trying to dive in and save the back half and the front half of that fight, actually, from going wrong. But unfortunately, it did go wrong. Tribe are up about 8k right now, and they can waltz on over to take this Infernal Dragon pretty much whenever they want.
I don't want to lie to the audience, so I will say this is pretty unwinnable for Sentinels. It's pretty rough. Is there a way they get back if this game goes long enough? Maybe. But you're never going to get less damage out of Dienzio. You're never going to get less damage out of starting. They're just going to keep getting bigger. Same for Max Green and Chuck, who are going to get tankier and tankier. Very hard game for Sentinels to turn around. They needed early gold and early shutdowns onto the Tribe Gaming carries, and they didn't get them. And so Tribe Gaming have evolved into a fortress.
Definitely a tough one to pry open. I mean, if the game goes late, we're looking at that 20+ mark once again. If they can find flanks and get onto these backliners, there is a way. But even if that happens, and they probably have to not have exhaust, so there's a lot of conditions for Sentinels to find a winning fight, but that is what Tribe have set up with this fortress.
I mean, something just needs to go wrong, right? That's honestly the way this goes, is if Tribe make a silly mistake, that's how Sentinels get back into this game. Tribe Gaming are good enough, though. Literally world champions.
Feels pretty good, man. T-Tigers going on in. Beginning, though. Maybe found something, but again, do they have more? No, not yet. It is T-Tigers is popping the ult and running away. The dive move continues. There's a big ult, but Dienzio already got one. It just doesn't work. There is nothing here for Sentinels as Tribe find the flash in, and there's the final kill. Max Green finds a very flashy play to end this game.
A triple to Dienzio off of a flash over the wall into the team fight. Here comes the Rift Herald. It's going to be dancing. It's party time on the Rift.
It is party time. Shelly going to make it all the way to the finish line. Doesn't happen too often, but Tribe with a statement here to bring us to game number 3.
And just like that, our series is dead even. 1-1 here in the upper bracket.
And for both these teams, 2 games, a win apiece. They'll play a third, of course, in this best of 3, but both games looking incredibly clean. The Sentinels, classic control, clinical pace, just grinding out Tribe with ease. And then Tribe saying, hey, we're good as well, remember. Don't forget, they go back to basics, back to classics, find some aggression, get a foothold in the game, and just batter down Sentinels.
Really good play by both these teams, and they're both so clean. These are both teams that don't make mistakes when they have advantages. And you see it there, Tribe Gaming, rebuilding after a disappointing start to this season, have emerged as a team that can do that. This is a new card in the Tribe Gaming playbook. It used to be entirely built around their individual mechanical skill. They still have some of the most mechanically talented players in the world, certainly in North America. But there, we see them just be able to leverage the map. There's never an opportunity for Sentinels to take a fair team fight.
And yep, they look very unfair watching back some of that there. I mean, we kind of highlighted it from the desk, kind of highlighted it. We highlighted it. It is nice to see it back. Dienzio.
Yeah.
On a real deal marksman, looking real
He's
good,
so
D-Gun. What do you think there at the desk?
I think I allow my teammate to carry. Zig's dishing out a lot of damage. I'll play the flex champion so that my fellow carry can carry a true mark of a carry. I know that was a lot of carry there.
That was a lot of carry.
Dienzio played well. Starting played well. They played well. Everyone was calling it. It was a very good draft. Very easy to play, and they executed very much on that, Alk.
Yep. I mean, we called it. TJ agreed with us, which honestly, I think we're going to have to keep a tally of how many times he agrees with the desk.
That's one.
That's one. But, I mean, look, we were, like, criticizing for them. Like, is this the evolution maybe we wanted to see? Like, a win's a win. They're obviously got here. They want to make wins, and they want to obviously continue in the upper bracket. And that just looked really, really good.
I was going to say a win's a win, but that was a dominant win from Tribe, right? Like, they won before Baron even spawned, I believe. A decisive team fight. Max Green with the flash forward, the pull allows them to finish it off. But really, that game was Dienzio all the way. An absolute ADC diff on the Varus has been a master on that champion for a long time. The newest addition to Tribe post Horizon Cup, and he showed up when they needed it most.
It wasn't just that. We also saw Corki, which if we had a Corki picture somewhere here, I would be like, the champion's going in the F tier. We're not even going to bother with that one. Dienzio, we wanted to see him on a marksman. That's exactly what we got, especially someone like Varus.
And that sounds like some results-based analysis.
Yes,
because
it
when
is.
the Corki was blue 1, I didn't hear that level of heat coming in from you. What's up with that?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry. But you are right. It was all the beefcakes in front of the Varus, in front of the Ziggs that just created space. All these abilities were coming out. We saw how hard it was for Sentinels to actually get those fights. Even at the very end there, like, Diana goes in and engages. Galio comes in on top. and they just die.
It's really hard.
I mean, they're already like really far behind at that point, but still, like when you land that combo, you expect that to lead to an advantage for the team that pulled off the combo, not for the other team.
Yeah, kind of nice for D'Enzo to not have to worry about that by gaining a lead so large that the damage wasn't going to fall through even if they get to the back line. Now, before we continue this breakdown of this specific matchup, we just got word from our previous match. We saw y'all in the chat. No worries. Immortals was able to take care of business against Ailish, so pushing Ailish down to the lower bracket as Immortals takes care of business. And right there at the top side of the bracket, that's going to be our next matchup. Immortals and SuzakuGG. Suzaku sitting in the crowd. They were cheering on both squads. I went to go take a quick peek, but now they've got their business cut out for them as Immortals take care of Ailish 2-0. As expected. As expected. 1 versus 8, you know.
When the series was going long and we didn't know if it was just like pause or tech delays or like what was going on, I was like, is it a 3-game series? Are Ailish going to do it? But all right, 2 over Immortals I think is what most people would have expected.
We did hear one of the unique builds. Smacks, who will be on the broadcast earlier, is watching that game for us, said that there was a Hullbreaker Jarvan support. Hullbreaker Jarvan support. So we're seeing these teams and these players pick some unique champions and unique builds, but you know, that one for Ailish didn't quite pay off.
Oftentimes the first day of tournaments, you know, these teams haven't played against each other in the first round. You generally have like a scrim drought against the team you're playing against or the team on your side of the bracket, right? So it didn't work out, but these teams have been cooking up different kind of strategies, and as the days go on, we're going to see the meta start to develop, start to form, and I feel like Hullbreaker is going to continue to be a staple of that.
But it does mean that the top 4 seeds made it through in the first round, so I get the seeding is actually kind of playing out how it should be. Technically, we haven't had any big upsets yet.
All right, well, we'll see how this one plays out here in the lower side of the upper bracket, which is the semifinals. There we go. After game number 2, we had the superstar that we're going to show off right here. It's D'Enzo on the bottom side of the map, playing the Varus, getting those early 3 kills and allowing the rest of the team to snowball through him.
The 1K plus GPN.
That's crazy.
If you ever get that, that means you're having a stellar game. And this game ended at what, like 11 minutes, 12 minutes? Generally, the longer it goes, it's easier to get up there. You have more gold. You can farm faster. So the fact that D'Enzo had this much gold, the 9-1-2, the man's was balling.
Close to a third of the damage done from his entire team. From one player. That's just absurd.
Yeah, and then also huge shout out to Max Green for setting up so many of those kills, especially early.
Yeah, exactly. When we're talking about the bot lane duos, it's always both pairs, both sides of the pair. And Max Green, he's been a world-class support here in North America, but D'Enzo obviously following up on that, being such a great in positioning, great in being able to maximize his damage output. And we saw time and time again, Varus, the piercing arrows is coming out. You can't get on top of him because he's hitting you with the ultimate if you're ever going into melee range. It's fantastic.
So we're getting ready for the next game, I assume. The players are getting ready. So again, I'm getting itchy for this tier list. Is the time? Is it time to start working on it?
Deacon's like a tired parent. He's like, whatever, man.
Only because you don't have my champion that should go into the ban corner.
We might have trolled and we don't have a Varus picture.
Where's Varus?
I can draw one. Okay, so instead we're going to start off with a Darius because I'm going to give Darius in his rightful position. I'm going to slap him right down. Oh, and we immediately cut to the stage. So I guess we don't get to see this. It'll be a surprise when we come back as to where Darius is going to be on the tier list. Boom.
So
right there in the F tier. I'm
you
not
put
a
it
fan
so
of this
close. I just
champion.
want to make sure we do this right. This is tier list ranking F.
I'd like the record state that
I
don't agree.
I'm going to put on his side.
I don't agree with this. Just
I don't agree with
this
either. I'll be 100% honest. I don't want to use my one move because I want to use it a little bit later.
I have to see it get a win. I don't know.
All right, let's get a set in there because we saw that prioritized by.
All right, here, I'll give you a piece of tape.
By tribe.
All right, yeah, I'm going to just, we're just going to follow the narrative that we've been doing up here. I'm just going to.
No!
Yeah!
Set was pretty good.
Set has been in every single game we've played today.
Highly prioritized in
the
draft
champion
as well.
is broken.
Yeah, and can play multiple different roles, right? We saw Max ballin on the support. We also can see it in the Baron lane. So, I very much disagree with the Darius NF, but I do think the set in the S tier, right, globally has been a very highly prioritized pick, something that I think is very powerful.
Question is, where does the Varus go as we're into pick and ban?
I'd throw it in A.
Third in A? All right. I'll do my best.
Draw
no
that while we get into draft here. Decisive game number 3 here between Tribe and Sentinels. These two squads that have no love lost between them, playing for the upper bracket final spot. It's Camille, Rengar, Garen, then Olaf, Karma, and the cat taking this mid-cap right there.
Thank you to Immortals for that one. We got Saint as well. They're all taking part in the mid-gap thanks to Molly.
I love that. But just, okay, one thing to note, most teams do opt for the blue side when they lose, but Tribe and Sentinels have opted for the red side.
Both times now.
Both times, right? Even though they are forced to ban the Karma and the Yuumi, they still take that. I guess they prioritize getting 2 picks after.
Right, generally known. If there's one power pick that gets through, you like to have that on the blue side. But if you don't feel like that and you can get the 2 for 1, you're seeing teams flip on over to that side. It is Corki and Darius. So, kind of same pick so far.
All right, let's look at the tier list.
No.
Where's the Darius?
We're in draft. We're not looking at the tier list.
I'm not looking at that dumb tier list. Don't worry about it. Okay, so the Corki, I still have big question marks around this champion. I think this is much better of a mid laner than it is a dragon laner. And oh my god, they actually took the Riven away, and I think this is for starting. This could be also for T-Tigers, which I think would be awesome just because it gives him a driving champion that gets them into the fray.
This feels like a T-Tigers champ where they're either going to win by the Riven or lose by the Riven, because T-Tigers, if he gets a champ like this, will play aggressive.
Yeah. But for the side of Sentinels, what I see so far screams that we're going to see Rest on some sort of magic spell, ADC, which I love. I think that is the role that Rest shines on. Had a rough Corki performance in the last one. I mean, when I play against Mali's Corki, the man's is just built different, so I really think they should throw that in the mid lane. But I bet Tribe knows that and is predicting that, and will pick around it as we see them starting to ban the Morgana. Would not be surprised if we see an Orianna, a Lux banned as well.
When we've seen Rest perform at his best here in North America, it has been on a controlling champion, something that dominates space, that creates utility for his team. And so that's what I want to see. That's why we've seen stuff like the Twisted Fate in the marksman position. That's why when the mages were prevalent in Dragon Lane, he was all over that, and he had time before to get ready for this.
All right, well, it looks like we'll have to wait to see what Rest's best will be as we will get a flex here by Sentinels in the last pick as Galio gets locked on in. Then Gragas is the answer here for Tribe, so still figuring out. They're going to have to show it right now.
Rest, do it for me. Pick the Ori. I know we still got another Tribe pick, but I just wanted to throw that predict in.
I mean, I'm honestly... I'm still looking at the Diana as a potential for Sentinels over there. I think they still keep
Zio feeling good.
Going for strong pick potentials. Jhin as like a supportive marksman, I think is really fantastic here. Does obviously have that range that can match up with the Ziggs. Really long poke potential here. And that's what I wanted to see. A strong mid laner here for Molly and a Zed at that. Immediately eliminate the carries.
Played it in the second game of the day earlier on. We didn't get to see that one on stream, but initially played the Aurelia, then the Zed, and had a pop-up performance on that one too.
Yeah, but remember in game 1, I was harping on how Tribe had no magic damage. Sentinels, in my opinion, making the exact same mistake. All you have is a Galio who's going to be building tank. So as this game goes on, you're going to have, I mean, Corki a bit of mixed damage. But, that's only one champion that does have a lot of physical as well. So, I mean, Gragas, Set, Riven, if they do start to build armor, will be difficult to take down once we get, post 13, post 14 minutes.
Yeah, but I feel like there's always a target here for Zed. You're gonna run into either the Ziggs or the Jhin, and again, an immobile AD carry for Dienzio. He did well in that last game, over 1,000 damage in a game where it ended before Baron could spawn, and their upper bracket lives were on the line. Will he be able to do it again? We're about to find out here with the decisive game number 3. Let's send it on down to Pastry and TJ to get our game started.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Very spicy game number 3 and a spicy drop to go alongside it, TJ.
I am so excited.
All right, where do we want to start?
Okay,
yep,
start with the Zed.
Good.
Everyone in Asia has been playing Zed mid. I'm going to say it. Players in North America are cowards. They don't feel like they can deliver to the same extent on Zed. If there is one person, is he objecting or are you?
He's just surprised.
If there is one person I trust to deliver on Zed, it's Molly. And he's got a hell of a target in a Jhin that is inexplicable. They dropped the Jhin because they can't have Varus, and they want something long range to play behind the tank front line. There's one problem, Jhin doesn't do sustained damage. So he's not going to be able to get through that tank front line.
We'll see what happens, because if anyone can get it done, it may very well be Tribe's own Dienzio. He was the big player, the big pop-off player in that last game. what happens here. And I love the switch as well. We talked about it. Sheesh, you know, is going to be a carry still, but he's going to need some gold. But Marley ready to go on the aggressive carry champion. He's flipping the switch, TJ.
And this game, I think we have two drafts that got messed with by the other team. And the net result is this coming down to gameplay. This is not one of those games where I feel comfortable predicting a winner based on coming into the map, you know, what's going to happen. I think one of the big markers is down here in the bottom lane where Rest needs to be able to deliver or at least stay stable in lane.
Oh, yes.
To go with a gold lead is devastating no matter what champion he's on. The other one in the middle of the map where Molly is going to delete Starting if he can ever get near him. Starting needs to play the best game of his season to stave that pressure off.
Yeah, and again, like we saw actually this exact bottom lane for Sentinels last game. And yes, the lane is very different for Tribe. That is true. Varus is very different power level wise to Jhin, I think is fair to say. And it's Gragas instead for Max Green. But they had a terrible time in the 2v2, which is what we wanted to see from Tribe. But you do have to weather the storm here. You can see already all this pressure here as Rest and Beginnings are going to have to play very comfy.
Yeah, Rest just like slide a little bit to
they
the
have
side.
excellent mechanics. All these players, all 10 players in this game have great hands.
Being proud of my boy.
Molly is also losing some health again, starting. Pretty good Zed player himself, knows his way around the matchups, even though Zed can be pretty tricky for a squishy champion like Zed. Zed's early levels, kind of like Akali's, are a little bit lackluster, let's say.
Yeah. I think a lot of the pressure in this mid game is going to come from Sheesh and Molly, and that's how it should be for Sentinels, right? They want to play through the middle of their map, and this bottom lane with Rest should be just a safe passive lane that Sentinels aren't trying to win. As long as Dienzio doesn't get a massive lead, they're doing all right. Flip side, Tribe Gaming very much need a lead on this Jhin if they want it to be able to do anything. Jhin needs to be able to one-shot characters. He's like a ranged assassin. And if you're not chunking people out every time you land a fourth shot, then you're not going to be able to add value to these team fights, because MTS Beginnings will just eat the vast majority of your shots, and they won't really care if they get hit by a Jhin shot.
No, not at all. Not if Jhin doesn't have the gold to go behind it as MTS. Letting it rip here up against Chuck. It's the set this time for the top side for Tribe, but MTS again always finds an angle here in the 1v1. Very, very stable laner. Hasn't needed to pop off, and probably won't pop off in this game with this particular champion, but all reliable, that's for sure here. Back on Darius duty.
Yeah, when you put MTS on something like Darius, you're getting two things. First of all, stable lane. Nothing much is going to happen. Darius is going to be safe even into set, which is a hard matchup. Someone like MTS is going to win that match. Other side is he's building Brotabel. This is part of the engage plan. MTS is going to rotate into these fights and look for early pulls. Look to get past Chuck and access the squishier underbelly of this Tribe Gaming side.
And again, that's a lot of this comp here for Sent. Oh, topside Sheesh up early. That rarely happens. But a good attempt does get the flash out of Chuck.
It rarely happens, but it's good to see. Because Sentinels, again, it's all about the top side of the map this game.
Oh, dear. Is there one more? Yeah, Max Green knows! He has the angle. Marley's here late. He's going to try and get a trade kill, but I'm just not sure it matters. T-Tiger's also here, but Marley does get one back.
They have to be happy with that. Max Green flexing on the stage. Flash belly slam for the kill. And this is the flip side. Sentinels, if you're going to send your resources top lane, you are exposing that bottom lane to exactly this.
Oh, they went in too. Beginning saw the taunt. They had the exhaust. It looked really good, but the Endio's out there, and the Max Green takes matters into his own hands. The Jhin ult.
Look at that. Oh! That is disgusting, Dienzio. He's so good.
Nice prediction on the flash there, with I believe the fourth shot as well.
Yeah.
Dienzio looking clean on the Jhin. Not a pick we believe in often, but like I said, if there was one player in NA I was going to have to put my faith in on Jhin, it is a player like Dienzio. In fact, it is just Dienzio.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell Old School you said that.
Uh-oh, Old School, I take it back, I take it back.
First objectives are up. This is an Infernal Dragon down bottom, and it does need to be the focus for Sentinels. They're going to need to be in this area because Tribe Gaming, with that Infernal, will make up for what they lack.
Sheesh at it again. Rest with the package, trying to find a play. T-Tiger's pretty tanky though. Oh,
that was meaty.
Certainly was. Cutting down the beef. In fact, it's just Rest. The squishy underbelly of the Sentinels comp, but they found a pick. Marley, low, so low. As the ignite from Chuck's going to pick up the kill.
And that was sloppy from Sentinels. They overstay in the area after that Mega Inferno Bomb lands. You need to give it up at that point. When your AD carry is down to a quarter and eighth of their HP, you say, unfortunately, we're contesting the Rift Herald this time round. And instead they say, Mali looking for an opportunity, burns the flash before he dies as well. That gives Tribe a very good lead.
MTS awakening a little here, gets exhausted, so frustrating for these melee carries. But again, Dienzio knows what his job is. Starting has it packed in as well here for this game once again.
Yeah, MTS is looking for a way that he can get the guillotine out. Be able to shut down Dienzio, that would be huge for the team, but Dienzio playing very safe, not going to overextend into that.
Ooh, like the attempt there from beginnings, but doesn't get the steal. T-Tigers does take that crowd, which does leave us with some area to play for here. The Dragon's already done. Tribe actually got the Infernal kind of in and amongst the early game that's kind of been happening. And so Rift Herald is definitely something both teams can look at here, but Tribe have eyes glued to that side of the map already, looking to maybe take that away as well.
Yeah, and that's the consequence of Sentinels' very sloppy disengage earlier. This is going to be a 50-50 for the Rift Herald as well, and if not a 50-50 given the current gold stats, Sentinels behind in this game. So much of their damage is supposed to be in Mali. He's behind. He can't be the frontline assassin who's going to pick people off. Mali, if he's going to deliver in these team fights, needs to be able to find access to the backlines, needs to find Dienzio somehow.
And yeah, it is kind of the story of these games. Tribe have made it very clear what their game plan is going to be against Sentinels. It is pick Ziggs, it is pick another long-range carry for Dienzio, and just run a classic comp here as Sen have started this Rift Herald, but the bullets are out once again here for Dienzio. Last one, beginning does get tagged. That's a big amount of damage as T-Tiger's going to dive on through. Ziggs almost finds the execute, but MTS, he's come alive! The Herald gets stolen by Chuck! And now Sentinels are trying to make it happen for beginnings. He's just left loose to die. Max Green finds the angle of a lifetime and takes out a second kill as well.
Chuck walked up. It was very low. He said, thank you very much. I'll take the Rift Herald. And there it goes immediately into the mid lane.
Dienzio, rare mistake, does get punished. MTS picking up gold in this game, TJ.
MTS will catch you on those, but he can't save this. Mid lane turret does go down.
Watch all this again here in a Coca-Cola pop-off. MTS tried his heart out here.
Full engage on beginnings, forces him out of the fight early. MTS does a very good job zoning Dienzio, but he's off the Rift Herald when it matters. Sheesh can't get the final hit, and Chuck just walks in and sees an angle.
Oh, Max Green. Wow, so good. I mean, both these supports are so good, but Max Green this time has the angle, and again, Dienzio's like, sure, we'll hit you. Yes, I know, I don't think so. As we pop back to live.
You cannot give MTS any room to play with because it is games like these where he comes alive. And you might be looking at Sentinels right now and asking how can they get back into this game 3? It comes from Mali, who does still have a decent amount of gold, who is still the potential carry of this team. And it comes from MTS, who throughout his entire career has managed to, in games like these, dig deep and find some insane mechanical outplays.
Yeah, gonna have to use that experience. All that ability to really overtake this game. We'll see if MTS can do it, because again, he's a quiet player in a lot of ways. Not in a bad way. He like always gets a lead somehow. Extremely consistent, but he does have the carry gene. He does have the clutch gene. We'll see. And Sentinels are going to need it this game, to your point.
30 seconds on this next objective. That will be the Ocean Drake down bottom. And Sentinels don't want this. They're hoping for these Drakes to take as long as possible because they don't win team fights right now. They have a full engage composition, which means go, 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 which means if you don't have the damage to get the kills when you engage, then you've got nothing. So their dream, Sentinel's dream, is to find people isolated, to find 2-3 players all alone that they can engage onto separately. If they have to 5v5 team fight, it has to be perfect.
Rest has the package, so Sentinels are making a move for some sort of contest here. Short lane in mid with the enemy tower still up. Long lane for them with their mid tower been busted down a long time ago. In fact, it's the only tower that's been taken off. And Sentinels, they want a 5v5 here.
And Tribe aren't taking the bait. They're letting Sentinels walk in, make a mistake. And Sentinels, remember how cautious they are normally. They feel pressed enough. They start this objective.
Max Green looking for some poke. Gragas poke's pretty decent if you have some AP. Dienzio starting up moving in. He's found the angle. That's what they needed, but the damage return is so massive. But Mali, he's going for starting. He's exhausted. Has to back away, and Max Green will punish. Taking out Rest there, but Mali and MTS still here. MTS can still go up in this fight. Pumps the guillotine.
Oh!
Here he goes
Jason!
with a perfect stasis out of starting as Dienzio flashes back through and Tribe outplay the outplays to win that team fight as Marley goes down as well.
And Dienzio's still going. He's going to chase down Beginnings behind his turret.
One more. Should be enough. You got the fourth shot. It's barely not enough.
What a game! Sentinels spot Dienzio on the side. They see the curtain call and they know they can activate. They take an instant play through the middle of this fight, diving onto the three-man core, knowing they have three isolated, and it is a good engage. It is cancelled by starting alone. First, he survives the initial dive. While doing that, he's getting damage onto the middle of the fight, picking apart Rest. Then he steps forward as MTS knows he's one reset away from saving this game, and look at that! That is gross!
That is the starting we know and love, and MTS did everything right to try and carry the back into that fight, and it did not matter. So close as MTS does rise to the occasion, but Tribe had it at the ready to deflect that heroic play. They're now up 4,000 gold. They are looking to stay in the upper bracket. They are looking, based on seeding, to upset Sentinels, one of the favorites to win this tournament.
And it would be a return to form for Tribe Gaming, who have been qualifying through the very last qualification slot, not the last chance qualifier, but the last major. Tribe Gaming, after being the best team in North America prior to Season 1, after being the most dominant team in North America, not losing a game all of Season 0 competition, had to claw their way in from Major 3, from the bottom of the ladder. And this looks like a rejuvenated team. And not just Tribe Gaming are back. Have you seen starting this game?
Yeah. He's going off on the Ziggs. Again, we talk about him. He loves his carries. Ziggs doesn't really fulfill that criteria, but starting can definitely rise to the occasion, even on a poke mage.
They're lacking kill threat, right? Dienzio, very long range, playing a Jhin, not a great character in this game, to be frank, but it does not matter because of how much work starting is doing. His APM on Ziggs, his actions per minute is like insane. During that fight, he was kiting, he was stasising, and he was pumping out damage like simultaneously.
Yeah, and Ziggs, again, you get the space, you have the hands. You can do a lot of work. That's why it's such a popular marksman choice here. Is Tribe are back onto this Herald, but Sentinels are challenging once again.
Sentinels need to find something here. They're looking for a positive number fight, and they have it. Chuck all the way back in the base.
Ooh, Marley, can he cut off starting? If he can run interference, that's very good. The Herald goes down, Sheesh gets it. Sentinels, what do you want to do now? They want to run away. Yeah, MTS is out of there.
Good play by Sentinels. They spot the angle. Chuck back in the base, unable to contribute to that fight. So they steal away on Rift Herald, and they're going to reset now.
Everything they can get. Sentinels need it here. They need to buy time, buy space, get gold wherever they can. So the Rift Herald's a good take here. Still have plenty of players to lean on, still plenty of champions that can show up here. Again, eyes on MTS, eyes on Marley, eyes on Rest maybe too. Corki is a menace when he gets items.
Corki is a menace, Rest isn't so far.
Right, and that's been the story of Rest in a lot of cases. Ooh. He's a role swap support, like, in some ways, what do you expect? But Rest, you do have to show that you can play this champion if you're going to draft it.
Yeah, and normally we would just say Sentinels play this very weak double support lane. It looks really good for them when you play stuff like the Orianna Michael Udall was calling for on the desk, where you can rely on Rest to be able to find more utility and better teamfight awareness than a lot of AD carries. But when it comes to roll damage in the teamfights, Rest is the worst AD carry in this game. And I really think we are seeing the limitations of that as Sentinels. The pressure to win this game rests entirely on Molly, Sheesh, and MTS as this goes on.
Well, if you're going to rely on the top side, it's a pretty good trio to lean on here for Sentinels, but they are still behind in this game. Tribe have kind of kept this lead pretty consistent, up about 3,500 gold right now, but it does feel like all the momentum's in Tribe's camp still.
We do have a upcoming Dragon. Mountain Drake would make it a little bit easier for Tribe Gaming to resist any kind of burst coming out from Sentinels, probably the nail in the coffin for Molly's ambitions.
Chuck's gonna leave, they'll take the tower, but that opens up the space that Tribe already took for this Dragon.
And we still have the Rift Herald in pocket for Sentinels, worth remembering as we head into this objective. They're gonna full reset, which makes me think Sentinels want to fight for this. Tribe Gaming do as well. We may have a 5v5 upcoming, and during that time, Sentinels will have the Rift Herald ready to be summoned.
There's the Dragon. Herald could go mid. Sen needs space around these river objectives, and when the mid out is up, it's just so hard to find it, but instead they spring the trap early. That's what they need. The stasis, though, isn't enough time.
Not this time.
Starting fault, finally, and Sentinels have a window.
Do they, though? Because Tribe are still hanging around. They're going to look for something as this Dragon gets burned. Beginnings runs interference, Tribe back away, Dragon to Sentinels, and that is their first win in a very long time this game.
Pop the Herald, even up the gold game if you can. Critical kill, Starting's first death this game. And it is a fairly costly one. Sentinels get a lot of gold back off that play.
And he does everything right except for the positioning. Once Sentinels see him that far forward, they spend everything they need to secure that kill. Burn the stasis, burn the flash, burn the package jump. And they're able to find the follow-through. It's Beginnings is taunt, actually. It just ensures there's nowhere to run.
And you have to. You have to use everything, or Starting's going to find a way out of there. He's still going to DPS your entire team while you're chasing him. You have to eliminate that threat as quickly and as cleanly as you can. And even that, with starting out of position, did not make that easy.
I will say, as we head late game, Sentinels are going to get more damage. This does look better and better for them because the Jax is going to come online, the Zed is going to come online somewhat inevitably. We've watched enough internationals to know that to be true.
Yep.
And on the opposite side, Dienzio is going to start to struggle. Yes, he's playing very well, but he's playing on Jhin, who is not going to be able to get through MTS and Beginnings in this late game. Rift Herald ran out of time, so say hello to it. It's here now.
Hello. Not a bad spot, actually. Yeah, Sentinel's going to get in there. Beginnings actually trying to punch them at the flat. That's the play they want on Starting. Beginnings has found it. Sentinels, they found a way back in.
They use the Rift Herald spawn to start a play.
They're still going. Sentinels know they have to pick up the pace of the game. Such a quiet, such a deliberate team, feeling the fury. They have to go now.
2 turrets down, and they're still going, Julian. Tigers starting down for 30 more seconds. It could be game.
Beginnings again makes the play. They take the hit. Molly, he's dove in, but it's Max Green. The target is found with the death mark. Not a soft one he can grab, but Sentinels still going.
And with that spent, with the wave cleared, Sentinels will reset, but they have done their job. No reason to flip any more coins. They understand that they've broken the inhibitor, and that is darn good work off of a single spot from Beginnings.
They have taken the lead back. An 8K swing, basically, since that first little opening started for Sentinels. Now they are the team in the lead, looking to stay in the upper bracket.
And who else? Beginnings sitting there in the mid lane, spots an opportunity, a tiny window of time where Starting is once more standing a little bit too close to his side of the map, his side of the screen, and he'll flash all the way across the galaxy to get that kill.
We saw it in game 1 on the R-Star. We still saw Shades in game 2.
He gets the taunt again.
Just not stopping. Starting to get real sick of this Galio.
How much he covered the entire river there? He's a long jump champion.
Deadman's Blade, Force of Nature, ready to go. Running you down, and has plenty of backup as well here. That space that Rest needs. That's time for MTS and Sheesh to dive. That's time for Marley to sneak into the backline and try to shut something down. Right now he's on side lane duty. Gonna try and get some pressure here. Chuck really can't do much, and Zed is fairly threatening as the game gets later in the side lane.
And I warned you that Sentinels would look scarier and scarier as this game goes on. The gold swing obviously in their favor now, and also the compositions in their favor now. This is really scary for Tribe Gaming now. They need a perfect team fight. And it's completely flipped for them. Sentinels were behind, were getting poked on all sides. Now Tribe Gaming need one of those perfect team fight executes they had earlier in the game, and they need it for every single objective from here until they maybe can scrape out a win. And that means that you're looking at Dienzio, perfect curtain call, landing damage onto squishy backline targets. Starting, not getting caught out, staying safe in the backlines, being able to dump out damage. Those two objectives come from Chuck and Max Green holding frontline, and their ideal setup role is also enabling T-Tigers to access backline targets. And all that needs to happen every single time, or the damage from Sentinels will just add up.
The Tribe certainly have the skill to do it. But we'll see what happens here. A very critical Drake, the Elder Cloud, has spawned here in this game. Sentinels right now a little bit behind the waves, but they do have big pressure top mounting, as TJ points out to me. Package is ready. Sentinels know what the job is. It's time to fight.
I did a little point on the monitor. That wave up top is huge. It's going to squish against the turret. That means Tribe have to be aware of it. They're going to lose a turret for free otherwise. Sentinels pushing in very steadily here.
Eyes on Beginnings. Again, he has started so many fights that the two-man tour, they've actually caught them. Who think it really happened? But now they're going to cut it. Rest goes straight in for him, but maybe it's a little bit too deep. But MTS on the back line is trying to finish off the job. Marley has to dive through to make it happen, but Sentinels, I think they've done it.
They've done it. It's Marley. It's Rest on the AD
They're
carry.
still going, Starting. He's going to be the only player left alive at the end of that fight, and not for very much longer. The stasis is just precious seconds. You will not get back in this series. It is Sentinels with the comeback to find game number 3.
And it is Tribe Gaming, the Season 0 North American representatives in the lower bracket as Sentinels continue their climb.
Tribe did not make that easy. I thought we might get a quick one after how good Sentinels looked in game number 1, and I couldn't be happier to be extremely wrong about that particular thought. Tribe fired back with a super clean game number 2, and then an absolute slobber knocker to bring us home. I could barely breathe. That's how hyped that game was.
What a performance from Rest in that last team fight. You know, we were being a little mean to him on the broadcast here.
I'm sorry. You are really good.
And in that last team fight, Rest with the package, it's perfectly timed, splits the fight, then drops into stasis, avoids the Mega Inferno Bomb, and there's no chance for Tribe Gaming to turn it back round after the initial aggression. And Beginnings, what a game.
Oh, Beginnings is just an absolute star. So good. All series long, but that game especially. And even, you know, he didn't get all the way there. His team kind of rallied behind him, but we talked about, you know, clutch factor MTS, really getting it going when he needs to dig deep for a game like that. He did. He kind of like he was the one that started momentum, and Beginnings was right behind him, and the rest of Sentinels fell into place to flip that game completely.
He is the backstop. Whenever you see Sentinels in a hard game, you know that top lane is gonna be fine. MTS is gonna be stable.
Well, after that one, I'd love to hear from one of the players. We have Sierra standing by with their support Beginnings.
Hello, thank you so much, guys. I am here with Beginnings. And first off, fantastic game. What happened in that third game, too? Because honestly, from our end, I didn't think I'd be here talking to you.
So we really just had to identify, like, the fact that Ziggs was hard carrying every fight, and then we did a really good job of communicating, like, his escape mechanisms. And once we just knew the timers around that, it was all just about punishing accordingly.
And then, speaking of punishing as well, I'm going back to the first game and the second game, because the first game as well, that was a very different showing than that second game. Yet again, thinking that maybe I wouldn't be talking to you here. So what happened there?
Second game, we're just gonna say it was unlucky.
Unlucky. All right. Is that code for anything else?
Maybe.
All right, well, you know, we'll keep team secrets to be team secrets here. So I want to talk about, too, a team that has been close to a first place spot, but just kind of not quite getting there. What would it mean to try and get first place at the WNS Championships here?
It would be awesome, but high-key at this point, it's kind of what we expect.
All right, and then last question. We were talking a little bit before. You said that, you know, doing this for a while. How has this LAN experience and just playing with this team, seeing this atmosphere, how has it been so far for you?
It's been absolutely amazing. I've done quite a few LANs, but I've never done a LAN with a team as like amazing as the one that I have now. So it's been awesome. I can't even explain.
It's amazing. I love that team spirit. You know, that always makes it so much different. Real quick before I let you go, thank you so much for talking to me. Any quick shout outs that you might have?
Shout out to my team. Shout out to Wade at Wisdom. I told him give him a shout out. So
I love that, keeping your promises respectable. So before we head back to the desk or anything, we are going to go to a quick commercial. Thanks again so much talking to me. There's going to be some more Wild Rift action after the break.
everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Season 1 champion as we get closer to crowning our first ever North American champion. Degon here with Kangas, Alec Battery, and Michael Udall. And we just saw Sentinels have to really use everything and the elbow grease to eke one out against
Easy game.
Tribe.
Our predictions, none of
it
us
was
were
so
worried.
close. It was very, very
worried.
close. Tribe had it. I was the only one that voted for Tribe.
It was really well played by Tribe.
Yeah.
We got to make that very clear. Tribe was balling out. That second game was very dominant. Third game, they were leading, right? But Beg said in his interview they identified their win condition, and that was starting. You know, he was so far ahead, and they had to shut him down.
I feel like we had a whole bunch of games so far. We're only 2 series in, by the way. We already have a couple games where, very realistic, we have other victors. We have other people moving on into the bracket.
And I just want to say, that was my finals preview. Imagine a 7-game series that's that close. That is what I'm hoping we get to see at the end of this event, because I still do think Tribe have it. And I wish you could have seen Degon's face.
Oh, I got it on video.
Final fight.
I got it on a video.
If you're going to tweet that.
It's already been tweeted, brothers.
It's already been tweeted. Check out Alec's Twitter, because
it was bad.
I feel so bad.
All right, let's take a recap of that last series. Udall, take it away.
Yeah, we got to get into this replay. I got to highlight my man's beginning. When people talk about Sentinels, they talk about MTS, they talk about Mali, they talk about Sheesh. But Beg again and again setting up the opportunity to take down, starting that shutdown gold onto MTS. Really, really important. And this is a big one. Watch this Galio going forward with the flash body stand, the double taunt. Sheesh with the follow-up. And literally, it was just Beg time after time setting up the opportunity and chance for his team to come back. They were down so much gold here, and Beginnings did not want to lose. And normally, I mean, we always talk about the mid lane, the Baron lane, the jungler for this team. We need to start putting some respect on Beginnings' name.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole series now at this point, remember? Because it feels like so long ago, we just saw his Alistar saving the game and making clutch play after play in game 1. And here it is again, game 3, just finding the mark on 2, starting every single time. Him and MTS really linked up, I think, in this game.
I mean, in the interview with Sierra, Beginnings was like, honestly, this was expected. Well, did you expect to have to do this to win the series? I mean, come on, it was so close, but it was, of course, down to Beginnings to actually find those engages, those plays. Like you said, Michael, it's time to start putting respect on this player, because oftentimes, support's a tough role to kind of stand out in, but if you're this level of engage for your team, finding the literal ways to end the game, to win the game, that's how you make a name for yourself.
And I think a lot of North American players, when they think of the best supports in North America, Charm, Max Green. That's what most people say. We need to start putting Beginnings in that conversation because he is showing up this tournament.
All right, well, you hear it in Michael's voice. Why don't you take a look at Michael's face as well, as we captured some of his hype moments as they were getting some wins there. As much as Michael might leave Sentinels, the Sentinels never left him in his heart.
Wholesome.
He was freaking out that whole series, and rightfully so, because Sentinels are taking that next step, making the claim to becoming one of the best teams in North America and hopefully in the world. And we, in the setup for all this, talked about every single role, including Beginnings, but we didn't hype it up as much as we did, and we're seeing how great this team is growing together.
Yeah. It's a wonder to see. I mean, again, they've, third place, second place throughout the majors that they were in, and now they're making that push here. Taking down Tribe is step number 1, but we know who's waiting on the other side of that bracket, and you got to imagine Sentinels is looking at that too, because depending on how this next series goes, they could have an even tougher opponent ahead.
Exactly. Perfect segue there. Kangas, give me some knucks. There we go. All right. We got ourselves Immortals and SuzakuGG. Now, Suzaku took care of business earlier against Cloud9, but Immortals themselves, again, they had the easier match. They had the off-camera match. A lot of you in chat were like, hey, where's my Immortals? I want to see my Immortals. No worries. They took care of business 2-0, and we're about to get a whole heaping of them, especially if Suzaku plays the same way they did earlier.
Yeah, Immortals definitely the top dog coming into this tournament. There's a lot of teams looking good, specifically Tribe and Sentinels, but IMT cannot be slapped on. You see them here, you know, a bunch of gamers.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, I think all of the top 4 teams have all told us that it doesn't, obviously performing in majors was really awesome, being able to get top 4, top 3, whatever, but it doesn't matter. All that matters now is being able to win here at this event. Everything culminates here, and for Immortals, they're going to have to play with a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Iraqi Zoro will not be able to join the team here in Mall of America, and so is playing from remote, and obviously, as a shot caller, they're all trying to feed information to Lebmon. I just wonder what that means because obviously being on stage, a lot of them don't have stage experience. It's Gume, Charm, and Lebmon's first time in an audience.
And Iraqi Zoro is arguably the most experienced player on that roster, so him not being there on stage to help calm those nerves, of course, playing remote, means that maybe that had something to do with the length of the series before. If there's network issues or delays like that, I'm hoping everyone at home cross their fingers.
Please.
We don't have anything like that. But it could also have an effect on how the team communicates. Because like you said, the style that we know from Immortals is that they feed information to Lamont. And then the jungle is actually the one that starts making things happen. Whereas a lot of teams, it's kind of the opposite direction. It's a jungler that's a shot caller that tells everybody else what the game plan is, what they're going for. And now they did say everyone has a voice on the team, of course. But usually it's, hey, give Lamont the information, let him pop off.
Right. We just spoke a lot about Immortals, so if possible, I'd like to pull up SuzakuGG's full roster one more time to make sure we give them the love people in the chat asking for it. And we talked through their whole roster the whole time while we were about Immortals. Put some respect on their name. This isn't their first time on stage because they did it earlier. Demon King, no lack of confidence, put his money where his mouth was, took down Tarzan, took down Cloud9, and SuzakuGG, the substitute mid laner coming on in, making the hero play.
He will not say it himself, but he's definitely in it now. He's got his mojo. He's like, I'm the reason why we're here at this point. Like, him and Demon King both had fantastic performance. And not to take away from someone like Istrobo and Suki and Stove. All of them, I think, stepped up to the plate against Cloud9.
Talking about Suki, I want to talk about the weak side warrior. Was pulling out the Garen, was pulling out the hole breaker. I felt like from a macro perspective was getting so much value done. Even, when they got first blooded in that one game, able to get the solo kill later on. And that's something I'll be watching out. Immortals was watching their series earlier. And for me, I feel like that Garen is potentially a critical pick for Immortals to either ban or take away.
And I'm not surprised if chat's asking for us to talk about Suzaku because they definitely got a lot of fans after that interview too with Demon King. He didn't drop the link for where to buy a jersey, but hopefully, I'm sure if you check out their Twitter, there's probably a link in there. I think I might have to get one.
Yeah, we all got it in our group chat. Like,
so this is my bet. When they won the last series, I retweeted hyping them up. If they win this series against Immortals, I'm buying a jersey.
Are you buying me a jersey too?
I'll get you a jersey. I'll get everyone on the desk a jersey. Suzaku, if you win this game, they're all getting jerseys, all right?
All right, well, if they are going to get the upset against Immortals, the #1 seeded squad, they're going to have to go through Charm and the rest of the team. Let's take a look at a little soundbite we have from the main man, Charm.
Oh, it's rest. Oh, Charm! Beautiful, bro. An IMT that turned the fight completely around. Charm gets a double kill.
Oh, Charm! Flash. Jackie hit. That was such a good hook from Charm under the turret.
Well done to Immortals. And if you're Charm's parents, I'm sorry, but your son is just too cracked at the video game.
So, when I'm trying to balance school and Waldorf, it's probably one of the hardest things that I've ever done. And I think that I've sacrificed a lot. And for me, as a young player, it's very difficult, especially because I do want to end up in like an Ivy League in college. So I really hope this is a really good run for my first time being on stage. School has been very stressful during my time boot camping here. My grades have definitely dropped quite a bit, and it's not something I'm proud of, and it's something I do try to go out of my way to make sure I don't go down too far down, but it's something that it's worth it for me. I think Waldorf is something that I really enjoy. That's why I give it my all, so it makes all of my sacrifices worth it. With all the people that at my school, they definitely watch me, and a lot of my teachers and guidance counselors support me, and they're helping me throughout the way. So I really hope that I make it far and make them proud of how far I've come. And I know there are some specific teachers that really care about me, and they definitely like to see me succeed. So I want to make them proud.
All right, we find ourselves the first North American kind boy here in Wild
How do you
Rift.
not love him? How do you not love him already after
I know,
that?
right? Kind boy, smart boy, Ivy League. Chat just keeps saying Ivy League over and over again.
The hilarious thing is because that's maybe the most wholesome interview that we've had so far. He's playing against Demon King. Like the most spicy interview that we've had of the entire event. So it's clashing styles.
If it makes you guys like even more kind boy stuff, we got to talk to Charm yesterday, and he's like, "How did we get his name? It's from his brother. He used to play AOV, and so his name was Charm 1. And so he's like, my brother has been better at me in every game except Wild Rift, which thankfully his brother doesn't actually play Wild Rift. And so
I was going to say, can we get
really
his brother to join the Pro League? Like,
yeah,
that sounds like
really
another
big
good
influence
addition.
for him. So I obviously, like, not only school, but also his family behind him is really awesome.
Yeah, he already graduated the Ivy League, so he's
okay.
Oh, the brother did.
Yeah.
But also just such a normal conundrum when it comes to esports and trying to figure out how to find the balance between your game life and your work life and then figuring out and making that decision. Maybe this is something I can do full time. Everyone always has that question of like, what do I have to give up? What do I sacrifice? And the fact that he's understanding of the support that has been given to him by his family, by his teachers, by his peers is something that I think is hope for all future players that have to encounter that kind of decision. And the fact that he's thought about all of that and competes at the level that he does, Michael, I think is just a crazy thing. And that's something that you've had to do throughout your career as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's difficult getting into esports when you don't have that support behind you. You know, when I first got into gaming, that was kind of my experience. I felt like I was doing it very much alone. And, you know, after like a year, kind of a 180 from my family and a support group. And I can tell you from personal experience, that makes all the difference. Like, it was warming my heart hearing Charm talk about how a lot of people at school knows that he's playing. You know, all of you right now, his teachers, Charm's teachers, thank you.
If
Keep
you're in
doing
chat,
this.
spam right now.
Yeah, seriously, because it matters, right? And for Charm, you know, I think he's got a bright future as a professional esports player in Wild Rift ahead of him, and your support is part of what helps make that all possible.
And on top of that, Charm's story, it's great to see the support, but there's a lot of players in similar positions.
Yeah.
It's season 1 of the esports, still so young in Wild Rift's history, and all these unsigned orgs that are here too. It's like, imagine being in those shoes too. So hopefully we get enough eyes on this event. There's no unsigned orgs going forward.
And I like that, which is part of the reason why a lot of people ask me, hey, why are you at Mall of America? Why is it here? The in-person on-stage events are what create the larger ecosystem. It opens it up to more and more people. And so one of the great things about Mall of America, there's a lot of things to do. And so our players and a couple of our guesters took a trip to one of the places inside. Why don't we take a look?
Like, if you look up, like, you kind of get lost.
I mean, we are under the water.
That guy's actually depressed, though. Like, you could tell, like, this fish is tired of swimming all day.
I identify with that fish. There's a shark.
They swim so much, I just assume that they might get bored from it.
I got really tired of walking around the mall today.
I mean, I think that these guys have had a long day as well, but they never get a break.
It's like me. You don't have anything to say to that.
It's a little too sad for my taste, you know. You think it would have been harder for Nemo's dad to find him if there's just a bunch of clowns like everywhere?
Wow, that was a really cool aquarium.
I'm starting to notice like how interesting pathing through the jungle can be, I guess. Maybe that's why they're always so late to my lane. They're just taking their time. I guess losing isn't so bad if you make, you know, if you get like good experiences out of it. Anyways, you want to 1v1? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Gamers are gonna game. Gamers are gonna game there, especially when they're underwater.
I do have
also,
to make
TJ,
sure.
wait, we gotta go. I identify as that fish.
Pastry time. If you're on stage with TJ, give him a hug right now, okay?
Yeah.
I think he needs it.
Yeah, that's definitely a gamer thing to be like, oh yeah, if I'm upstairs and I need to go down to the kitchen, be like, yeah, I'm pathing bot. Just there you go.
Yeah, I love the fact that, again, part of this experience here at Mall of America, a great venue with so many things to do. Yes, this is a real roller coaster that's going right there. Whoa! Yeah, like it is literally our backdrop here, and just a crazy environment to play in. And that's something that the players have had to get used to, the fact that they're in a rotunda with 4 levels of fans either looking down or looking at them the whole time, when a lot of the competition has been played remote.
Yeah.
From the comfort of their rooms or their dorms or wherever they were playing before.
And even last year's LAN, we didn't actually have a live audience. It was just the players and then like the production staff that were there. So like, yes, they have, maybe some of these players have like in-person experience technically, but not with the crowd cheering, you know, making noise, watching them, all these eyes on you. That's a pretty stressful position.
It's such a different experience, feeling the energy, feeling the hype from the crowd. And for some players, it's palms sweaty. You know, you get nervous. You feel the pressure of the moment. And for some players, it just adds to the fuel of the fire of I want to win. I want to show everyone why I'm the best. But I love in-person events. And really, for a lot of these teams, it's their first time meeting. You know, they've built friendships over the last year. I'm sure a lot of us can relate to that through COVID, you know, through spending spending a lot of time at home, it is so amazing to be able to actually see in person, facial expressions and be able to give someone a hug. And so that's something that I'm just so happy for all the players. Like, even if they don't play to the level they want, they're able to, meet their friends, have memorable experiences together. And shout out to Wisdom, Riot, and everyone for making this happen, because without you, we wouldn't have beautiful friendships being formed.
Everyone in esports forgot that they have to wear pants now, so that was definitely in demand before this event.
Yeah, definitely broadcasters too. We had a whole
pants.
memo about that.
Yeah. We got khakis. We're all good.
We just needed to show you guys at home. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Big groan from our producer at home. Hopefully you guys in the chat like that one. Go ahead, Kangas. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, speaking of hugging your teammates, apparently on Suzaku, Joe2 is a fantastic hugger. That when we asked the team what it was like to meet, that was one of the first things we heard.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I didn't know that.
I don't
That's
know if
pretty
that factors into gameplay at all.
Oh,
but
for
I
sure
think
it
it's
does.
important to mention.
Huggability is definitely a
yeah,
stat.
there's like DPM, CSD, KDA, huggability.
Degon's
those are like the pillars of a gamer.
Degon's like, next segment, let's go.
Yeah. Well, no, I was trying to figure out like where we would put the huggability stat here on starting. Like, would he just would it be in like this
I don't know.
corner?
He looks kind of like he's got a half smirk, but at the same time,
Okay,
he doesn't look like a hugger.
So the thing is you can't see it in that image, but starting is 100% like always dripped out. So like maybe he's a pretty good hugger.
I don't know where my cards went. I had cards, but I've
Degon
misplaced
usually
them.
dresses pretty well. So like I already assume that his ability to do hugs is like higher than most.
You would be correct.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the opposite.
Yeah,
like,
that's
shouldn't
what
it
I
be
was
like the
wondering.
comfier your
That's a
clothes?
Minnesota thing. That's a Minnesota
Okay,
thing.
but what about Tibber's huggability?
All right. We're steering too far away. We're steering too far away. Once we stop talking about my huggability, it's over. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get back at the task at hand. Our upper bracket semifinals with Immortals, SuzakuGG. Again, it feels like at the beginning of the year, there's no way we would have thought Suzaku to be in one of the top 4 teams. True. But now we find them here after a very good matchup against Cloud9. Do you feel like the fact that Cloud9 pushed Suzaku a little bit further than the 2-0 that we saw from Immortals, or we didn't see, but we heard from Immortals earlier in the day, affects them and maybe they're a little bit more warmed up?
I mean, it definitely gives momentum, right? They're going to be going into it feeling a bit more confident. But we heard Demon King, we heard the whole team of Suzaku talking about, hey, this was expected. We expected to beat Cloud9. But I feel like going up against Immortals, there's maybe a little bit more doubt in the back of your mind. Like, Immortals is the reigning Majors champion. And granted, Majors don't matter. You got to win here. You got to qualify for Worlds. But Immortals is a different beast.
Yeah, and no shade to Meals, but Joe2's now up against Hoon. Very different mid laner, very different style, and Hoon is also, again, towards that top. We even have the playing card right over there. I'm happy you got
about
that
my man's
one.
Hoon.
And I feel like Joe2 is going to have a harder opponent to go up against in the face of that man right there.
Kangas, 2 for 2, great transition. Let's go to our superstar head-to-head. It is the mid lane, the substitute mid laner who had the huge play for SuzakuGG. It's Joe2 against the star mid laner of North America in Hoon. Again, this matchup is one that we've been kind of surprised to see with Joe2. We didn't know exactly what to expect, but we've been waiting to see Hoon show up on stage in person.
I mean, I think it'd be fair to call it a David and Goliath story. Joe2 has impressed so far this weekend, but again, going up against Hoon is really going to be the true test. As you see Hoon smiling ear to ear there on stage, excited to finally get to, show all the fans what he's been practicing on, what he's been working on. And I know for myself that I'm excited to see it. I hope this is finally where I get to see some Orianna. Hoon, in my opinion, the best Ori in North America, and I hope we see him pull it out.
Especially when we're talking to other players, and I think just benchmark-wise for the WNS, I think Hoon is the mid laner to beat. Like, you have to be this tall to ride in order to make it into top 3, in order to push further into the WNS. So if you can't beat Hoon, if you just go even or if you fall behind against him, he's going to make sure that you are kind of made a fool of.
Right, and again, just setting the expectations here. Joe2 is a substitute mid laner, maybe given the right circumstances and a team built around him and where there's been synergy around it, then maybe we've seen his capability of getting there. But that's not this case. He comes in as a substitute for SuzakuGG, steps up against Meals, who has a big champion pool, has the superhero play multiple times, and plays his role for Suzaku, but now he's got to go up against one of the toughest tests in NA.
So they've had multiple weeks to at least play, right? Like, it's not going to be 3 months worth of scrims and playing with one team in particular, but after the last chance qualifier, this team was basically like scouting for mid laners to bring here. So they've had time with Johto, and obviously they had a ton of faith to bring him in over Premonition.
We keep talking about the mid lane. I think that is the correct lane to highlight, but I also want to bring the conversation down to the Dragon lane.
Yeah.
Gume versus Isdraboa. We saw how Suzaku was able to win their last series. Isdraboa was a major factor in those team fighting compositions that they were drafting. Immortals have a slightly different style with Gume. When we polled the players, a lot of them were saying that Gume is undervalued. Like he
every single player.
Respect from a lot of other Dragon laners, and oftentimes he's left alone because Charm's just gonna roam away, leave Gume alone, and then eventually Gume will join in those team fights.
Yeah, I believe it was every ADC player from the Dragon lane who asked who's the best ADC, and pretty much every single one said it's Gume.
Dianzo was in that conversation too, but Gume was rated very highly from the players, which again from us. Oftentimes, like what Gume does isn't noticed until later in the game because it like again, showing up to those team fights for the objectives, but he has such an impact by just being alone, by just playing safe enough that Charm can roam around. Gume will still get his own lead while he's alone in that Dragon lane, and then it enables the team to really open up a lot of plays.
Yeah, and Charm was speaking so highly of Gume and Lebmont, saying that he believes both of those players care way more about Wild Rift than anyone else in North America, the amount of dedication that they have. And when I was asking them about it, of why they care so much, it's because they want to be known in the history books of Wild Rift as the best players in their respective roles.
Yeah, and you got to see a look there at Araki Zoro, again, playing remote with the camera on. We had the chance to get to know him during the Horizon Cup as one of our guest analysts.
Yes.
Someone who's driven, someone who's been in the space for such a long time in terms of mobile esports, has the experience and the calm demeanor to do so, and now has driven this team to the top. He said it was just a couple of changes they needed to make back in November. They've made those changes. They now #1. They have not lost yet since they've won
everything.
Major number one, right? or major number two, like all the way on through to qualify on in. So job done there so far for Rocky Zora, but now facing a surprisingly new stiff test against SuzakuGG. Checking in the chat earlier, lots of Hoon fans, official Immortals in the chat as well. Say hello to the check mark. Where's our SuzakuGG fans in the chat and maybe in the audience there? Something that they can feed off of as we're waiting for these teams to get ready to hop into the draft.
We need the ban Rengar sign again, no?
Yeah, get that in the audience. I'm just going to get a little predictive right now. I'm imagining both these top laners probably playing tanks. Suki, known for the weak side of Rekizor as well, often goes for that. So here's a tip for the observers. We don't need to look at tops.
Okay.
Let's just keep it on the bot lane, keep it on the mid lane. That's where the action's going to be.
I mean, but we also got to talk about jungle. Is your card, Kangas. Lebmont, by many junglers considered to be the very best, makes so many mechanical outplays, in my opinion, just a phenom in the jungle.
And when Demon King, that confidence he had in his interview, we talked with him before the game started yesterday. This guy believes he's the best jungler in the region. Unironically, he is that confident in his own ability, his own skills, and this is the test. This is the jungler to go up against in North America to prove that if Demon King has a strong showing here, hey, he actually has the gameplay then to back up that confidence.
You're starting to see the fans start to pile in as it gets a little bit later here in Minnesota. Players, I guess, like fans.
No, the high schoolers are out. We got all the kids coming in. Let's
kids
go.
Kids are coming into the stadium.
Yeah, it is getting into the afternoon hours
it's
now.
It's almost 5 here, local.
I got to teach you, you were close, Degon, but it's a slightly longer O.
Minnesota.
And a little harder N. Minnesota. Minnesota.
Minnesota.
There you go.
Yeah, but I'm just matching your pitch now. I'm not even. What if I'm down here, Minnesota?
It works. As long as it's the long O. Yeah, you just got to add like a little bit extra.
You can see Coach there flipping through, making sure they have the draft prep ready. And one thing that coaches do all the time, they spend a lot of time going through multiple iterations of drafts. It's okay, you're the other team's coach, I'll be this coach, I pick this, you pick that. And you go through it all, and basically you try your best to follow along with what you have planned. But there's always that opportunity on stage, Michael, as you know, where a player gets a gut feeling of like, you know what, pick me this, I will counter this, and we'll win through lane and not necessarily through composition.
Yeah, oftentimes I found the best situation is when the coach leads the draft, but for individual picks, they'll go to the specific player of like, hey, these are the 2 or 3 I'm thinking. You pick based on what you feel is best for this matchup. And really, Pew is someone that we've talked about or with other coaches, and they said they respect him a lot as far as his draft prowess goes.
And oftentimes the draft will be a result of how your scrims have been going, how your practice against other teams. I've been polling all the teams. How often do you scrim? How many games a day on average are you playing? Immortals said that they're pushing 8 to 12 games a day, depending on their scrim blocks. That's actually quite a lot. Suzaku as well, one of the teams that just grinds scrims. So presumably they will have a lot of experience to drop on.
Yeah, I mean, Demon King said they're going to outwork everyone. One of the highest work ethics here. Will it pay out? Let's find out with our upper bracket semi-finals. Corky, Jace, Olaf banned away, Camille, Vayne, and no Yumi. Definitely no Yumi are always banned corner.
Gamers.
Karma's up.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got Karma still in the draft.
Karma's still in the draft. Rengar the first pick for SuzakuGG, but it is Senna and Galio taken here by Immortals.
So Hoon can still go for Karma here. He can go for Karma mid, and then you're playing for Lamont. I think this definitely plays into their style with Olaf on.
But you grab it if you
exactly.
Suzaku yoinks it.
Yep.
There's no reason not to. I think that's kind of an oversight from Immortals, actually.
Either that or they have a strategy plan for it. We put it in our must-ban category. There it is.
And this is the first game we have seen of the Karma, so who knows? Maybe it will come out of the ban corner. It might just be Yumi, the kitty cat, alone there, as I feel like I'm so excited to see the Ezreal. Assume it's going to be the Karma paired with it. Such a strong, such a heavy poke lane from the side of Suzaku.
And you're pairing that with the Rengar too, so you poke him down, Rengar can finish the fight, has the extra shielding and the movement speed from the Karma. It feels like it's going to be kind of a Rengar-focused composition, depending on what they lock in for their next ones. But Immortals, they can still draft for more defensive options, and they're going to double down on that. So a lot of big health bars to pair with the Senna.
All right, first 3 picks here. I mean, according to your draft board, this feels pretty okay here for Suzaku.
Yeah, for Suzaku, because I believe I was the one that dropped the Senna in the D tier. I don't know if anybody else did.
I think it's pretty even so far. Honestly, if I have one criticism, I think Suzaku should have picked the Garen over the Ezreal. Ezreal, not as high of a meta pick. I mean, the reason I think that it's going to be paired up with the Karma is because they picked it right there in the 3. Makes me feel like, I haven't seen this matchup a lot on the competitive stage, but the reason they picked it up there makes me feel like it must be a strong bully lane. But, I mean, we saw Zuki have so much success on the Garen that I feel like, if they do lose this game, maybe they're going to be come back kicking themselves in draft of not picking up the Garen there.
It may be that they even set themselves up for a set. So imagine Immortals have to know that they're going to potentially be playing up against a set in the Baron lane, and that Araki Zoro has something prepared for it. Coming into it now, I mean, they got rid of Shen, so maybe they're going for this. So Alulu tells me that they're not exactly sure where this Karma is going. Even though we have been talking about Jotu as the assassin player, they're a little bit worried about the flexibility of this guy.
IMT want to give Hoon counterpick. I fully believe that because Jotu has been known to play the assassins, so if they just hold off till the very last second to lock in that mid laner, they could wait and try and get a really advantageous matchup for Hoon. And again, one of the key carries of Immortals would make sense. So I'm looking for the jungle role right now, and I'm just wondering what's left. I mean, maybe the Ribbon if they want to go for something that can actually start getting fights rolling themselves.
Xin Zhao is also pretty solid, but I will say the best decision Suzaku made was to ban the Lee Sin.
Yes.
Like, Lemont is absolutely built different on that champion.
I wanted to see Engage because I think with the IMT's first 3, they're really low range. They need something that's going to get in there, display some champions, especially against Ezreal, who keeps range very well. Kind of tough for them to break open that front line.
So I'm curious, where do we think this Gragas is going? I'm actually not decided yet, because we have seen in other regions the mid lane Gragas. We've seen it into the support role. They could put Galio mid still. It would be a little unconventional, but still unknown.
And wasn't this, wasn't Isherboa the Ezreal player that pulled that out multiple times and looked really good at it? So I think this was something where it's like, hey, look, they banned away Vayne. They saw that earlier, how Isherboa was able to take that against Cloud9. So Isherboa just saying, hey, let's lock it in and get our bot lane focus there. And it's going to be a lot of eggs in his basket as the final pick for Suzaku is Diana. So Diana, the diver, in the mid lane.
Oh, they did it!
Okay!
Michael!
Wait.
Okay!
So is it Gragas in the jungle? That's kind of what...
Yeah, I think it is.
It feels like to me. I mean, Ledmont, normally we see on the carries, but I mean, Gragas, with those flash body slams we can see, and Gragas, one of the best knockups for the Yasuo. We got Hoon pulling it out again. The 89% win rate. Is it going to break 90%? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, you saw that smirk. You saw the smirk as we
Who knows what he's doing?
Cameras there. He knew what was going on, but look at that. Demon King nodding his head. He knows what's also going to be good here as we wait for the final swapping of players.
The Teemo hat.
There's a Teemo hat. I think also in there I saw head of psychological head of psychology for Immortals, Robert Yip. So they've got their psych coach here as well. So Immortals stacked with that kind of backup. The one that you'd expect from the #1 seed in Wild Rift North America. Will they be able to keep that up and book their ticket to the winners bracket finals? Let's find out with the men on the ground. It's TJ, it's pastry time, and it's time to get into this series.
Certainly is. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. It's been a long day, TJ, and it's only going to keep on rolling. Series 3 of day 1 of the WNS Regional Championships. Yes, there are 5. 5 best of 3s, by the way. We have played 6 games already. That is the maximum allowable amount in best of 3, if you're doing a quick maths. So is it going to be a 2-0, or is it going to be another 2-1? I think good money would say there should be a sweep for Immortals. But I don't feel comfortable saying that about any team here at this tournament right now, even against the #1 seed.
IMT is the safe money.
Absolutely.
But did you hear Demon King earlier?
Oh, yeah.
Because between the two of us, with nobody else listening, I kind of respect that kind of confidence. And I don't want to let it get to his head, so nobody tell him I've said that. But if Demon King comes into this match against Lebbot completely unafraid of the best and the highest rated jungler in North America, and manages to do what he's done to every other jungler he's faced, then his claim that he's the best jungler in North America, super underrated, suddenly has so much credence to it. This is do or die time.
I mean, look, they're still in the upper bracket. They will get another chance if they take the loss. Here, obviously, for Immortals, not only do they not want to get upset, because it would definitely be an upset. I think Cloud9 versus Suzaku, I said, you know, we kind of pitched as an upset, but I think everyone knew that that was extremely close match, and that makes sense based on seeding. We'll see what happens in the game, though, here, because we are moving on to our first affair between these two teams. It is IMT versus Suzaku. Oh, not yet.
Bring it back in. Can you bring the camera right back in? Same track. Thank you.
Oh, good.
So they paused. I want to tell you something while we're here. I recognized a man on stage a moment ago. The man with the draft Bible that was like this thick. That was Pew, who actually was a ringer for the North American Arena of Valor team that became the current Sentinels roster. That core played with Pew at the first Arena of Valor World Cup way back in 2018. And he came in with the Asian meta, the Korean strats, and pulled out a whole bunch of cool champions. Very fun to see him still around now as a coach for a team that is maybe playing Sentinels later in this tournament.
True. I mean, look, seeds 1 and 2, you expect them to meet at some point. Likely deep in the upper bracket is kind of where the money's going to go for that. But
don't say that right before we play.
You never know.
There you go.
You never know.
Attach it. That was TJ's fun fact. I don't have anything else.
Oh, I have plenty. You want to talk about Yasuo yet?
You know what we haven't talked about?
Yasuo.
Oh, okay, I was really trying to avoid. I was trying to avoid.
No, go for it.
How I feel about Yasuo is that it's a bad champion, but I also know that he's really good at Yasuo. So I don't like that's a sore subject.
We have opposite feelings. Well, I love Yasuo.
Right.
I don't know how good I think Yasuo is necessarily.
Sure.
I do know Hoon's Yasuo is excellent.
So there's two knock-on problems with the Yasuo. First of all, gonna take forever to get started. That's okay. Immortals are drafting a scaling composition. Their game plan is to spend 10 minutes waiting for the game to start in the game. But the other problem I have with Yasuo is anytime someone wins on Yasuo, I get like 18 of them.
Wait.
Are you noticing an absence?
Where did Tibbers go?
I do not know. Okay, bring the camera back for a second.
What happened?
So a moment ago we had Tibbers, the plushie from League of Legends, on this desk behind us.
Right here.
And out of my peripheral vision, I saw somebody walk by and grab him. And I didn't mention it because I don't know if it was staff or not. I think the plushie may have just been stolen.
I really hope the plushie didn't get thieved. I hope.
Oh,
hey, wait.
Can you bring it back?
Yeah. Wait, I think we have some info about what happened.
I got told that we have a replay of the moment of his abduction.
Yeah, hang on, wait. We got footage. CCTV, ready to go. Oh, that's me. Hey,
Serena!
Hey,
what is this?
Hey,
that is. I cannot believe that. From our own crew.
Who am I supposed to trust now?
You can trust me, Julian.
Is that true?
No.
All right, well, we'll see what Tim has done. Hey, there it is.
He's alive.
All right, that's good.
Mark, keep a hold on him.
Alive and well.
Mark, don't let Serena get her hands on him again.
Sierra,
sorry.
You're good.
I'm mixing up. It's fine.
That's why I can't trust you, but it's okay.
No.
We'll bring it back. We've got a game coming up. We do have a little bit of a delay, but we'll be there as soon as we get there. Don't worry, we're not holding up anything. Once the game is good to go, we will go to the game. That's the rule of esports broadcasts. Hoon, oh, we haven't mentioned this, by the way. Hoon, excellent Yasuo. Big smile on his face almost always. Maybe one of the funniest human beings I've ever interacted with. He is hilarious.
And he's been a pro in, I think, more mobile games than anyone else. Because he played Mobile Legends for a while, and then he moved from that to AOV, where he played on internationally successful teams in AOV. And then he moved from that to Wild Rift, where he's the cornerstone of this IMT team. When they first announced the team, the way they announced it was with a video of Hoon talking into the camera and being like, "Hi, I'm for IMT. You may recognize me from either of the other 2 games I was a top player in."
Yeah. And, you know, we've talked about Tribe already. We've seen them on the stage. Obviously, they're still in the tournament in the lower bracket. They were the kings of year 0. We're now in year 1, you know, the first big year of Wild Rift. Immortals have taken that spot. It isn't just like, oh, they've been the best team. They don't lose in North America.
No, they lose
games sometimes. Yes,
and
exactly.
There's a difference, I think, between Tribe Gaming and IMT in that IMT look vulnerable. They are a good team. They are the best team in the region right now. They are the team to beat. But they do not look untouchable. They do not look 4 steps ahead, everyone. They lost a series to Sentinels in Major 2 where they qualified, and then they came back in the upper bracket, or from the lower bracket to the upper bracket, won the rematch against Sentinels to win the tournament. But that is a team that can take games off of them. So I don't want to frame this as a surefire win, but it is one that IMT certainly have to win if they want to maintain that reputation.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I saw a tweet from the Immortals Twitter earlier. It's an absolute banger if you don't follow up.
You were looking at Twitter?
This was well before we started the show. Because this is what Immortals had prepped. They had a great little meme with all the things crossed out. First place. We don't know yet. We don't know what place they're going to be here at the WNS Season 1 Regional Championship. They obviously are looking straight at first. I mean, for this team, no other result would be acceptable.
Yeah. I think this should be a relatively clean tournament for them if everything goes to their plans. You have a lot of teams here. When we were talking to them about their goals, they were like, hey, if we get, you know, in the top 3, we're feeling good. If we finish in the middle of the pack, we're feeling good. There's definitely the IMT, the Sentinels, who are here to win and nothing else. And then, curiously enough, that's also the case for Suzaku, despite entering this tournament as a middle-of-the-pack team. Talking to them about their ambitions, they are not a team that's satisfied in the middle. They want to sell some merch, Julian. They have some jackets to move.
They want to get signed, want to get some fans. They're starting to generate some hype. We'll see how they do against the current kings of North America. It is IMT taking to the stage on stream for the first time. Up against Suzaku, back for seconds here, still in the upper bracket after taking out Cloud9. Jotu, that was a beautiful bit of movement there, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't looking. I was stepping down off the stage so I could get
wonderful little dash out of the Yasuo.
I'll take your word for it, Julian, because I didn't see it. See, I trust you. You don't trust me. It goes the other way.
It's building, okay?
All right.
And if you don't be too careful,
okay,
gonna nosedive again. We'll have to go all the way back to the start.
Should I talk about the composition?
Yes, please.
Okay. Over here on the Suzaku side, it is all about this bottom lane. I heard some question marks from Michael Udall about the Ezreal. How dare you question Ezreal? Ezreal's really good into this specific pick, I think, because Ezreal will scale to the late game and he will come online during the mid game at long enough range to go head-to-head with Sen. And this gives them a tool that can be alone in lane, very hard to catch out even by Charm. Estrabo can play that more supportive role on the bottom side of the map and also be a damage threat in the late game, which is the peak physical condition for Estrabo. That's his dream.
Right, and of course this lane is much more for the 2v2, right? It isn't like a safe 1v2 champion where you can get roaming on the support. Stove is ready to go in the sieges and the poke here in the lane.
I would actually encourage Stove to get moving. That's my personal opinion about Karma. We haven't seen a whole lot of Karma played competitively yet. But my take on Karma is that as an AP carry, she's pretty bad. But if you can get the Karma out on the map, getting kill assist gold early, then the Karma gets Ardent Sensor, gets all those assists, and here we go.
Charm getting aggressive, Exhaust is down. I think just barely caught the taunt.
Wow.
But it actually goes south. There's a boa. Managed to find it. That's going to be 2. Gume forced to flash away. There's not going to be a second, but Lepmon finds the counter kill.
Lepmon in with the dunk as Istroboa survives the dive and then gets a little too aggressive. Steps slightly too far forward. You can't do that against Immortals. They will punish you. Lepmon knows there's nothing that can stop him. Stove doesn't have the kit to punish that.
Really nice dodge, though, for Suzaku. I will say Isabeau showing up on his Ezreal already. One of the players in this region that plays it very, very good on the champion, but does get punished accordingly by the IMT jungler.
Let's talk about Immortals on the opposite side. It's not about Ezreal, it's about everything that they have in the late game. You're looking at Hoon, you're looking at Gume. It's your two major carries. The thing about Hoon is this Yasuo, the character he's picked up, is going to take a very long time to get started. Once we hit the 10, maybe 15-minute mark, depending on how things go, he will be able to hard carry the game. He will do more damage than anything else alive. But it's going to take till then. So Suzaku have that moment, have that time code to get aggressive, to do some damage, and to hopefully get enough of a lead that by the time Hoon's ready to play, he doesn't have anything to play with.
And Demon King saw briefly dipping down to the bottom side, but doesn't find anything of note. Isabeau with a good bit of poke there off the Ezreal ulti, but Gume will just heal back up, slow and steady. Not going to be worried about that. And IMT, they are a very, again, much like Sentinels or other top team, they are a very deliberate team. You know, they can play aggressive. They certainly have the mechanics to outplay you and take over a game, but they are very safe, very steady team. So if this comp from IMT is going to get any traction early, it is, of course, the same player we always look to, TJ, regardless of pick, it's Lebmon.
Yep, Lebmon to start things off. And I hope you enjoyed our chill vibes early game. It's time for our first major objective. Ooh, Rift Herald. A little bit of a treat for you. I ordered them up. Rift Herald and the Manta Drake will be arriving simultaneously here. And Suzaku would like to force a fight, I think. Immortals would very much just like to trade. That Yasuo isn't doing very much yet, even with the completion of charge play.
We'll see. Lebmon also is going damage right now, which I love to see. AP Caracas is an absolute banger of a champion. So much fun, but I will say this.
You're banned from saying that.
Extremely difficult to pilot effectively. That is not going to be a problem for Lebmon. He's an absolute superstar, but Gragas might look easy in the hands of skilled players. It is anything but to get those combos lined up properly.
Thank you for the clarification. I don't need any more AP Gragas in my game.
Yes, you do. There we go, baby. Hoon teaming up with Lebmon. Last breath, nice and early. Charge Blade getting it going. Jotu's running low on HP, and Demon King can't save this one, but he's going to try.
A little bit too far forward there by Demon King. He eats half his HP. And so this spirals for Suzaku. Immortals find a pick in the middle of the map, turn it into the control of the top side. They will immediately grab this Rift Herald, and there's not a whole lot Suzaku can do this game. Spiraling out of their control as Immortals with a late game composition, with a composition that gets better the longer this goes, are controlling the opening moments of this game.
Gume even rotated up to get the two souls as well. So well played by IMT. Setting up the gank after getting the dragon. They just thought they were going to trade. Look for an angle, found it there with the mid and jungle, and then get the extra objective as well. That is not how you want the first 4-minute objective to go. Almost always teams will just handshake and have a trade. Instead, IMT get a very significant early start as Charm gets his recall cancelled. And even though the gold isn't a lot right now, IMT couldn't ask for more. Again, as you're pointing out, when they're playing to the scaling of Hoon anyway.
A little bit of a rotate in, Hoon catching these final few minions on the bottom side of the map.
They're swapping. Gume's going mid.
Whoa, dude.
Happens every game, pretty much. Gume's just going to chill.
Get that dual lane into the middle of the map where they can access the various lanes and the various fights quicker.
Hey, look, top lane.
Get Hoon to the bottom of the map where Hoon can get a little bit more gold.
See these two later. For now, it is just trading back and forth. Hey, stop that.
Look at that trade, Pastry.
What trade?
It looked cool. They did some damage.
It looked cool. No one really got hurt, though. And again, we'll see them in the mid game, and the team fights break out a little bit more for now. IMT holding steady, but no need to rush.
We're not going to get anything for like another 5 minutes here, because you're waiting on the Ezreal Muramana to complete. IMT have no desire to fight. Suzaku don't feel like they can fight.
Yeah! Ooh, actually, Hoon going to be the target. Windwall does not block anything. And Jotu finds the pick. The mid jungle punishes the other side.
That's big, but also what is Hoon doing? He's just recalling 4 feet in front of the turret. Where's Araki's aura going? Oh, he's cutting wave.
Yeah.
I see. And this will be Rift Herald summon in the top side as Immortals try to follow up. They know that there's resources resetting right now because they just saw that pick onto Hoon down bottom. They'd like to trade turret for turret.
Mid lane, ulti ripped out there by Gume. Charm also getting low. There's Karma ulti pulling them back in. An exclusive, as Isabeau just barely missing that true shot barrage follow-up, but it wouldn't have killed Gume anyway.
Turret for turret trade did happen as promised. Gold about dead even. 1,000 gold lead, give or take, over on Immortals. Not a significant amount. Still a good sign for them as they do better the later we go. This Yasuo in particular will be benefiting from scaling, but of course, Yasuo just going gank. So doesn't have a significant gold lead despite a ton of efforts to put that gold lead over onto Hoon in the early game.
Yeah, instead it's Araki with a decent lead. Actually, Lebmont also has a decent individual lead. Going the other way there for Gume, but again, not farming in the early stages. So it's Charm actually going to build some extra AP here. Rod of Ages, I mean, it gives a lot of stats, especially once the game goes on. I don't think Charm will be building any more damage items, but Galio does pack a significant punch.
Yeah, it gives Charm the ability to do an extra 10% damage in the team fight, which has never hurt anyone, and because it scales on HP as well, it can be a solid first item. We do have Drake coming up in about 8 seconds. It will be an Ocean Drake. So we'll call the Aquarium and let them know there's going to be some action.
Something loose from downstairs. See who wants to wander over to the Dragon in just a moment. Gume looking for the skill shot. Doesn't quite connect the route there as INC are roaming on down again. Sticking together, Demon King going a little early perhaps. Yeah, way too early there. Garen Q just said, all right, you're dead now, buddy.
Demon King so far ahead of his team. There's just nothing they can do. They don't have that kind of front line there. Suki's too far away to properly engage. And it's just mispositioning, a lack of respect for how well IMT are going to be moving across that map. Of course, the whole team is there for the Dragon. And Immortals read it on a ward, get a kill, and grow their lead by about 1,000.
And we love the same thing about Demon. I think everyone on the broadcast does. And you should do at home. He's very confident. But overconfidence can be very costly. And IMT humbling him a little bit there in that exchange as Demon King goes too aggressive. And once again, IMT gets both objectives cross river. Dunk on in there for the set. Demon King back again. Maybe he can make it happen. Set with a face break, but IMT still fighting their way out. Who just going for it? Oh, that play was so fancy.
Wow.
Tornado knockup. Flashes past looking for a second, but IMT will take the 2 kills they already got.
Messy for Suzaku. They should not have gotten baited into that fight.
Oh, Lebmont.
And it just keeps getting worse. Jotsu, what an escape. We'll get to safety, but this game one's not looking so good.
The Herald's just going on in. Hey! The backside charge, so rarely seen. In fact, I'd never seen that until now. But IMT,
he came in the side door.
The result is the same. Side door bust through Siege. IMT keep their gold lead up, almost 5k ahead, and they get the mid lane outer as well. They are rolling right now, TJ.
There was us at the studio at like 6 a.m.
Yep.
Because the Mall of America was all locked down, so we had to go through the side door. I thought I was going to get murdered. It's very dark and scary back there.
It's fine.
Okay.
What happened? You got led into work and then started doing your job.
Speak for yourself, Julian Pastry Time Car.
All right, well, Demon King a little too aggressive. 2 deaths in the column there as a result. IMT definitely cruising. Hoon at 2 items. I'm assuming we're looking at 3. That's typically the point we want to, for these late game carries where we're saying, yep, you're doing good. But Hoon not too far away from that, given the pace of this game so far from IMT.
One of the big things that I guess you can watch is Joju has completed Rabadon's, Muramana is complete on Istroboa. So, big team fight damage for Suzaku is online. Ezreal scales quite well into the late game. You can see him doing some damage to these minions. But it's going to require more than minions available as targets. It's going to require the team fight positioning to be good.
Oh no, you did not buffer that now, and now you'll be punished. Charm on a killing spree as support Galio takes out his Zavoa.
To be fair, he did steal 2 of Hoon's kills in the last team fight.
He earned them.
Sure, you're right. Support main, yes. Deserved.
Oh wait, no, go back. Give the kills to the Yasuo.
Josu in trouble here.
Yes, spot a bother. Ooh, very nice comboing in. Stasis going to save you, but only for a moment. Oh, Josu, you got very swift hands. Wow. But unfortunately, you are still dead. Wow. And this time, no! Josu found it, and Demon King's going for it. Can they get a kill here? Are you kidding me? Charm with the ulti. Demon King knocked up, but here comes trouble. Suki into the backline there with the set ulti. Hoon is fighting like 4 people. As Suki does get a kill, there's the double that Suzaku wanted. They're keeping themselves in this game, and now Gume getting dove on as well.
A team fight was longer than last series.
Yeah.
Suzaku press all the way through the action and finally earn themselves a team fight win.
A nice one there. So watch once more and the Coca-Cola pop-off.
Watch this start. It's just Jotsu and his Zoomer hands staying alive throughout this fight, and the shield from Stove gets him the rest of the way there. Demon King leaps into the front lines, a big redemption, sets up some of the damage. And here comes Suki. A little bit of anti-synergy. Spot that. Pulls the Charm out of the true shot barrage. But it doesn't really matter, as despite Hoon's best efforts, you just chase down Charm and force the rest of everyone over on IMT to back away.
And this is kind of, this reminded me watching back how, Karma, obviously an Enchanter, as you mentioned, a particularly good AP carry, but very good at enabling her teammates and roaming around and kind of enhancing everyone else, right? That's how Enchanters work. There are kind of two schools of thought with Enchanters. You can pick a late game carry, like an 80 carry, and try and carry that way, or you can just pick divers and have Karma shield them. That's also very good.
Infernal Drake up now, so this Karma will be more important than ever. Here we go.
Alrighty, Charm getting aggressive on early, forced to flash away. Rude though from Gume is going to set it back up. Charm,
good guy, Demon King.
Laraki though dunks them, and now Suki in trouble as well. Ultis to try and get away, but can't find it. And IMT right back on the horse with 2 kills.
Demon King slightly too far forward in the team fight again. Punished again.
It's going to keep happening. If that's what happens, IMT do not let mistakes slide as Hoon. Kevin, another one there. That's 3 dead. The whole top side for Suzaku has just been killed. Stone with the Q, but not enough to take it away from Lebmont's smite.
True shot!
Oh, little late.
Didn't catch Hoon at the very end there, so a little bit of damage fire. Unfortunately, the gold game is scaling. Now 5,000, 6,000 in favor of Immortals and the 3rd dragon of the game in their pocket. It's very difficult to see Suzaku pulling this back out. They do still have some heroes on the board. Istrabo is doing quite well. He always thrives in the late game team fights. Johto, we saw his hands earlier. If he can pull out another miracle like that, then maybe they can pull something. But they frankly just don't have a lot of damage on their team, and they're playing now into Immortals in the late game. Hoon has arrived. For all my criticisms of Yasuo, 15 minutes into the game, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially when he's picked up, 7 different kill participations between kills and assists. Only died once. Credit to Suzaku for finding kills where they could get them, but IMT, again, don't give you very many openings. They are... It's funny, I think you look at IMT and you're like, this team seems kind of slow. And that's reasonable, like they do play very deliberately. But when they go, they just go instantly, and they pounce on opportunities like no team really in the region.
And playing slow in a game like this is a really good indication for Immortals, because they have the slow composition, right? They have no benefit to forcing plays. They don't take anything that they're not going to win throughout the entire show. The only time it went wrong was when they really should have been able to get a kill, but Johto was randomly incredible. And Immortals can't really be held to fault for that.
No, instead they'll be happy with their lead, happy with their Drakes. Baron's on the menu if they want it, but IMT can just do whatever they want, really, as long as it's somewhat sensible.
It's a really good demonstration of how to play a scaling composition.
Demon King popped the ulti a little early, but was expecting IMT to go through the jungle. They were, but they backed away as soon as they heard Rengar ulti being popped.
Baron started again now, and Yasuo is going to melt this, so if you want to get in here, Suzaku, your best chance is now.
Well, it's almost dead, actually. In fact, True Barrage is going to help him out a little bit here. The Windwall's going to block the incoming projectiles to get to finish the Baron! And he's made his way in! But Lebmont has the better smite, but still the fight is going out. Lebmont getting low, but does get a kill, and now Hoon is going to be chased away. Isabeau with 1, but again, Gume's skill shots are just absolutely heat-seeking as Suki is going to be shut down here, and IMT, they'll lose 1, but they'll take 3 and the Baron.
It was a good effort from Suzaku, the best they could put forward in that situation. Unfortunately, the situation was real bad. And IMT do get the Baron, they do force forward, and they should be ending this game.
Yeah, 10k ahead, can put the finishing touches on now. 2 cannons here in the mid lane. IMT are going to storm through the center of the rift and take game number 1. Expected, but in the fashion we love to see from IMT. Mostly very clean. Hood's on the Yasuo, and IMT are feeling good here on the stage.
A clean win, and that's exactly what Immortals wanted out of this series. They'll start it exactly as planned. They draft for the late game, they stall out the game, they get some early leads, and here we are, business as usual.
And Lebmont does the thing, gets the first blood, finds just about every perfect engage. Hoon picks the Yasuo, joy erupts from the casting desk as a result. And IMT roll on over.
Look at Coach P, just give him like the mercenary high five to everyone on the team. Walking down the line, business as usual, your contractually obligated high five.
Yep, and now he's back to business. Book's open, he's already talking to the players, brewing up the next game. IMT, a very serious team. You know, they have fun every now and then. Hoon's always got a big smile on his face, but this is a very business-oriented team when it comes to competing in Wild Rift. Okay.
They're very serious,
I can't believe
Julian.
This is why I love him.
Sure. IMT will be
I think that was Yasuo.
Yeah, he's pulling out the sword.
Love that.
He'll be quite happy with that game #1 win. And over on the Suzaku side, I think some adjustments need to be made, because if you play into IMT's preferred game style like that, if you let them dictate the pace of play and just follow it, a team like Immortals are always going to be able to beat you on the macro. So coming into game 2, I want to see Suzaku make this series messy. Give me some early game strength, some early game power picks through which they can completely destroy whatever Immortals come into the game with.
And I mean, coming up, when I first kind of discovered him as a player, that was the Demon King special.
Yeah.
He just went off every single game. Good, bad, there was always an angle. He would just throw himself into the enemy, and more often than not, he would find a way to outplay them and come out on top. I agree. I think you have to attack IMT early, especially, I think, given how Suzaku played. They've certainly got the hands to compete, but like you said, they don't have the organization, they don't have the backup, they don't have the map sense just yet like these top teams do.
Yeah. And I think one of the big problems in that game was just that Immortals knew exactly what their game plan was from moment 1. You saw that lightning fast execute down bottom in the opening moments of the game. That's very hard to counter if you're not used to playing against teams that can move like that can control the map like that. And you don't get a lot of practice playing against teams like that until you're playing Immortals on stage for the WNS Championship.
Yeah, absolutely, as we are going to have game 2 up in a few moments, once everything's organized. I believe we're covering the draft for once, TJ.
Ooh.
So finally,
You and me.
Well, you mostly. I'll just be here for, you know.
If they pick Yasuo, you can freak out a little bit.
I did that already. Old news. Rakan mid. There we go.
Would that get you?
Oh,
if it
yeah.
was Rakan mid
Oh,
again?
yeah. Love me some Rakan mid.
You need to watch some of the WRL, the Chinese league. Because they just
play a lot of Rakan mid.
anything in
Oh, anything in mid.
Yeah.
I do need new inspiration. I haven't found the next wonky champion to play just yet.
They're really into singed mid right now.
Ooh, oh yeah, we saw that game.
It's not just that game, it's like multiple games. After we did our...
How is there more than one singed mid game?
Yeah, we did our warm-up and we saw a singed mid in the WRL and we were like, what's this? I went
singed mid?
back and I did my homework and I looked, okay, is this just a one-time thing? No! Everyone's doing it!
Everyone's playing singed mid. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll see it. You know, it's a global sport. Even though it's young, everyone take inspiration. As our star player is Gume, very well earned on the center. A somewhat quiet game, but that's kind of what you want from this kind of AD carry. Just doing his job exceptionally well. Look at them numbers.
Sitting in the back of the fight, dumping out damage. I'm a big Gume fan. I think he's one of the more
so good.
consistent players. I think my personal tier list, I'm really on the Iraqi Zoro train right now. He's probably my favorite flat-out AD carry in North America, but Gume is very much up there as a consistent force. He's in that conversation for best AD carry in North America for different reasons than somebody like Iraqi Zoro. He's there because, much like an MTS is dominant in the top lane, never going to lose the lane with Gume in it.
So you think he's good?
Yeah.
But the other better AD carry is his Baron Lane teammate.
No, sorry, Dianzio.
Okay, there we go. Dianzio also very good. As we did see, despite trying losing, did have a very good game. Almost two very good games, actually, from Dianzio. But instead, we are back here for game number 2. We'll have the draft on your screen as soon as we have it. Don't worry, we're not hiding anything from you. Ooh. Before we get there, let's do our predictions. I don't think it's going to be that interesting, but we'll find out in a moment.
Whoa, what are our predictions?
They're coming. Relax. Yep. Double ante. I mean, again, this is far and away the expected result. And I think that would be true for a lot of teams playing Immortals at this tournament. But again, their first match on the stage, they have the highest seed. They should, in theory, have the easiest path as a result. IMT are going to be the favorite in this kind of game, if not the favorite for the whole tournament regardless.
Yeah, and I think that there are very few teams that are favored over IMT. There are a couple that can play them close that will be 50-50 coin flips when we get there. There's definitely a question mark over the top of IMT in the form of Iraqi Zoro having to play remote, having to play all the way from Canada. But the indications so far, really good. The indications so far, they didn't miss a beat. They didn't look like they were missing a key shot calling voice on their team. They played very steady and it looked good.
Yep, and that should be the game plan for IMT. I mean, ideally for them, that's how it is the whole tournament, right? They're in control of the game. They're extremely well prepared as a team. They're extremely disciplined. They play the map, again, maybe better than any other team at this tournament. You know, if we think about the strength of the top teams, I think that is IMT's biggest one. It's how they approach, prepare, and play the map in particular.
It's the Iraqi Zoro camp.
What time zone is Zuraku's in? Which part of Canada is he?
I think he's just in a dark room. I think
No.
I think he's just got the windows
yes,
closed,
he's
Julian.
inside. I get that. Thank you.
You know, sometimes you put the curtains down and it's dark on the inside.
Yeah, that's how it works, TJ. But we'll have to find out in a moment as I quiz you on time zones later. Thank you for the info about currents, but for now we are going to throw things back to the analyst desk.
I would expect nothing more than pastry time to know about time zones to quiz.
It's on brand.
Time
It's on
J,
brand.
Right? Anytime we can put anything in front. Time J is now TJ's new nickname.
The question is, what time zone is pastry time? Is that like like pastry standard time, like PST?
It's all the time. You can always eat pastries.
That's
you know what I'm
he
saying?
said. That's what he said in rehearsal.
That's fair.
It's always a good time to eat pastries.
That's why Michael and Pastry are great friends here. That last game, Immortals taking the victory here against Suzaku. Yasuo comes on out, so I think it's time for us to go back to our tier list.
Let's fix this one. So,
Okay, yeah.
You can't see it. I don't know if we can get a zoom in. Thank you. This is Kangus's rendition of Varus.
Yeah, it can barely even spot it.
It's really sad.
So,
thank you to production for this one.
The thing is,
Get
I
the tape.
started
Just
off
get
with the face, and then I realized you can't really tell it's Varus, so I tried to add the bow, but then the arm, it's just...
I'm glad Ailish got
it's
the
like
better
It's
half
like
of
a
the
Victor
card.
shoulder for
a
Varus.
monstrosity.
I don't really understand.
I'm really sad that
We're just
what
going to
is
cover
this?
that up.
Chat,
We're
what
just
is
going to
that?
cover that up.
Yeah.
Just don't, you don't need to look at it. There we go.
All right.
That's what I was going for.
So we got a couple other champions. Thankfully, way better drawn by actual artists and not Kangus. Kangus, where are we going to put Yasuo?
The Yasuo was the spicy pick. This is Immortal Special, and I want to give it to the mid laner to actually rate this one. How strong do you actually think the Yasuo is?
It depends. Are we talking about Hoon's Yasuo or are we talking about everyone else's
that's what we
Yasuo?
saw.
You
so
know?
obviously it's Hoon's Yasuo.
It's our tier
I'm
list.
going to throw Yasuo into the A tier. I think Yasuo can be the D tier. It just depends on the game. But
I kind of missed. It's like in the middle.
Miss.
It's B+.
Close enough.
Which I actually think is a decent spot, kind of in
There we
between.
go.
But the thing about Hoon's Yasuo, above 90% win rate as far as game, and it's not like this is a small sample size. Hoon has continually picked this pick
9 out of 10.
right? 9 out of 10, like that's very, very impressive. The fact that he can consistently perform on such a mechanically intensive champion shows the prowess of why I made him as my player card.
And the most ridiculous part of that is that it isn't always like into a certain draft. We have seen series where Immortals will like blue one Yasuo and force the comp to fit the pick. So it isn't like, it's inflated because it's a counter pick into a very niche specific situation and they only play it this many times. It's like, no, they just play this.
Yeah, the pick that surprised us on the Suzaku side is one that has impressed us before. It was Ishiboa's Ezreal. So where are we placing this one after maybe not as much success as they'd hope?
Ezreal gets to be a C-tier gamer.
First C-tier.
Yeah, he may have saved Kai'Sa in the animation, but this game is not great. Ishiboa, I like the idea, and this is something I will probably talk about a little bit later, but I do think this is actually matchup-wise for Suzaku, a very bad style to be playing versus Immortals.
Okay, I mean, part of it was that the Vayne was banned, and like, what are the other primary?
Sure, there's still Lucian, Kai'Sa's still up.
Sure.
I think Varus was banned.
Well, explain that general state. You said this is a bad style to play against Immortals. Why is that? Why is that?
So I love that we have Rafa, by the way, doing this.
Hey!
Hoon Duo Sim. He needs it. He needs a better mid laner than Sam. So for this, we had talked about the way that we had hyped up Suzaku is that they like to play for late game AD carry status, where you let Ishiboa eventually carry you on stuff like the Vayne, like the Lucian. And if you're going to play that style up against Immortals, I think you just lose every single time. Gume is a super consistent, one of the best AD carries that we have in this league.
Yeah.
And if you're going to play slow, steady, Wild Rift versus the best team in North America, you're done. Like you just lose.
All right, so thank you for that and diving into it. Again, no general statements without explaining what you mean here, Alex. So before we get to back to the action, we have one more statement that all of us made. It was our predictions. Who did we have taking this one? This one should be relatively unanimous. What?
Ooh, Kangus.
Kangus!
I had faith, and then I saw Lamont, and I realized maybe that was misplaced.
He is your literal player
I also
card.
will say, he is my literal player card. I also will say, after that last one, I know that we all get one movement. I'm going to use my movement, okay? And I'm actually going to move. She's going up. She's going up into the B tier.
Okay.
I know I came in with a hot take, it's good to admit your faults and you're wrong based on purely results-based analysis. Gume on the Senna did kind of pop up. But Lamont on the Gragas was actually like the big difference maker there. That was disgusting. The picks he was able to find, the engages he was able to find on full AP Gragas. Like, he's playing this champion like Rafa.
Kangas, come here.
Yes.
I have to do this. He's fine, everyone. He made that decision of his own will. That was all him.
Blink twice.
For me, here it is. Bam.
Oh.
Look at this.
Oh.
I was ready for day number 1.
All right.
Immortals.
You want to show him the Cloud9
What you
jersey
didn't
too?
see is the
No.
Cloud9 and the Tribe jerseys.
No?
That were
I
off
brought
camera.
the Immortals jersey. That's the only one that we've seen so far.
Yep,
So
clearly.
Immortals right there. All right. Suzaku, they opt into this play style. Not the greatest. Udall, what do you want to see the changes here from the underdog punching up?
I mean, I didn't hate the Ezreal. I hated where they picked the Ezreal. I felt like, going into the draft, they had a Garen up. Suki was playing so well on that champion, something that I think is very, very powerful. And also, it wouldn't have shown their cards. It wouldn't have shown what they were going to do. So really, that's for me is, maybe keeping your ADC, keeping your mid a bit more reserved, holding those for a bit later on in draft, because it just provides you more tools and options. You gave Immortals so many picks to counter what you wanted to do, and that's really what I would like to see them see. But yeah, I'm just also curious, are we going to pull Karma out of the ban corner? That was the first time we saw her. I do think Stove played pretty solid, pretty decent. We saw, the Coca-Cola pop-off play where he was able to keep its mid laner alive in the bot side. But yeah, I don't know. It looked good, but it didn't look overpowering like we saw Yuumi.
We have two champions in the ban corner, Yuumi and the Karma. Maybe an argument that the Karma can come off, and also, unfortunately, I was going to have an argument that Rengar should be in the ban corner as well. But
what is this results-based analysis from you two?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It removes some of the conviction behind that.
Gamers.
But I do still think that they are high prio picks.
Yeah, this is the results-based tier list here.
Yeah, I know. It's
We
perfect.
literally are
I love
moving
this.
things as the day goes
Darius
on.
is an F.
It's called living and learning,
Darius is an F, and they keep picking it. Like, we're not picking F-tier champions. It's just result-based analysis. That's what we're going for.
Well,
right
I think the players just haven't seen our tier list.
Yeah, true.
And that's probably for the best part if we want to keep good relations with the players, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I love Karma. I think it just was like some player error, some team errors going on that kind of don't let this champion shine. Other than that, I mean, I still think Karma is really disgusting.
All right, looks like the draft is ready to go. So here we go. Corki, Senna, and Yasuo.
There we
removed
go.
Here.
They do
There's
it.
the Yuumi. And there's Vayne and Camille as too bad, TJ and Pastry. We're doing draft up here.
Exactly. We got it. It was on us when the screen popped up. But the big thing is Yasuo in the first rotation, because Immortals will draft it early. And once Hoon gets that one good game, you do not want him to get another.
Yeah, another one as well. The Senna, though. They didn't want to deal with either of those. So, Kangas, I think your decision to move Senna up in the tier list was a good one.
Who put her down in D tier? That was a weird choice.
But yeah, we're going to hit the Jace first pick. Very powerful champion, can flex into the mid lane, into the Baron lane. But yeah, oftentimes we will see it primarily in the mid lane, but a whole breaker champion. And there it is, Garen picked up so quickly for Iraqi Zoro. He said, yeah, I'll play weak side on Garen. Yeah, I'll do it again.
They know. They know. They understood the assignment, right? Like, okay, Garen is very strong. And for Suzaku, let's see what their reaction is, right? Like, they're on blue side this time around, 2 games in a row, right? Like, they want to have first pick. And last time around, it was the Rengar.
Karma's still up. I like this. Immortals let us through earlier, and I criticized them last game during draft, but I think this is the correct read. Lock in the Karma as soon as you see it, because now, Ellie, we saw how strong it was for Suzaku. They won't even get all that extra shielding and move speed.
And they let Olaf, too, through the draft as well. So does Suzaku pick this up for Demon King? Are we going to finally see his Xin Zhao here at the WNS? A lot of options. Instead, going for something that's a little bit more flexible. Not exactly the Ezreal, but something that I think we can see either the mid laner or Isturbo take it up.
Pretty good front to back, right, with the Ziggs and the Jace. A lot of poke there, a lot of ult potential, but that does leave the Olaf. In my mind, I'm just picturing Karma speed shielding a Garen and an Olaf up, running into your backline, running down a Jace and a Ziggs, and I'm a little bit terrified for Suzaku so far, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, again, Zig's not the most mobile, and the little pellets he puts on the ground doesn't slow an Olaf if he pops the Ragnarok, so a little scary.
And you thought Lamont was scary on the Gragas. Now he has an actual champion.
Wait, well, I mean, Lamont is scary on everything.
True.
I was thinking, hey, look,
yes.
Sin's still open.
But
like,
that's
that
what I'm
would have been
saying.
scary.
You thought he was scary on the Gragas. The Olaf is even scarier, and it just lives up to the hype of this player. And again, pressure on Demon King. He talked a lot of smack coming into this tournament. He does believe he's the best jungler. Can he show it against the one who has proven himself to be respected as #1?
All right. Charm still could potentially pick the Rakan, one of their signature champions. I feel like would be so scary with these other champions, and you could run the Karma in the mid as well.
Exactly.
So we'll see if Suzaku actually takes that away, because in my mind, you know, something like a Kaisa Rakan, some sort of AD plus that Rakan would just really round out this Immortals composition in a terrifying way.
We were talking with the players at dinner the other night, and it was like Charm and some of the other players from across the teams, and they were like doing a support tier list of like what champions are great. No one really ranked Rakan very highly, and Charm was like, well, maybe if you gave me Rakan, I would be able to show you guys how to play this champion. Everyone was like, yeah, we'll just let it through and see what happens. So it'd be a fun like gauntlet to be thrown down if he was gonna actually pick it up, but they're just focusing on a ton of marksmen here from Suzaku, getting rid of not only the Ashe, which I think would be great for pick potential to help out with this team's crowd control, but the Jinx, something that we don't typically see a lot of.
So just go for the next one on the tier list. Varus, he's proven to be a very strong champion with the right composition. I do think that this composition can still suit him, because Karma's going to be enabling the Garen and Olaf to go forward. I mean, Varus can just chill out in the back, just throw out that range damage.
I like this pick too as far as point in the draft, because you know Karma now can still flex to the mid lane, to the support, depending on what the last two picks are for Suzaku, and it's a Jarvan.
Is this what I think it is? Is this Zhonya's rush Jarvan? We're just going for zone. Unironically, yeah, like Stasis, Enchant, you just go in, lock up the enemy AD carry. It's not going to be very good for Ahri, but Ahri for Hoon. This guy last year, it was a ton of games, and especially towards when we got to the regional finals, the grand finals, this champion popped out of nowhere.
Exactly, and a lot of people weren't necessarily the biggest fans of it when it first showed up in North America. By a lot of people, I mean you. I believe Smax was also on the Ahri hate train at the time. But Hoon was one of the players that kind of proved that opinion wrong based on the gameplay.
We also had Michael Udall play a couple Ahri games last year.
I had some good Ahri games, some bad Ahri games, you know, hit or miss.
Hoon was the player that proved a lot of this.
but that is Ahri, right? Similar to the Yasuo, a bit feast or famine. You're either going to have a game where you're hitting a lot of your charms, very skill shot intensive, and you know, consistently we see Hoon having that confidence to pull out these champions where he's got to perform, otherwise he's gonna very much get behind, and we're gonna see if Hoon's able to do it again.
Chat very much siding with this Immortals draft, rightfully so. It feels like there's only so many bans that SuzakuGG can throw out there to stop you know, the likes of Lebmont, the likes of Hoon. But still, somehow, Immortals still come up with something that fans at home, and I'm sure they feel very comfortable with. You saw the coach, though, for SuzakuGG leave stage early. He's like, yeah, go with the Jarvan Darius here. My job's done. I'm going to leave.
I mean, it's probably Demon King at that point just being like, all right, I'm leading the comms at this point.
Yeah, well, Demon King is one that really needs to step up. He was joining a lot of those fights way too early on, getting blasted. Will things change here on the Jarvan? Because Suzaku need him if they stay up in this upper bracket. To find out, let's send him back on over to the caster, TJ, and pastry time.
Thank you very much. This could be our final game of the day, but none of Suzaku have anything to say about it, TJ. They're looking to still find that upset. It is unlikely, but at the least getting the game off IMT, showing that they are indeed mortal, is a step in the right direction.
I like the curve you put on that our game of the day, because of course we are only
a lot more
potentially
games.
halfway through our broadcast day, and whoever loses here has to fight their way through the lower bracket. For Suzaku, that would be a tough road. I do think that this draft gives them the tools to stay in the upper bracket to keep this series going one more game.
Yeah, like we've said, let's get in the game here and see what happens, because Suzaku have to fight early and often. That is the way we feel like they're going to attack this team. IMT are going to be playing steady, slow. Hoon's apparently playing only comfort picks that he really likes to play, and not everyone gets to play, although Ahri is, oh my goodness, he's filthy. That's a solo kill. Oh, no, maybe not. The Ignite's not enough. Jotu lives, but Hoon going off at level 1.
He's 1 HP and he's alive. Thriving in the mid lane is Jotu. He had to burn literally everything.
Oh, he's going back. Look at him go. He's like, I'm not losing lane priority.
Honey Fruit just spawned, so he's going for Honey Fruit, and he's just going to go for it.
I don't think I mean, that's an absolute gamble, right? You just assume that Hoon is also left.
Yeah, Hoon resets because Hoon thinks that he's got a lane advantage, so he cheater recalls. Except the problem is Johto stayed there.
He cheated the Cheeto. He just stayed there. It's like, I don't need it. It's fine. I'm at 30% HP. That's enough. Don't worry about it. Hoon's like, what are you doing here? What happens?
You know, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it is. If Hoon lands one charm, this lane's over. Johto with a good sidestep holds that at bay.
Here we go. This is the punish I like. Lemon just rotating. He's like, hey, let me push this wave in. Get out of there. We'll dive you. Demon King's like, uh-oh.
And as he rotates in here to provide some coverage, let's talk about Demon King's pick. He is here on the Jarvan. That is going to give him an early game damage potential. They were talking about the Zhonya's Rush Jarvan, which kind of leaps in, occupies the space, then hits the stasis. You lock down people with the Cataclysm, the ultimate, which creates kind of an arena. You grab a whole bunch of key carries, and then you dump damage in it from your backline. Ziggs in particular, very good with that.
Build your own engage. I guess just add it on there as Lemont back down to the bottom side. Tove is level 2.
Tove says, stop. I'm the support. What are we doing here?
Lemont's like, I'm trying to kill you. On gold. What's happening? Oh, Hoon!
Oh,
no! Johto rotate up, and Johto this time will be punished.
Dear.
It's first blood for the bloodthirsty Charm. Oh goodness, they're still going. Exhaust happens. Charm though back in for the play. Isaboa Q's gonna land, but he lives for a little bit longer. The heal though was popped. No, doesn't have it. Instead, it's just 2 kills now for IMC.
And you want to talk about consistency.
Oh, so well played.
Look at Gume there. Yes, taking the final shot to get his teammates out. Also, that entire fight just plinking away. Just doing the requisite amounts of damage in the bottom side of the fight, making sure that Immortals can get their early game gold lead.
Very nicely done. As IMT, you're going to show off in the Coca-Cola pop-off, because this play looking real nice early on for IMT.
This one's on Josu.
Correct.
You should not be wandering through your own jungle like that. Some combination of stage nerves, it being a long day adds up there. And then Istrobo and Stover screwed because they have no backup and Immortals know it. So they take as long as they need under this turret. And Gume the entire time just clicking away. Stays in range of the turret so that he gets aggro. That means his team gets out alive.
Yep. Took maximum amount of tower shots there pretty much in that dive across the 3 players for IMC. So extremely well executed. As a result, before the 3-minute mark, they will get themselves 4 kills and 3,000 gold ahead, make it a double kill for Gume as well.
Wonderful stuff. And I have to say, we're right next to a bookstore.
Yes, we are.
I think Immortals might have checked in already because they've read Suzaku at every point in this game.
Certainly so. 5-0 looking to maybe make it a flawless or perhaps even a perfect game, TJ. Don't see too many of those. We'll keep track as we go.
Can you imagine being in the bookstore and you're just hearing us yelling about Wild Rift?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure someone in one of the back sections there is getting some.
Because it's like got a cafe as well, so people are like sitting back there reading books, relaxing.
Yep.
They're going,
yeah, oh, sorry for sorry for audience much closer than the bookstore.
Well, I'm not used to this power.
Alrighty, Ocean Dragon is up and looking like IMT will have eyesight on it here, but again, both objectives are up. We'll see if the teams want to take a trade. IMT managed to get both twice in game number 1. We'll see if that's any different here in game number 2.
We do have a Drake and a Rift Herald on the board here. Immortals on the top side, so it looks like that Rift Herald will be easy priority for them, but the Ocean Drake is also a very powerful objective. So if I'm Suzaku, I don't fight this, but I do take the trade. Whatever IMT offer, you say trade deal accepted. Demon King, though, he's never been one to do that.
No, he just loves to fight. Is level 6. Iris level 7.
I want to see if we can take a peek at Demon King's items. I wasn't paying too much attention. Execution's calling, Zhonya's rush. Yeah.
Yep.
This is all about he's going to go in with the ult, and they're going to try and make a team fight happen off the back of it. And it does look like they'll have an opportunity. Immortals starting up this Rift Herald. Suzaku on the reset aren't going to be able to contest it or trade. They don't know this is happening.
Yeah, they got the damage. Of course, if they can get the Jarvan going between the Ziggs and the Jace, but reset at the wrong time. IMT read the timer once again, and Kuhn was even down bottom side to protect the Dragon. As all that read and pan off. Again, IMT, it's funny, you know, it's a funny little analogy here. Yes, we are literally crossing next to a bookstore, but IMT are so well prepared as a team. And in these kinds of games, it will show more than ever.
Charm throwing damage into the front lines here with Istroboa kind of trying to stay ahead of this. This is one of the hard parts of this game. Istroboa is constantly getting poked at. It's not just Assassin Dive that's a threat to you on the backlines here. It's Gume constantly throwing piercing arrows through the entire team. It's Charm threading those empowered first abilities through the entire team. and it's so difficult to find a space from which the Ziggs can operate from, same for Jotu, and just pump out that poke, because it's going to be answered every step of the way.
And again, on Enchanters, Charm with the Ardent Sensor already done. Faris, a lot of his damage comes from throwing Qs, which Ardent Sensor is going to help you with. But hey, that doesn't matter. You got Olaf and you got Garen. Those are perfectly good people to throw shields and heals on with the Ardent Sensor and Powder, especially Olaf. Lemont is going to be even more beastly than usual with this Karma behind him, given the lead they've gotten. And hey, look at that. IMT get both objectives once again.
Visited the aquarium of the ocean.
They did. Got themselves an Ocean Drake. Nice little visit there. Shame they couldn't join us for the actual aquarium visit, but you know, they might have time after this series.
Sure.
If they make it a quick one, Hoon looking to make it a very spicy solo. He's gonna find it. Hoon with a beautiful little play.
They've got the chore booked, and there it is, forced through the bottom lane.
Yeah, tickets are booked. They know. Hoon wants to go real bad.
Playing his trademark duelists. This is the kind of champion that Hoon excels on. Able to make the mechanical outplays in 1v1s, and Suzaku are offering him 1v1s. Oh, the
nice.
charge!
Very nice. Demon King and Stove band together to cancel that. I mean, seems silly, but you do need to take every little thing here in this game. Because IMT, again, even though they might be a slow team, when they see opportunity, they go much faster than you ever expect.
Immortals, I would emphasize only a slow team when it benefits them.
Right, I think that's a great way to put it.
We've seen them play very slow right now, but that's because they're in control. And what I suspect is that we're going to stop seeing them play slow basically as soon as this Muramana comes online for Gume. So he's going to need to do a little bit more auto-attacking, but once all their damage is online, it's go time for Immortals, and they don't want this game to go long enough that Jace becomes a problem, that Ziggs becomes a problem.
Right.
They have a mid-game power spike.
Yeah, Hoon did throw himself into the enemy a few times last game. See if he wants to do it again. I mean, he's going to do it. It's just a matter of does he die as a result, or is he just continuing to be a nuisance here? Suki eating a pretty significant amount of damage. Hoon's Rabadons is not going to be very far away given the pace of this game for IMT. Gold leads across the board are very impressive, both individually and of course as a team as a result. And Gume is just chilling, not going to overextend, is continuing to poke, get the waves pushed in, keep IMT with this control that makes them such a deadly team.
Hoon stepping forward here to shove the wave into the top side, and all of Immortals on the rotate.
Ooh, getting ulti out of that. Nice little commitment there for Lemont, but gets out as soon as something was going to happen. They might get the tower here. Ziggs going to try and clear the wave. In goes Demon King. The tower goes down with it. But Lemont's still going to fight his way out of there. The Karma ulti was absolutely sick out of Charm. And IMT get it counted 4 kills, TJ, and still 0 deaths.
That is clean, Julian. And just like that, Immortals have an insurmountable gold lead. Suzaku, it's so hard for them to get back into this game. Immortals run the map. They will get first picking at every objective from here on out. That mid turret is not going to be up for very long as the wave is cleared like that by Gume.
He's just standing ready to face back the minions as soon as they arrive. I mean, how did they not get a kill here?
Very simple. They don't have any damage, Julian. And look at Gume, again, just sweeping into this fight. Clicking away. Hoon there the entire time as well. And everything you need, hovering in the backlines right outside the fight in a ring, like a circle of sharks, like we saw in the aquarium.
Little baby shockwave there from the Karma ulti. Doesn't do all much damage, but pretty good for setting himself up as Lemont is just having a run through the enemy tower. He's just going. Still not dead. And I don't want to curse them, but IMT, they're on pace. This is looking like a perfect game.
Yeah. Perfect game means they wouldn't lose any turrets, wouldn't lose any objectives, wouldn't lose any kills.
Correct. Wouldn't give any deaths, I suppose.
Yeah.
But you give nothing away. IMT on pace, looking so strong right now. They're going to take the Herald before the Dragon's even going to spawn. Yeah, Lemont's just nabbed it. Hoon at it once again. Demon King trying to find the engage, but just putting bad money. Oh, it's tough. I mean, it feels like lost chasing at this point, right? Suzaku have to find something, but IMT is just too far ahead now.
Yeah, this is a rude scoreline at this point. And it's going to keep going as Immortals break yet another turret. They now have complete control of the map if they did not have it earlier. That mid-turret means there's no safe base of operations from which Suzaku can play forward. So that bottom side of the map where the Drake has just spawned.
It's a statement scoreline for IMT. This is the kind of thing they want to show to all the other teams. Hey, a 4 seed's pretty good. We're still the #1 team, and this is why. This is what they can do to teams when they are on their A game. And IMT have not missed a beat so far this event. Looking excellent here in game number 2.
And a lot of uncontrollable things going wrong outside of the game. Iraqi Zoro's visa issues that stopped him from being here in person.
The fact that they're not able to play as a 5-man roster on this stage is huge. And yet, here they are, nonetheless.
I mean, they know there's still a job to do. You'd love to win, you know, here at this different, prestigious event, the first of its kind for Wild Rift in North America. Maybe the first of its kind for any rank game, actually. As Isaboa is going to get run down by Lebmont, who is he's just running. He's point-and-click adventure. He's just finding people and clicking on them.
It's a tap here.
That's
Julian.
true.
I know you're coming for the big game, but we talk about taps here.
He's tapping on him.
Yeah.
All over. Oh, no, Gume's going to give it up.
Game. Stasis.
Very nice. Oh, no, Charm's going to save him. Demon King. Charm preserves the slow line. Lebmont, he's fine. He's got to be fine. That's all left. Nothing goes wrong. There's Charm again. And here we go. Turn it back around. Charm with a very nice pushback there. Trying to set up for the W. Galeorti not going to come back in. They're just diving. Lebmont, oh no, he's still alive. Finally dies. A small victory for Suzaku as they take down one. Lebmont, the raid boss, has been slain.
You don't want to get perfect games. And Suzaku ruined the scoreline, taking a single kill away.
Oh, that Charm was filthy out of Hoon. Even buffers the last auto through the pool. Gets a very nice, tidy 1v1 kill.
And I'm thinking about all the establishments around us where people sit down to eat food, and I'm just wondering what they think when they hear us shouting, "He gets a kill!"
I don't know. We started around midday, so it's an interesting way for people to, you know, maybe be on lunch.
I'm gonna go into the bookstore after this and ask, like, what do you think of League of Legends?
People here are very nice, so
yeah.
Even if they don't know, they'll tell you.
People keep walking up behind us whilst we're in between games and asking us what's going on, how they can get involved.
I don't know. What is going on?
Very nice older gentleman asked me, "Is this a video game?"
What did you say?
Is this a video game?
What did you say?
Oh, I thought you were the older gentleman.
No. Oh, I see what's happening here.
I told him it was. Welcomed him to sit down. He did for a bit, but we didn't start the game in time.
Unfortunate.
I think he got bored.
They'll be back though. We're here.
Yeah,
again.
absolutely. Tomorrow.
And today. That's still 2 series to go. And this one's not over yet. IMT looking to put the finishing touches on a game they have had complete control over. As they'll take away the blue buff again. Everything, the light touches, belongs to them. And unfortunately, it is very bright on the Wild Rift right now for IMT as Lebmont not deterred by his flawless scoreline being tarnished. They're just going for it. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, TJ, and IMT, the Kings of NA, are still here on top.
Get it out of here. That is disgusting. Immortals will turn back towards the Baron, and this should be the game. And some very important games after this now for Suzaku. As they lose this game, they are knocked down to the lower bracket. They're on the elimination side.
No. Commits the flash just to BM the enemy. Hoon's gonna have a big old smile on his face after that play.
Suzaku have to recover from that, because they are playing those elimination games later today with this loss. That will be the lower bracket being played out.
Look, he's still going. Oh my goodness, that's a kill. I mean, this is what happens when Hoon is confident on his picks. This Ahri looks like basically no other Ahri we see, at least in North America. When Hoon's firing, he really fires.
I mean, this has always been Hoon.
Yep.
One of the most prolific YouTubers and streamers and pro players in mobile esports. He's getting a chance to make a YouTube video here, Julian.
He's made a highlight video. He's done. He's gonna call his editor after the game, like, hey buddy, edit this together, you know what to do. Make sure you get the BM in there, get a nice zoom.
The aggressive shove. And Suzaku, I'm a little worried because this hurts.
Certainly does, as Chase will flash away. Lebmont is not deterred. Oh, he can't get in the pit, doesn't matter. Gume shuts the first one down. Lebmont's going to collect the second. Stove's going to go down to Charm, in fact, at the end of the day. And Lebmont's still tanky. He's just true tanky, man. He's not stopping. Isaboa getting poked down here. Hoon's decided to join his friends again. Maybe wants to be in the photo at the end of the game that they have around the Nexus, because this one, it feels like it's been done for a bit, but IMT are going to make it official in just a moment. Last-ditch effort here for Suzaku, but IMT still looking clean. A 2-0, TJ, our first of the day, and it is none other than Immortals to bring it to us.
What a statement. Immortals are here to play, but more importantly than that, they're here to win the entire tournament. This is the top team coming into the WNS. This is the top team for this tournament. This is the team to beat for everyone else. I see a couple of teams sitting back in the crowd. You have to beat them if you want any chance at playing later on in this tournament. Business as usual on the Iraqi Zoro camp.
So serious. So stoic. So much Garen. Wow.
Yeah.
But Suzaku, thankfully, it's not done. I mean, in some cases, the fact they're even in the upper bracket playing this game is, a great thing for them. But they are very confident. Again, the 4th seed losing to number 1 doesn't feel too bad. But you didn't come to this tournament to get, to get 4th. You came to win. And Suzaku going to continue battling here in the lower bracket.
That is their round 2 game. So they will be further forward in the lower bracket.
Are they staying on the stage?
No, I don't think so. I think they get a break.
That's good.
Thankfully. So they'll have to
Everyone needs
reset.
a little break.
They'll need that break. Suzaku will need to kind of come back after what is, I think, the kind of loss that gets in your head when you're getting teleport flash.
There's emotional damage dealt by Hoon with that Ari play. I will say also, look, I'm not a professional mobile gamer. I'm not a professional gamer at all.
I know that about you.
Yes, you certainly do. I find hitting recall in the middle of a play much harder on mobile controls than I do on PC. But we'll have to hold that thought, TJ, because Sierra is already standing on stage with an interview with Immortals' own Charm.
Thank you so much, you two. Yes, I am here for the winning interview. First off, your whole team seemed really calm after the win. What was that?
I mean, we've always known that. Actually, I didn't even hear what your question was. Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, no worries. There's the victory brain right there. So you and the entire team, normally we see a team celebrate. They get up in their chairs, there's hugs. Y'all were all very chill, kind of like, okay, we came and won, now we just got to keep winning. Very stoic. What was that reason? It's because you knew you'd win?
So basically, we knew ever since C9 lost to Suzaku that the upper bracket's going to be an easy run. We're not really afraid of most teams, and I mean even any team, and that's why we know that this match doesn't really mean much. To me, this is not the goal. Beating Suzaku is not the goal. The goal is to win this tournament and head to Icons, and we're going to make North America proud.
I mean, already the gameplay out there, you're definitely making North America proud. But I want to talk about, too, you're saying that the upper bracket run was going to be easy. And definitely looking into this tournament, Immortals is like, okay, number 1 seed, definitely favored. Why is it that you and the rest of the team feel that you are just going to be the winning team?
So, just the amount of time and practice and effort and the sacrifice we put in practicing for just this game in general, I would have never expected to play a game with a team that cares about this game more than me. And I think that that passion that we all have is what makes us a really strong team. And I don't want to say that we're going to take this one home, obviously, because last time someone said that, it was Tribe from Old School, Old School from Tribe. They said they're going to take Horizon Cup all the way, and they dropped a lot of games. So my goal is just to play well every single day, and hopefully we win.
Well, definitely a matchup that I'm looking forward is the one that you've won before, going up against Sentinels next. How are you feeling about that? Because I feel like that's kind of something that's a bit of a rivalry.
So Sentinels, I'm really excited to go against them again. I think they're a really strong team, and they're also great people. But Sentinels has a lot of their own weaknesses, and I think the main issue is their bot lane, and obviously you're going against the best bot duo in the world, so I would be afraid if I was them.
Those are some strong words, that's for sure. Before I let you go, any other words, any shout-outs, any parting words to the audience?
So I want to start off by saying that I want to thank my friends and family from home. I know a lot of them are watching this, and I also want to give a special shout-out to some of my teachers that have supported me all the way. Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Verts, and Mr. Assad. You have all supported me, and I want to give you special thanks to you. And I wouldn't be here without you, so I really want to thank you. And then also, I think if I'm being honest, I think my math homework was harder than the games I played today. But that's just that's a story for another day. And one last thing before I go, I'll check my PayPal later tonight, Suzaku.
There are some strong words on this stage, that's for sure. Thanks again so much for talking to me. I can't wait to see you going on forward, seeing if the gameplay can match all of that. We are going to be heading to a commercial. After that, it's time to head down to the lower bracket, though. It's going to be NME going up against Saints. Stay tuned.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Season 1 Championship here at the Mall of America. Yes, that's right. We're here in Minnesota. This is not a backdrop. This is all real. The coasters riding through are definitely riding through. We get to wave at a couple people riding along right there. They're really excited to talk to Kangas, Outbattery, and Michael Udall. I'm just here. I'm Digon. We're just going through the action. We've had 3 series in the books, all of them with the upper bracket. Now we move down to the lower side of the bracket where a loss means you're out. All of these teams have already lost one, so the stakes get even higher as we turn our focus here to Saint versus No More Ego.
Adds a lot more pressure to it, as you can see on the bracket right now. We are towards the bottom right there. And I got to bring it, actually, Michael, you're the player on the disc, right? You've been in situations, in tournaments where elimination's on the line. This raises pressure significantly, right?
Oh, it definitely does, right? And especially in this LAN environment, that can be a factor that these players feel. A lot of them, this is their first time playing in front of a live crowd, or their first time playing with their teammates next to him. You know, that can be a boon, or it can be a bust, right? If your teammate, you feel, you know, their tilt, them getting upset at the way the game's going, that can like rub off onto you and vice versa, right? If they got your back when things are going bad, or if they make a sick play and are popping off, getting super happy, that's something that really can energize the entire team. And so, you know, like we said, this is a novel experience for a lot of these players, and I'm just excited to see how it does play out. Always sad to see players go home, but you know, they should be proud of themselves for even just being able to make it here at the first ever Wild Rift LAN in North America.
All right, let's take a look at the roster of Saint. This is a squad whose marquee victory came against Cloud9 in one of the majors. They were able to boost their way on up and qualified as the 6th seed coming on into the tournament. Crown Prince, Camel, Icy, Blanks, and Kansui. Kansui, outspoken member on this squad, but we look at a couple in the mid lane and over in the top lane as players that have carry potential when given the right resources here, Kangas.
Exactly, and when we had a chance to talk with the team ahead of today, kind of get the insights from the players, it's interesting hearing how different teams are formed. Because again, this is one of those kind of orgless teams. The roster doesn't have a big name behind them. And it was actually all around Camel, the jungler from the team, who kind of brought everyone together, new Blanks, or actually rather new Icy from SuzakuGG, and the two of them kind of led the charge, bringing on Blanks and Kansui. But Blanks and Kansui both said, hey, it was Camel. Camel was the guy that like convinced us we wanted to play with this player.
Yeah, and I mean, Camel, someone that had a history playing with Kansui as well back in the day with the original, you know, Black Camel team in Season 0. And he was the one on cam, waving, doing this back and forth. So if you're wondering, which one's Camel? It was the one constantly waving. Okay. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is also a team that is kind of built of what I would consider like misfits from a bunch of other teams. Reflection from the regular season, 16-bit Genesis as well. They've all came together and kind of formed this team last minute to make it through Major 3 qualifiers, through to the last chance qualifier. And this is not even the original roster. We have Nori, who's missing from this, who has Blanks, and Blanks obviously feels a lot of pressure filling in for shoes for someone who has had so much success, even in year 0 last year.
Yeah, and this is one of the beautiful things about, again, early stages of esports here in Wild Rift. Teams are able to bounce around, change these rosters, and figure out what the best meshing is, and still have that opportunity to qualify for the in-person North American event, and have dreams of Worlds still within grasp.
Yeah, it's a tough task for some of the teams lower on in the seeding because of, like you said, if you don't have that org backing, we see a lot of players move around between a lot of the rosters from the lower seeded teams, and this is no exception. But a lot of them have had experience playing with each other, or at least have relationships with each other. So this is one that we still can expect some level of, synergy between all 5 players.
I think a theme for at least this match in particular is the fact that it is an elimination match, right? Yeah. It is the last match. If you lose, you are going home. And for both of these teams, they have players that may not compete in competitive Wild Rift for at least the foreseeable future. A lot of them are going off to college. A lot of them have jobs that they need to take care of. So this is like a very meaningful for a ton of these guys.
Yeah, and it's not just on this side with Saint. We take a look at the other side with No More Ego. Same type of situation. This is a team that burst onto the scene in Major #1, finished 2nd place, had a huge step up in competition. You're like, okay, great. Look at this, an unsigned org. Let's rally behind these players. No signage by Major 2, and it started to have its effects. The team's results started dropping a little bit by Major 3. We heard that scrims were becoming less and less possible, but it doesn't take away the fact on how much firepower is on this roster, and you can never count out a team with the caliber of Yikes on the squad. Yikes in that support role, roams a lot, really sets the tone for this squad.
And speaking with Yikes, this is one of the players that does still want to continue his professional career. Yeah. He said that basically what he wants to do this weekend is prove he's still got it. Show every other team, show every other org, anyone who's interested in getting into Wild Rift Esports, that he is a support that you can draft, that you can get on a roster and make deep runs at tournaments. And again, pressure on some of the other players, because Tybe has said this could be his last tournament. If they don't get top 5, then it's so hard to compete when you don't have an org backing you and to consistently practice, to consistently commit all that time.
Well, and both junglers are kind of in that role. Black Camel is going to be graduating soon, going to be going off to college, and is not sure if he's going to be able to, manage both without, that financial backing. But speaking a little more about No More Ego, Luan DJ has been someone consistently, when we're talking to Baron laners, who they feel like is underrated, who they really respect in their role, consistently they would say Luan DJ has the ability to absolutely carry on this team. But when we also talk to them, Luan doesn't speak that much English, right? So as far as like translation with the team goes, they have 3 people that speak Vietnamese: Tybe, Luan, as well as Gum. Yeah, so they're ADC player. And so they're able to kind of swap back and forth, but the mechanics of Luan, the fact that even without the top tier communication, he's able to consistently perform is very impressive.
That was the big change coming in for this roster, right? Obviously, Louis had to step down. And so utility, all of the, just playing for the team, playing these tanks is what Louis was so good at throughout the regular season. And now with Luan, they have a much more firepower coming out of the Baron lane.
All right, so we've talked about a lot of the roles that have the firepower, but consistency has been the thing for both of these squads. And we take a look at the consistent players on each roster. We look down at the support role with Konsui and Yikes. Yikes, again, big roamer. Konsui sets the tone for this squad. Quiet confidence, but you can see the grin on him. You make the play, he's going to let you know.
Yeah, I'm a big Konsui fan. He actually also lives in Portland. So Konsui and I, 2 weeks ago, we went bouldering together. He was like, dude, my hands were sore for 5 days after. But you got to build up that tendon strength, especially if you want to be a mobile gainer. Got to start doing some exercises. And Konsui is someone that I have been friends with since, I first forayed onto the Wild Rift scene. He's someone that I duoed with very early on. But he is someone that definitely on an Alistar, something that we saw at beginnings have success with. I feel like that's one of his best champions. Really likes those tanky engages, such as like a Galio, such as a Gragas. I feel like he really shines on those.
I really love how both of these supports tend to play around their jungler. Camel a little less so, but especially with Tybe. Tybe and Yikes are super deadly. Yikes especially will then roam up into the Baron lane, will secure priority for his jungler, and Tybe, just don't let this guy run any objectives. He's just going to smite steal everything. And for a last hurrah kind of tournament, I'm really looking at those two on this team as one of the few kind of layovers from the original roster.
Tybe has made a kind of reputation as being that objective.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually ridiculous how often during previous majors he would just fly in as Lee Sin or Camille and just take away a Baron, take away a Dragon. And it's like, when you have that caliber of player, again, that's the one that you're going to look to help bring the team back. But if we're looking for that consistency, like you said, Yikes is where they usually try and play through to get themselves into a more advantageous position.
All right, so again, reminder, both these squads, their tournament lives on the line after losing their very first matches of the day. So a loss boots them out of the North American Championship here for season number 1, out of Mall of America. And so you feel different level of pressure here. In the earlier matches, you could still walk with that swag. You still had that game in your pocket. And that's why you saw someone like Demon King swinging for the fences, not only in his wins, but his losses as well. Now, I'm interested to see if the players are going to tense up a little bit, maybe question if they're going to fight early and often.
Well, and that's something that does consistently happen in professional play across any game. Don't play to lose. You have to play to win. And when it becomes an elimination match, very oftentimes, players, they want to let their team, they want to do the best for them. They don't want to let them down. And you start to feel this level of guilt of like, what if I go and try and make a play and I instantly die? And that's like one of the worst feelings you can have as a player, and oftentimes can lead to this mindset where people will stop looking for plays and more look for how can I not mess up. So you've got to stop yourself from getting into that trap. You have to constantly be looking aggressive because you have to look to play to win.
That's where you fall into experience, right? Obviously, Blank's having to fill in for Nori. They were kind of formed this team because they were lacking structure from their former teams. But you look on the other side, Yikes has played other mobile esports titles, right? Like he has that experience, and hopefully that will kind of carry over and give them the advantage.
All right, well, obrigado to our fans here. That Yikes pulls in by himself. The Brazilian fans coming on in. So the band's coming fast and furious here for our first match of the elimination side of the bracket. Saint getting rid of Senna, Set, and Gragas on the opposite side. No more ego, getting rid of the Karma, Olaf, and Rengar.
Yeah,
there's a little cap that's missing here, but that's not the first pick. Crown Prince going with Camille.
I actually noticed that Yumi's not banned.
We might have to take it out of the ban corner, I guess. I mean, the one time we saw this, it was actually Saints losing against Tribe. They gave up the Yumi to them. Okay, so Enemy doesn't opt for it. The question is, does Kansui actually
I think
pay
it's a
the
Kansui
Yumi?
pick. I don't actually think it's a Yikes pick. It doesn't necessarily play into the strengths of Enemy, but there we go. Okay,
I think
it makes sense.
I think when a champion is so strong, you have to make it a strength. I really do not care if you are an engaged champion, if you are like someone that is typically known for enchanters, you need to be able to know how to play Yumi. And Saints were punished earlier in their off-stream match versus Tribe. They let it go through, and they got absolutely obliterated 2 games in a row. So I'm glad Saints have at least learned, hey, like maybe Yumi's actually is broken.
I know we're only 5 picks in, but I'm ready to slam that drafted button.
No,
we got a Camille, we got a Yumi, we got the Lucian paired up as well. I am loving what Saints is cooking up so far. I mean, Enemy also have some powerful picks in their own right, but as far as S-tier meta picks, I feel like Saints is gotta be feeling good about this one.
And that's one of the things that Saints believe that they are good at. When we asked this team, hey, what's your strength? They said, we will win draft because we play everything.
I mean, if you get Yumi,
if you're giving Yumi blue too, I think that's a one draft. I'm confused.
Yeah. So let's start thinking thematics, right? Because when you have this for Saint, you have some pretty strong laners for the most part, but some team fighting from Saint is what I'm looking for. Strong ability to do so. And so bans now, neither of them really have a jungler, and that jungle pool between Tyve and Camel is gonna start getting pinched. I think they share a ton in terms of that pool.
Yeah, but Tyve known as one of the best, if not the best, Wukong in North America.
Yes.
I mean, when the jungle is pinched, that's often a fallback pick that we will see Tyve pick up. And with, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Rengar, Olaf, Jax, so many taken away, I would not be surprised if we see Enemy fall back on that. I mean, this is your elimination match, and what is better than playing your comfort pick? That's a very common strategy for players in this situation.
And it would also be a flex if they locked it in right now. Yeah, there you
is.
go. So presumably for Tybe in the jungle, but they could still get cheeky with it.
I'm gonna cut you off there,
You're gonna
brother.
cut me off?
This is a jungle pick.
Well, I mean, yeah, like 90% of the time, but come on.
Well, we will try to account for it, but we are assuming this is going to be for Tybe. We already built up that this is his champion to build.
Okay.
And Saints immediately, they respond with the Kha'Zix again. some good scaling. I love Kha'Zix as we get further into the game, as lanes become longer, there's less vision on the map. It becomes very difficult to escape this guy.
Yeah, maybe you give it to the easy kills on the GAs, but I still feel like, trying to assassinate into a Galio, Corki can package away. You lose the 1v1 bonus with the decoy from Wukong.
Sure.
There's some mechanics there that can be played around here for Camel.
If I'm Kha'Zix and I get the Corki package out of a team fight and he's no longer relevant, I'm considering that a win. I go immediately in on some next target. I say, cool, I'm out.
And also, I'll raise you a Yuumi on top of that Kha'Zix too. So
Agreed.
There's always the potential of that. Honestly, Yuumi has all good targets. Lucian, Camille, Garen, all of them are really strong with Yuumi on top.
Listen, I got a little bit of advice for all of you in Twitch chat.
Okay.
All of you that want to win some channel points in this prediction, all in on Saints, all right? Like, I think their draft is looking tip-top. It is, anything can happen in the game.
Sure.
Enemy has a very powerful team fight with the Galio, with the Ziggs ultimate, with the Wukong ultimate, with the package. But I think Saints, if they play it right, just abuse the side lanes, have Yuumi on a Kha'Zix, and just look to kill whoever's trying to get the side lane pressure.
Strong laning phase, really good team fight. They have it all for Saints.
All right, here we go, y'all. This time we let you see the draft. Where are we going with our predictions? We're starting here on the desk. Draft looking pretty okay there. Wait, what are you pointing at?
I saw Kha'Zix in the Baron lane with Camille in the jungle and Garen in the mid
I'm
lane.
waiting until we get into game.
We have to wait.
Yeah,
we have to wait. There's maybe there's role swaps. I cannot imagine it's Kha'Zix in the
All right,
Baron lane.
what are these predictions,
Is
guys?
this the first time we've had a 2-2? I think it's been 3-1 every time.
Kangas.
Yo, Kangas.
All right, Kangas, defend yourselves. Tell me why you're wrong.
Bro,
wait,
take
tell us why we're
Yuumi,
wrong.
Camille. I cannot bet against my man's Black Camel. Actually, the first pro player that I ever solo queued with. The first, in a Team Liquid weekly was the first team I ever watched professionally. I was, randomly ranked with this guy named Black Camel, watched the Twitch stream, and they were called Black Camel, the team. And I was like, wait, is that the same dude? So I got to, represent my boys. I got to give them my vote.
All right, tell them why we're right here, Alk.
Well, one, it's me, and I have the best predictions on the day, so already starting off on a great start there. But Enemy, I really think that despite the lack of scrims that they've been able to get, I think that this team always comes up clutch when it matters, and especially in elimination matches. I'm looking forward to see how they use some of their experience that they've had throughout the year with this roster to kind of pull on forward.
Yeah, I think the dedicated time here in Minnesota at the Mall of America to practice to scrim together. Let's see him get one more run here for No More Ego. All right, to get us into the action, we had ourselves a caster swap. So please welcome everyone in the Twitch chat and everyone here in Mall of America. Smacks and Rafa, y'all, take it away.
Thank you so much, Degon, and the rest of the desk. Welcome, Mall of America. These are the do or die matches. It is elimination time, baby. And we got Saint against Enemy.
Did you say do or die? I don't think we're executing anybody here. I think you got to be careful with that one. It's do or go home at this point.
Same thing.
You
don't want to go home. You don't want to go home.
You definitely do not.
If you came here on this weekend and you want to compete for some of that $80,000 prize pool total, you want to go for the top cash bag right there.
You definitely do. And they highlighted on the desk as well that some of these players, actually all of these players, are playing without the support of an org. These guys are just pickup teams. They want to play Wild Rift together. They love the game just as much as we do, maybe more, because they're the ones up on the stage actually playing it.
The thing is, for both of these teams as well, is the fact that they have come so far, and when you even look at one of these teams in Enemy, who have been able to go as far as top 2 back in Major 1 at the earliest part of our circuit. They've done that, no org support, no coaches, no other outside opinions being able to influence. It's just a bunch of guys being able to try to come together and say, okay, how are we going to prepare for this week? But as the circuit has gone further and further, they've been able to have, or they've had less time to do so, and it's been taking a toll on them. The fact that they were able to squeeze in through the last chance qualifier makes them a potential dark horse for this tournament. But on the flip side, you also have Saint, a very powerful opponent as well in their own right.
Yeah, and I'm really glad the desk brought up the junglers as well, because the ringleaders of both of these teams is actually that jungle role for both of them.
Yeah.
For Enemy in specific, these guys have been around for like an entire year just about, since the very beginning.
Baby.
Yeah, exactly. As we started in July, right? Around that time last year. And the guy who's been through it all on enemy is Tybe. And I know we have his biggest fan right here.
Yeah, listen, man, we're trying to eliminate the bias right now on the cast.
Yeah. I don't think we can fully eliminate it from
I'm also trying to emotionally prepare myself as well, because for both of these teams, Tybe and Camel, as the desk is already illustrated at the top of the series setup here, they're both in similar situations. This is a match where if they were to go out right now, it's not only just the end of the series and the tournament, it's also the end of their Wild Rift career potentially. But we're going to leave it all on the Rift here as we get ready for Game 1.
Let's get right into this game, Rafa. And I have a little tidbit for everybody. This is the first game that Yuumi has been played on the stage today. The second game overall, as we did have an off-stream Yuumi game. It is 100% win rate so far, and for good reason. This champion is so strong.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't say that small sample size would actually point to accurate analysis.
It's been banned every other
But
game.
it's been banned every single game for a reason.
Yeah.
This cat is too OP, guys. And you cannot let it go through.
Speaking of cats, today is actually my cat's second birthday.
All right, listen.
And we get to do our first game, and it's the cat right there. It's fitting.
Listen,
happy birthday, Pat Cat.
I know you care about your cat. We gotta care about the
He's
game.
listening at home. He watches my cats.
Oh, well, Patroclus might be the biggest cat fan right now of this Yuumi pick, but right now, for Saints and Enemy, the big thing that they were illustrating on the desk is whenever you have a Yuumi pick, you always have a scaling advantage. And so if you're Enemy, I imagine you are playing for the early game. I want to watch for how Enemy is able to coordinate with Tybe and the rest of his solo laners to see if he can find early advantages in the game.
We got an Ignite down onto Camel. And speaking of Camel, this is not his typical role that he's playing right here. Up in the Baron lane as he's gone for a swapperoo. Crown Prince on Kha'Zix, switching over to the jungle. Now, we don't have full complete information on why that is, but my guess is that Camel feels very confident on this Camille pick, and against Luan DJ, you do need a confident Baron laner.
Well, you got to be careful about the summoner spells right now. Camel forced to flash away, Luan DJ flashing after it after already burning the Ignite, and now that's going to put Camel at a deficit early on.
Great trade from Luan, who does have the aggressive summoner spell in the Ignite. Camel, on the other hand, going for the barrier. That's exactly why, as you can see, all of this early game damage from Luan is landing, and it's sticking as well, because Camel did not recall.
Yeah, and Yikes is going to try to take advantage of that with the early roam. Tybe, I believe he was able to steal the Gromp away. That puts him a level above Crown Prince.
Yoinking that Gromp away, pushing Crown Prince out of the jungle. Excellent stuff from Tybe, getting an early lead. And while experience doesn't matter a whole lot in the game of Wild Rift, level 5 definitely does, because that's when you get your ultimate. And Tybe is very close to that with a fresh recall as well. Got himself a Phage. He is going to be ready for the Cyclone.
And this is a signature pick for Tybe. When we go back to year 0, when we were first introduced to the Wild Rift community, we came to know Tybe off of his streams. He was branding himself as the #1 Camille and Wukong in North America. The fact that he is going back to a comfort special in the first game of a series that could be his last shows how much he has confidence in this pick, leading him to victory.
And we're confident in this pick as well, because like we were saying before, we have watched Tybe play for months and months and months, all the way into last year, and Wukong on one of his most powerful champions, most comfortable champions. We know that he can perform on this big stage.
Already, Yikes has now roamed out of his lane twice. As the analyst desk was talked about before when they were talking about the Konsui and Yikes matchup, they let the Yuumi go, which, much to our surprise, we were like, why is anyone just letting the Yuumi go as far as the third round of the first pick and ban phase? But Yikes, known for getting those early roams off before the 3rd minute. I mean, it's because Yikes came from a jungle role when he was playing on Immortals, so he practically plays as a second jungle role, enabling alongside Tybe for Enemy.
Yeah, and that's why he didn't go for that pick, because he does want to play that frontline tank. That's his most comfortable. And we've been talking to a lot of the supports, as we did have a bunch of interviews with them, and a lot of them were like, oh yeah, you know Yikes, he's just going to roam top lane at level 2. He's never going to be here, it's going to be all right. But yeah, Yuumi's definitely not one of those champions that you can do that on. So I think you're 100% right, Konsui, scooping that one up. And it's just so powerful. You already saw that they had a nice push advantage. You can see that reflected in the gold, as Blanks does have a pretty solid advantage and will likely get his first item over Go.
I like this. Enemy already getting their resets in. They pushed out the waves because they're trying to prepare for the first objective of the game. However, Saint are here early. They haven't gotten necessarily as strong as reset as Enemy, but they're trying to burn this as fast as they can. If they don't get this in time, Enemy are going to punish super heavily. 2,000 HP on the Dragon.
It's a scary engage right now in time. In the middle, he's going to steal it. He steals his objectives every single time.
Oh,
and now the Galio ultimate zones everybody away. Corki package as well. Saint, no, there is no chance they can continue that fight. Great Drake steal.
And the fact that Enemy also get the Dragon off the back of that, they forced Saint off of it. They had the stronger stats going into the Dragon. Saint, no way they could win that fight.
And if you're not a Tybe aficionado, you haven't seen his gameplay, get used to this. He steals these objectives every single time. He's got the most objective steals in Wild Rift history in North America. Looks like he's on his A game right now.
He's a legit thief, and now he should be able to secure the Rift Herald as well. No contest from Saint, but now Saint, they're the ones that have the tempo pressure here. They can chase Enemy off. Have to be careful. No ultimate available for Tybe. Oh, no! Not at the critical moment. There's a fight that's about to happen.
Oh, I don't know what's going on right there. It looks like a nice turn from Yikes.
I have to hold this
taunt
pose.
Was great.
I'm in my casting motion. I'm in freeze frame. I will, in solidarity with the game and the players, I will freeze and pause as well.
You're literally, with your arms, making the pause logo as well, like the two lines. You've got your arms just out.
Please.
Yeah, we're
I'm holding.
Gonna figure out what's going on right now, because obviously a very unfortunate time. And you know what?
I'm not moving. I'm freeze frame right now.
You know what? He's not gonna move. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. So.
I hate you right now so much.
This is a great game so far. I hope everyone's having fun. Good evening, Mall of America as well. I hope everyone's been having a great day. We've been going for about 6 hours. And that's hopefully not as long as you're going to be standing there.
I'm sorry, players. I couldn't hold out.
Yeah. Well, they are going to have to. We will update everybody on what is going on as soon as we figure it out. For now, though, yeah, it was a great objective steal there from Tybe. Really like them.
I think in that moment, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate of what is about to happen, because that's the next game that we can play, right?
Yeah.
So already, we noticed that a couple of ultimates were already down from Enemy, and in that moment, there's an opportunity for Saint to pounce. But there's some flashes still available, so can we get like a, how should I do this, Max? Over and under. 3 deaths, over under in that fight.
I think it's over. I think there's going to be more deaths than that.
So Smax, you're going to think it's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, because they're both committing to that play, right? Because you saw like everyone on Saint was diving directly in with the Kha'Zix jump, with like the Yuumi attached.
Yeah.
If your taxi driver on Yuumi dives in, then you're diving too. You're attached. You're along for the ride at that point. And you saw that Yikes was getting ready to turn. He had the Galio taunt going, so it's gonna be something big that's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like we're ready.
We're getting word we're back in the game. There it is. Okay.
There's one.
Nice one onto Yikes there, but it looks like Enemy have distanced themselves away, and
no! We're gonna get one at a time. You know what? They are still sort of committing. As Rafa's going to freeze again.
Not again!
Hey everybody, come here often. So
I can commit in this pose.
What if we start? Do a little swaying. Oh, you can't move. I would be swaying by myself.
You have to like move me essentially. You have to mold me into position. Okay.
The camera's not even on us anymore.
I'm dead.
Oh wow. Well, we've got our first blood, so that's great. We're here again. I'm gonna update you guys on what's going on as soon as we know.
Yeah.
And,
now, hopefully it's nothing.
Unfreeze.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pressing play.
Stasis is out. There we go. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Yeah.
But in this point in the game already, I guess we can kind of look at what is next on the agenda for Enemy, because at the top of the game, we already highlighted, whenever you have a Yuumi, it's a scaling composition.
Yes.
So you're playing for that late game insurance, and already there's a lot of things that Saint have to overcome as the first 2 objectives Enemy have picked up.
And those are permanent, right? Because you get the gold from the Rift Herald, assuming it charges. And the Drake buff is also definitely permanent. That's going to be all throughout the entire rest of this game. So for Saint, yeah, exactly like you're saying, they have some scaling elements. I feel like if Yuumi is left unchecked, will be able to compete later on, but it's not later on quite yet.
All right. Well, I'm just getting word. Whoa.
Hold up.
I'm hearing
hold
the
up.
moves.
I'm getting word from the production.
Okay.
We're back in game. Everyone's back in. So
I was wrong.
All right.
It's only one kill.
I'm gonna knock on wood here. Make sure crossing my fingers.
Is that fair to work?
No. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to pray that it's wood. Here we
Somebody find Rafa some wood.
No. Rift Herald charging into the tower. Boom. First break is done.
Yeah, and that's that gold advantage. Even though Saint did pick up that first blood, shockingly enough, not responded to, if any, kills. I was pretty surprised. Obviously, there was that pause in the middle, so that likely threw a wrench in things. But Saint did find that engage, and they will be able to use that tempo, knocking Yikes out, and maybe going for some turret damage themselves, as it looks like Blanks and Kansui are still sticking around to do that.
With Blanks and Kansui up on the top side of the map, they're going to try to get as much gold as they can.
Hit this dive, yeah.
Good poke with the culling. And now that Camel's here, they should be able to lock up Luan. No one is there in range to save him. Luan trying to flash away, but just not enough time.
It was a little scary by the end, but Blanks did have that relentless pursuit to dash over the wall. Meanwhile, in mid lane, you're not killing Icy. He already has his Hull Breaker, and he's by himself. Man, this item is just so good. Can we talk about Hull Breaker for a second?
You want to talk about Hull Breaker?
I kind of don't, but I feel like it'd be lying.
I mean, we don't have to. They don't want to. I'm kind of giving up the floor.
I want to do it, for the audience so that they know just what this item does.
All right, go.
Because I'm sure if you're a League PC fan or if you've been playing Wild Rift recently, you've seen this item a ton. But basically, this item just allows you to be a split push fiend, and whenever you're by yourself, you gain a bunch of resistances. And you also buff up the cannon minions, which deals just so much damage to those turrets, which is the big reason why people are building it, so they are able to take out these structures. And the inhibitor ones are the big one we'll have to watch out for.
And if you're not careful, if you have a whole minion wave stacked up as well, and you're fighting 1v1 to the death with someone else, those cannon minion auto attacks will actually hurt as much.
Yeah.
So it's another thing you got to be considerate of. Saint, because they have Icy on the split push side, they're going to try and pilot him away from upcoming objectives. The next one is going to be a Cloud Dragon, something that not many teams consider valuable, but if it's for free, enemy are definitely going to take it since they are currently ahead.
And just like all the dragons, it is permanent as well. So you will have that scaling advantage for the entire time. As with the, with another thing with the Hullbreakers, you do often in Wild Rift want to be grouped up all the time. Like this game is really small compared to the PC version. You do walk around very quickly, and it's very easy to go for those 5v5 fights. That's another element to it.
Nice jump on the Ty, but they get him down. That's going to be the primary engagement. But Ty is sailing right in, gets one knock up onto the backline of Crown Prince, but he flashes away and gets out.
That's another kill for Saint. They're up to 3 at this point. They have that gold advantage now, and you can see that Ty was really trying to dive in with a last-ditch effort with a Cyclone, but the dash just kept on going because Kansui gained so much distance with the attach. Now we have the Quirky package coming up, and I think that does mean the enemy, even with their jungler down, do still want to go for the Drake.
Yeah, they're prepping for the Drake. Whoa. They've taken out the first turret, or not the first turret in the mid lane specifically, opening up the map even further. Luan is not quite ready to join up for the fight around the Dragon, and with enemy kind of out of position at this moment, the Dragon will be ceded over to Saint, but there's still a short 3-second window where enemy, if they want to pick up a fight, if they find any stragglers here, watch for 9, watch for the package.
It's really interesting. For 9, like you can see, the Gorky package is so good, and they do still have it. So they're looking for something else. You can see those big yellow bars underneath the Gorky, maybe looking for something. It will time out if they don't use it. So their window is limited. Looks like they're using it onto Icy.
It's a big tanky boy, but they're going to go for it. But the package is not quite in range. Has Valkyrie right back on out. The Rift Herald has spawned in, and now enemy watch for certain cooldowns. Ultimates are all available. Oh, but a 1v1 from Gum and Camel results in the Camille being able to take it out, and now we have the big fight in the river. Tide is onto the back line with the Cyclone, but no one can follow up, but it's okay. He's distracted the front line and far enough that enemy can clean up the front line, but a great trade from Icy, and now he's got a cat on his back. Can he give him the stats? Can he power through? But he's not tanky enough. Enemy is the one that is powering them down.
Oh, you don't want to dive the Yubi, though. You will take
Turn off the camera! Turn off the camera!
And he does just that. It's just going to be a trade 3 for 3 across the map, including Camel's solo kill, which was pretty impressive on Gum underneath that turret. Enemy winning the fight, though, and they do keep that Rift Herald alive. They can come back with those ultimates and go at it one more time. Let's look at this 1v1.
Oh, well, I think the 1v1 is more like, hey, I'm going to walk over. Oh, God, there's a Camille run! Please, let me out!
Yeah, it's a lot of the damage there for enemy, at least later on into the game. They do have a bunch of these bruisers like the Wukong and the Jace that will deal a lot right now, which is why this fight ends up still working, alongside a great pick onto Blanks. They do actually deal just so much damage to this Lucian, and on the same side, these Dragon Laners are going to be dealing most of the damage, so now that Blanks is dead, that fight ends up being really good for enemy.
Yeah, and all considering the fights that enemy have picked, they have been able to pick off multiple members, but they're still falling behind in gold. Saint are the ones that are picking up a somewhat distinct gold lead at this point. And remember, they're the ones that scale heavy and heavy into the game. And with 9 getting picked off right here, no one can potentially save them unless Tide can get in range. Hero's Entrance is going to come in a little too late. They get the knock-up down onto Crown Prince. Can Yikes clean up with the damage despite being a support Galio? It's looking close. It's getting there, but just not enough. The Demacia Justice smites him down.
Whoever has the Locket Boot enchant on SNT deserves a raise. I don't know who that one is, but he saved Crown Prince's life right there on the Kazakhs and allowed another kill to come through. I want to see the scoreboard so I can see who's the savior. It's Kansui. Good job.
Almost 100% kill participation ratio so far.
That's
He's missed out on 2 kills. And now we got another one on the Baron side of the map. Crown Prince has locked down Luan alongside Campbell. This Hextech ultimatum combo with the rest of Saint has made these picks so reliable for enemy.
Look at this engage front here from enemy, though. They're not on vision, and they do have Cyclone. This could get dangerous if Saints stick around, and they're not going to do that. All right, great job, guys. They escape, and enemy just goes back to clearing their camps like normal. Saint keeping this tempo and keeping all of these picks rolling and rolling and rolling. I am getting more confident in this team's capability of actually winning this game, because if you look across the board, they really only have the ability to burst one person at a time.
And for Saint, when you look back at the early advantage that enemy were finding, there was one opportunity to lock down Camel, but enemy could not close the distance. They couldn't punish the window where Camel didn't have subs. Now he's 3-0-2. He is... Yeah. He's fine. He's not massively ahead against Luan DJ, just a 500, 600 gold difference, but it's enough to now make this fight happen.
Saint may be the kings of burst, but enemy have the Wombo combos. Look at the engage from all 5 members of enemy. The crowd control onto every single person in Kansui. His taxi driver fell to the ground. There's nowhere else to go. Campbell split pushing, but the fight is over.
Yeah, the gold was well distributed among multiple Saint members, but enemy said, well, you only got 3 in the mid lane. We're bringing the whole crew.
That's how this composition works here, Rafa. You have all of these engages. You have all of these team fight champions getting ready for everything. As we watch that one more time, the Coca-Cola pop off.
Yeah, this could be the turning point of the game, because massive knockup from Tide, flank pincer from both sides of the river there. No way for the rest of Saint to get out of that one.
I love when the Coca-Cola pop off is a full team play as well, because it's the entire squad all coordinating together and getting these engages done. I really, really like that coordination from enemy. A set of players that haven't been together for too long.
Crisp and refreshing. But however, Tide is the one that's being picked off here, and he's the one that's outnumbered. This time, Saint are the ones that lock down the pick.
Not even the trickery of the clone can save Tide. No objective to really be taken. You don't expect the Baron to be started this early, but it might still be the option for Saint. The smite is gone from Tide.
I mean, there's no smite. As you said, Tide is down for another 24 seconds. Enemy, if you look back to inspiration from Johto and Suzaku match earlier in the day, maybe you can turn something around, but they don't fall into the trap of trying to burn down the Baron all the way. They force the rest of enemy to come forward, and they get another pick.
And if you're enemy, you don't really have another choice. You don't have the Corki package ready and available, or maybe you do as 9 thinking about it, but won't end up pulling the trigger. They just let Saint get away with that. Another crisp pick.
And this is fine, because remember, for Saint, the longer this game goes, the better position they're going to be. There's so much scaling that is coming through for their side laners in this Garen, in this Camille, and then you put a Cat in Yuumi on top of it, give them the extra stats. It makes them so damn hard to kill. Yeah. The only thing I'm kind of against about having a Yuumi on top of the Camille and the Garen is that they both have the Hull Breakers, so they lose the stats bonuses, but Yuumi kind of makes up for it. So they're having the Hull Breaker right now while they are by themselves on the side lane, splitting, forcing enemy to say, hey, either you deal with the fact that you're losing turrets, or you are forced to make desperation picks in the mid lane.
Just another element to that gameplay that Saint have at their disposal. If they want to split up, they can. If they want to team fight, they can. If they want to look for these picks, well, maybe not 1v4, but eventually once they have the full team, they can do that as well.
And this pincer is so damn hard for enemy to deal with because Saint have full control. They are choking enemy out of this point. Turret is gone. Extra few hundred gold going over to the side of Saint. And now the desperation pick is coming up from enemy. Can they make the engage? Watch Chapter is stopping them in their tracks though. The kiting from Saint allows them to not drop a single member. Camel might be the first one to fall, but it's so hard to lock him down. Yumi is able to give him the last healing, but Icy is the first one that gets knocked down by enemy. They're pressing forward. They see the low health members in their eyes, and they find a double.
That's gonna be a couple kills here for enemy. You saw the full engage front sweeping across the rift as Crown Prince looking for more. Taking the isolation damage. Ziggs takes him out, and Gum wins the 1v1. Now it's an outnumbered fight. Kansui, he lost his team, and it's an ace for enemy, even it up.
Did you see Gum? He saw the Crown Prince bug leap forward, and then wait, I'm not afraid of that. He LeBrons himself back forward. And then he just takes him out, squashes him, and there's a massive timer where Luan is trying to maximize how much turrets they take away from Saint.
Man, you'd think that a bomb would be overkill for a little bug, but that bug is not little. That was necessary for Gum to outplay. As we watch this replay one more time, look at this engage. This is exactly what you need to see from enemy. You have both of their engaged members, Yikes and Tybe, bringing up the fight and bringing their backline members into a position where they can deal all this damage and still feel safe. You can see in the bottom left of your screen, they just took Baron. They're killing people.
And enemy with this Baron buff on their side, off the back of also getting a pick on Icy. They're looking for more onto Blanks. He has no flash available. The bomb is not going to find the mark, but it's enough pressure where enemy, where Saint, they are the ones that are pulling ahead in gold, but off of that fight, the delayed engage from enemy just pushing forward, having the confidence to say, hey, they have no more cooldowns. Let's just keep chasing. Let's keep finding kills.
This Baron timer is crucial right now, too, because look at Luan. He has Baron. He has his Hullbreaker. That's 2 cannon minions. He can take out these structures as long as he doesn't get bursted down. But Crown Prince has a decision to make. Does he help burst the Jace, or does he go to the Elder, which is being taken right now? He needs to Smite Steal this.
He's running for it, but they have to turn around. Just need to make sure that they take out Crown Prince. No Smite available. 1,000 HP. The package is burning down. Kansui, does he get a chance? No! The Elder Ocean is secured for enemy. And Luan DJ's already on the front door of the Nexus. It's down to Icy and Blanks to make the last defense, but enemy are charging through the mid lane.
Look at enemy go with the team fights, with the objective calls, with the smite steals. This team has it all, including game 1.
And that was a game where Saint, they were pushing back and forth, being able to find small windows that they were pulling themselves ahead in gold. And with the scaling composition that they were rocking, it was looking that they were pulling ahead, and enemy, they're running out of options. But that one crucial fight on the bottom side of the map, they get the pick off of a couple people, and they say, hey, let's keep going. Let's keep pushing forward. They have no more important cooldowns. If they engage on us, we can punish.
And it is notoriously difficult to come back from a snowball in the game of Wild Rift, but that is exactly what we just saw from enemy. And we talked about the scaling too. Yumi makes your team composition so strong in those late game moments, but they just couldn't quite do it. Enemy had all of these opportunities where they just swooped in, knocked up multiple people at the same time, and Yumi can only attach to one person.
And speaking of the Yumi pick, I think it's so important for the momentum of enemy that they have defeated a composition that had the Yumi pick, because going into the day, after seeing the one time it was picked off stream against in the Tribe Saint game, where Saint were the ones that allowed it to go to Tribe, they were like, yeah, we cannot let this champion go through. But enemy have proved that you can beat that pick. But of course, it's not up to us to break down the rest of the game. We've got 4 very talented and very good-looking guys on the analyst desk, so we throw it to them to break down game 1.
All right, I got 2 comments from the chat that kind of sum this one up. Squid says, what just happened? And indubitably Stick said, I want both teams to win. And it looked like both teams wanted each other to win, because at first, I thought we're going straight to the board. I thought Yumi was in the band corner.
It is the band corner. I am curious how you're holding that up, but we'll get to that in a minute. How did this make it through? How did it get to blue 2? And how did it lose the game?
Okay, to be fair, it was winning most of the game. Yuumi was actually really good, and we'll talk about this as we go forward, but Saint were in control of this game. And then they overextended. At 15 minutes, they aced them. They overextend to try and save ground, and from there, it's a Baron for enemy, and the game just completely splits open.
There was a lot of face checking of Fog of War
Yes, there
coming in
was.
from the side of Saints, which is dangerous to do against a team fighting comp, which, Michael, you had highlighted earlier. The Wukong pick really strong in the team fights, and that is what allowed enemy to actually get back into this game. They just found fight after fight after fight. So, what does this mean for Wukong? Like, where does this
It's
go?
the Tide special. He's like definitely one of the best North American players in the jungle, and especially on the Wukong.
All right.
I mean, I'm throwing it at the B. Like, I know that Tide had a sick performance.
Conditional.
But, you know, remember, there were like 5 or 6 jungles banned, and that's part of why we saw it. So still a strong champion, especially in the right hands, but, you know, does get counterpicked by some of the more beefy ones.
I will just take the freebie here, so we're going to pick up Garen. So hit me with some tape, brother.
Oh, I am the tape guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
It's my job. Don't laugh at my job.
I only laughed because you hesitated.
Right there. Garen is king of the top lane, king of literally mid lane as well. I know IC lost, but this champion plus Yuumi, even without Yuumi, sans Yuumi, so good.
But results-based analysis.
Good.
Results-based
They
analysis.
lost.
But do we need to move Yuumi down to F
No.
tier?
No.
Is this
No.
okay? No.
You
it
don't
stays
get
there.
to move anymore. You
All right, well,
lost.
I used my one for the day. That's
use
fine.
your move.
I do want to take a moment, Michael. Do you have any apology for all the Twitch chatters that you promised to bet all their channel points?
Okay, listen, I didn't think that they would mess up their picks, all right? I thought that it was going to be Kha'Zix in the jungle and Camille in the Baron lane. And I think that's what they meant to do, but I feel like they might have messed up some swaps. So all the bettors, I'm sorry. You know what? When you call the bank and you're like, listen, I'm out of channel points, you can blame it on me. I got your
So we have
channel
seen
point
them
loan.
do a lot of swaps. This was like in a local community that me and Kangas do. It's Fight Night. They were swapping a ton of players around. And yes, they had some substitutes, but we have seen this before. And so it's not super surprising if you've been like watching tape, but it's definitely not expected. And I agree with you. I think a lot of us were thrown off by that.
Yeah. All right. Well, to make up for all your channel points, I've been told that Mr. Udall has a package for us.
Yeah, we got a knowledge segment. All right, we're about to teach y'all something.
I don't know if I
I
can trust
actually
you now.
really like this call from Saints. They recognized Corki was back, but they had to do a better job at zoning the Wukong. You see Tide is left to just walk in. You need to use your Yuumi or you need Garen to just run at the Wukong. Tide should not be allowed to do this. And this is the next one. I mean, you see Camel here going in onto the Ziggs, able to get the solo kill. But, like, I think Saints made the right call there. But this is a big situation. You see Wukong actually going to stop the Yuumi from being able to jump onto someone else here, Tide, buying so much space in the back line and allows, you know, the rest of his team to actually come in and clean up the rest of the fight. But yeah, I felt like Saints, they were doing pretty good this game. Okay, I love this point though. Konsui on the Yuumi. Luan DJ, he wants it, just a sliver, and gets baited in, and that's why we're keeping Khan and the Yuumi in the Baron corner.
It deserves to be.
Okay, but this moment was really a massive mistake from Saints. Like, I think Enemy played it well, but you just gotta cut your losses.
Right here.
Even if you lose one champion,
done.
Just run.
Yeah.
Right? Like, at this point, this is called save your teammate syndrome. You see Icy running in on the Garen, losing their life. And at this point, I mean, even here, just keep running. And they lose slowly every single champion, and then they decide to go back in, trying to look for the hero play. And you can't really do this, in my opinion. Like, this is what allows them through this ace to get the Baron play. And Saints, I mean, if they just back off, even if you lose one, even if you lose two, that's no longer a Baron. It's just a little bit of gold into the pocket of Enemy.
I don't know, Mike. I'm hearing a lot of excuses for why you lost people channel points.
I will say that.
Aren't you a Saint better? Come on, Diego. Let's get this. Yeah, come on, brother.
I will say, though, I don't think Michael Udall could predict that whole culling there was going to miss everybody. That was pretty surprising. All right. It seems like our teams are ready to go to the draft. So let's get back to the Rotunda and get this one underway. No more ego.
There we
one
go.
away from continuing to stay in this tournament. But will Saints be able to turn around? Let's find out. Karma, Olaf, and Camille the bans here. So no Camille in this one. The Cat has found himself back on the bench.
You know,
It doesn't matter that it's Max the Cat's birthday.
Yeah.
No more cats allowed.
Digon, it seems like the Lucian calling may have hit my fridge back at home. Yeah, that one was a bit far off on that one, but here we are. Enemy this time on blue
You
side.
got some great pictures on your fridge.
I know. It's great. Maybe we can add a few of these on there later on for afterwards.
I'm
But
surprised you didn't bring your fridge here to Ball of America.
it doesn't fit in my luggage. Not a good carry-on. We've got Rengar here. Something that we've been seeing kind of pop up throughout the WNS all today.
Yeah,
but
different cat.
Exactly. And here for Tide, I wonder if maybe Luana will play this in the Baron lane. I know it's kind of like a long shot, but if we're talking about carry Baron laners, it's up there.
Yeah, well, and part of why we see Rengar having so much more power in this tournament compared to last ones is a new item, the Divine Sunderer,
Yes.
a Trinity Force replacement, actually provides percent damage after an ability, right? I believe it's 5%, a really good way to take down a lot of these beef lords, and that's part of why you see Rengar being picked up so much, is able to spam out those abilities and able to just combo that so well.
What was that term again? Just to make sure.
The beef lords.
Beef lords.
Beef
Okay.
lords.
All right.
That's how Kangas feels after
Wait,
going to the
do you
gym.
not like that
No, I love it.
classification? You know,
No.
high HP beef lords?
It's
Seth's
better
banned,
than
though.
it's better than big beefy boys, which we like spam on broadcast all the time. So I love that.
Yeah, definitely don't
Oonga
spam
Boonga,
the
bro.
big
No,
beefy boys in the
no,
chat there.
no.
All right, Corky locked in with the J, so a lot of poke coming in from Saints. Honestly, nothing too surprising so far in the draft. It's kind of back to standard drafts here.
Yeah, honestly, they kind of swapped drafts though, right? Like,
Yeah.
they kind of swapped what each team is playing. But with the Corki and the Jace, I would like to see Saints pick up somewhere some sort of magic damage. Just, I mean, I guess both teams don't have any magic damage, but just that's your AD and your mid generally, unless you are going to send the Jace into the side lane. So Icy is someone that, in my opinion, is a very, very strong Akali. Potentially could be a great way to round out this composition. If it doesn't get banned away, it also provides that magic damage, but we will see what does end up happening as Galio and Garen are already on the other side. Not the best game.
Yeah, my problem with Akali here is we get Konsui's Leona, something that he's definitely made a name on. At least here for Saints, is who do you assassinate on this enemy roster?
True.
You're going to be going in on the tank Rengar, who's going to be picking up like Black Cleaver and Divine Sunder. You're going to try and kill Garen. Good luck, Esports, on that one.
Yeah.
Galio, same thing. So I think it might be a little bit more of a counter pick in the 5th slot, but Saints have a lot of options still.
All right, you convinced me, Alec. I take it back. I don't know if I want the Akali.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay to change your opinion.
Yeah,
it's
of
okay
course.
to realize
Unless
you make mistakes.
Unless you're
open mind.
Kangas. Unless you're Kangas double flip-flopping.
What are you talking about? I own up to my mistakes all the time.
I love that. But okay, this screams for me from Saints. You picked Leona. We haven't seen Leona once, and you picked it up pretty early. This is a comfort pick for Konsui. It's very often where you see people when they're up against the wall. I mean, we saw it with Hoon, with the Yasuo, one of his most comfortable champions. This screams to me from Konsui that, you know, he wants to be making plays, he wants to be engaging on the Leona, and he feels very comfortable doing it.
Exactly, and the thing about Leona is that you don't need to draft any other engage. Leona is like probably, arguably, the best engaged champion in terms of like number of avenues you can go for. You can throw out the Solar Flare, you can look for the Zenith Blade, you can even just flash at them and stun them immediately.
Every ability is almost
every
it's
ability
crowd
essentially.
control.
Like this opens up the rest of your comp to be damage, to be other things that aren't secondary engaged.
Guys, I'm seeing plated steel caps right now, and it's haunting my dreams. Every time I close my eyes, I see armor being built. Oh, 9!
Oh, baby, we get an Orianna! I've been waiting!
Finally! Michael's going to lose his mind. I'm sure some of the players are like, oh, cool, Orianna's still finally on the table. But I like this. It's a great delivery system when you have someone like the Galio and the Rengar. I'm a little bit worried about their engage, however. If they fall behind at any point, you're really relying on simply just this Orianna to provide engage.
Yeah, but I think Enemy actually wants to play. And Akshan, haven't seen it this tournament so far. I know a lot of people do like building Hullbreaker on this champion.
Yes.
Provides a lot of side lane pressure, but Enemy, to me, wants to be playing front to back. Saint has the Leona, has the Lee Sin. They're going to be coming into you, and I think if Enemy is able to get properly set up around objectives, they will have a lot of power, you know, from the Orianna and the Akshan in the backline throwing out damage with the beat.
But we see another style coming in from Saints here. They're doubling down themselves on team fighting. They have engaged with the Leona brand, a really strong 5v5 team fighter around those objectives. All this AoE damage. So Enemy, is this a double Hullbreaker? Just don't go for the fights, go for the split push instead?
I really like that, actually. And you have the... So, what's... Orianna is going to sit in the mid lane or, you know, catch side waves, defend your turret. You're going to have the Garen and the Akshan in the side lanes. You'll have Galio also sitting mid, but
Yeah.
can global to either side,
Exactly.
and Rengar will be roaming around looking for these ganks, able to activate that ultimate, and able to, look for pick opportunities. I really like what Enemy has put together here from a draft standpoint.
Yes, but that requires a lot of organization and being on the same page to run a 1-3-1. We saw Cloud9 try to do the 1-4, sometimes try to pull out the Hull Breaker, and they had difficulty doing that. Now No More Ego, a team that has very publicly said, hey, our scrims have started to dwindle in the amount that we've done, are pulling off a composition here that's going to require a ton of communication, whereas it seems pretty straightforward for Saint. It's a lot of 5v5 team fighting.
And I like that for Saint because elimination on the line. If they lose this game, they're out.
All right, well, to find out how this one shakes up, will it be the last game here for Saint, or will they get one more shot at redemption? Let's find out. Let's send it on over to Smacks and Rafa.
Thank you so much, D. Gone to the rest of the analyst desk. As they said, this is potentially the last game of the tournament for Saint, unless they can turn things around. And Smacks, we got some info that the analyst desk didn't get a chance to know, but there's actually a roster change for Saint. Blanks is out, or not Blanks.
No, Blanks is out.
Yeah. Camel is out. Extirpate is in, going to Baron lane, and
Crown Prince is jungle.
Crown Prince is jungle.
Again, but he is now the jungler on the stage that you see right over there. And yeah, Extirpate is playing Baron lane. And we also, as we're getting right into the game, amazing. We now have 2 players that previously played on Reflection, which is another one of the teams that we got to see play all throughout WNS Season 1. And yeah, we see 2 of them now reflected here in front of us.
Extirpate and Blanks. In fact, Extirpate even got a Most Improved Player award from one of our previous majors, as he proved to be an unexpected but powerhouse of a Baron laner. And now that seems like what Saints need. They want to bring in someone that is going to carry that just that much harder. And Crown Prince going to the jungle role. We already know that he has pulled out some, junglers in the Baron lane like the Evelyn before in the Master Yi, but this is where Saints say, hey, this is a do or die situation, this is the change we need to make. But there's a lot of action in the Dragon side of the map where Yikes forcing the exhaust, trying to get that pressure against Blanks.
Ooh, there's still so much damage potentially onto Blanks right here, as Gum does have a bit of a range advantage. You can see the snowball shaped Orianna orb, or Poro, I guess, as it does have the the tongue sticking out. I didn't even see that. We see Gum is zoning off Blanks, making sure that he had to go and pick up that honey fruit. And yeah, Kansui and Blank's not quite able to coordinate all of their damage right there. We do also have 9 playing Akshan. I don't think we've had Akshan so far in this tournament. Champion that is a marksman. You can play in just about every single role apart from jungle, and will need to be on the run, as he does have his heroic swing.
Whip swing. Oh, but nice. Tybe has the empowered Bola. Crown Prince wasn't expecting that. Force the flash away, and Tybe with the leap, hop, skip, jump gets his way onto Crown Prince. Meanwhile, it's first blood for Gum, and it might just be a double here, Smacks.
Yeah, this lane is so hard to play into for Blanks and Kansui in the early game because of that early pressure and damage and zone threat that you get from the Orianna. I'm sure Michael is grinning so wide on the desk right now.
I think this is our first Orianna pick of the day as well. He's like, yes! See, this is why people need to pick Orianna. And a lot of times people have the speculation that Orianna is like a boring control mage. Not if you're playing aggressive, and you have that potential. You can look for early plays, and the damage burst and the trading potential you have cannot be underestimated.
We are giving Michael so much fuel. I'm sure he's immediately going to slap
it's like, yes, Rafa Smacks!
Onto S tier.
Praise my Orianna!
I can see it now. I'm envisioning the future world where Michael is just...
We come back, and
so
Michael's
happy.
locks are just like flowing with his energy.
He's got like a fan in front of him, just like basking in the glow of Orianna. And thanks to Gum for getting us there, as we have a pick potential up in the Baron lane. This is so much damage onto Extirpate, who does not have his flash. Easy kill there for Luan.
It's the Yikes special, right? We already said Yikes is not meant to stay in one lane at a time. He is roaming around. He is the second jungler for this squad. Tybe was even looking for a play with Gum, but they get the flash out.
They roll swap very briefly there. Tybe coming down and playing the support, and Yikes using his jungle expertise to roam up and be the jungler for a brief moment. Now both of them had that level 5 point, and we can see Yikes, he has that capability to roam around with his ult.
All right, we've definitely having a lot of fun right right now, but we need to lay down the framework for how Saint can potentially look back to get into this game. But they're not going to let us have a chance to really get that framework down because Konsui's on the run, and Enemy are chasing them down. Tide looking for the bushes, looking for the resets, and jumping back onto Konsui. Gets the killing spree for Gum.
I was holding my breath to see if he would hit that level 5 and find the sickest Leona ultimate of all time, but just wasn't quite there. Did get picked off in the end. Again, Enemy find a kill. They're 4-0, and this might be another one with the Bola, forcing the exhaust and the honey fruit.
Yeah, Icy was not sure whether the Shockwave was available for Gum. He was like, I don't want to take my chances here. So he gets the slow down on the Tide, making sure that he does not connect a potential ultimate combo from Enemy. But right now, they're 4-0, almost 3,000 gold ahead. If you're Saints, this was a composition designed to really snowball ahead with the Jace, with the Lee Sin. They haven't gotten that combo off, so now you're in a position where, as Saint, you're relying on the late game insurance from the Brand and the Porky.
Extrafade's been in this situation before with the jungle pressure. He knows that Tybe is in there thanks to that ward. Crown Prince even scouts it out with the sweeper just to make sure that he's still there. Oh, Konsui did not get the memo though, forced the blast cone on out. And Saint, they really, you can see they really want to get into this pit and take away this objective.
Yeah, this is a moment where Saint can't look for a fight despite being down gold. They have the package available on flank. They have to look for the flank where they are separating members of Enemy by their side. But the way that Enemy are positioning back and forth, they're slowing this one down. They're giving a 9 so much time on the Barons, on the bottom side of the map to take down the turret, but they go for the engage now. The Rift Herald has been slain, but it was stolen by Time, and now Enemy, they've lost Luwan DJ, but they even up, taking 1 for 1 and the Rift Herald
It's
exchange.
another objective steal for Enemy. We told you last game, everybody. We told you that this is Enemy's home terrain. They do this every single game. I'm sure that's not even going to be the first one in this one if Saint aren't careful. We get to watch this again. Leave and yeah, Rafa, I mean, Enemy just have a phenomenal lead. They did get that Dragon Lane turret as well with 9's marksman damage.
And one of the things that we, the analyst was pointing out is like when they were looking at the Akshan and the Garen, they said, is this going to be a hull breaker, double hull breaker situation? Boom!
Luwan DJ's got one as well. He was just baiting us with the Ruby Crystal from before. And just like, psych, I'm going for the Hull Breaker too. We got so many of these super minions. Well, I say super minions, they're just cannon minions until you get them with the Hull Breaker, getting all of that split push pressure, as we already see. Drake's still alive, Rafa, and it's been 2 minutes since it has spawned. Now Tybe looking for a pick.
Oh God, I don't know if it's a pick, it's just a guaranteed free kill. They get it down without the rest of Saint being able to react. Tybe is just leaping in and out, forcing multiple flashes out. Crown Prince with a nice Dragon Trade, but the Shockwave almost takes him out. It's just going to guarantee that the Dragon is picked up for Enemy.
Gum just saying, don't you ever come back. I'm sending my Shockwave so that you cannot get into this jungle. Going for the Scuttle Crab first, I think they still have enough time, as we saw Tybe just playing leapfrog with them in the enemy team's jungle, going over this objective. This is going to be 2 in a row for him. No contest, and Enemy are off to the races for a second game in a row.
And remember, Smacks, Enemy have already taken 1 game in this series. Saint, this is a composition that they had early game plans to play around this Jace, use Crown Prince to snowball him. That did not work. They are now down, 5,000 gold. Their last chance is in Icy and Blanks to find a massive wombo. The problem is that Enemy, they're not going to group up as a 5-man unit. They are looking to split the map. They have the double hull breakers. At most, they're going to be 3 people just looking for picks. So Saint are never going to get that dream unless they force Enemy to come to an objective fight.
And something for Enemy is really clicking right now. As in the previous series that they played, it was not on stream, it was not on stage, and they didn't win a game in that one. Now, they are crushing the opposition. They're on stage, they're playing all together, they're getting ready. They can see everybody watching them all around the Mall of America, and they're going for another play.
A Valkyrie away is not going to keep the cat away. He still locks you down. The rest of Saint come with reinforcements, but it's just a little too late. This Rift Herald, though, if they can potentially take this one out before it gets the charge, it still gets the plates down. And Enemy might be forcing this engage. Ignite comes out, and the rest of Enemy just taking their time with it.
We have some big damage on the Konsui. That is the tank. Even though he's died a bunch of times. Okay, I spoke way too soon. Luwan underneath the turret. Now Crown Prince forced to punch him back just to get out. Turret dead, Kansui dead, enemy keep it rolling.
Call 911, I just witnessed a murder. WNS just slowly walked up and down smashed with the Demacian justice, bro.
Hold on, Rafa. You cannot announce in a huge mall to call 911.
Oh,
that is not allowed.
You know what? You're right.
You're
My
gonna get in
bad.
trouble.
I'm sorry, Mall of America. That's on me. I got too hype in the moment.
Don't worry, everybody. We're just gaming.
This is what happens when you go from remote casting to casting live. Things that you don't consider until, you know, you say them out loud. Thank you for casting.
Yeah, no worries. Look where Yikes is. He's in the enemy team's jungle looking for another flank. Looks like Saint has sussed it out this time, and they will back away for now. But Tybe is in the ultimate. He's on the prowl.
You're not safe when the throw of the hunt is cast, and Crown Prince is sent to the fountain once again. Enemy, they are 7,000 gold ahead. They have all the control in the world, and Saint, it just does not seem like there is a way that they can come back in this game, but this might be an opportunity. Enemy have pushed too far, but just as I say that, watch in the Baron lane, because Luan DJ is getting work done on the turret.
We are breaking the holes, say enemy. Luan DJ is up there, bringing up the minion waves. So is Gum in mid as we get to watch this next replay. The Coca-Cola pop off as Tybe deals just so much damage to Crown Prince in his own jungle. Just let him take the gromp.
Nah. That jungle doesn't belong to Crown Prince anymore. Tybe owns everything. As far as the eye can see, it belongs to him now. And even this overextension in the dragon side of the map, you think that they're overextending, but they're just buying time. The rest of they'll let their split pushers do work on the turrets.
Now, they did still overextend. They gave over a couple of those kills, and I think Nine took his ability to heart, and he did indeed tell the team that he is going rogue. But it's all good. They still have that lead. They still have some time to go over for this objective. Again, it's been a bit since they have respawned. This Rift Herald, they're giving Saint a false sense of security because look at everybody. Oh no. Oh, I see.
God. Oh God.
Look away.
It's happening again. But Kansui and the rest of Saint, they had to find a way to be able to bounce back in this fight, but the damage output from enemy, they're so far ahead. The stats advantage is just overwhelming the odds and defenses of Saint. There's no way that they can stand up, and now Death Timer's getting to the point where it's long enough that you can get some massive damage against the base.
Underneath the turret, that's an ace for NME, and they've got a minion wave in the dragon lane as well. Look at this, they have the Hull Breaker cannon minion. Well, not if Gum is there. He's got to hunt alone. We'll see if he takes that inhibitor turret. Doesn't look like he's got enough time. So we wind down this replay. And like I was saying, NME just gave them a false sense of security. They were waiting in these brushes, holding out hope for somebody to walk into the clutches of Tybe, and that ended up being Icy.
Yeah. He thought he was safe because he was walking with all 4 of his teammates. But then as soon as
head around the corner.
Yeah, but as soon as you step a little too far forward, Tybe is going to pounce on you.
Quite literally, as he's playing the cat. He's doing it again.
Yeah,
with
Solar
the
Flare
shockwave.
trying to lock him down. They find Tybe, but can Saint turn the rest of the fight? They've already used the Brand ultimate, which is a majority of their AoE damage here, and enemy are just going to kite this one back.
Okay, just giving over that kill. A couple of ultimates used there. Tybe and Gum don't have them. That likely means the Drake is going over, just giving over a bit of a donation from enemy, trying a little too hard to find these picks. They didn't quite need to do this, but again, Nine is hull breaking.
Yeah, and Saint, you call that a win, because any fight that you go even, or even find one numbers advantage in the aftermath of it, that is winning, because you have to claw your way back in this game if you want to find a way to bring yourself to game 3.
Lanks has got to dash over that wall. And speaking of the aftermath, Saint just weren't quite on the same page right there. They don't commit to that Drake, and it still remains alive. They don't even go to kill 9 either. That's a structure benefit for enemy. And Tybe continues business as usual, going right over to that Drake, again uncontested, will take a 4th objective off the map, or 3rd, excuse me. The other Rift Herald did despawn.
And I want to touch back into, kind of go back down memory lane in this game. When we look to how Saint's early game plan was supposed to go, I think something that threw them off was enemy, Gum, and Yikes being able to find the early double kill in the lane, because then that forced a necessary amount of pressure from Crown Prince to say, hey, we need now you guys to cover this side of the map, otherwise we're going to give up this turret, we're going to give them that snowball, and we can't let them do that. And that probably delayed their ability to play towards Jace, which then opened up the window for then capitalize on the Jace being overextended. And from there, enemy has just been pushing forward and forward. And at this point, Saint are just hoping there's a miracle where enemy get a little too complacent, they group up, and that's where you can capitalize on the AoE damage you have in Blanks and Icy.
And going back even further down memory lane, these wins mean so much to both of these teams. They are on their last leg. If they lose this game, Saint, then they're just out of the tournament. They take 8th place in this event. And with a team with no backing, that's just the last place prize. That's all they walk away with, and the experience, of course. I had a nice time meeting everybody, but that's definitely not what they're shooting for at this event in Icy. Oh boy.
It's the cat ball delivery system. A shockwave right on top of it takes out the AoE damage dealer, and Icy burning him down to a very bitter crisp.
Ooh. Another structure dead, and enemy are closing in on their meal. They're closing in on this win in the series. An inhibitor turret about to be taken, and there's no defense. Yikes is just diving past it. They take 2 of them, Rafa.
You know, Yikes flexing a little bit. It cost his flash for it, but in exchange, they're able to open up the base even further, taking out those 2 inhibitors. That is constant pressure both through the mid lane and the bottom lane. Now opening up the opportunity for 9 to use the whole break through the Baron lane side of the map, which then opens up enemy to safely take the upcoming Elder Dragon.
He's by himself though, and he sees Crown Prince in the wings, knowing that he does need to back away. Very smart move from 9. He knows his place right here. He knows that he is just acting as a minion.
Oh, no.
Crown Prince, on the other hand, has to flash away because there's a Rengar in his jungle again.
And Konsui has been left to the dust here. He's trying to set up the engage until the very end, trying to flash over, but Time can still find him, and he's able to jump and just cause chaos. This is why this jungler was heralded as one of the best since year 0. You give him a strong carry pick like this Rengar, and he will run chaos all over the Rift.
They've got secret minions coming in. Rafa, 2 dead for Saint. This could be the end of their journey right now if they don't defend the base with all that they have. 3 members here, and enemy are doing it. They are advancing into this tournament. Just a few more hits, and they will accomplish their goal and keep going in WNS.
The Cinderella run starts now for enemy as they take their first series win in our WNS Championship.
You can see the relief on their faces as they are still going to be playing in this event, but they know their journey is not quite done. They're still on that lower end of the bracket. They do still need to give it everything they have again and again and again, starting tomorrow. But for now, they can rest easy knowing that they did get this win on stage.
On the other side, we do have to bid adieu and give a big shout out to Saint for making it all the way to the tournament here to Mall of America in Minnesota. Unfortunately, their journey ends here, but for them, they played their hearts out and they tried everything that they could to keep their chances alive. It is enemy that are the ones that prevail over them tonight here. And for them, I think with this momentum that they found, I didn't get a chance to look at the results in their series against Sentinels, but from what I saw, you know, Sentinels had a pretty large advantage in both of those games. Having this momentum, having this kind of just win to keep enemies' focus intact allows them to have kind of the confidence to say, hey, we can make a run through the lower bracket.
I firmly believe that at this point. That looked like a phenomenal set of 2 games from enemy. And for more on that, it looks like we are about to hear from the victorious support. Yikes, the man on that Galio in that last game didn't die a single time. I'm so excited to hear from him.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with Yikes from NME. First off, congratulations. The fact that enemy made it through the last chance qualifiers, now you got your win on stage. How is the team morale? How are you all feeling?
I mean, it feels great. We are always known as like kind of like the dark horse. We are the team that beats the top teams without any kind of practice. So we actually fell short in the morning. We lost to Sentinels, but we gave it all tonight. As you guys saw, the first 2 games, we actually had really bad draft. Our ADC Shark, so shout out to him. He's been trolling. He didn't have Riven, so we had to play Wukong. So yeah, but we were able to improvise as a team. It's been fun, exciting. I lost my voice. I was screaming over there, but yeah, we're happy to be here, and we're going to try to take it all the way to the finals.
Honestly, the fact that you're talking too about the fact your team's a dark horse, I feel like that is felt. There was a couple of times where y'all were really close to qualifying and then had to go for the last chance, make it through that way, though there was such a strong run through there. How do you feel, though, being that sort of underdog feels for the team? Is it like there's no pressure? Is it that extra, oh no, we need to show everybody what we're about? Like, what's the vibe?
We are just like, you know, a bunch of kids that play ranked. We are challengers, and we're just trying to like play the game, to be honest, to just show that anybody can make it, I guess. Even here, a lot of teams have been practicing and stuff. It's not like we didn't want to scream, but we didn't get the chance. And, you know, we are still able to perform and just, you know, like, we just come up with a plan right before the game, and we decide what we want to do, and we do our best.
And I mean, it's definitely showing, but just a bunch of kids out there playing Wild Rift. What then was the inspiration to you? You know, we're all going to band together. We're all going to make a team. We're going to compete and then do pretty darn good at it, I might say.
Yeah, I mean, just a bunch of gamers. I come from like previous mobile titles, and then we have players like Type from PC, who was like a challenger Camille player, so he was able to carry that over to mobile as well. So yeah, I mean, Shark from Mobile Legends. So we are all from like across different games coming to Wild Rift, and you know, we're trying to make it work and just have some fun.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Before I let you go, any final words, any shout outs, anything you might have to say?
To be honest, not much, but shout out to Jackie Truth, who helped us get here. They've been in our team. Aloy again, shout out to all the players that were in the team before and they weren't able to make it. And shout out to my teammates for showing up today, even though they stressed me out. And yeah, shout out to all of our families and my family back at home watching. Yeah, and much love, everyone.
Well, much love to you as well. Good luck going forward. For everyone else, we are going to be heading into a quick commercial. After that, we're going to have another lower match, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series Championship for season number 1 here at the Mall of America. Look at that one going. It's been a roller coaster of a day as that one takes a dip and goes right through Kangus's beautiful head of hair now. Degon here with Kangus, Alk Battery, and Michael Udall. 4 series down, 1 more series to go here in day number 1. We had to say farewell to our first team in Saint. So Saint
I miss him
moves on.
already. I miss him already.
Yeah. You know, Saint really, it felt like they didn't quite get their footing in that series, whether it was the drafts with the Yuumi that was there, and then that last game just kind of got ran over a little bit there, Udall.
I hate to say it, but it felt like a little bit of tilt.
Yeah.
I just, you know, the Saints we saw in game 1 compared to game 2, it was just a completely different team, and that's sad to see, right? Like, it's sad to see them, you know, play all the way through the last majors, make it to this moment. But really, you know, for those players, if you're watching this on the rebroadcast, you know, it hurts. It really, really hurts to lose. But the fact that you were able to make yourself, you know, make it to the first North American Wild Rift LAN is an accomplishment of itself, right? There's going to be a lot of tournaments to play in the future. Don't let this loss, you know, be the last one that you have an opportunity to play. You should be proud of yourself for even being in the field, being in the competition. But yeah, it just felt like Saints in that second game was not at all the Saints that we've been seeing the last couple tournaments.
Right, and it was also almost a glimpse to what the future Saints can look like, because we've heard rumors that Camel might be moving on here in the future. You move Crown Prince down to the jungle role, and you get to see the standout from Reflection, one of the teams in North America that didn't quite make it, but they're one of their star players, and Extirpate to the top side of the map. How much did they practice that? We don't know, but we know that we at least got to see Extirpate get his time in the sun.
And for a roster where I believe all of them is the first time playing in front of an audience based on when we had asked them, they got more experience for multiple members there with those roster swaps too at the very end. So hey, they got the experience under their belt. They can say they played in front of a crowd, 4 stories of fans watching, and everybody kind of all the eyes on them. Again, high pressure situation. But yeah, it is unfortunately the first team that we have to say goodbye to.
I thought Icy, you know, if we're talking about like standouts for the team, I thought Icy 2 games in a row really impressed me. The Garen and then this time the Brand, he doesn't have a front line for him, but if you watch those fights, it's his ultimate that is just tearing apart the team. And here's the bracket.
Yep, and there we go. So with that victory, No More Ego moves on against SuzakuGG in the lower bracket quarterfinals. We'll be taking a look at that very first match there in the middle of your screen, Cloud9 and Ailish. And, you know, for Ailish here, a squad that made it through the LCQ, had the big task of taking on Immortals in round number 1, fell 0-2, and now trying yet again to be a Giant Slayer against Cloud9.
You know, this is actually really funny. Ailish has 2 members that was a part of the original family roster that was the team to take Cloud9 in the first major and knock them out into 7th, 8th.
That's a good point.
They've got Lin and they've got Tyrant. So if there was ever a time for legacy, it's now.
And Tyrant in particular is the player that I want to highlight here. Tyrant is the primary carry of this team. I have a lot of respect for this player and what he's been able to do on an individual level on this team throughout, you know, the Last Chance qualifier, as well as throughout some of the Fight Night Rifts that we've had as well, where the team has participated. It seems like Tyrant is consistently that guy that they lean on.
Yeah, and it's so important. I mean, mid, one of the most impactful roles, especially if you're able to get a lead, you're able to really impact the other lanes, really able to help snowball your team more than just yourselves. But Ailish has a fierce opponent up against them, you know, with Cloud9. And we talked about it in the first Cloud9 series. This is the script, all right? They always lose. They always go down to the lower bracket.
Yes. But so does Ailish in that Last Chance qualifier. They ran all the way through the lower bracket, so whose lower bracket buff is stronger?
I don't know if anybody saw it, but he has a notepad and it says "Bring LS back."
Oh,
oh man.
Maybe he left to join the Wild Rift team.
Maybe. Who knows?
He did not. Let's focus here on Cloud9's current roster and their current coach as we take a look at it right here on your screen. Again, started off with that first matchup against SuzakuGG, and someone was going to have to lose that great game. It kicked off the day where we're like, wow, all these games are going to be so darn close. This is pushing and pushing here. But Zalo, Tarzan, Meals, Old School, and Selma. Go ahead, Udall.
Yeah, well, and that was a hard-fought series with Suzaku. Remember, we had Jotu balling out on the Akali, making that, you know, game-saving play in game number 1. So Cloud9, they did lose. They did fall 1-2, but by no means was it a stomp. It was a close series, and really for me, Tarzan showed up. He had that Evelyn game where he was absolutely dominating. And so that's something that Ailish, they probably did watch that on the broadcast, maybe a target ban for them heading into this series. But yeah, Cloud9, you got to go back to the drawing board. I feel like they get a lot of the top teams, they have a clear style, right? And Cloud9 has the ability to flex. They have the ability to do a lot of things, but you need to just do one or two things really, really well, way better than anyone else. And I feel like they try too hard to do everything. And I would like to see them just pick a couple of champions and just run it and do it well.
That's exactly what Nano and Tarzan have said to us, is just they tried way too much this year, and now they kind of lost themselves in that identity of trying to find something, trying to scramble to find an identity. And it has been obviously pushed them down into the lower bracket. Can they actually make the sweep? Or I think still they're trying to find that for them.
And they both have very different journeys to get here. Obviously, Cloud9, they had a very close seed that they played in that first series against Suzaku, who were 4th seed, they're 5th. It was a 3-game series, and it was close in pretty much all of the games. And then you look at Ailish, they got quick 2-0 by Immortals, and it was a rough journey to get to this point. But both these teams have had a lot of time to kind of recover, to watch all the games that are currently happening, get a feel for what other teams are playing, and like you said, Michael, decide what they're going to double down on. What is the identity of this Cloud9 in this year is going to look like? Because I think, if we're all being honest, they should be the favored team coming into this one.
I've got the answer.
There we go.
It's Hullbreaker.
Yes.
All right, C9, you're really good at using this item, and I want to see you split push. I want to see you do the 1-3-1. When we saw them do it with the Evelyn, it had a lot of success, and I would really like to see them continue to use this broken item of the patch. You want some free elo? Pick Hullbreaker and split push. You know, type in the chat, let your team know, I ain't grouping.
I'm hunting alone.
Hitting towers, and I feel like C9, if they do that, they will set themselves up for success in this series.
My fantastic Des. All great supports here because we're focusing on the lane that will probably use that item the most. In the Baron side of the map, we had a pretty good look on camera with Zello and his Camille, but then Zenith also on the top side of the map. That will be a focal point here in our head-to-head.
And also, when we talked to the team of Ailish, they admitted that oftentimes they do play through Zenith. I still think Tyrant is the primary carry of this team, but Zenith is the one that they have decided and stated that they like to play through, especially early on. So I'm happy we're highlighting this because, remember, Zello got a solo kill to start off their series earlier in the day.
And then got solo killed right after that.
Yeah.
You know, we got to balance expectations here. But Zenith, I think we're talking about like balancing for Ailish here. We were talking about how Tyrant is the big carry, but I think 2 secondaries is not only him, but also Lin. So them facing up against, their lane counterparts should be really fun, especially for Zello, who we've always touted as a really good weak side player. Playing up against someone like Zenith, we'll have to see how those kind of styles clash.
Yeah, if we're going to use as much plot armor as we can, as we said, Lin, part of that squad that upset Cloud9 at the beginning of the year when they retooled it. Tarzan coming on in and playing for Cloud9. So you're thinking, okay, cool. You've got one of the greatest PC junglers that is in North America that has ever been made.
Yes.
But hasn't played professional. Now finding his way here in the Wild Rift. That got stunted. So there's a little bit of plot armor there. But Ailish, they do have a mountain to climb here.
And also, it's going to be Tarzan against Dolph, the jungler for the side of Ailish, where when we talk to this team, they believe that the strength of their jungler was that he focuses mostly on macro. It's not about these big, crazy early plays, these mechanical outplays. It's about, hey, let's be at the right place at the right time and try and set up at these objectives. Now, when we think about how that matches up against Cloud9, I don't know if that's going to be enough because Cloud9 is also pretty good at their objective timers.
Well, and I think they're a team that really likes and does the best when they do play through their jungler. I feel like when Tarzan gets ahead and is able to, dictate the pace of the map, rotate where they want to, set up team fights, I feel like that's when we see C9 really, really shine. And so that's something I'll definitely be tracking. I mean, obviously, every lane matchup is important. But yeah, Tarzan really, I feel like, is the heart and soul of this C9 team. When he's set up for success, when he's having a good early game, I feel like the C9 we see compared to, when Tarzan's not having as good of a game is just very different.
What are the bets, though? Because we haven't seen a crazy Meals pick yet. Is Meals going to play something off meta? I mean, he's played
maybe, but I don't want it.
Well,
I'm okay with it game one. Anything past that, let's we'll temper expectations.
All right, do we get the singed mid?
I mean, maybe. If it looks good. I don't want them to go into this being like, we need to pull out some cheats, right? I feel like if you're C9, you should assume, all right, we're the better team. I think either team could win. That's not me saying. I'm putting myself into the shoes of C9. They were the 5th seed. Ailish is the 8th seed. We're the better team. What we need to do is give ourselves the tools to succeed. We need to give ourselves a cookie-cutter composition that is easy to execute. That's why I was talking about the Hull Breaker. I mean, 131's not super easy, but they've practiced a lot of it, right? It's kind of their bread and butter, and it's something where, especially when you haven't played against that, very macro-heavy style, where it's very, all around the map, it's very hard to go up against in a tournament match. You feel kind of flustered, and so that's why I want C9 to do that.
Yeah, but as much as we keep saying this is a strategy that Cloud9 uses and is comfortable on this patch, they continue to pick the fight way too early as a team. So why don't they just play a team fighting competition?
That also works. They also started to phase that out as we got further in the drafts against Tribe, right? The first game, it was 2 Hull Breakers. The second game, it's 1 Hull Breaker. Third game, there's none. Yeah. So they slowly edged away from that kind of style, and maybe that's them saying, look, let's play some team fighting stuff. Let's try to go and try to match Tribe in that sense. I don't know if they've even found that style. And Ailish are obviously we can come in and throw in a nice right hook.
All right, so which game did they win? Game 2, right?
Game 2.
How many Hull Breakers did they make?
1.
All right, so how many Hull Breakers should they use from here on out that they're comfortable playing with?
Let's stick with consistency.
There
One.
it is.
One
that
Hull
was
Breaker.
top-tier analysis.
See, that's why we only printed one of the Hull Breakers.
You need Michael Udall over there is trying to not destroy
Oh,
me
I'm just saying, Degon, remember how you were talking about results-based analysis? That sounds like some results-based analysis. We need to start getting you on the whiteboard, my man.
So here we go. Let's do a little bit of betting then. How about over/under 0.5 Hull Breakers we see this game without even seeing drafts?
On both teams or one team?
Just Cloud9.
Over,
for sure.
Over. I'll take under.
Okay.
Look at that.
All right.
Losing bets.
Here. Why are you so confident that Cloud9 is going to go for more of the team fight style rather than the whole
I think they, obviously, like Michael said earlier, they probably understand that they are the better team on the day. And so you have, I think, the better AD carry down there. You have what I'm going to say is the better jungler against Dolph mechanically if we're going to go on the 1v1.
Okay.
And I like that Cloud9 are a little bit more fleshed out than Ailish. We've only really seen Ailish a little bit through the LCQ and some of the qualifiers and some community tournaments. But other than that, this is a team with a ton of misfits.
Counter offer.
Quickly.
Oh, God.
Okay, quickly. I think that playing the Hull Breaker makes it harder for your opponent. So if you think that you're the better team, I actually think that's the correct choice.
All right. Well, let's see what you put your money behind as we pull up the predictions. There it is. All right. So Kangas is saying play Hull Breaker.
Kangas.
So let me
it's harder,
state.
but then picks Ailish?
Let me state. This is the incorrect choice. Okay.
Is this the logo?
But I've already punted my prediction rate so hard now that it doesn't matter.
That's
so I'm
so
going with
mean
Ailish.
for Ailish. At least give him a reason.
Well, I just wanted their logo to be on screen another time. All right, let's give them a reason. They're going to draft a heavy bruiser style composition, which is where they find their strength. They're going to get 3 bruisers with an AP-AD mix. They'll get the Ziggs Varus with 3 tanks twice in a row, and that's where they'll get their 2 wins. There we go.
One thing I will say, mental boom is real. If Ailish is able to take game number 1, I think all of a sudden this series completely fits on its head, right? C9, they went into this weekend expecting to qualify for Icons. That was their goal. That's what they've been practicing for. They are signed to one of the largest esports organizations, period, right? And so if they're down in the lower bracket, potentially going to slot into that 7th, 8th spot, that's something, as a player that's been in that spot, season 0, Till is very, very real when you have high expectations. So if Ailish is able to take off that game number 1, all of a sudden, I think they potentially have a really strong chance to take it serious.
And to punch that note home, because of the way this bracket shook out, because the fact they lost to SuzakuGG, the team that they face, if they win this one, Tribe Gaming. So it's not an easy path. They don't have an easy path here. So they got to make sure they don't beat themselves in this first elimination round before they even get to the tough matches here. All right, Ailish and Cloud9. Let's get this one underway. Best of 3 tournament lives on the line. Who will continue on and who will go home with Saint? Let's find out. Fiora, Darius, and Senna, the bands here from Cloud9. It's Gragas, Karma, and the Cat, Yumi, taking out here.
First Fiora ban I think we've seen all tournaments. So that is, from my perspective, C9 throwing some respect on Zenith's name. But they do secure, Zello, one of his staple champions since he got into the pro scene, that Camille.
Good to see. Excited to see what we get from here, though. As Ailish, I'm kind of interested to see what we get from their bottom lane. I know we hyped it up a little bit there, but Lin's team fighting is one of the reasons we actually saw Family take such a massive kind of a mini run in Major 1, beating Cloud9 earlier. His ability to position correctly, maximize DPS is something that I think can rival Old School. We'll just have to see exactly what they're set up to do, because Old School, I think, fills so many different roles on this team.
But what Ailish is really doing here, it's opening up map plays, global plays, also very defensive plays. Because if Cloud9 try and overload on the one side of the map, well, look, you got a Galio and a Shen that can suddenly join that. It can be kind of tough to keep track of those ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, Ailish here, they know Cloud9 likes to run Hullbreakers, and they have set up a 1-2 that is very good into Hullbreaker. You have two different champions with the ability to global around the map, the ability to affect the side lanes just inherently in their kits, both of their ultimates respectively. And C9 as well going to pick up a global with the Ziggs. And Rengar for Tarzan has been one of the most powerful champions this weekend that, you know, in past majors we didn't really see much of at all.
Although I will say they don't have a kill target yet. I mean, Camille Ziggs is a strong combo, but there's really nobody they want to get onto yet. Here we go. Looks like got a Pierce.
That might be Pierce.
All right, here we go. Now there's some damage. Now there's a squishy member for the Camille Ziggs to look at. But again, like I was saying for Ailish, draft the big tanks in the front line, get the poke, go for this very standard style comp. This is where I think they could find success.
Yeah, so for what both teams want to go for, obviously Cloud9 are going to be looking for a strong solo laner in the mid lane. I really don't want to see Graves. Graves low range into something like the Varus, and with Galio Shen, very difficult to, I think, operate at that point. And for Ailish, they still need something akin to that Riven, akin to something like an Olaf that will be able to make good on the promises of someone like Varus firing away at range.
Yeah, with the 1-2 of Ailish, with the double globals, I'd like C9 to just, you know, all in on a teamfight composition. The Camille's pretty solid, Rengar's pretty solid, Ziggs, and I feel like they could really build a strong teamfight composition. Would be a bit worried if I see them opt into the Hullbreaker.
Yeah, well, this feels like Lockdown City with these first 3 picks here by Ailish. People in the chat saying, oh, our boy Justin, that's J Mobile Gamer, you know, I'm supposed to call him Justin.
Yeah, you can call him Justin.
Is going to be on Galio duty, and if he knocks someone up, Shen ults, Varus ults, someone's dead, and right now all 3 of those champions that Cloud9 picked all can get picked up, and the Aurelia comes on in, another champion with another sun to set themselves up.
And this is a Tyrant special. Tyrant loves this pick, so I'm expecting that for sure to go into the mid lane here, and it's another front line. It's another champion that not as beefy as the Shen and Galio, but it still kind of fits into that mold that I was predicting.
I really like the Braum. I think it's a beautiful pick here.
Oh,
I mean,
this is really
with
good,
the Galio
actually.
coming in, with the Shen coming in, with the Aurelia coming in, Braum laying down their ultimate will do
guess
a
how
lot
many
of damage.
Hullbreakers we're going to have, Alec?
Well, okay, so we say this, but if you watch all of Zelo's games today, it has been Divine Sunder into Redemption.
He was talking about Akshan.
I'm talking about the Akshan.
Oh, that's, okay, that might be a little bit suspect, but who else is building Hullbreaker? It's not going to be Rengar. Camille has not been building Hullbreaker.
Well, I was
today.
just referencing the Akshan.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But, you know, well, the bet's still on.
Yeah, Diana is the last pick, though. A lot of really good magic damage for the side of Ailish, and they have a pretty strong composition here.
I love it.
Is that Jungle Aurelia?
But so where I'm getting frustrated here is if I'm a Cloud9 fan, I would want the draft on the right. That is so straightforward, easy to play, what they do. Old School likes to play Varus.
Jungle Aurelia.
Dude.
This feels very hard to play on the Cloud9 side.
Someone find TJ right now. He's freaking out that we're going to see an Aurelia jungle. It's been overpowering all of Asia, and so now we get to see it here. Dolph, the mastermind, let's see if we can bring it all together.
All right, well, we'll find out as we send it down to the casters, Smacks and Rafa. Y'all, I got to ask, how are you feeling about this draft right now?
Digon, look at us. We're calm. We're calm, man. Because we've got something special in store for you. As they pointed out on the analyst desk, it is Jungle Aurelia coming in for Ailish, but we're going to go into story time. If you go back to year 0 over in the WCK, T1 and KT Roaster Y, we're pulling out the Jungle Aurelia far before anyone else here in NA was experimenting with it, and the fact that we're getting in game 1, I know we're in for a banger.
Yeah, I think a big reason for that was that the auto attacks cleave through the jungle, and it is able to clear everything really, really quickly. They did just nerf that pretty recently, though. The auto attack damage onto jungle camps.
Yeah.
So for Irelia, that might mean that she clears a little slower, although TJ was still very excited for it.
yeah.
So I'm sure somewhere around the mall, if you see a tall guy with a British accent, he's probably popping off.
Right. Well, despite the jungle Aurelia, we got our predictions in. And even if the Aurelia comes in, I'm not changing my pick at it as well. I'm still going for Cloud9 as well because I think these guys, they were super close in their series against Suzaku. They played their hearts out, and it was back and forth. It was only short of a couple of plays where Suzaku were able to get the edge over Cloud9. But I think after a long talk with their coach Nano, with their support staff that have also traveled here as well, I think Cloud9 are in better spirits, and they have the mindset ready to take on Ailish to continue in the lower bracket.
All right, Rafa, we got to get up. We got to stand up.
Are your legs dead yet?
No, we just got to see the screen.
Nice. Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you're an esports fan, you've probably heard of Cloud9. You probably do know already what Michael was talking about, and that they are one of the biggest orgs in the entire world for esports. And you might be considering, why are they in the lower bracket? Well, you might be a little bit worried, but for Cloud9, this is kind of their comfort zone. They have made huge runs in multiple tournaments just this year from that lower bracket, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so confident in them performing very well right now.
Yeah, taking inspiration from past iterations of the LCS C9 squad straight out of Gauntlet, through lower runs for any League of Legends fans in the chat, as well as Mall of America. But for us, Cloud9 and Ailish, remember, this is another elimination match, a best of 3, where Cloud9, as you already mentioned before, they weren't expected to be in the lower bracket this early on, but they are not going to let that deter them. Whereas Ailish, this is a team that has been playing as a squad for less than a month's max.
And for Ailish, this is such a big journey to take as well. Like you just said, they've been playing for about a month's time, and they just flew out to Minnesota to play together. And that's one of the things that I love about this team for Ailish. They just love playing together. We talked to them a whole lot yesterday and the day before about what makes this team good, what they are excited about when they play. And a lot of that is just the power of friendship. It sounds cheesy, but it is really true. Like, enjoying playing together is such a big benefit when playing a team game.
And I think when we were talking to them yesterday as well, Ailish was telling us, this is the first time that we've all met in person as well. Yeah. And there's a huge buff to when you get to play all as 5 in the same room or even on the same stage. We're getting a little bit of action in the Dragon lane, though. A lot of summoner spells burned between both Old School and Just Mobile Gamer. And so far, it seems like C9 are able to edge out.
Old School dealing quite a bit of damage right there. And similarly, Zenith forced underneath his own turret. No honey fruit anymore. Thanks to some pressure from Tarzan, this is going to be a minion wave crashing and an earlier recall here for Zello. Maybe signaling some map movements around. Although for Cloud9, like they alluded to on the desk, they really like this whole breaker strategy, and that's really what I'm expecting from this squad.
It's what C9 has really built themselves up as, especially the last time that we saw them on stage, which was in our fight night just a couple weeks ago. And Cloud9 really brought that strategy to the forefront. And obviously in scrims, a lot of the other teams have now gotten a chance to experiment with it. We've seen it being played on other teams like Tribe and Sentinels as well to an extent. But Cloud9, they are the ones that fully embrace it. They are the ones that say, this is pretty much our identity. This is our comfort now style. But I do want to point out that do not count out Old School on this Ziggs. Old School is definitely one of our star players and one of our best Dragon laners in the entire circuit who came from Tribe and has been trying to go on a redemption arc for himself because he wants to prove that, after being taken off of what was the best North American team in Tribe last year, he wants to make a run for it, and it would mean so much to him as well as the rest of Cloud9 if they can make a run through this lower bracket and qualify for Icons.
And we already saw Old School and the rest of Cloud9 play earlier today, and I'm going to throw some shade to our desk real quick because they picked a star player, and I don't even remember who it was, but it wasn't Old School, and I was mad about that because Old School played so well in that game. Not on a mage, not on a supporter.
On the Kai'Sa,
he was playing the Kai'Sa, and he was team fighting so phenomenally well. Now he's back to Ziggs, so he can't get those huge pop-offs, but he might still get a Coca-Cola pop-off later.
It could be. The bombs are going to be quite crisp on the screen and burning down the rest of Ailish. Now, we're at the just almost the 4-minute mark. Ailish have already taken their time to set up for the first objective of the game. But as Cloud9 have already shown us in previous iterations with this composition, they're willing to give up with Dragons because they prioritize the Rift Trail. They prioritize the turret-taking power to expedite the amount of gold that they're getting in the early game.
And you know, it makes sense, right? Because if you take those structures, you can just win the game, no matter how hard the team fights are. If you give over these Infernal Dragons, it doesn't really matter. As long as you're dealing damage to those structures, you will eventually win the game if given time. And that's really been the Cloud9 motto, as Lin forced to flash out.
Lin, you are by yourself, my friend. And the cat is coming in with a giant knife. However, Zenith is there to provide some shield and protection duty. Tarzan flashing forward, gets the first blood down, and now he needs to get out of there. Be careful for the Dolph, but the flash over the wall, connecting the flawless duet. Can Selma give him enough time? No, he can't. The damage from Dolph as he finds a double.
The cavalry has arrived for Ailish, and unfortunately, so has a pause. We're going to figure out what happened there, but first, let's talk about what just happened in the game. That was some beautiful stuff right there. I really liked the Shen engage there from Zenith to make sure the team fight worked. As Rafa, again, has paused. From last series when we had a pause, he just stood still and forced me to talk by myself. It gets a little lonely up here, standing next to a statue, but, you know, at least he looks as cute as Rafa. Wow, that didn't even budge. I thought his ego would inflate a bit and he'd start talking again, but no. His compliments aren't working. I guess I need to flame him. Rafa, your Lee Sin is subpar.
How dare you! Man, I can't let you get a freebie like that. That's cringe.
I was just joking, okay? I wanted my friend back. I paused, just like the game.
I appreciate you. Well, I would just getting through the pause as quickly as possible, just making sure that the players are getting the peripherals all settled out early. I feel cursed. We've had multiple pauses through the first set that we casted with Enemy, and now we're
Is it us? Are we the problem?
Damn. All right, TJ, pastry time. Where are you guys at? We're bringing bad luck to the broadcast. You guys got to get back in here.
Oh boy. Well, you know, we're gonna figure it out along with everybody on that stage. We just saw some Udall fans in the chat.
I'm
I
a big
believe
Udall
his
fan
former
too.
teammates.
Yeah, Sentinels, big Udall fans, as Udall was playing on that team last year. Oriana, super clean. Everything else, I'm just kidding, Michael. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, while we're here, I did actually want to bring up a stat that I haven't been tracking, but I think we need to track some more of.
Oh, yes!
And that stat is elbows or wrists. Now, what I mean by that is when you're playing Wild Rift, you've got your phone in your hands, right? And you've got to find a way to rest your arms so that you don't get super tired while you're playing the game. Now, are you, Rafa, a person who rests on your elbows or on your wrists?
Definitely my wrists.
Definitely your wrists?
Yeah, because if I put it on my elbows, I cannot maintain the form for so long, and then it just...
You need to talk to Kangas if you're struggling with wrist strength. He's got a
no,
lot of,
don't give him reason to, because then when we come back to the analyst desk segment after the game, he's going to be like, all right, guys, the game one was cool and all, but I got these wrist strength things that
We're
I got
giving
from
him
my
too
friend.
much fuel. I
Yeah,
think
no.
right.
We can't let the Kangas brand go too unchecked here. I do want to point out, though, that in this game, Tarzan picking up the first blood of the game, that is really significant for Cloud9 already, as he has, oh my God, is that correct? Holy, producer saying immediately, yes, that's correct. 100% win rate on the Rengar. Dude, Julian's been putting in some numbers on the knife cap, bro.
I mean, he's got the years of experience. Rengar's been out in PC for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
So got some comfort there. It's a little different with the thumbs rather than the clicks, but I'm sure he's got that experience, and that definitely helps him there.
Yeah.
But yeah, still a very impressive stat.
Yeah, and already you see how Tarzan has been using the influence of the Rengar to success so far. The return kill from Dolph is something that is giving Ailish a little bit of, remorse, or not remorse, I want to say, a little bit of relief back in the game. But when you're Cloud9 and you get the snowball on something like a Rengar, you put so much pressure on the map, because every time now that you pop throw the hunt, your ability to kill someone to 100-0 to them becomes so much larger. You have much more freedom to play with that window further, and Ailish have to exhaust more resources to deny that from Tarzan.
That is what we just saw, though, because they did use the Shen ultimate, and Dolph roamed up as well. Some unfortunate skill shots right there, so we have one more pause, hopefully. But yeah, they did actually do exactly that. They exhausted a whole bunch of resources. Right there, Rafa. He's paused again.
I'm so sad.
We're playing rock, paper, scissors.
Are we? Wait, I can't. You're cheating. Do you believe this guy? Hello?
You did move. Oh, let's play again.
All right. Can we actually get?
Ooh, yeah. All right. You lost the best two.
You didn't let me pick.
I did the.
Give me a new KO caster here. Here, hey Sentinels, play rock paper scissors with me. Smash is cheating. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
we got
Jacob.
big. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay.
No, you got me fair and square. All right, Smax, you got to get in there. You got to get in there now.
Okay.
No? Come on, go.
We go. All right. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. One more time. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. No. That's too good.
This is why they're in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I
know. They're crushing it, both on the Rift and in real life.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't know if we saw both of us at the same time, but he did win. We can vouch. He's undefeated. That's true. The whole day he's undefeated.
Dude, the hand game is translating both on the phones as well as in the rock, paper, scissors.
Actually, that's true. The mechanics, they're there.
He's got the reaction speed. Dude, maybe he is like seeing your pick just an eighth of a second before you actually pull it out.
Are you cheating? Oh, that wasn't fair then. We need to pick a different person.
I think all the Sentinels would do it. You definitely don't want to play against Molly. I mean,
What about Pierce? He doesn't play.
Damn.
Pierce?
Are you calling out Pierce now?
You want to go? All right.
He's got sunglasses on. Can you see with
Rock,
those?
paper, scissors, shoot.
No! We're just getting gapped. Holy crap.
No.
Oh, no. This is a tough time. Well, the life and times of a caster that could not make it pro. This is why we cast and not actually play
pro.
Don't cope, man. It's
okay.
Well, Smax, you know what? You know what will make you feel better?
What?
Let's talk about the draft. I know you like talking about champions.
Draft.
I know you love talking about compositions and whatnot.
I do.
So let's fly it up on the screen and review what Cloud9 and Ailish are working with. Remember, it's the spicy jungle Aurelia pick, but it's also Tarzan's 100% win rate Rengar pick.
Yeah, it's looked like a great pick all across today as well, as we are hopefully back for good now. We're right back into this game. If I see another pause screen on my screen, Rafa, I'm going to be upset.
I'm knocking on the table.
Yeah, you didn't do that for the other time. And
yeah.
It worked as soon as you did that.
Right.
So.
Okay. You know what? It's got to guarantee it now.
You're right.
So, for under 6 minutes, the second objective of the game is not going to come up for quite some time. So there's some downtime where Ailish are still trying to farm up. Remember, this is a composition that excels with a lot more farm, particularly in its jungle and its mid lane carries. Tyron on the Diana, Dolph on the Aurelia, and then the rest of the composition is playing globals because they know that Cloud9 want to play the side split, the split push game with the Hull Breakers later on as their second item. They're delaying the power spikes first because they know they need to compete in team fights potentially to get the gold snowballing for themselves first. Once they have the gold lead and they can take the 1v1s evenly, then that is where Ailish are forced to use their global resources, and then they'll lose tempo on another side of the map.
And you know what the Shen and the Galio ultimate gives you? It gives you the power of friendship all around the map. It all comes full circle here for Ailish.
True.
Not to mention, Zenith and Dolph are playing two champions that can match the Hullbreaker. If we do get to that stage of the game, as we so often do with Cloud9, they have taken a slight departure early game, but that does not mean they can't do it later.
You know, I've never seen a jungler take Hullbreaker before, but I mean, we know that junglers in the past metas have gone split pushing, and they can take teleport potentially as well.
Oh, trying these ultimates onto Meals, but Heroic Swing is just too slippery. All of these ultimates trying to land onto that one member. Can't quite get it as Ailish. They have to walk away and look for another play, or maybe just keep scaling up, as like you said, they do have that global threat for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, but that's Chain of Corruptions as well as Heroic Entrance down. So already you're down one global resource. You're relying now on the Stand United from Zenith. The next time that Cloud9 are overextended and Ailish want to force a pick.
And I do want to mention here, too, that Cloud9, they don't have their hull breakers yet, but they are still taking more structures at this time. They did take the one in the Baron lane already, and with this Rift Herald, they're threatening mid, too. They know there's no chain of corruption, so this is more safe than usual. It's Lin in the crossfire. Oh, Zenith!
Ah, and nice. Cloud9 attacking the only other champion that has a global resource. Zenith, unfortunately, cannot stand United himself. Tarzan finds the second kill of the game for his team.
Nicely done. And you can see that play would not have worked if Meals didn't take the turret, but now Dolph gets the flawless
It's
duet
a trap!
on Tarzan, but now the heroic swing right on in, dealing so much damage to Dolph, who heals on up through the minion wave. Selma taking perhaps too much underneath the Thunders, and Ailish outplay it, triple kill.
Lin over the wall finds a beautiful arrow that puts enough damage onto the members of Cloud9, giving Dolph the execution rate for the Blade Surge and resets on all three.
Oh man, beautiful, beautiful outplay there from Ailish. I love the heads up play from Dolph to know he's got this sustain with the Coca-Cola pop-off. He goes underneath the turret to kill all those minions, and then he's able to survive this thanks to the artillery from Lin.
Yeah, Lin was able to squeeze out 2 arrows back-to-back, being able to chunk out members of Cloud9, and they no longer have the health reserves to be able to make that dive possible. Ailish just, as you said, heads up play. The awareness and the communication from them has been stellar in just the past couple of minutes.
This is where that pressure starts to seep into the comms that we heard on the desk. Cloud9 are expected to place very highly in this tournament. They're already in the lower bracket, and now all of a sudden they're down in gold. They have lost 2 Drakes, and they're getting picked across the map.
Zenith is the only one here, has gotten eyes onto Cloud9 and Tarzan trying to start this one up. Tarzan secures the Rift Herald before Ailish can make a move and contest, but for the rest of them, they are comfortable sitting on a Falcon gold lane. Oh, 1v1 right now. Meals has the comeuppance, but a stasis from Tyrant cancels it out. Not enough damage from the Inferno Bomb either. Old School trying to aid in the side lane.
Good stasis there from Tyrant. The comeuppance does so much damage. You don't have anything to hide behind either, because this could be an engage here from Dolph, looking onto the Grom. You just can't get through the Unbreakable.
Yeah, Mobile Gamer, I think if he had a chance to be able to channel that flash during the Justice Punch, he could have connected at least and found one, or at least burned some summoner spells, but going for the flash taunt afterwards just gets the flash out of Old School instead. That's a timer that's important though for Ailish, because remember, as we saw earlier in the day, the way that you deal with the Ziggs, as Cloud9 demonstrated with their Evelyn pick, you just flank around the side, bypass the front line, and then attack the Ziggs, making sure that he doesn't get that consistent damage off in those fights.
That flash timer likely will overlap with the Drake spawning too, and if that does end up being the case, Old School all of a sudden not safe to participate in the fight. He's a huge part of their team fight damage and zone control as well. If you got those mines down, it cuts off the entrance path from Ailish. So if he's not safe, he can't do that, and Ailish might be up 3 Drakes.
Yeah, crucially, Dolph is also the richest player on the Rift right now. Ooh. 2 full item power spikes, as well as a stasis and a chain vest as well. They're trying to make this play onto Zello. He's in a 1v2 at the moment. Can Cloud9 get anything on the other side of the map? They're not quite set up for it, but great moves from Zello. I don't think he's getting out of this one, but it did cost 4 members of Ailish, and you already see it. Cloud9 making the moves on the Tyrant, the stasis to allow Tarzan to dodge the turret aggro, and they make it happen.
I wonder if Zenith was looking for the Shen ult, but the burst damage was just too much onto Tyrant. Drops underneath the Dragon lane. Luckily, Zenith doesn't just misclick it. It's just gone. So he does at least have that one, but Tyrant dropping on the side lane. It's picks across the board for both teams, and now it looks like Cloud9 are stacking up on this Baron lane. They're late to the party. This Ailish is already there.
Old School clears the wave, though. This gives them some time to potentially look for the mid lane turret, but the mid lane turret...
They've got Hullbreaker.
Yep. Online, allowing Meals to push in the Dragon lane uncontested. No one has gotten a chance to answer for it because Tyrant is the one assigned, but he was down in the turret. Another turret going down over Cloud9. More gold going their way. Meanwhile, in this fight, stand united, but Dog is going to go down. Wow. And it's Tarzan that picks up the shutdown gold, giving them a fat shutdown. And the rest of Cloud9, they have to cut this one out, but Tarzan is routed off by Lin, traded immediately back on forward, but just Mobile Gamer Zenith are still pushing forward. But here comes Meals, but it's all by himself. Tyrant was trailing him on the other side as well, but he's got the heroic swing, and he's got the acrobatics to escape.
And that is what the Shen ult is for, Rafa. He saves his teammate and gets the fight started. Let's watch this one more time, because this Shen is such a clutch utility pick in this game. Look at this. The stasis make sure that they deliver the Shen and then the taunt onto multiple people. That's not the only one from Zenith as well. And we know that Zenith is one of the huge carries for Ailish. This stuff is why.
And you would see, even in the mid lane on the mini-map, you know, Meals is coming on over. He's like, guys, I'm coming. I'm going for the reinforcements, but Tyrant is also on his trail. The fact that Meals is able to at least trade a 1-for-1 and get out without giving up another depth over to Ailish allows Cloud9 to maintain some of that gold disparity that they were suffering. Because remember, before that fight, Ailish were about 2,000, 3,000 gold off of the back where Dolph was still 3-0 on 2. The first death, shutdown gold plus the turret breaking allows Cloud9 to now almost be even with Ailish.
But it all comes down to the ideal situation for Cloud9 here. We already talked about their motto. They don't care about the fights. As long as they are killing the structures, that's all they need. And they have done that so far, keeping even in this game. Tarzan going for the jump.
Tyrant is routed off, but Joseph Mobile Gaming flashing immediately over the wall, buying space for Tyrant to re-engage, looking for the moonfall right onto Tarzan. If he gets out alive, this allows Cloud9 to be able to take back out. But Zell, stop the Zenith ulti from coming through. He's still on the Baron side of the map, and now Meals looking for the comeuppance, forcing Ailish away. No one from Cloud9 goes down.
Nobody from either side goes down, as they are both just staying alive, and that's bad news for Ailish unless they can find this one onto Meals. Chasing him down, the flawless duet doesn't land, but the damage is still there. Dolph securing that one, an 11th kill for Ailish, but again, off of these structures, they're just dropping lifelines.
And this is the strength of Cloud9. Yes, some members are overextending, or it seems they're overextending, but Cloud9 are able to trade for it. They're making sure that no death goes without at least some reward in return. Getting another structure off the map means more gold in their pockets and more of the map that they can reclaim as in their own possession.
And Meals, he respawns. That turret is not going to respawn. You're gonna have to wait until next game for Ailish to get that one back. So Cloud9 know, inch by inch, they are getting more and more advantage in this game. Although they did just lose that blue buff. Nice steal.
Yes. You win some, you lose some. Yep. You can't have everything.
Looks like Ailish might be able to take this turret. They've been able to take one so far, and yeah, they've just got so many people here expecting a counter response from Cloud9, but it's just not quite here. They're more interested in the split push, as we know and love Cloud9 right here. We know that this is their MO. They just go all around, and look at how many cannon minions they have.
Oh, Zello is forcing the ultimate here against Zenith. X-Tech over the main, getting him a lot of damage. Lin is going to be here joining as reinforcements over the wall. It's now a 1v2, and Zello gets out. Meanwhile, there's another fight. This is a 4-on-3. If Cloud9 can win this one, but now the Stand United comes back for Zenith, giving Dolph the ability to be able to stay alive in this fight. Zenith's onto the back line, looking for the 1v2, but Zenith is so close. He takes out old school, and Ailish, they now have the advantage. They're looking for the Baron.
They fully wiped the fight, and Zello attempting that 1v1 completely fails, and he doesn't have teleport. He has no way to get to the team fight. Zenith does. He uses Stand United to get back over with his team, the power of friendship across the map, and that's Baron.
And it's so incredible that Ailish were able to hold off on the Zello 1v2 for so long, immediately allowing Zenith to stay alive so that he could get the Stand United play off. The communication from Ailish must be so crisp and so smooth that the fact that they're able to coordinate two separate plays at once amongst all the chaos is now giving Cloud9 a large obstacle they have to overcome.
Phenomenal team play from Ailish. This is what they've convinced us that they are good at, and that was in their words yesterday and now in their gameplay today. They are doing so well as this very new squad to us in the WNS. It's going to be another structure here for Ailish, and with that Baron, this is really all they need to counteract those Hullbreakers, because Baron minions are stronger than Hullbreaker minions.
This is the one window where Cloud9 cannot outsplit push them.
They have to fight.
They have to fight. And now the Hullbreaker stats are going to go basically away, and you're losing out on a lot of economy that Cloud9 had built up. They're already down 6,000 gold, and on top of it, now the Hullbreakers, when they're all grouped up, is not as effective anymore. This is where Ailish, if they find a winning fight, when they're pushed up to the Nexus, that's game over.
And Ailish might not even need to take the fight. When they do have this Baron, they can just go for these structures, and that's an inhibitor turret. Here's the engage.
It's forcing Cloud9's hand. They have to engage, otherwise they will lose the game. They have to defend their structures from falling down. Lin is untouched. Selma trying to block as much damage by forcing himself onto the backline, but Cloud9, they're falling, and it's Ailish that are upsetting the odds.
taking down one of our top-rated teams going to the tournament, but they just took game 1 in an elimination match.
Match point against Cloud9. Ailish elated at that one. And Rafa, what is going on today? Ailish really coming alive with those team fights, with that Baron call, and I think it just all comes down to this Shen pick.
The Shen pick for Zenith has given him so much global power between him and Just Mobile Gamer, being able to react to what has been touted as Cloud9's biggest strength, this split pushing composition, the 1-3-1. It allows them to diffuse the axe of Zello on one side of the map, immediately joining the outnumber fight that Cloud9 were advantageous and poised to take in their own right. But the fact that they defended it and were able to upset that fight off of the back of not only the Zenith Shen, but also Dolph being so huge on the jungle Aurelia, something that, you know, TJ and a lot of us have been excited about from the Asia scene is now coming to light here in North America.
And we did a lot of interviews with this team, Ailish. They were very nice gamers. They were very polite. They were very friendly. But the one bit of trash talk they gave us was that Zenith was better than every other top laner, that he would beat them, and he specifically named Immortals and Cloud9 when he said that, because those were their most likely opponents. They played against both. I'm in Zenith's camp at this point.
You know,
he looked so good.
You know, the funny thing is Zenith was the humble gamer among those five. You know, we were asking.
They were hyping him up.
Yeah, Ailish was like, yeah, Zenith is so good. And Zenith was like, oh, no, guys, come on, man.
There's so much pressure.
There's a lot of pressure, but he did well under pressure.
Oh,
he did
yeah,
his
it was
job.
beautiful.
And, you know, it wasn't the split push carry that we were expecting, you know, something like a Camille, but the Shen gives you the tools to be both. You're not necessarily the strongest champion in the 1v1, but you're strong enough to hold your own and then give the tools necessary to empower the rest of your team.
And Shen is a very new champion to us here in Wild Rift as well, the newest champion to be released. If that's what that champion is, we need to see more. We need to see more of that gameplay.
All right, well, to break down more of Game 1, we're going to head over to the analyst desk with Degon and the rest of the Hanson boys.
There it is. You can see the logo on full display right there. Ailish taking game number 1. Kangas almost ripping
Never doubted them.
shoulder out of
Never doubted them.
There.
I'll have you know, I was very confident in this prediction.
All right, so game number 1 going to Ailish. Couple pauses there, but that really wasn't the issue. The issue was every time that there was a fight, we were saying, hey, it's okay. Yes, they're losing a couple of members, but Cloud9 is trailing, is able to get a couple of turrets, get a couple of objectives, but then they pick a fight with the most fed member on Ailish with the Aurelia around Baron. 1 for 4 plus Baron. Game breaks wide open.
We get to see the downsides of Hullbreaker, which is as soon as the Hullbreaker doesn't work, as soon as you're not able to win the side lane matchup, now you are down 3 dragons and you cannot win whatsoever. You obviously aren't built for team fights, and at that point, the game's doomed.
If you're drafting this for Hullbreaker, you got to play the side lane, right? You can't go for those team fights.
So what do we think? For the Akshan, I mean, personally, I'm going to throw it in the C tier. I feel like Akshan can have success, but with the high HP members currently in the meta, just doesn't feel like it's been performing or doing that well. And really for Cloud9, Akshan has a lot of escapes, but some meals continually die in the side lanes, right? And opportunities where if he's able to escape, it all of a sudden becomes great. His team gets mid tower, his team gets value on the other side. But if you don't live, it all of a sudden becomes way less of a good trade.
Yeah, you'd all saying it very kindly. Twitch chat was being real. You're getting caught out over and over again, Meals. And yes, your team is getting something, but you did not have to die multiple times there on the split. And it happened not just with Meals, but many members of this Cloud9 roster. It feels sloppy and it feels fixable, but it keeps happening.
That's a good point. It feels fixable, and it does feel this is not the Cloud9 we expected. It's the end of the day. It's been a long day. A lot of games played, a lot of games watched. Maybe there's just a little bit of fatigue.
I'll be honest. With a team that's been playing since last year, I really don't accept that excuse. If you're Cloud9, for the pedigree that this organization has, and with how long a lot of these players have been playing, you know, World Championship and some other esports, you cannot afford to have fatigue at this moment. This is your last chance, potentially, at the WNS and even pushing for international. You cannot fall here.
Well, and fatigue goes both ways. Both teams have been up since early. Both teams had to travel to get here. I mean, it's an equalizer, right? They're playing on the same ping. It's not like it's just one team. I do love the team huddle. I will say they need to recover their mental. I talked about it. If Ailish wins game 1, I all of a sudden am favoring them. C9 needs a leader to step up. They need to believe that they can bring it back.
And Cloud9, the organization, has sent the ultimate optimist in their manager, Vincent, who is in every single shot of the LCS roster of every esport that they have. And he's sent here to this Cloud9 team that needs it, that is on the way to try and qualify for Worlds, but they can't do that if they are losing to the 8th seeded team in the tournament. Like, that is something that they're going to need to bounce back, reset the mental. Hopefully this huddle, a little rah-rah, feels good.
Exactly. We had said which team's going to have the better lower bracket buff. Cloud9 just really want that extra buff where they're down in the series.
They're going to need to pick up something else. But, we've been talking about Cloud9. I want to give praise over to Ailish.
Yes.
They did a fantastic job.
Absolutely.
An early invade from Tarzan immediately secures a double kill for Aurelia, and at that point, Dolph just takes over. I mean, he's 2 items before the Rengar is, and at that point, you have that plus the plus the Galio to follow up. The Diana Tyrant had a bit of a softer game this time around, but this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant was on the Shen, but I felt like a couple of those game-winning, game-turning fights were because of, Dolph on the Aurelia going in and getting the big Shen shield, either, hitting a Zhonya is able to be able to survive. And, I just felt like the combo between those two was very good. But one thing for C9, even though they kept losing kills, if you check the gold at the top, it was only around like 1,000, even though they were down 3, 4, 5 kills. So, Ailish wasn't capitalizing the most off of those kills that they were able to get. So there is some of that saving grace, but I feel like the momentum is all Ailish hill.
Right, and when I was saying Meal's getting caught out multiple times, it was fair that Ailish were getting picks, and Cloud9 were finding value there.
Yeah.
It was just the times where it didn't feel like Cloud9 needed to die.
Yes.
It didn't feel like they needed to take those fights, but they still did, and they've been doing that all day today, and now they are down to their last game loss, not series loss, game loss in Season 1.
I think the cool thing that we get to see here is Cloud9 have obviously been super prioritizing all of the Rift Heralds, and you get to see, yes, you are even in gold, even going down kills. You're getting a lot of gold from turrets and all of this, but the scaling value of getting stuff like an Ocean Drake, a Mountain, and an Infernal, I think is too much to bear at that point.
And part of it, it's this. The Rengar. We saw that the win rate went down. I actually think that a big part is that they were over-indexing into that side lane play, going for the double hull breaker, which we said. I know I even said that, like, if you're the better team, that should work out for you because it's hard to play into that if you don't know what you're doing. Ailish, they proved that, hey, they're just going to double down on the team fight. So
put it on the board.
Where do we think the Rengar is going? I wasn't too convinced, but I do still think it has a place. I just don't think it worked in that game.
This is you. You picked the Rengar,
This is me?
brother.
All
yeah,
right.
come on.
All right. I'm going to go.
No cowards.
Well, I might just do the most cowardly placement here because I'm just dropping in this
Brother
seat
man.
here.
Okay, give me some tape real quick.
Okay.
I just want to slam this.
All right, we're going to go with the Aurelia. Oh, I didn't prepare this many pieces of tape. It's okay, production's OP.
Yeah,
and we have infinite tape down there.
Infinite tape.
Infinite tape.
Chammy's broken.
There
that
we
one's
go.
for TJ. That one's for TJ back at home.
All right, Chad, weigh in on those last couple. We had the Aurelia go to the S tier. We had the cowardly Rengar to the C tier.
Clearly not results-based analysis. I'll say.
Nope.
This is
going
all
to
very
the C
serious
tier.
tier listing.
What do y'all think at home? Again, this is crazy. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat, couple of Prage. Obviously, Cloud9 has its church. But also seeing a couple people say, I'm not picking Cloud9 this time. Ailish has won me over. Dolph with the great play there. And then also shout-outs to the Shen. The Shen play has been pretty solid on
Good job
point.
on Zenith.
So what's the adaptation? I mean, if you're Cloud9, what's your strategy going into this one? Is it double down on the hull breaker, or is it answer the style, the team fight?
I mean, for me, it really feels like hull breaker's not working, all right? Like, I feel like, if I can get production to zoom in here, this is my advice for C9. We don't run these anymore. We are running team fight. That's what we need, all right? I still think hull breaker's very strong, but it has not been working well for them. You got to swap it up. You have a all-star bot laner in old school, right? Like, let's unlock him. He's only playing mages. He's playing Ziggs. Let's pick him in ADC that he can carry on because we've seen that before on past teams, and I would like to see them just pick a composition where old school can carry on the ADC and they play around team fighting.
Get him a Varus, get him a Kaisa, a Lucian, please. There was no frontline for that Ziggs in the last game. It just ends up with, you know, a loss.
Chad, you don't know how difficult it was to get that printed out. Michael Udall. Michael Udall.
Everyone in production's like, what did he do?
Yeah,
I
he's
asked
using
for
a lot of his
permission first.
goodwill
All
right now.
All right.
My heart hurts. All right, here we go. And it's not because the Hullbreaker. It's because Cloud9 is one game loss away from going home in 7th, 8th place, and their dreams of going to international tournament, the dreams of representing North America, get stopped at one of the first hurdles here in Season 1 Championship. All right, so it's Fiora, Aurelia, and Shen get taken away here by Cloud9. Opposite side, almost similar bands here. Gragas, Karma, and Yumi. The cat gets the bench. First pick is Camille. We've seen that over and over again. We see back on Galio duty is my friend Justin, because again, we're obviously friends, calling him out there first. And then Rengar moving on over this time to Ailish.
And, okay, big things already. The Aurelia and the Shen adapted, banned away from Cloud9, and it's Ailish grabbing the Rengar, which I know that I was putting it in the C tier as the meme, but I actually was at the top of the day thinking it would be in the ban corner based on how strong it has been. So I do like that they were able to grab this with that Galio.
I was talking about wanting a powerful duo lane for C9. It's not the Varus, it's not the Kai'Sa we talked about, but Senna set is a pretty strong duo lane. It's a situation where you can get kills, you can snowball your lane. So I don't hate this from C9. I do think that you are giving Old School and Selma the opportunity to make plays, to set up kills, snowball a lead for themselves. But yeah,
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Like, I like the Senna set here. I think that Ailish's response is a little bit weak. They don't have enough damage to punch through and actually capture the Senna. And at that point, she's going to be slowing them down. A lot of the beef lords that we were talking about. Rengar can jump in there, but Senna, I think, provides a lot of utility at that point that she can escape. And so now what I want to see from Cloud9 is, what do they do to attack the bottom lane? They already said, look, you were lacking a little bit of magic damage, so we're going to get rid of the brand. Does Orianna hit the table? Do we maybe get rid of another AD carry that Lin would pick up?
I mean, yeah, Ziggs is still up. Could go in the mid lane or the duo lane for the side of Ailish. But, yeah, I mean, you need magic damage, but really I think you kind of want dive. I feel like Ziggs would have maybe been a better ban for Cloud9. We'll see how the game plays out. We'll see if Ailish even picks it. But Ziggs is able to follow up, right? Let's say Rengar jumps in, Galio lays down the heroic entrance on top of it, Ziggs ult coming in. That's a Senna getting blown up.
Yeah.
Whereas, if they have Brand's not really able to output that damage onto Old School, but they're going to opt for the Morgana instead. I believe this is the first Morg we've seen on broadcast.
We got the what was it? It was Rengar with the Morgana as well. That may have been the off-stream game. You're right, with Tribe.
We did see Morgana banned earlier, so taken away. But again, anytime you see something like an Olaf with the speed up and the Morgana with the Rengar, that's a little scary. Speaking of Olaf, there it is.
Doesn't care, yeah.
I mean,
this
if
guy
there's a way to go down, Tarzan on Olaf, that's pretty Chad.
Sounds about right.
Taking the game into his own hands at this point. Galio, Darius, Morgana, doesn't matter. They can't stop this champion. He's going to keep running through, and with the Senna behind him, the Camille and set to assist in the dive. And even the Diana, this is full forward momentum from Cloud9.
And it's a very straightforward composition. All right, you're going into them. You have very powerful meta picks. I like this adaptation from Cloud9. No more shenanigans. Let's just pick champions that we know are good. Let's pick champions that we know we can team fight with. And let's show why we're the better team and can bounce back. But the Akali for Ailish could be that X factor, could be their ability to upset Cloud9 here.
I don't know about this
I don't know if I like it, honestly. I'm kind of leaning towards Cloud9's draft. Like, who is Akali going to kill? If you can get on the Senna, ideally that's your target with the Rengar in tow, but you got to get through a lot to get to that Senna.
And any flippers here? Obviously, we got a couple Cloud9 down there. Ailish right here. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm going to stick with Ailish. They're up in the series. I think it'd be foolish to throw that away right now, so I'll stand true.
All right, Alec, what about you?
I believe in the boys. Nano, Old School, take my energy, boys. Come on.
All right. This game 2 draft, I'm C9 all the way, baby.
Yeah, that's right. There it is.
Didn't even need to ask. Oh, you even got the name
I even got
printed.
the name on the back.
Even got the name printed. Yeah, here's the reminder. All right, so no
it's
one's
okay.
flip-flopping.
Look,
That's good.
It is a little embarrassing that you're losing the last place seed, but that's okay. The character building here, the story arc, the plot armor is just thickening. Make sure to get it done here. And to see if they can get it done, or will Ailish pull off the upset of the tournament so far, let's send it back to the casters, Rafa and Smacks.
Thank you, Degon. And he's right, Smax. This is the last leg for Cloud9 potentially. This is potentially their last game as well. But the faith remains for most of the boys on the desk. Kangas in the Ailish camp, of course, because, you know, he made the logo. So I feel like it's a little bit of, you know, unfairness there.
We might as well fly our predictions again as well, just to make everyone aware that we also did go with Cloud9. And as
You're
far
not
as,
flipping, right?
No, I'm not flipping.
Yeah, I'm not flipping either.
I'm not flipping. I have complete confidence, even though they did just give themselves the maximum possible amount of pressure. But that's all right. Like I said before, that is their comfort zone.
It's no stranger for Cloud9,
Yeah.
right? And the thing is, I was inspired just from the caster booth, seeing Vincent and Nano huddle with the boys and giving them one last.
They're right there.
One
So
last
we were like,
as
hoorah!
well. Yeah, we heard it, and I felt it emotionally as well. And sometimes that's all you need. You need someone that is there, like as a father figure, to just kind of give morale to the teams. Like, hey guys, do not let this go to your head. Do not let this affect you in any way. Play your game. Believe in yourselves that you are the better team, and then go forward with confidence. But you're looking on the flip side against Ailish. This is a massive surge of emotional momentum as well. Being one up in the series, already giving you such a winning mindset of taking the series home.
Cloud9, they have no more outs. They need to win every single game today, tomorrow, the next day, if they want to accomplish that goal of taking the entire tournament and going to Icons in Madrid as well. I know that's something that they have been very serious about having as their goal from the very beginning. And while it's been up and down, this maybe being a down day so far, I know that they have that capability of making it there. They're just going to need to take down Ailish right now and the next game to actually get to a point where they can say they can keep moving.
And when we talk about comfort picks, the analyst desk was alliterating too. Olaf is another pick that Tarzan made famous here in North America. He innovated, for months. Since year 0, he innovated the Death Dance build, rushing that, giving you so much durability before it was changed. And I think Tarzan still probably opts into that item anyway, despite the rework of it here in Wild Rift. And Cloud9, this is, as they pointed out, a beefcake composition. You just run in, you go forward, everyone has the same goal in mind. Try and just brute force and blitz the front line, assassinate the back line, and then just take out the remaining members.
It's very different from the last game as well. They still have the Galio ultimate, but the other global in the Shen is gone. Zenith is going more toward that more traditional carry style from the Baron lane, and while I personally believe he did carry that last game on Shen, this is a very different adaptation to this, and Zenith will actually need to deal the majority of the damage in these fights, and primarily to these melee champions. There's a lot of them here that Darius is quite good into.
Tarzan might be a little overextended, and the snipe from Lin! The Dark Binding finds its way for first blood for Ailish, but can Meals find the cleanup here? Luna rushing onto another member, but Just Mobile Gamer gets out of reach, and he's too far, as you said. The Dark Binding locks him up. Tyrant hitting level 5, gets the assassination onto Salva. Meals goes down as well, and the action doesn't stop! Ailish continues the onslaught in the Baron lane.
That was nearly an ace at 2 minutes, Rafa. Ailish is online. They heard everything we were saying about Cloud9. Oh, you guys have pressure? You thought you had pressure before? We're going to kill you again and again and again and again and force you to feel that now.
And Smax, I'm about to deliver the earliest Coca-Cola pop-up we have had on the day so far.
Early.
Under 2.5 minutes, Tarzan going for the invade, and Ailish are the first ones to collapse.
And they fully read that Tarzan would be here. They had the full collapse ready. And look here, Tyrant hits level 5 right now, and he used the perfect execution to get over the wall. Selma thought he was safe. Nope. Tyrant perfect execution kills him too. And then under this turn, this is the icing on the cake.
Ailish are so far ahead right now. A 2,000 gold lead at 3 minutes before the objectives are coming up. That's huge. You're going to have completed items on most of your carries on Ailish, where Cloud9 are still sitting on components. There's no way that Cloud9 can realistically contest for a 4-on-4 or a 5-on-5 or any type of even numbers fight. If they do it, there's a potential that it just collapses even further.
Oh, and look at another flank onto Meals. He does dodge out of the taunt. Look at that fancy footwork through the minions. That was suave.
Yeah, Meals being able to Luna Rush back and forth, dodging out on the CC, gets out alive. Very crucial that Cloud9 are not giving up any more deaths here, because this is a time where you have to maintain You have to maintain that mental composure, right? You are now down 3 kills, a considerable amount of gold in the early game. This is where Cloud9 have to say, okay guys, let's calm down. We might have to give up the first couple objectives, but we can still scale, we can still play for team fights, just believe and have confidence in them. Whereas Ailish, the pressure is even mounting forward and forward and more and more and more. Ailish, the confidence is rising up, and this is where, if you're Ailish fans in the chat, in the audience, you're feeling great, as now this fight is beginning.
Oh, the Kali onto the back line. The damage is there with the 5-point strike, and now Perfect Execution is here as well. Tyrant even finding another one. Now with the Perfect Execution, he's going to survive. But Cloud9 are looking for more. Tarzan with this double kill. He can't continue it. It's another one fight for Ailish.
That was almost completely disastrous for Cloud9. Tarzan is able to trade a couple out, but Ailish still going up another 3 kills. But the gold lead is still somewhat even. I believe a shutdown was picked up from Lin over to Tarzan. We got a chance to take a second look.
Yeah, we get to see this engage one more time. Lin flashing with the Dark Binding, a bold move, but they have the confidence to continue. And the Dark Shackles actually do quite a bit of work there as well. Lin really popping off with an engaged champion that's very unorthodox. This Morgana is not something that we see very often, as the desk pointed out, but it's the thing that starts off this fight. It's the thing that delivers Ailish a second victory in their fights.
Right, and when you're that far ahead, when you have a completed item this early, you can make that type of play because the base stats plus the damage from the extra stats that you have from the completed items gives you the extra burst of damage that the enemy is not going to be prepared for, and you can catch opponents by surprise. And I love that Ailish, instead of playing safe and reserved, and they're not playing necessarily like, oh, we need to be careful with our lead, they're confident with their lead, and they're trying to snowball it out of control and cause Cloud9 to lose complete grasp of the situation.
Look at the taunts here from Ailish. You can feel the electricity on stage for them and in the audience too. I can hear everybody popping off for Ailish. I'm doing the same as Tyrant has Perfect Execution onto Zello. He's dealing so much damage to him. The flip is here. Zello has to flash. He's got to ult. He cannot fight.
And no barrier available for him. There's no way he would have been able to survive without using the flash away. Ailish, they are just pushing on forward and forward. It's still only 2,000 gold lead. In fact, it's starting to diminish a little bit. So this is where Cloud9 have to hold on. Senna with the Dawning Shadow, giving a little bit of relief over to Meals. It's a 1v3 right now, flashing away from the taunt. What can Cloud9 get on the other side of the map? Zello not necessarily in the position to push forward, as they're looking for the mid-turret instead, forcing the flash.
You saw that on the map right there. Meals was under heavy, heavy fire, but nobody was coming to save him from C9. He made the call. I'm living here. You guys go do anything else. Go get some pressure elsewhere. And that's exactly what Zello does. He just took the first structure of this game. They're staying competitive in the structures and in the gold, as Cloud9 does. Even without these hull breakers, they still have that goal in mind.
Cloud9 still holding on. They're actually starting to even up the gold lead here, and so Ailish, now you can understand kind of the reasoning why they were trying to push so far forward with their lead. They know that Cloud9 are finding ways to come back into this game. They're farming up, they're collecting the resources necessary on the side lane. The fact that Meals survives a 1v3 with the additional help of Old School from across the map is giving Cloud9 a lot of relief to stop the bleeding and just stall out the game.
For Ailish, they know that it's a possibility for Cloud9 to come back into this game, but for Cloud9, it is the only possibility. They need to come back into this game if they want to keep playing on this stage throughout the rest of this weekend. If they lose here, they are gone.
Oh God, the thrill of the hunt. Zello thinks it's just one, but it's suddenly all 4 of them, and Zello can't get out of this one. No shot. Ailish just take him out.
Can't even get the ultimate down. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Zenith, the repositioning brings Selma underneath his own structure. That's not what Selma wanted to do. And he outplays it underneath the turret. He has the Galio ult coming, but it's already too late. Tarzan gets a retribution kill. Now it's Old School flashing out. He has to get out of there because Just Mobile Gamer is here.
Yeah, Tyrant was also ready to collapse on the play as well. That was so close, but Old School making sure that he survived ensures that Cloud9 don't give up any more deaths, and Meal's still doing work on the side lane. Just because they don't have Hullbreaker, they're still playing with the same mentality, which is something that was important that Nano was talking about, that So whether Hullbreaker was introduced or not, this is how we believe that the game should be played at an optimized state. And to be fair and to give them credit, in game 1, Cloud9 were making moves. It was just that one mistake that Ailish was able to punish.
Do it again. Can he outplay this one? No. No chance. There's too much damage on top of him. But he's okay with that because Ailish did secure the Infernal Dragon, one of the biggest buffs in this game. And they're looking for an engage onto Old School. A great pick from Ailish.
Yeah, just taking advantage of that window. They had no flash. Tyron tried to answer back in the 1v2. Tarzan super low, has to be able to go back in because he's bleeding out to the death stance, trying to keep his distance here. Meals, does he have the damage? The attack speed is there. They outplay it, making sure that Tarzan does not go down.
Good job from Meals and Tarzan. They are winning these skirmishes, but they don't have the pressure to take away the Rift Herald. That's another consecutive objective for Ailish, keeping themselves in that gold lead, although ever so slightly, as you can see at the top of your screen.
Yeah, Ailish are just showing great awareness in both of these games, just understanding that when Cloud9
You know, it makes sense. They are doing the unthinkable right now.
Yeah.
Actually, they're so close.
Cloud9 are just finding ways of still playing to their strengths, of still trying to optimize that gold income that they're getting, right? They're taking multiple turrets out, they're losing objectives on the side, but for Cloud9, that is their strength, right? They're playing to what they feel confident is the best way to play the map, and the fact that Ailish are still just pressuring them in multiple ways has got to be overwhelming on their side.
And for anyone watching at home, hello, we're back.
Hello.
We are here. We had some technical difficulties. We dropped for a second, but
Nocturnal.
You know, me and Rafa here, we picked it back up. No, I'm just kidding. It was our lovely production team and everybody here. It's not just us and the guys on the desk here. We got a whole team with us, and we got a whole team in the audience here cheering on these teams as we're back in game.
That's right. Man, did I overdo the curse by knocking on the table too many times? My bad.
You know, you might have. I don't know. I'm only a little stitious. I'm not superstitious.
Stevie Wonder, perhaps. Superstition.
No, yeah, I'm superstitious when it comes to that stuff. But anyway, we've got Ailish at a pretty solid advantage now, stacking up on this bottom side of the Rift, potentially looking for another pick. They are on a couple of these wards, but that has not stopped Lin in the past from finding these Flash Dark bindings. Something that might, though, is that he doesn't actually have Flash.
And I want to note, this is the second game in a row now where Dolph has had massive advantage in the jungle. First time, the Aurelia jungle. In the second game, he's the one that takes the Rengar away, even though Cloud9 are saying that, oh, we have a fight in the river, though. and into the jungle quadrant. Massive lockdown. Cloud9, they have found priority targets. If they take out Dolph, it's another massive shutdown, and it's a double going over to Old School, the Scar carry that many of us have been asking for.
Great job from Cloud9 to finally find an advantageous fight. Not turret take, not siege, a fight. Now this one might be on the other side as Tyrant. He waits out the stasis. Can he deal enough damage, or will he just be running away? Gets the solo kill!
Oh man, Meals tried to outplay that so hard. He had the stasis on the backflip of the Shuriken for the maximum amount of damage denial, but it is Tyrant that provides triumphant in the end by being able to flash forward and confirm the kill with the 5-point kunai strike.
Man, it is so sick for your team's morale when you are that honed in and you just hear from across the rift, I just solo killed him! That is the best possible thing you can hear as a teammate in these team games on stage. It gets everyone pumped up, and I know that these guys are in there. As we get to watch this one more time, the mechanics are on point. Honestly, from both of these guys with the stasis.
Yeah, you can see the mind games playing out, right?
Yeah.
This is where it gets closest
so
to a fighting game as possible, right? You're waiting on specific cooldowns. You're keeping charge in your mind of like, okay, what's up, right? But Tyrant is the one that is able to burn the more important resources and cooldowns from Meals before Tyrant is able to follow up. And for Ailish, this is a team that is built off of emotional momentum. You saw how well it worked in game one, and they're still keeping even with Cloud9 despite that they're coming back through the turret split pushing strategy that they have owned for themselves coming into this tournament, and Ailish is still pushing them to the very brink.
We've got Drake and Baron coming up at around the same time. This could mean that we see a bit of a swap for the two of them, although Baron is significantly more difficult to take, especially with this Rift Herald that you can see Ailish did spawn at the same time as they're going for this objective, going from multiple pressure points at the same time, even taking that blast cone. It looks like they're going to get the Drake, but do they win the fight?
Teleport in as well. Selmon gets stunned up by the Dark Binding. Lin is trying to keep his distance, but it's a massive showstopper from the support of Cloud9. Right into the back line. Old School Meals, they take out Tyrant, and they defuse the assassination potential.
No!
Old School is still alive. Joe's Mobile Gamer trying to land the knockup, but can't land it down. Cloud9, they're starting to pull ahead, but it's still up to Dolph and Dennis, who can look for the resets. Lin never fell in the first place, and Cloud9 suddenly find themselves on the run.
Cloud9 do win that fight, but do they have enough firepower to actually compete with this Baron? Tarzan is dead. Dolph is not. Ailish have a smite advantage if they want to go for it, although it is a very risky objective take. It does deal a lot of damage. Instead, they're just going to collect their bearings and try again, because Ailish did just secure their scaling advantage. That's 3 Drakes in a row.
This is so close, Max. Ailish do have the Dragon advantage available, but anytime that a team is able to take away the Elder Dragon, whether it's a steal or just a well-timed take after a fight, you can override the power of those 3 dragons. There have been times where Elder is enough to be a game changer, to be the thing that brings you back. But the fact that Ailish have been able to control these choke points and the first ones to the objectives before Cloud9 are able to assemble themselves completely, it's so hard for Cloud9 to get in position.
And they've got these assassin threats on their team, all 3 of them. And yes, I did say 3. I'm counting Lin on the Morgana because he's been lethal with these flash dark bindings. Did it in the last one as well. If you are on the receiving end of that, you are very likely dead as Lin advancing forward. That's the black shield down. Can they catch Selmon?
They know Selmon doesn't have flash available. He's taking him as much as he can, but the Haymaker shield is not going to keep him alive. Gets one last showstopper down, and the burst isn't going to be enough for Cloud9 to turn this fight around. Tarzan has already routed off Just Mobile Gamer, but you have to take out the front line. You got to take out Dolphin. They're the ones that are carrying the fight, and it looks like Cloud9 have to deal with Tyrant as well. He finds the assassination on the 2! Tarzan is able to trade back onto Zenith, though, as he runs through the jungle. And now Zello, he's going to take his on, but it's Tyrant once again. He's got the damage! Tyrant is an absolute king on the rim, and Lin has locked down Tarzan. Oh my God, Ailish! That's an ace at 15 minutes.
Everybody's dead for Cloud9. They've got the whole rip to themselves, and that means the Baron. Selma's up in 1 second. Can he get over here? Can he teleport to anything? He's just going to be walking. It's not enough time. Ailish take the Baron.
And we look back at this replay. As we said, Smacks,
This fight is so close. These teams are so close in terms of gold and stats, and it comes down to how well the front line is engaging with each other.
Watch this Akali player just bouncing around the entire team without a care in the world. He's playing on the biggest stage in North America we've ever seen for Wild Rift, and he's styling on people, on Cloud9 no less.
Yeah, this is a team that has come together within the past month.
Look at this shirt.
And they have been able to do some absolutely crazy plays here leading on their road. Remember, they weren't even in the third major. They came through the last chance qualifier, the very last team alongside NME. And now we're back. No, Black Shield is going to be able to cancel out the route as well.
Phenomenal stuff from Lin, but can he actually escape? The flash yank in from Selma will secure at least one kill. Can they win the rest of this team fight, though? We have to watch Tyrant again.
He's in the
He
shroud.
perfect execution on
He gets
the
out.
backline.
He's got him!
Triple kill from Tyrant, and now Ailish, they can clean up.
That's it!
They have Baron Rafa. They're gonna end the game right now, 2-0 against Cloud9.
Ailish have done the unthinkable. They have taken down Cloud9, one of the organization teams coming into Wild Rift. Ailish from the last chance qualifier, the 8th seed, will keep their tournament hopes alive as they advance.
Ailish! I can't believe my eyes. 2-0 against Cloud9, fully eliminating them from the WNS Regional Championship here at the Mall of America. Rafa, they've taken my breath away. You too, yeah?
Yeah, I'm still processing it.
Oh, I'm sure the team is too. Look at them on the screen now.
They are so elated. They are so emotional about it. It is incredible. You saw Lin and Just Mobile Gamer hugging it out.
Yeah.
They are so incredibly excited that they have made this possible. And it's such an unexpected fashion as well. We cannot get over this, guys. This was the 8th seed, the lowest seed to come in through the last chance qualifier, a team that has come together with probably the least amount of time outside arguably NME, under 1 month of being together as a team, and now they are making a Cinderella run potentially of their own.
You can't script that. You can't plan for that. You can't expect that at all, but it comes all the same. Ailish are here, and they're taking upsets, and this might just be only the beginning. We're going to see them tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited now. My eyes are definitely on Dolph. Back-to-back jungle superstar carry games. The Aurelia jungle, the first jungler in North America to ever pull it out on a stage game, doing it almost effortlessly. And then the Rengar as well, once the Aurelia was banned. This team, you have to watch out for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, everybody on this squad really pulled their weight, and that's that power of friendship I was talking about. These guys love playing together, and I'm sure they love it even more when they win on stage. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, Ailish, massive props. And you saw that Suzaku was even giving them the huge Ailish chance as well. They know they're happy for them as well. But for more with Dolph and the rest of Ailish, we have Sierra on the stage interviewing their jungler.
Hello, we are here with Tyrant from Ailish. I have to say, that was a fantastic game, a game that was worthy of getting everybody up on stage for this. How does it feel? Describe how you're feeling after being the biggest underdog to the tournament and taking down Cloud9.
I mean, we took them down last time, so I think it was natural to take them down again.
So this is just, okay, we know that this is a bottom bracket run, but we're going up against Cloud9. We're feeling good, but then going on in the tournament, is it still with confidence, or are you nervous for what's ahead?
We have confidence, but I think we're all nervous for going against Tribe. And I think Tribe is one of the best team in the NA, and they are. So we prepare our best to performance the best.
I mean, to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And I have to say, the mark that y'all left out on the Rift today was amazing. I mean, I have not heard this crowd go as nuts as they did today until y'all hit the stage, so huge kudos to that. How does it feel, too, to just be playing on stage at LAN, and you can see the crowd cheering? I saw it standing up at one point, like, cheering people on. Like, how is this feeling?
Okay, so for our team, it's all first time coming to LAN. So I thought it would be more nervous on stage, but I wasn't nervous on the stage, not really. So our team performed very well. So I want to pass the best player to them.
Yeah, and if anyone else wants to have a word, I mean, y'all absolutely deserved it. Yeah, get up here. I see you smiling. I see that smile. I want to, I mean, come on. We want to talk. You're absolutely amazing out there. The crowd's cheering. How are you feeling after all of this?
I feel great. This is definitely something that we wanted to do, at least to show everyone that even though we're 8th seed, we upsetted these teams, especially C9. So this win was definitely huge for us.
Well, I heard too that you in particular, one of the players that, yes, you're on the 8th seed team, but we have got to watch out because you can beat anybody out here. Is that a confidence that you have as well?
For sure, and carrying this momentum, I'm sure we'll win more games tomorrow as well.
All right, and then I have to ask too, before I let you go, what is the secret space? Like, why are y'all doing so well? Why is it something that you're going to continue going on forward? What makes Ailish so special?
I feel like, yeah, first of all, Top Gap, obviously. And second of all, we're basically all friends, so the environment's very friendly, and I'm very lucky to have Suzaku cheering us on as well. And that adds a lot of hype, and I'm very thrilled to have them here and cheering us on. And yeah.
Well, congratulations again to all of you. I'll let you have a quick shout out to anyone else that you might have. Some words for everybody to keep cheering you on for tomorrow.
Right, so first and foremost, shout out to my team. They've been doing very well and playing out of their minds. Second of all, obviously to Suzaku, who has been cheering us on. And third, to my girlfriend, who's probably watching the broadcast right now, Pat. And also all my friends and family that have been watching the stream. And as well as our coach. Our coach, our sub, our manager has been helping us and cheering us on this entire time. We couldn't make it without them. So thank you so much.
First, I just want to say support Gap. It was pretty obvious from the start. Thanks for all my viewers who are watching. Thank you to my friends who are watching. Thank you to my girlfriend who's watching. I mean, there's not much to say. Like, C9 needs LS to win, and they didn't have LS today.
Strong words to be ending it off. Of course, though, we do want to send it over to the analyst desk to make sure they can break things down for us one last time. I can't wait to hear from you guys.
Look, baby, I never doubted you,
No.
okay? All right? I never doubted you, Ailish. We did it. They 2-0'd Cloud9. I can't believe it. We were going nuts up here. The crowd was going nuts. This is really the only like big upset that we've had on the day. I know people were calling the Suzaku Cloud9 an upset. Seeding-wise, it wasn't. This was a true upset.
Definitely a true upset here. 5 losing to 8 here. And you heard it, how much it means to these guys, again, having their opportunity in the first LAN, being supported by their fellow peers that they've competed against all circuit long, and then getting the payoff of getting the victory. And well-deserved. This last one, it wasn't as clean as the first game. They started getting baited into fights with hands. Can they outplay some of the fights? And at first the answer was no, but after a couple of those team fights, the answer turned into a yes.
I mean, talking about hands, we're going to talk about Tyrant's hands on the Akali. Oh my gosh! Absolutely mechanically outplaying, you know, some of the players that going into this tournament we considered. I put Mills as number 3 as far as like mid laners that I like right after Hoon and
Did you have Molly or starting?
Starting,
I had
Molly starting.
I think I
drastically underrated starting and Tyrant, and all I got to say is Tyrant on that Akali. We were talking about how it was a difficult game. There were a lot of tanky champions, but Tyrant delivered when his team needed it.
Not only did he win the counter matchup in the Diana, he then straight up beast moded every single fight. So I don't know what it is with unsigned mid laners here and playing Akali, but each one today has been cracked.
A reminder that Ailish in the last chance qualifiers, they were going in, they played like 16 games in the lower bracket in one day. It was just ridiculous. 13-1 day, I believe, at the end. But it was ridiculous regardless. And Suzaku, when we were talking with them, they were actually saying they wanted to grab Tyrant, but he just kept winning, and then they couldn't because he qualified through last year's qualifiers. But they were scouting him as a mid laner they wanted to bring in. So it's no surprise. I think this kid's cranked.
Yeah, again, huge props here to Ailish. And the reason why we have to break this down for an extended period of time is because how epic it is.
Yeah.
But also, again, how epic of a loss this is for Cloud9. The goals of Worlds expected coming into it as an organization for themselves, and I think the expectation by the fans as well, falling not just short of it, but well short of it, and something where they're going to have to go to the drawing board after this first season.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here for the teams that we've already said goodbye to is to make sure that if you have any nice messages, go ahead and send them their way. Obviously, they may not check them immediately. They have a lot of stuff that's going on, and taking the loss, losing today, obviously takes so much out of you, but if you have anything nice to say, even if you've been a fan, just shoot them a nice message. Anyone on staff, anybody who's a player, they would really appreciate it, especially today.
All the players that got knocked out today have done something that I could never do,
exactly.
that most people could never do, and that's make it to this event. But I mean, it's still, it hurts when you have to say goodbye.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, especially Cloud9, they had so many storied players on that team, and that just has got to hurt for them. And I'll be curious to see what they do in the offseason. Not going to make any predictions, but I feel like they've got to change something up. They have drastically underdelivered. And, you know, for an organization like C9, they expect to be top 2. They expect to be qualifying to Worlds. And I would expect to see them shake it up to try and make that happen.
All right, here we go. We got a flip-flopper here with Kangas, and then we've got not going to make any predictions, but they've got to change it up here by Mr. Udall. All right, so with that, let's take a look at the bracket one more time as we close out day number 1. It's been a day of epic battles, and it included Cloud9 both times, but they didn't find the win both times. We've got ourselves 6 teams still in, with Immortals and Sentinels on the winner side of the bracket. On the loser side of the bracket, it's Tribe, Ailish, Suzaku, and No More Egos. We take a look at the schedule for tomorrow's matches. It's Tribe versus Ailish kicking that one off, and Ailish riding probably the highest high they possibly could against a Tribe squad who went the distance but weren't able to pull out the win. Then we've got SuzakuGG against No More Ego, the battle of the unsigned teams. These are the 2 Giant Slayers who will continue to move on, as that is the lower bracket battle. And then we have the upper bracket finals. It's Immortals versus Sentinels with a spot at the international event on the line here. The winner of this will definitely at least have the play-in spot for Icons.
We will have 3 best of 3s, and that is a best of 5 that we'll be playing. So the fact that we're going to get that, we're getting a ton of games. Yeah. There's going to be so much tape between them. I think we have an incredible series of games tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, let's take a look at our Verizon top 3 moments of the day. And we start off with a couple of big ones, and a lot of them include Cloud9 in it, unfortunately, for the Cloud9 fans.
They were on the receiving end of some really cool plays.
Yeah, we're getting into it. We've got Tyrant on the Akali showing why we were all hyping him up on the broadcast. This is the moment where Tyrant absolutely popped up. I mean, it's a pretty long team fight here, but keep your eyes on Tyrant, on the Akali, cleaning up, getting onto Old School here, the priority targets. And this fight looked terrible for Ailish so far, but Tyrant goes in, takes down Old School, meals the next target in their sights, and now, recognizing they had no abilities, running away from Zello, but gonna be able to turn around and get the 3rd kill. And this is the moment where Tyrant secured the Baron. This is what allowed them to beat Cloud9, to upset that larger organization.
Insane stuff. I mean, Tyrant just absolutely, again, destroyed Cloud9 in this last game. And now we get into the second one where it is, yet again, another Akali versus Cloud9.
This one's so good.
The 1v4, we got Jotu, the ult connecting onto 2. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's rough for C9. But yeah, this is a moment that allowed them to win, and this is going to be my team. Sentinels, my boys, able to take down Tribe in a very close series. This is going to be the team fight that allowed them to secure it all off of Beggs, you know, great engage on the Galio, and that's going to be them, you know, stamping their ticket into the upper bracket finals. You know, just one more series for them, one more bracket win if they are able to take down Immortals. That's going to be them head into Icons.
Yeah, this is them again, as we got to hear in the interview, realizing, oh, Maybe the Zig's doing most of the damage is the person we should start focusing on. And by that point, they'd cleared it off. And yeah, look how much.
That's the real Verizon pop-off moment. That's the real Verizon moment right
that's
there.
the Verizon top 5, the Coca-Cola pop-off moment there. It's there.
That's my boys. Of course I got the energy for them. I'm so happy to see them in the winners bracket finals. They still got more work to do, though. Getting serious with it. They still got matches to do, though, because Tribe in that lower bracket is looking scary. I mean, it went the distance. They got to beat Ailish first, but really, Tribe, I think tomorrow could be a team that makes a lower bracket run.
All right, Kangas, final thoughts here?
I mean, the competition only gets harder from this point forward, right? The more teams you say goodbye to, the harder the competition gets. And hopefully, the closer the series will be, which means even better games tomorrow.
Let's go unsigned talent North America, boys.
Yes,
we're getting great teams in here. Suzaku, Ailish, let's see what they can do against some of these bigger teams.
Let's go sign talent in North America, baby. Sentinels versus Immortal, best of 5. The rivalry, who is going to take it? Who is going to punch their ticket to the Icon Series? That's the series I'm watching.
All right, day 1 is complete. 2 teams remain, or 2 teams have been eliminated. 6 teams remain in the $80,000 prize pool, and a trip to the Icon Series will be booked tomorrow. That's right. You don't want to miss any of it. Thanks to our founding partners, Coca-Cola and Verizon. We'll be battling it out here 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific at Wild Rift Esports. Y'all, thank you so much for the broadcast. On behalf of everyone here in Mall of America, we thank you for watching. We'll catch you bright and early tomorrow for more Wild Rift Esports action.
Phenomenal stuff from Lin, but can he actually escape? The flash yank in from Selma will secure at least 1 kill. Can they win the rest of this team fight, though? We have to watch Tyrant again. He's in the shroud. Execution on the backline. He got it!